Chapter 4291. Fourth Senior Sister, I'm afraid I can't do that. Duan Lingtian's expression turned serious as he said, My wife, who is also your sister-in-law, is still trapped in the God's judgment battlefield. I don't know if she's dead or alive. Before I'm found, I won't be able to take over the responsibility of managing the inner palace. I hope you can understand, Fourth Senior Sister. Although his fourth senior sister was still like a child, Duan Lingtian still treated her as his senior sister in his heart. This was because she treated him as her junior brother and took care of him. He was not a cold-hearted person. If someone treated him well, he would not treat them badly. Little junior brother, I'm just joking with you. Lang Chunwan smiled awkwardly when she saw Duan Lingtian's serious expression. Although she looked young and had a childlike personality, she was not immature. She regretted her earlier joke when she saw her little junior brother being serious. Don't worry. Since third senior brother has handed the inner palace and our home to me, I'll make sure our home is gone. Lang Chunwan giggled. Her previous seriousness was gone at this moment. It was replaced by her usual childlike innocence. Little junior brother, don't worry. Even if I'm going to the realm battlefield, I'll only send my avatar. Furthermore, my clones of laws are not much weaker than my true body. Little junior brother, why don't you tell me how I can obtain the divine corrupting spring in the realm battlefield? It was obvious that Lang Chunwan had not forgotten about the divine corrupting spring. It was obvious how attractive the divine corrupting spring was to her. Duan Lingtian could understand why. He knew how precious the divine corrupting spring was. It was something that even the descendants of the ultimate powerhouses would fight over. Otherwise, why would the descendants of those supreme experts spend so much effort to search for him and even hunt him down in the chaos region of the planar battlefield? Fourth senior sister, the divine corrupting spring. In the face of Lang Chunwan's questioning, Duan Lingtian, who knew that she was just joking, didn't say anything more and went straight to the point. He started from the time when he discovered the change in the chaos region and heard the voice of the utmost expert. He repeated the words of the utmost expert. Even the 10th place in the same realm has a drop of divine corrupting spring water? After hearing this, Lang Chunwan's eyes lit up. There are so many rankings of the same realm, and the person at the bottom of any one of them can still get a drop of divine corrupting spring water. It seems that those supreme masters have gained a lot in the outer realm this time. He actually obtained so much divine accumulating spring water. Could it be that he obtained a pool of God's gathering spring water? As she spoke, Lang Chunyuan couldn't help but swallow her saliva. When Duan Lingtian heard this, his heart skipped a beat. According to his fourth senior sister, as well as those people in the planar battlefield, the divine corrupting spring was extremely precious. Even a single drop was enough to make the strongest desire it. However, this time, a large amount of divine corrupting spring water had appeared in the planar battlefield. He didn't think that only the 10th place in the same realm could get a drop of divine corrupting spring water while the others couldn't. There was a high probability that the others also had more than one drop of divine corrupting spring water. Fourth senior sister, how much do you know about the outer realm? Duan Lingtian looked at Lang Chunwan and asked curiously. Lang Chunwan gradually came back to her senses and shook her head. Little junior brother, I've never been to the outer realm. I've only heard about it from eldest senior sister, so I don't know much about it. I only know that although eldest senior sister is a higher ultimate god, it's still very dangerous to go to the outer realm. It's said that even utmost experts have the risk of dying there. There aren't only people from the god-defying realm in the outer realm. There are also people from other realms. There are also utmost experts and higher ultimate gods in the other realms. I heard from eldest senior sister that the masters of the 18 realms of gods, the 18 powerful utmost experts, are the guardians of the god-defying realm. They guard the 18 passageways from the god-defying realm to the outer realm. We can also leave through those 18 passageways to go to the outer realm. In addition, it's said that as long as one becomes a higher ultimate god in the realms of gods or the planar battlefield, they'll be entrusted with responsibilities. They'll need to go to the outer realm to serve the god-defying realm at certain intervals. Although Lang Chunwan said that she didn't know much about the god-defying realm, what she said was something that Duan Lingtian had never heard of before. However, after listening to her, Duan Lingtian also realized how terrifying the outer realm was. In the god-defying realm, those who had not reached the higher ultimate god realm and the utmost experts of the god-defying realm did not recommend them to go to the outer realm. Of course, there were also many people who went to the outer realm before reaching the higher ultimate god realm in order to seek greater opportunities. However, these people basically died 9 out of 10 times. Even those who survived were not all lucky. Some people were directly crippled and then returned to the god-defying realm to retire until the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation came and they died. Also, I heard from eldest senior sister that the planar battlefield is actually a group of utmost experts who made an imitation of the outer realm space. Killing people in the outer realm can also get something similar to the rules of reward. However, it's not limited to the rules of reward. It's also possible to get some treasures. Treasures like the divine corporeal spring. Back then, the drop of divine corporeal spring that eldest senior sister obtained was a reward for killing a higher ultimate god from other realms. Lang Chunwan continued. After telling Duan Lingtian everything she knew, another, Lang Chunwan, suddenly jumped out of Lang Chunwan's body. This Lang Chunwan smiled at Duan Lingtian and then left. Little junior brother, my law clone will go to the Chaos region in the profound Zen battlefield. If you have any questions, you can come directly to my original body. However, my understanding of the outer realm is limited to this. If you want to know more, you can go to Old Man Su Bailey. Lang Chunwan said to Duan Lingtian. Su Bailey was the current palace master of the Myriad Law Academy, a higher ultimate god expert. I originally planned to come back and learn more about the outer realm from the palace master. Duan Lingtian nodded. Fourth senior sister, I'll leave now. After I learn more about the outer realm from the palace master, I'll leave the Myriad Law Academy again and go to the Chaos region in the God's Judgment battlefield. Duan Lingtian was also preparing to leave. When Lang Chunwan heard Duan Lingtian's words, she smiled and said, Little junior brother, after 60 years, when all the Chaos region gathers, I look forward to competing with you for the lower ultimate god ranking list. She was also a lower ultimate god. At that time, she would be on the same ranking list as Duan Lingtian. I'll definitely be ahead of you. Lang Chunwan said confidently. This was also her stubbornness. No matter what, the person in front of her was only her little junior brother. Even if she was only a law clone, she would not allow herself to be inferior to her little junior brother. Otherwise, how could he face others in the future? If second senior brother and third senior brother knew, would they not make fun of him? After Duan Lingtian left the internal palace's independent space, he went directly to the Myriad Law Academy's palace master, Su Bailey. This time, it was not the first time Duan Lingtian had met Su Bailey. He had met Su Bailey before, so they were quite familiar with each other. I've heard. Su Bailey sighed when he saw Duan Lingtian. Originally, when you entered the dimensional battlefield, I guessed that you would have an amazing performance. However, it seems that I underestimated you. He had also heard about Duan Lingtian's fame in the Chaos region in the God's Judgment battlefield. Even before that, the current patriarch of the Yun family, a giant ultimate god family in the world of divine remains, Yun Tingfeng, had personally paid him a visit and wanted to ask for a favor by killing Duan Lingtian. However, Su Bailey had rejected him. Palace Master, you're too kind. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian said humbly. Lucky? Su Bailey shook his head. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that you defeated and almost killed the land of Sanction's Ning family's genius, Ning Yishuan, is enough to make you famous in the various planes. You'll become the strongest person among the younger generation in the godly defying world. In the past, this honor belonged to Ning Yishuan. Although Duan Lingtian already knew that Ning Yishuan was famous, he was still surprised when he heard Su Bailey's words. He did not expect Ning Yishuan to be so famous that even the Myriad Law Academy's palace master praised him so much. I heard that the Ning family's supreme expert personally saved Ning Yishuan and suffered a heavy punishment because of it. Su Bailey paused. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, you don't have to worry. That supreme powerhouse from the Ning clan isn't a petty person. He was the one who broke the rules this time, so he won't target you. In fact, what Su Baili said was what Duan Lingtian had been worried about. After all, he had caused the supreme expert to suffer a great loss. Not only did he give him 2 supreme divine artifact embryos, but he also suffered a heavy punishment. Perhaps the supreme expert hated him. It was not a good thing to be hated by a supreme expert. It would be easy for the supreme expert to kill him. However, now that he heard Su Baili's words, he was relieved. Since the supreme expert was not a petty person, he should not hold a grudge against him. Also, before Duan Lingtian could ask Su Baili about the extraterrestrial lands, Su Baili spoke first. Do you have a grudge against the Yun family, a giant ultimate god family in the divine offering land? Su Baili's question stunned Duan Lingtian. After a moment, he came back to his senses and vaguely guessed something. Palace Master, did someone from the Yun family come? Previously, near the Yun family's residence in the divine offering land, he had almost killed the Yun family's young master, Yun Qingyan. At the critical moment, Yun Qingyan had used the means left behind by his father, the Yun family's patriarch, to escape death by a fluke. At that time, the Yun family's patriarch had personally rushed over. He had almost been left behind by the other party. After that, he knew that he would inevitably become a thorn in the side of the Yun family. However, he did not expect the Yun family to send someone to the Xianxia land and find the Myriad Law Academy. Chapter 4292. Yes. Su Baili nodded. Not only did someone come to the Yun family, but it was the current patriarch of the Yun family, Yun Tingfeng. Duan Lingtian was surprised to hear Su Baili's words. He did not expect the patriarch of the Yun family to come personally. At the same time, he was curious. Why did Yun Tingfeng come to Myriad Law Academy? Did he want Myriad Law Academy to hand him over? He came because he wanted me and Myriad Law Academy to give up on you and expel you. Su Baili smiled faintly. Although Myriad Law Academy is not a giant godly venerable rank force and does not have a supreme expert backing it, there are a few supreme experts who are somewhat related to Myriad Law Academy. Therefore, even those giant godly venerable rank forces do not dare to offend Myriad Law Academy. As a genius student of Myriad Law Academy, you will naturally be valued by Myriad Law Academy. If he kills you openly, it will be tantamount to making an enemy of Myriad Law Academy. Therefore, he wants to get rid of some future troubles. Su Baili said. I see. Duan Lingtian was enlightened. He looked at Su Baili and said solemnly, Thank you, Palace Master. Evidently, from what the Palace Master had said, he had strongly rejected Yun Tingfeng. Perhaps Yun Tingfeng had once promised the Palace Master some benefits in this matter, but the Palace Master still refused. To him, this could be considered to be a favor. There's no need to thank me. Su Baili shook his head. There's no need to feel that you owe me a favor. What I did was nothing more than what I should have done. If I truly expel you from the 10,000 Law Academy because of that Yun Tingfeng, then perhaps the 10,000 Law Academy will also be completely separated from the 10,000 Law Academy. This time, Su Baili's expression was solemn when he mentioned the internal palace branch. Perhaps in your eyes, the internal palace branch has a place in Myriad Law Academy, but it is in a semi-transparent state. However, in reality, the internal palace branch is the guardian of Myriad Law Academy. In the history of 10,000 Arts Academy's existence, the branch of the inner palace has contributed to 10,000 Arts Academy many times. Among the few supreme masters who are currently involved with 10,000 Arts Academy, 2 of them died. It is because of the branch of the inner palace that they are involved with 10,000 Arts Academy. At this point, Su Baili paused for a moment before continuing. Duan Lingnan, as time goes on, you will naturally understand more about your inner palace. Even if you people from the inner palace want to leave, it's more than enough for you to establish your own ultimate god faction. Your innate talent is monstrous and unparalleled. Even your 4th senior sister and 3rd senior brother are rare monstrous geniuses. At the very least, in the current generation of Myriad Law Palace, you won't be able to find anyone who is around the same age as them, let alone find someone who can surpass them. Although your second senior brother's cultivation talent is slightly inferior to your third senior brother and fourth senior sister's, he is still a genius. His comprehension of the laws is not inferior to your third senior brother and fourth senior sister's. As for your eldest senior sister, that goes without saying. If I were to go up against her now, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to last more than 3 moves. Su Bailey laughed self-deprecatingly at the end of his sentence. If we were to talk about seniority, that girl would have to address me as senior granduncle. Duan Lingtian did not think much of Su Bailey's words because he also knew that his second senior brother, third senior brother, and fourth senior sister were extraordinary. If they were not monstrous geniuses from the lower dimensions, they would not have been accepted into the branch of the inner palace. It was the same for him as well. If he had not displayed sufficient talent and comprehension, his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, would not have personally left 10,000 Arts Academy to ask him to join the 10,000 Arts Academy's inner palace. However, when he heard the palace master of 10,000 Arts Academy mention his eldest senior sister, he was shocked. Although he knew his eldest senior sister was a high-level ultimate god, he thought she was just an ordinary high-level ultimate god. However, from what the palace master of 10,000 Arts Academy said, his eldest senior sister was very powerful even among high-level ultimate gods. He had heard from his third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, that the palace master of 10,000 Arts Academy in front of him was definitely not a weakling among high-level ultimate gods, even though he was not as powerful as the leaders of those giant ultimate gods' forces. Such an existence actually said that he could not last more than 3 moves against his eldest senior sister? Eldest senior sister is that powerful? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian felt as if he had inexplicably gained a powerful backer. Although he had never seen his eldest senior sister, according to his third senior brother and fourth senior sister, his eldest senior sister was very protective. As her youngest junior brother, how could his eldest senior sister not protect him? Palace Master, Duan Lingtian asked curiously, since you said my eldest senior sister is that powerful, how does she compare to the Yun family head, Yun Tingfeng? The Yun family head was undoubtedly a very powerful existence. Even among high-level ultimate gods, he was a top existence. Back then, if the Yun family head had arrived earlier, he would not have been able to escape alive. That's hard to say. Su Bailey also shook his head in response to Duan Lingtian's question. Even if I encounter the Yun family head, Yun Tingfeng, I'm not confident that I can last more than 3 moves. I can only say that if your eldest senior sister has improved over the years, she should not be afraid of the Yun family head, Yun Tingfeng. Su Bailey's words were undoubtedly the greatest acknowledgement of Duan Lingtian's eldest senior sister whom he had never met. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, shocked by Su Bailey's answer as well. Who is Yun Tingfeng? He was the Yun family head, a giant ultimate god family in the world of divine remains. He was the strongest existence in the Yun family apart from the supreme ancestor. He was definitely in the top echelon among high-level ultimate gods. His eldest senior sister was actually not weaker than him? Now, Duan Lingtian suddenly understood why Su Bailey had said that even if the internal palace branch became independent, it would be more than enough to become a heavyweight ultimate god force. With his eldest senior sister, the combat power of the internal palace branch would not be inferior to any heavyweight ultimate god forces in the various planes of gods. Palace Master, I heard that my eldest senior sister is currently in the extraterrestrial land? Duan Lingtian thought of the purpose of his visit to Su Bailey and asked, can you tell me more about the extraterrestrial land? Although my fourth senior sister knows a little about it, she doesn't know much. Su Bailey shook his head when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Actually, you don't need to know about this for now. Even if you're a lower ultimate god, you're still too far away from that place. Usually only high-level ultimate gods go to that place. Anyone below the upper ultimate god level, unless they're powerful enough to be comparable to a high-level ultimate god, would only be courting death if they went there. Su Bailey said. However, seeing Duan Lingtian's curiosity and eagerness, Su Bailey continued, if you're really curious, I can tell you in advance. I just hope that it won't have a negative impact on you. Of course, This could also be a motivation for you to move forward and let you know how high the real heaven. The heaven of this world is not limited to the reverse God realm. Su Bailey said. Then, Su Bailey began to tell him everything he knew about the extraterrestrial land. The extraterrestrial land is the place where the passageways of the 10,000 realms converge. Over there, as long as you're strong enough, you can travel to the extraterrestrial land. The reverse God realm is just one of the realms. Su Bailey said. Duan Lingtan could not help but be shocked when he heard this. He asked in surprise, the reverse God realm is just one of the 10,000 realms? About 10,000 realms. Su Bailey said, no one can say in detail the number of realms. However, there are more than 10,000 realms that are known and have been discovered. Of course, although there are 10,000 realms, most of them are very weak, and they are all subsidiary realms of the strong realms. For example, our reverse God realm has more than 10 weak realms as our subsidiary realms. Among the 10,000 realms, although our reverse God realm is not the strongest group of realms, we are still considered to have some strength. Among the 10,000 realms, there are 3 major realms that are the most powerful. There are hundreds of subsidiary realms under each of the 3 major realms. Below them are the 18 realms including our reverse God realm. Below them, they are basically weak realms, and the number of supreme experts among them is not more than 10. The number of supreme experts is not more than 10, which is generally the sign of a weak realm. Of course, there are also other reasons, and that is, the supreme experts among them are strong enough. For example, among the other 17 realms that are as famous as our reverse God realm, there is a realm that has an extremely powerful supreme expert. His strength is so strong that he is not inferior to the strongest existence in the 3 major realms. And because of his existence, although there are only a few supreme experts in the realm he is in, the realm he is in is still considered a strong realm. The land outside the realm, as the intersection of the outside world, is also a very magical place. Inside, it is full of all kinds of rewards. As long as you are strong enough, you can get a lot of benefits there. The plain battlefield of our reverse God realm, as well as the divine trial grounds that you have been to before, are actually created by the supreme experts of our reverse God realm by imitating the land outside the realm. As for the rules and rewards inside, they are not the strength of the supreme experts themselves. They all come from the dozens of subsidiary realms under our reverse God realm, and from the power of those subsidiary realms. When the power of the realm is absorbed to a certain extent, it will also collapse and be destroyed, and all the creatures inside will be annihilated. Only the supreme experts can survive. This is also the sorrow of a weak realm. We should all be glad that we are not people of a weak realm. Otherwise, even if we can live for a long time, unless we become a supreme expert, or have a relationship with a supreme expert, and can make the supreme expert willing to take us away before the realm is destroyed, otherwise, it will be difficult to escape death. With Su Bailey's words, Duan Lingtian also had a deeper understanding of the land outside the realm. In the land outside the realm, 10,000 realms gathered. Among the 10,000 realms, there were 3 most powerful realms. The reverse God realm was not one of them. The reverse God realm was one of the 18 most powerful realms below the 3 great realms. Below them were the weak realms with no more than 10 supreme experts. Chapter 4293. Palace Master. Duan Lingtian suddenly thought of something and could not help but ask Su Bailey. Earlier, I heard you say that among the 10,000 realms, apart from the 3 great realms, the strongest ones are the 18 realms, including our reverse God realm. 18 realms. Duan Lingtian was very sensitive to the number 18, because there were 18 realms of gods in the reverse divine realm and 81 Devata realms. Was all of this just a coincidence? There are 18 realms of gods in our reverse divine realm. According to rumors, there have always been 18 realms of gods. Does it have anything to do with the 18 second-tier realms, including our reverse divine realm? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Yes. Initially, Duan Lingtian thought he might have been overthinking. However, he did not expect Su Bailey to confirm that his thoughts were just wishful thinking. In the Outer Land, although the 18 realms are all second-tier realms, they have to work together to contend with the 3 strongest realms. The 18 domains are in a cooperative relationship. Many years ago, they used the power of the domains to form a formation to defend the 18 domains and resist the possible invasion of the other 3 domains. The 18 realms of gods in our reverse divine realm have also formed a formation similar to the realm-crossing grand formation. In other words, it's an imitation of the grand formation to defend the reverse divine realm. Duan Lingtian frowned. Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he heard Su Bailai's words. Palace Master, according to what you said, the 18 realms, including the reverse god realm, are in a cooperative relationship. Moreover, the realm energy between each other has formed a defensive grand formation. In that case, the safety of the reverse divine realm is very important. Why do we need another layer of protection in our own home? The other 17 realms won't just stand by and watch the reverse divine realm be destroyed by the 3 great realms, right? Duan Lingtian paused for a moment as though he had thought of something. His eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be, Duan Lingtian looked at Su Bailai and asked in a low voice, could it be that there are also conflicts between the 18 domains? Su Bailai looked at Duan Lingtian approvingly and nodded. That's right, there are also battles between the 18 domains. Of course, we won't go too far. As for what you're fighting for when you become stronger, step into the realm of Upper Ultimate God, enter the Outer Realm, and understand, or become an ultimate expert and become one of the guardians of the God-defying realm, you'll naturally understand. There are some things that you may not understand even if I tell you now. After all, you've just entered the Ultimate God realm. You still don't know or understand some of the higher-level things. Su Bailai said. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was naturally enlightened. He was no longer curious about this because everything was similar to what he had guessed. There were indeed battles in the 18 domains. However, this battle should not affect their joint defense against the possible invasion of the 3 great domains. It was normal. In his previous life on Earth, there was another saying, where there were people, there would be conflicts. Usually, people would fight with each other. However, when both sides were in danger and had a common enemy, it was normal for people to put aside their personal grudges and work together to defend against the enemy. Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian asked further about the Devata realms. After listening to Su Bailai's explanation, Duan Lingtian learned that the 81 Devata realms had nothing to do with the 18 realms of gods. In the beginning, there were not 81 Devata realms. Later on, there were only 81 Devata realms. In the past, there were more than 100 Devata realms. The Devata realms are not created by humans, including the mundane realms. They're naturally formed in the God-defying realm. After the living beings are born in them, they continue to grow and transform. In fact, some of the Devata realms used to be mundane realms many years ago. This was the first time Duan Lingtian had heard about this. However, he did not think it was impossible. In short, Su Bailai said with a smile. Su Bailai said with a smile, what you can do now is to make a name for yourself in the Chaos territory. It's best if you can become the first on the Lesser Ultimate Gods list in the upgraded version of the Chaos territory 60 years later. At that time, you'll appear in front of many supreme powerhouses. Who knows, maybe some supreme powerhouse will come up with the idea of forming a good relationship with you. Before you become stronger, it's very important for you to be taken care of by a supreme powerhouse. Upon hearing Su Bailai's words, Duan Lingtian suddenly remembered something. Previously, when he was in the single-person's secret realm in the Divine Judgment battlefield, he had encountered Ning Yishuan, the genius from the Ning clan in the Land of Sanctions. At that time, he had almost killed Ning Yishuan. It was the supreme powerhouse from the Ning clan who had intervened and saved him. After that, the supreme powerhouse from the Ning clan had given him 2 embryos of supreme divine weapons as compensation. At the same time, the person who had given him the embryos of supreme divine weapons had also given him 2 embryos of supreme divine weapons. Moreover, there was another supreme powerhouse whom he had never met or heard of who had also given him 2 embryos of supreme divine weapons. Moreover, they were sword-shaped embryos. At that time, He had realized that they were also two supreme powerhouses. Those two supreme powerhouses were planning to give me the embryos of supreme divine weapons as a gift to form a good relationship with me? When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. Previously, he had been puzzled. Were all supreme powerhouses so generous? Now, it seemed that this was not necessarily the case. They must have seen great potential in him and had taken out two embryos of supreme divine weapons as an investment for him. At the very least, if he became stronger, and the two supreme powerhouses were unfamiliar with the situation, his attitude would definitely be different if they were in front of him. As expected, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Although he was not young now, more than 900 years old, compared to the age of those supreme powerhouses, he was not even a fraction of their age. Palace Master, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Now, he had understood what he wanted to know. Duan Lingtian was preparing to return to the Chaos region in the battlefield of the Gods' Inquisition. He would continue to look for his wife, Kerr, his mother-in-law, and his sister-in-law while improving himself. Let me give you a ride. Su Bailey smiled and said, although there may not be anyone guarding outside, I'll give you a ride so you can be more careful. Thank you, Palace Master. Duan Lingtian thanked him repeatedly. He still trusted this Palace Master. To put it bluntly, if even this person wanted to harm him, he would have been captured and killed as soon as he entered the Wanda Law Palace. Immediately after, Duan Lingtian and Su Bailey walked together and entered the battlefield of the Dark Zen. Then, they entered the battlefield of the Gods' Inquisition. After entering the battlefield of the Gods' Inquisition, Su Bailey was ready to leave. Although you've been amazingly talented along the way and have been able to turn danger into safety every time, I still have to remind you that you still have to be more careful. In the history of the God-defying world, although I've never heard of such a talented person like you, the God-defying world has a long history. There may have been someone like you, or even someone more talented than you, although I don't know if such a person has grown up successfully. What I know is that even such a person has the risk of dying halfway, and once he dies, everything will be for naught. No matter how talented he is, he will be forgotten by people with the passage of time. Speaking of this, Su Bailey's serious face relaxed slightly. So, you have to be careful. Thank you for the reminder, Palace Master. I'll be careful. Duan Lingtian nodded solemnly. In fact, if it were not for Ning Yishuan's help last time, he would have died. Since then, he had become even more careful. He also knew that even if his journey had been smooth sailing and he had been able to turn danger into safety many times, once he fell, he would really fall. Su Bailey said as he tore open the space and left. At the same time, a blade-shaped metal embryo appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. It exuded a chilling aura that was breathtaking. This is, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly. When he looked at Su Bailey again, he saw that Su Bailey had already disappeared. The embryo of a supreme divine weapon. Duan Lingtian sighed. This embryo of a supreme divine weapon must be something very precious even to the Palace Master. It might be the only one he had. However, he had given it to him. Not everyone, even a high-level ultimate god, had the embryo of a supreme divine weapon. Of course, the high-level ultimate gods who stood at the top of the pyramid of high-level ultimate gods would have many embryos of supreme divine weapons in their hands. They might even have a complete supreme divine weapon. However, the Palace Master of Myriad Arts Academy should only be an ordinary high-level ultimate god. After all, the Palace Master had told Duan Lingtian that he would not be able to last more than 3 moves in front of his eldest senior sister, Yun Tingfeng, the head of the Yun family. I owe him another favor. Duan Lingtian shook his head but still put away the blade-shaped embryo of a supreme divine weapon in front of him. This was something he urgently needed. After all, he had already collected 7 embryos and integrated them into the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Now, there was another one. There were a total of 8. As long as the 7 Orifices exquisite sword is given enough time, it can directly transform into a supreme divine weapon. If I have a supreme divine weapon, my strength will rise to another level. Even if I have a supreme divine weapon now, even if I'm a top mid-level ultimate god, as long as my opponent doesn't have a supreme divine weapon, I might be able to match him. Perhaps I might be able to defeat him. At the thought of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with desire. Let's go to the Chaos Territory. After confirming that he was in the outer area of the battlefield of the God's Adjudication, Duan Lingtian found a military camp nearby and made a trip to the Divine Offering Land before re-entering the inner area and entering the Chaos Territory. As soon as he entered the Chaos Territory, he passed by a canyon and was suddenly enveloped by energy that swept over Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was speechless. He had just arrived, but he was about to be swept into a secret territory and become a gatekeeper? Was he not too unlucky? The challenger is definitely not from the world of divine remains. I wonder if he's from the land of sanctions or the other 4 realms of gods. Chapter 4294. Duan Lingtian was very familiar with the situation he was facing now because he had experienced it before. Back then, he had been drawn into a secret realm. The challengers were from the land of sanctions. They were confident they could defeat all the challengers, including him. At that time, the people from the world of divine remains who were trying to break through with him had already lost all hope. He was the one who killed the people from the land of sanctions and forced them to retreat. Then, he was transported out of the secret realm with the people from the land of divine offering, saving them from death. This time, he was drawn into a secret realm again. However, he did not know which realm of gods this secret realm belonged to. The only thing he was certain of was that it was definitely not a secret realm from the divine offering land. This was because he had entered the realm of chaos with the identity of someone from the world of divine offering. This time, the challengers who were drawn into the secret realm with him were definitely from the land of divine offering. As for the challengers, they were definitely not from the land of divine offering. If the land of chaos had not opened, the challengers would definitely be from the land of sanctions. However, now that the land of chaos had opened and 4 realms of gods had joined, there were 5 possible challengers. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's vision turned dark and bright before he discovered he was above an icy plain. A gust of cold air swept toward him, but it was blocked by the divine energy on his body. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw 6 people appearing next to him one after another. The 6 of them did not look too good at this moment. How unlucky! I can't believe I was sent here to guard the secret realm. One of the middle-aged men cursed. It's meaningless to talk about this now. Another old man shook his head. The most important thing now is for us to join forces and fight the challengers in front of us. As long as we defeat them, we'll be able to leave this secret realm safely. That's right. What we need to do now is not to complain, but to join forces and leave this place alive. Another middle-aged man said, hitting the nail on the head. The other 3 nodded as well. Their expressions were solemn as well. Duan Lingtian did not speak. He was looking at the other side of the icy plain. Over there were 7 people looking straight at them. When the 7 people saw them, 6 of them were still fine, and they still had calm smiles on their faces. But the last person's expression instantly changed, and his face turned extremely ugly. Young Master Hong. Soon, one of the other 6 noticed the ugly expression on this person's face. He was very puzzled. This person was the descendant of a supreme expert. Furthermore, he was the grandson that the supreme expert doted on. Normally, he was aloof and insufferably arrogant. Even when he was challenging the trials and facing any of the trials, he was always calm and collected. But now, his expression suddenly changed. According to the difficulty of the previous checkpoint, the difficulty of this checkpoint shouldn't be too high, right? At this moment, the other 5 people's gazes simultaneously landed on the middle-aged man whose expression suddenly changed. Each of them had a puzzled look on their faces. Young Master Hong, could it be that there's a tough one among these people? Young Master Hong, is your enemy here? If he's your enemy, we'll join hands and kill him first. Master Hong. At this moment, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Although he was not the strongest among the group of challengers in the land of cloud and water, he could be ranked in the middle. In addition, he was the descendant of a supreme expert and even the grandson of a supreme expert. Therefore, everyone was very polite to him. They kept calling him Young Master Hong. What a coincidence! Duan Lingtian smiled. He did not expect to meet this person in such a small world. Hong Zhangyi. In the past, it was this person who led a dozen middle-level ultimate gods to besiege him and almost killed him. It was Ning Yishuan's timely appearance that saved him. He did not expect to meet this person here. This was interesting. At this moment, the people around Duan Lingtian in the land of divine remains also noticed that the atmosphere was a little strange. For a moment, they could not help but look at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was the focus of the group of gatekeepers' attention. He's Duan Lingtian from the Myriad Art Academy in the land of Xianxia. At this moment, even Hong Zhangyi had to inform the people around him about the identity of the purple-clothed young man. He was the target that the group of descendants of supreme experts, including himself, wanted to kill even in their dreams. Firstly, it was because they had a direct interest in him. Secondly, they were jealous of Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension. But as the descendants of supreme experts, how could they not be compared to a country bumpkin from a lower secondary plane? When the 6 people around Hong Zhangyi heard Hong Zhangyi's words, their originally puzzled expressions and indifferent gazes disappeared and were replaced with astonishment. Duan Lingtian? He's the monster from the Myriad Art Academy in the land of Xianxia? He just entered the ultimate god realm, but he's already able to fight against the best middle-level ultimate gods. It's him. The 6 people's expressions changed when they came to their senses. Their expressions were even worse than Hong Zhangyi's. Let's go. After the 6 of them looked at each other, they also noticed that a door shadow had appeared above Hong Zhangyi's head. He had chosen to leave the secret realm instead of continuing to break through. Seeing Hong Zhangyi's reaction, the 6 of them naturally did not have any hesitation. A door appeared above their heads. In the next moment, when 7 doors appeared, the 7 figures, including Hong Zhangyi, disappeared almost at the same time, leaving only the sound of a biting cold wind. At the same time, the 6 people around Duan Lingtian had a stunned expression on their faces. What's going on? Hong Zhangyi and the others were too far away after all. In addition, they did not use their divine sense to probe, so they had no idea what Hong Zhangyi and the others were talking about. The only thing they knew was that the purple-clothed young man beside them had something to do with the departure of the 7 gatekeepers in front of them. Could this purple-clothed young man be some kind of extraordinary person? Suddenly, an old man seemed to have thought of something. His eyes widened rapidly. Could he be the monster Duan Lingtian from the Xianxia land? I heard. Duan Lingtian entered the battlefield of God's judgment as a person from the world of divine offering. Also, Duan Lingtian looks like a young man, wearing a purple robe, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Everything matches. As the old man spoke, the others looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of astonishment. Could he really be Duan Lingtian? Why don't we ask him? The 6 of them hesitated. They wanted to ask Duan Lingtian, but no one dared to speak first. In the end, it was Duan Lingtian who smiled faintly. Yes, I am Duan Lingtian. The moment he saw Hong Zhangyi, Duan Lingtian had guessed the outcome. Although he had the chance to teleport closer and kill Hong Zhangyi at that moment, however, unless he killed everyone here, the news of Hong Zhangyi being killed by him would definitely spread. It might even reach the ears of Hong Zhangyi's omnipotent grandfather. As for the failure to kill Hong Zhangyi and his grandfather's projection appearing, Duan Lingtian was not worried about that. The possibility of that happening was close to 0. The projection jade slip of an omnipotent's true body was a rare item. Even an omnipotent would have to expend a lot of effort to condense it. Hong Zhangyi was indeed the grandson of an omnipotent. However, as far as he knew, that omnipotent had many grandchildren. Hong Zhangyi was just one of them that he doted on more. Such an omnipotent's descendant was actually not worthy of an omnipotent's true body projection jade slip. The true body projection jade slip was usually given to the most talented descendants of the omnipotent. It might even be the disciple of the omnipotent. Those people were irreplaceable. At least in the eyes of the omnipotent, They were irreplaceable. Take Ning Yixuan for example. Ning Yixuan, as far as he knew, was not actually a direct descendant of the omnipotent of the Ning clan. However, because of Ning Yixuan's outstanding talent, he was valued by the omnipotent since young. Therefore, in the eyes of the omnipotent, Ning Yixuan's status was even higher than his own descendants. His descendants, as long as they were omnipotent experts who had not severed their emotions and desires, had lived for so many years. For example, the omnipotent expert of the Ning clan had more than 100 children. Grandsons, granddaughters, maternal grandsons, maternal granddaughters, there were even more than 1,000 of them. As for an outstanding Ning clan descendant like Ning Yixuan, he was the only one in the current generation of the Ning clan. What a pity! I actually met him in the secret realm. Duan Lingtian felt that it was a pity. If he had met him outside, he could have killed him directly. Then, even if the omnipotent experts knew that he was dead, they would not be able to trace it back to him. There was no way to send messages in the dimensional battlefield. Moreover, outside of the secret realm, even the omnipotent experts who were monitoring the dimensional battlefield could not keep an eye on every corner of the dimensional battlefield. They would not pay much attention to the death of a lower ultimate god. This was what Duan Lingtian had learned before. Of course, if he killed Hong Zhangyi in front of a group of people in the secret realm, the news would spread. Even if the omnipotent expert did not openly deal with him or was open-minded enough to not deal with him, it was inevitable that the omnipotent expert's subordinates would make a fuss about it. In his opinion, it was better to avoid this kind of thing as much as possible. He had just entered the lower ultimate god realm. As long as one or two stronger upper ultimate gods came, it would be difficult for him to escape even if he wanted to. Everything was for survival. Although Duan Lingtian could not wait to kill Hong Zhangyi to avenge the past, he forced himself to endure. It's really you. You're really Duan Lingtian. Duan Ling, you're too strong. Those people did not even have the courage to attack after recognizing you and left immediately. Duan Lingtian, it's all thanks to you that we were able to pass this time. Thank you. After confirming Duan Lingtian's identity, the people from the world of divine remains were shocked and thanked Duan Lingtian one after another. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was sent out of the secret realm as the others thanked him. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian discovered he had appeared in a valley. With just a glance, he saw a person who was bombarding the cliff at the side of the valley. It was as though he was trying to create a shelter for himself. Duan Lingtian's sudden appearance also alarmed the other party. After seeing Duan Lingtian, the other party's face instantly turned pale. Impossible? How is this possible? What a coincidence! Duan Lingtian was also shocked at this moment. Was this not too much of a coincidence? Or was Hong Zhangyi unlucky? After he was teleported out, he actually appeared at the place where Hong Zhangyi was. Was this not too much of a coincidence? Chapter 4295. Duan Lingtian and Hong Zhangyi looked at each other. Both of their eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief. However, a moment later, a cold light flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes while deep in Hong Zhangyi's eyes, there was fear that came from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, Hong Zhangyi was no longer as arrogant as when he first met Duan Lingtian. He was no longer as arrogant in front of Duan Lingtian. At that time, he had more than a dozen medium ultimate gods with him. His strength could completely crush Duan Lingtian and he had the confidence to be arrogant. However, he was alone now. Not to mention that he was alone. For example, in the secret realm earlier, even if he had a few helpers, he did not think they would be able to defeat Duan Lingtian if they joined forces. Duan Lingtian. Seeing Duan Lingtian walking toward him, Hong Zhangyi's expression turned ugly. However, he forced a smile on his face. I don't have any personal grudges with you. The reason I brought people to look for you last time was purely because of my brother's instigation. He's my grandfather's disciple and is expected to be in the top 3 of the Chaos region's upgraded lower ultimate gods list 60 years later. He asked me to help him deal with you so that he can be in the top 3. Hong Zhangyi could feel the coldness and murderous intent in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He was already trying his best to survive. As for the brother he mentioned, it was completely fabricated. He did it so that Duan Lingtian would not vent all of his anger on him. Do you think I'll believe you? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Although he felt that it was a coincidence to meet Hong Zhangyi again, he did not plan to let him go. If he missed such a good opportunity, he might not get another one like this in the future. Even if it was not a coincidence and was arranged by someone, he was not afraid. The person who arranged this was most likely an ultimate expert. If it was really arranged by an ultimate expert, the other party must not be on good terms with the ultimate expert behind Hong Zhangyi. Otherwise, he would not have set up Hong Zhangyi, an ultimate expert's descendant. If the other party could do such a thing, he was not worried that the other party would complain to the ultimate expert behind Hong Zhangyi. Of course, it could also be a coincidence. Duan Lingtian. Hong Zhangyi's expression changed again when he saw Duan Lingtian was ignoring him even though he tried to be soft. He said in a deep voice, Duan Lingtian, if you dare to kill me, my grandfather won't let you go. My grandfather is a supreme expert. If he wanted to kill you, it would be easier than crushing an ant. This time, Hong Zhangyi was going to be tough. Using both soft and hard methods was all for the sake of survival. However, Duan Lingtian merely smiled in the face of Hong Zhangyi, who had become unyielding. Hong Zhangyi, if I kill you, do you think your supreme powerhouse grandfather will know that I'm the one who killed you? Lingtian Lingtians S Lingtian Lingtians, ifs Lingtian Lingtians Lingtians, Lingtian Lingtian Lingtian. He Lingtian, show about it? If he doesn't make a move, there's no need to worry about violating the rules of the planar battlefield and the chaos region. If his true body projection appears, I will give him face. Duan Lingtian continued. The smile on his face? His smile grew brighter and brighter. He was certain that Hong Zhangyi did not have his grandfather's projection jade slip. Hong Zhangyi's expression changed again. Moreover, her face was slightly flushed, as if she had become somewhat embarrassed and resentful at this moment. Although he was the descendant of a supreme expert and his own grandson, and his grandfather doted on him a lot, something like a projection jade slip, however, it was not his turn yet. Even? A few years ago, he took the initiative to ask for it from his grandfather and was reprimanded by his grandfather. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Hong Zhangyi could not find the dark place above the void. An elderly figure was faintly discernible. Isn't it inappropriate for us to do this? Even though I helped him take revenge? If old Hong finds out, I'm afraid he won't let this go. The elderly figure was, shockingly, an old man. If Duan Lingtian heard his voice, it would be easy for him to recognize that he had heard this voice before. Moreover, he would be able to recognize that this was the voice of the person who had given him 6 embryos of supreme artifacts. Back then, the embryos of supreme artifacts given to him by the supreme expert of the Ning clan had also been given by the other party. Although the other party had not appeared, his voice had entered Duan Lingtian's ears, leaving a deep impression on Duan Lingtian. Because that was the first time Duan Lingtian had heard the supreme expert's voice. Therefore, Duan Lingtian still remembered it clearly. Of course, now that the old man was speaking, Duan Lingtian could not hear his voice. Therefore, there was no way he could remember or recognize the old man. At this moment, beside the old man stood a young man. His figure was elegant and carefree. So what if he knows? Is he a match for me? His calm words were filled with confidence. Hearing this, the old man could not help but smile bitterly. We're all on the same side. If possible, it's better to avoid conflict. This time, as long as you don't take the initiative to mention it, he won't know. As he spoke, it was obvious that he was leaving. It depends on my mood. The young man said indifferently. The old man shook his head, looking a little helpless. Then he said, last time, I felt that you were just on a whim and threw him 2 embryos of supreme artifacts. This time, why did you specially take revenge for him? You left some time ago. It seems like you went to find your father's successor? The old man asked curiously, did you find him? Hearing this, the young man's eyes flashed and then he nodded. I found him. He's not bad. His attainments in the sword Dao are not much weaker than my father's at his peak. He's even stronger than me. As long as he successfully grows into an supreme expert, The Sword of Time will reappear in the God-defying realm and the land beyond. The Sword of Time. Hearing these 3 words, even the old man's face could not help but turn solemn. That was a legend of the God-defying realm. It was a pity that he died later. Although he died, he also fought to the death of several powerful supreme experts who invaded the God-defying realm. In that battle, the God-defying realm won a great victory. The supreme expert known as the Sword of Time was also the father of the person next to him. He was proficient in the law of time and was known as the #1 sword cultivator in the God-defying realm. Suddenly, the old man seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils shrank sharply. This Duan Lington, could it be that he has something to do with your father's successor? At this moment, the old man suddenly remembered that even the purple-clothed young man in front of him had very high attainments in the sword Dao. You old man, you're not following me, are you? The young man looked at the old man, and his eyes narrowed slightly. When the old man heard this, his eyes shone brightly. Is there really a relationship? As soon as he finished speaking, he said again, if I really followed you, wouldn't you find out? Hurry up and tell me. What's the relationship between this Duan Lingtian and your father's successor? The old man asked curiously. When the young man heard this, he glanced at the old man indifferently. After which, his gaze landed on the purple figure below. He said in a calm tone, this little fellow is my junior brother's disciple. He also learned his sword Dao from my junior brother. Junior brother. In the young man's eyes, the person who had obtained his father's inheritance was naturally his junior brother. What? This time, the old man was shocked. He's your junior brother's disciple? In addition to being surprised, he suddenly understood. No wonder you suddenly intervened in this matter, and even sent old Hong's grandson to his sword. It turns out that he's your junior nephew. That's right. Even Duan Lington himself did not know that he had inexplicably gained a supreme master's uncle master. If you give him such a chance, aren't you worried that he'll be afraid of old Hong behind Hong Zhangyi, so he won't dare to kill Hong Zhangyi? The old man asked. If that's the case, the young man smiled faintly. Then let him be. I did give him a chance. It's up to him whether he grasps it or not. If he doesn't do it now, he'll definitely attract revenge in the future. At that time, even if I want to protect him, I can't always follow him to protect him. This God-defying realm is very big, and I'm not a guard who seems to have nothing to do. The young man said. However, I believe that he'll make a move. When the young man spoke again, he was obviously quite confident in Duan Lingtian. In the face of Hong Zhangyi, who used both the carrot and the stick, Duan Lingtian did not pay attention to him. It was so much so that when Hong Zhangyi tried to escape, he unhurriedly took action and directly imprisoned Hong Zhangyi. Only then did he kill Hong Zhangyi as Hong Zhangyi begged bitterly. Of course, Hong Zhangyi was begging Duan Lingtian to spare his life. However, Duan Lingtian did not intend to show mercy. Last time, he had almost died in Hong Zhangyi's hands. This time, he naturally would not miss the opportunity to take revenge. After killing Hong Zhangyi, although Duan Lingtian did not know if there was a supreme powerhouse helping him in the dark, he still walked one round in the air and cupped his hands slightly to salute Hong Zhangyi. After bowing to the 4 directions, he left. It seems that he's also guessed something. In the void, the old man said with a smile. He's not stupid. The young man smiled faintly. It's a coincidence that he could meet Hong Zhangyi in the secret realm. If it's a coincidence, then it's too much of a coincidence. Of course, it's not impossible. However, there's a high probability that such a coincidence will happen. Now, he's probably still not sure if all of this is a coincidence. He's just guessing that someone is secretly doing something. However, he's also lucky that the secret realm he was swept into happened to be in the area that you and I are in charge of. If it were in other areas, I wouldn't be able to help him even if I wanted to. As the young man spoke, the smile on his face grew wider. You rascal! When the old man saw this, he could not help but shake his head. Since 900 years ago, when I monitored the battlefield of the gods' judgment together with you, today is definitely the day you smile the most. How is it? All of a sudden, you have a junior brother and a junior nephew. Doesn't it feel good? You should know that before this, you were all alone. Chapter 4296. Old thing, I just realized that you're so talkative. The young man glanced at the old man and said. Hearing this, the old man didn't mind and chuckled. Isn't it because you're different from usual? How about it? Did you show yourself and meet with your junior brother? Facing the old man's question, the young man shook his head. I won't interfere with his path. Before he becomes an omnipotent, I don't plan to meet or acknowledge him. The young man said. Even so. The old man smiled faintly. But with your character? I'm afraid you can't ignore it, right? After all, he's your father's successor. Not everyone can get your father's favor. From what you said, his attainments in Sword Dao aren't inferior to yours. I think it's because of this that your father took a fancy to him. Or, one of the ways to open the inheritance left by your father, the Sword of Time, is to comprehend Sword Dao to a certain level as a key. The old man said. Old thing, you know my father well. The young man looked at the old man deeply. My father didn't mention you to me when he was alive. The old man smiled slightly. When the Sword of Time dominated the God-defying world, I didn't have such an achievement. Although I'm not a sword cultivator, Senior Sword of Time is my idol. At this moment, the young man's gaze became even deeper. In other words, you're close to me because I'm my father's son? A little. The smile on the old man's face suddenly became a little awkward. Of course, there was one thing he didn't say. That was because one of the supreme experts who had invaded the world with the Sword of Time was the person who had killed his master. Since he was young, he had no parents and was raised by his master, groomed and acknowledged. Therefore, he viewed his master as his father, and the hatred of his master was no different from the hatred of his father. It was also because of this that he had always been very grateful to his master. Duan Lingtian naturally couldn't discover Hong Zhangyi, who was being watched by two omnipotent. Of course, Duan Lingtian also guessed that there might be an omnipotent hiding in the dark. Even the second time he met Hong Zhangyi was arranged by that omnipotent. Because everything was too coincidental. However, even if he felt that there was a supreme expert here, he couldn't guess that the other party was intentionally helping him. He only thought that the other party had a grudge against Hong Zhangyi's grandfather. He wanted to use him to kill Hong Zhangyi. It was even more impossible for him to know about the supreme expert who had helped him. Furthermore, he was the son of the original owner of the omnipotent inheritance that his teacher, Feng Qingyang, had obtained. His master, Feng Qingyang? Unbeknownst to him, he had become the junior brother of a supreme expert. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had become the junior nephew of a supreme powerhouse without him being aware of it. There are still 60 years left. I'll also accumulate some battle merits and open the secret realm. Open the secret realm? Obtain treasures inside? It's much easier than finding treasures in the chaos territory. Moreover, when a lower ultimate god opens the secret territory, the people inside are also lower ultimate gods. Their battle achievements are destined to be my wedding dress. This was also Duan Lingtian's greatest advantage. Not to mention others, just Ning Yixuan, who was recognized as the #1 person among the younger generation in the god-defying realm. Even if he entered the same secret realm as him, he was destined to be unable to compete with him. Of course, if Duan Lingtian met Ning Yixuan in the secret realm now, he would definitely not have a conflict with him. He would even give up any benefits to him. After all, Ning Yixuan had saved his life. No matter what reason Ning Yixuan had saved him, he had saved his life after all. And he wasn't someone who would repay kindness with ingratitude. In the following period of time, Duan Lingtian wandered around the chaos territory. With the lesson of the past, he did not stay in one place and kept wandering around. Under such circumstances, even if someone recognized him in the dark, he was not stopped by anyone. No matter where he went, there was no pattern to follow. How could anyone stop him? The chaos territory was neither big nor small. Unless everyone in the chaos territory was mobilized and searched for him after finding out where he had appeared not long ago, there might be a chance of finding him. However, was that possible? This was simply an unrealistic thing. In the next few years, Duan Lingtian wantonly collected battle merits. At the same time, 5 years later, he used half of his battle merits to open a multi-person secret realm. Of course, a multi-person secret realm was not something he could open whenever he wanted. For example, this time, Duan Lingtian chose a 10-person secret realm. This was already the limit of the number of people in the secret realm. If he wanted to open it successfully, another 10 people had to pay a similar amount of battle merits to open it successfully. Unless the 10 of them had discussed it beforehand, how could they possibly pay the same amount of battle merits? Once battle merits were paid, there was no way to return them. Let's wait. After spending his battle merits, Duan Lingtian knew that what followed next would be a long wait. When there were 10 people who paid a similar amount of battle merits, the 10-person secret realm would open. Of course, there was also a possibility that 7 or 8 people before him had paid a similar amount of battle merits to open the 10-person secret realm. Therefore, he did not need to wait for long to open the secret realm successfully. Another possibility was that he was the first person who had paid a similar amount of battle merits to open the 10-person secret realm. In that case, he would need to wait for the other 9 people to catch up to him. In that case, he would have to wait even longer. I'll continue collecting battle merits. After opening the secret realm, there was no need to wait in one place. This was because the entrance to the secret realm would appear next to the person who opened it. As long as one was still in the chaos territory, no matter where one went, the entrance would appear next to them. Of course, if one went to a crowded place, the entrance would appear in front of everyone. Of course, only one could enter the secret realm. No one else could enter. If this is the battlefield of the gods' adjudication, it would take at least a few decades or even a century to open the secret realm with so many battle merits. After all, there are only 2 people from the realms of gods in the battlefield of the gods' adjudication. Since there are 6 people from the realms of gods in the chaos territory, it would be much more efficient. Even if I'm the first one to open the secret realm, I should be able to open the 10-person secret realm after a few decades. Duan Lingtian could accept waiting for a few decades. Since he was mentally prepared, Duan Lingtian calmly waited for the 10-person secret realm to open. What Duan Lingtian did not know was that he was not the only one who had spent a similar amount of battle merits to open the 10-person secret realm. Before him, there were 6 other people who had spent a similar amount of battle merits to open the 10-person secret realm. He was the 7th person. Therefore, after waiting for 4 years, the space around him trembled and a spatial vortex appeared. It was like a deep spatial door that led to an unknown place. When the spatial door appeared beside Duan Lingtian, he met someone from the Cloudy Waterland. The Cloudy Waterland was the realm of gods where the descendant of the supreme expert he had killed, Hong Zhangyi, was from. Hong Zhangyi was a member of the Hong clan, an overlord ultimate god clan in the Cloudy Waterland. His grandfather was the only supreme expert in the Hong clan. Naturally, the people from the Cloudy Waterland that Duan Lingtian encountered were not from the Hong clan. It could not be so coincidental. The person from the Cloudy Waterland did not recognize Duan Lingtian. When he saw a new ultimate god green blocking his path and saw the spatial door appear beside him, he immediately sneered. "You want to stop me, play tricks on me, and then rush into the secret realm entrance so that I can't catch up? You're underestimating me." Just as Duan Lingtian was considering whether he should enter the secret realm directly or kill the lower ultimate god from the Cloudy Waterland before entering the secret realm, whoosh! Like a gust of wind, a figure appeared beside him out of thin air and blocked him from the entrance of the secret realm. It was none other than the lower ultimate god from the Cloudy Waterland whom he had just intercepted. A lower ultimate god who had already consolidated his cultivation base. The law he was proficient in was the same as Duan Lingtian, the law of space. At that moment, the person had used the space law's teleportation esoteric profundity to appear in front of Duan Lingtian and block his path to the entrance of the secret realm. "Boy, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish," the lower ultimate god from the Cloudy Waterland shouted coldly. He was a tall middle-aged man with a ruthless face. A giant hammer appeared in his hand and a giant soul appeared. The giant hammer carried an earth-shattering power and directly smashed towards Duan Lingtian. Boom! the hammer smashed out and shook the void. If there were other people with low cultivation base present, their eardrums might have been shattered. When Duan Lingtian saw this, he subconsciously wanted to teleport away. However, the person had already shaken the void and cut off Duan Lingtian's teleportation path. Boy, when you appeared to intercept me, I already knew that you're proficient in the law of space. You want to teleport away? No way. The middle-aged man sneered. The power of the giant hammer in his hand surged and raged. A terrifying spatial storm condensed and pressed towards Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian saw this, his expression did not change. He gently shook his head and said, I was still considering whether to ignore you and enter the secret realm, or kill you first before entering the secret realm. Now, it seems that there's no need to consider. As soon as he finished speaking, a spatial storm appeared on Duan Lingtian's body. Tens of thousands of seven-colored sword rays surged out of his body and merged into a sword before it collided with the gigantic hammer that was crashing down. When the sword was drawn, the seven-colored sword rays illuminated the entire area. At the same time, a heaven and earth vision that illuminated millions of miles appeared. Before this, the middle-aged man's attack did not even produce a heaven and earth vision that illuminated millions of miles. Impossible! The middle-aged man who thought he could easily kill the purple-clad young man was shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. A lower ultimate god who had just entered the ultimate god realm had mastered the law of space that could illuminate millions of miles of heaven and earth vision? Was this a joke? Chapter 4297. And this is the sword principle. The middle-aged man from the land of cloud and water was horrified when he saw Duan Lingtian's spatial law illuminating millions of miles of heaven and earth vision. When he realized that his attack was extremely weak in front of Jian Wushuang and was suppressed by Jian Wushuang's sword in the blink of an eye, he realized the second thing that shocked him. Jian Wushuang not only mastered the spatial law illuminating millions of miles of heaven and earth, but he also mastered the sword principle, one of the four principles of heaven and earth. Even if Jian Wushuang only mastered the former, he was no match for Jian Wushuang as the gap between their laws was too great. Even if his divine power was stronger, it would be useless. On top of that, the sword principle, he and Jian Wushuang were not on the same level. He was certain that even a medium ultimate god would not be a match for the man in front of him. Wait! A medium ultimate god. Suddenly, a thought flashed through the middle-aged man's mind. His pupils constricted as he asked in shock, You're Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. He remembered. In the chaos territory where he was from, there was a genius who had just entered the ultimate god realm who could kill a medium ultimate god like a dog. It was said that Jian Wushuang's strength was comparable to a top medium ultimate god. He did not think of that at first. Now that he remembered, he realized that he might have met the legendary Duan Lingtian. At that moment, the first thought that came to his mind was, if Jian Wushuang was really Duan Lingtian, then he was too unlucky. I'm Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian said calmly. After crushing his opponent's power, the sword light continued to move forward and attacked the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically as he hastily retreated. Currently, he could not use the teleportation profundity, so he could only retreat at the speed of the law of space. However, he could see Duan Lingtian was getting closer and closer to him. Young Master Duan Lingtian, I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I hope you can spare my life. The middle-aged man begged for mercy as he retreated. He knew that if Jian Wushuang did not let go of his desire to kill him, he would definitely die a moment later. I gave you a chance. Duan Lingtian said faintly, but you didn't cherish it. As soon as he finished speaking, the seven-colored sword light sped up even more. Just as the middle-aged man was about to speak again, it had already pierced into his body. Before that, it had forcefully destroyed the spatial power on the surface of his body. Before the middle-aged man died, other than despair, there was only regret in his eyes. Before he died, he only had one thought. Why did he want to throw his life away? After killing the middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian casually put away the divine artifact whose artifact soul had been annihilated. Then, in a flash, he entered the entrance of the secret land that had already been opened. Who would have thought that in just a few years, the 10-man secret realm would open? I wonder, who are the other 9 people? The only thing Duan Lingtian was certain of was that all 10 of them were either from the Divine Offering Land or from 2 realms of gods. 5 from the Divine Offering Land and 5 from the other realm of gods. This was also the rule of the Chaos Territory. The 10-man secret realm was the most populated secret realm. The challengers might not necessarily be from the same realm of gods. There could be 5 challengers from 2 realms of gods. If it was a secret realm with less than 10 people, such as a 9-man secret realm or an 8-man secret realm, the challengers would basically be from the same realm of gods. If one chose that kind of secret realm, the opening speed would be even slower. Therefore, Duan Lingtian chose the 10-man secret realm not only because of the possibility of obtaining more treasures, but also because the opening speed of the 10-man secret realm was faster in the Chaos Territory. Moreover, there were people from 6 realms of gods in the Chaos Territory who were competing with each other. The speed of obtaining battle merits here was also much faster than before the opening of the Chaos Territory. Those who chose to open the 10-man secret realm were basically those who were confident in themselves. This was especially true when they had to spend a lot of battle merits to open the 10-man secret realm. Apart from Duan Lingtian, the other 9 challengers were all top-tier lesser ultimate gods. They could even easily defeat those weaker medium ultimate gods who had yet to consolidate their cultivation base. However, they were destined to be disappointed when they entered the secret realm full of confidence. This was because the person who entered the secret realm with them was even more monstrous than them. After entering the secret realm entrance, Duan Lingtian only saw a flash of light and darkness. In the next moment he found himself in a vast grassland. He squinted his eyes and looked around. Soon he saw 4 figures nearby. At this moment, the 4 figures were standing in the distance with their backs facing him. They were staring into the distance. Duan Lingtian flew up into the sky. At a glance, it was not difficult for him to see 5 figures hovering in the sky in the distance. They were looking at him from afar. It seems like the challengers this time are from 2 realms of gods, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. This 10-man secret realm was different from the 10-man secret realms where the challengers would kill each other. In the 10-man secret realms where the challengers would kill each other, there would be 20 challengers in the beginning. Then it would be 10 versus 10. However, Duan Lingtian only saw 9 challengers instead of 19 when he entered the secret realm. This meant the secret realm they had entered was not the kind of secret realm where the challengers would kill each other. The challengers had to overcome various obstacles in the secret realm to obtain the rewards. Of course, it would be difficult for 10 challengers from 2 different realms of gods to work together. First and foremost, it would be difficult for them to trust each other. "Brother, come here." As soon as Duan Lingtian flew up into the sky, a middle-aged man among the 4 challengers turned to greet Duan Lingtian. "The 4 of us are from the Divine Offering Land like you. The other 5 challengers are from River Earl Land." River Earl Land. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had heard of this realm of gods. After all, there were a total of 6 realms of gods entering the Chaos Territory. Apart from the Divine Offering Land and the Sanctioned Land, there were 4 other realms of gods. River Earl Land was one of the realms of gods. When Duan Lingtian saw a lesser ultimate god from the Divine Offering Land greeting him warmly, he did not give the lesser ultimate god a cold shoulder. He stepped into the air and stood side by side with the lesser ultimate god in just a blink of an eye. Naturally, they kept a distance from each other. Even the other 4 challengers from the Divine Offering Land kept a safe distance from each other. Although they came from the same realm of gods, they were not familiar with each other. Naturally, they did not trust each other completely. For this reason, they were not surprised by Duan Lingtian's vigilance. In fact, they thought it was normal. Perhaps, if Duan Lingtian was not so vigilant, they might have thought there was something wrong with Duan Lingtian. "What's the situation now?" an old man asked. He had arrived before Duan Lingtian. When he arrived, the 3 challengers from the Divine Offering Land were already confronting the 5 challengers from River Earl Land. "We've just arrived as well." What's your plan now? Are you going to work with them, or are we going to go our own way and take what we want? The fourth challenger from the divine offering land was a plain-looking young man who was dressed plainly. He asked Duan Lingtian and the other 3 challengers about their plans. Duan Lingtian remained silent. There was no need for him to speak at all. In fact, it would not affect him much no matter what the 4 challengers decided to do. Naturally, if the 4 challengers were going to attack the 5 challengers from River Earl Land, he would definitely stop them. After all, the 5 challengers from River Earl Land were free labor to him. There were some obstacles in the secret zone that could be overcome by one person, but it would be more troublesome. Since there were people who were willing to work for him, why not? They're coming. Suddenly, the 5 challengers from River Earl Land flew toward Duan Lingtian and the other 4 challengers from the Divine Offering Land. The 5 challengers looked at Duan Lingtian and the other 4 challengers from the Divine Offering Land. Although Duan Lingtian was considered a celebrity in the Chaos Territory and the Realms of Gods, not many people had seen him before. Apart from him, the other 9 challengers had never seen him before. Otherwise, they would not have been able to remain so calm until now. Everyone, I think it's better for us to work together. The first few obstacles are easy, but the later ones are more difficult. If we encounter the gatekeepers from the same realms of gods later on, they'll easily defeat us one by one. An old man among the 5 challengers from River Earl Land said in a loud voice. Although he looked old, his voice was loud and clear. It was like rolling thunder that entered the ears of Duan Lingtian and the other 4 challengers. Meanwhile, on Duan Lingtian's side, the other 4 people were communicating through voice transmission with Duan Lingtian. None of them had any objections to working together. Finally, when they asked Duan Lingtian for his opinion, Duan Lingtian also expressed that he had no objections. That was exactly what he wanted. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian and the other 4 challengers from River Earl Land decided to work together to challenge the secret realm. Duan Lingtian was the most taciturn among the 5 challengers from the Divine Offering Land. The other 9 challengers did not think much of it and even thought Duan Lingtian was feeling inferior. After all, only one of them had just entered the ultimate god realm among the 10 of them. Of course, although Duan Lingtian had just entered the ultimate god realm, the fact that he could accumulate enough battle merits to open the secret realm meant that Duan Lingtian was not as weak as a lower ultimate god who had just entered the ultimate god realm. Those weak lower ultimate gods might not be able to accumulate enough battle merits to open the secret realm even if they spent thousands of years in the realm battlefield or in a place like the Chaos Territory. Therefore, although the other 9 challengers were surprised that a lower ultimate god who had just entered the ultimate god realm had sneaked into their group, none of them dared to underestimate Duan Lingtian. Soon, Duan Lingtian and the others faced the first obstacle. After passing the first obstacle, the reward appeared. However, it was a reward that Duan Lingtian was not interested in at all. In the end, it was divided equally between 1 challenger from the Divine Offering Land and 1 challenger from River Earl Land. It was just enough for 2 people to share. However, Duan Lingtian did nothing at the second obstacle while a few of the other 9 challengers took action and easily passed it. Duan Lingtian was finally interested in the reward this time. Duan Lingtian teleported and appeared where the reward was and grabbed it in his hand. At the same time, not only the 5 challengers from River Earl Land but also the 4 challengers from the Divine Offering Land had a change of expression. Chapter 4298. Duan Lingtian's sudden action of taking the prize was out of everyone's expectation. Whether it was the people from Hebo Land or the Divine Offering Land, all of them were staring at Duan Lingtian fiercely. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, was considered invisible among them. He usually followed behind them and did not contribute much. However, they turned a blind eye to this. After all, he was just a lesser ultimate god who had just entered the divine venerable stage. They could not be bothered to make a fuss about it. At most, they would give him less or no reward at all. However, what they didn't expect was that when the reward appeared in the second checkpoint, the purple-clothed young man who hadn't done much all this while suddenly teleported close and grabbed the reward first. On the Hebo Land side, An old man among the five stared at Duan Lingtian fiercely and snorted. Kid, there are some things that I'm afraid you won't be able to use even if you're alive to take them. You didn't contribute much in the 2 consecutive challenges. As long as you don't share the spoils, I won't bother with you. Now, you want to snatch the reward for this challenge. The old man's eyes were a little gloomy as if he wanted to kill someone. At that moment, it was not only the people from Hebo land who were staring at Duan Lingtian. Even the 4 people from the Divine Offering land were frowning as they did not know what the invisible in their team was trying to do. Was he tired of living? Or did he think that the 4 of them would help him because they were also from the Divine Offering land? At the same time, the 4 people from Hebo land were also emitting divine energy and the power of law. Various colors of divine energy that had been integrated with the power of law swayed and dazzled beautifully. So what if I am? Duan Lingtian chuckled and immediately released his divine energy. As the power of law of space fluctuated, a vision of heaven and earth that illuminated 1,000,000 miles appeared and shone in all directions. At this moment, the expressions of the other 9 people present all changed. Even the strongest among them had only comprehended the power of law that was close to 100,000 miles of weak light. However, the existence in front of them who had just entered the ultimate God realm had mastered the power of law that illuminated 1,000,000 miles. Moreover, it was one of the most difficult laws to comprehend, one of the 4 supreme laws. A sword chime was heard as a rainbow-colored light sword circled around the spatial storm, emitting a sharp sword aura as if it could split heaven and earth into 2 as it crossed the sky. That was not all. In an instant, a large area of the surrounding space vibrated, causing the other 9 people present to feel as if they were being sealed and shackled. In the next instant, a strand of terrifying pressure assaulted them, and it caused the divine energy that covered their bodies to shatter into pieces. Bush, 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 bush. Just as the 9 people's expressions changed drastically, and they subconsciously wanted to activate the divine power in their bodies and summon their divine weapons to resist this oppressive force, the 7-colored light sword in the void turned into tens of thousands of swords and swept towards them. In the blink of an eye, the sky lingen, of the divine of there. In the next moment, of the 9 of them. Of his. Of their, of theirs. Of them, of them, of them, of the them. Duan Lingtian. These 3 short words caused the expressions of the other 3 people in the Divine Offering land to change drastically. Duan Lingtian. He's Duan Lingtian. That's right. Just like us, he came to the realm of chaos as a member of the Divine Offering land. Moreover, he's skilled in the law of space, the sword Tao, and the Tao of control. He's definitely him. The sword in Duan Lingtian's hand is none other than the rainbow-colored light sword. Heavens! He's Duan Lingtian. I can't believe I underestimated him. The people from the Divine Offering land finally reacted. They knew Duan Lingtian better than those from the other realms of gods. Although Duan Lingtian came from the Mystic Handle land, he was a member of the Divine Offering land when he was in the realm of chaos. Some of the people from the Divine Offering land refused to accept the fact that Duan Lingtian came from the Mystic Handle land. They kept saying that Duan Lingtian was a member of the Divine Offering land. If Duan Lingtian was a member of the Divine Offering land, they would be proud of him. A heaven-defying lesser ultimate god. These words were the acknowledgement many people from the Divine Offering land had for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. He's Duan Lingtian. The people from River Land might not know Duan Lingtian as well as the people from the Divine Offering land, but they had heard of Duan Lingtian and knew what kind of person he was. We're doomed. An old man among the 5 people from River land said with a ghastly expression on his face, "If he's Duan Lingtian, it'll be easy for him to kill us. With his strength, let alone us, even if we join forces with the other 4 people from the Divine Offering land, we won't be a match for him." The expressions of the other 4 people from River land changed when they heard the old man's words. However, one of them calmed down and said in a deep voice, "He might not want to kill us. If he wanted to kill us, he would have done it a long time ago. Why would he wait until now?" Based on the current situation, it seems like he cares more about what he wants. He wants the reward from this trial, so he took it. I don't think he's interested in the reward from the previous trial. As soon as this person said this, the expressions of the other 4 people eased up a lot. If that was the case, they did not have to worry about their lives being in danger. Although life and death were fated once they entered the planar battlefield and entered the Chaos region, they naturally didn't want to die if they could live properly. Lord Duan Lingtian. The person from River Earlland who thought Duan Lingtian might not want to kill them stepped forward and bowed slightly at Duan Lingtian before he said respectfully, "In the future, if there's anything you want in this secret realm, the 5 of us from River Earlland are willing to give it to you. Apart from that, if you don't have to do anything in the future, we'll do it for you. No matter how good the treasure is, we'll give it to you as long as you want it." The middle-aged man's eyes shone brightly. One could see he was a shrewd person. When he said this, the other 4 people in River Earlland actually felt a bit uncomfortable. However, they also knew that this was because they had no other choice. No one was willing to do this. The other 4 of them were from the Divine Offering Land. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian would go easy on them. However, this might not be the case for them. Even though they wouldn't be able to gain any battle merits by killing people who weren't from the same realm of gods, it was still better than killing people from the same realm of gods. "You're very smart." Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man from River Earlland deeply before he said, "I like smart people." It's settled then. As long as the 5 of you from River Earlland try your best to clear the next stage, I guarantee all of you will leave this secret realm alive. Even if all of you are severely injured, I guarantee no one will be able to kill you. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the corners of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile. "Thank you, Lord Duan Lingnan." Although they knew Duan Lingtian was not even 1,000 years old and was even younger than their grandchildren, the 5 people from the River Earlland did not dare to underestimate Duan Lingtian. The purple-clad young man was definitely a monster. He was even stronger than Ning Yishuan, who was widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation in the god-defying realm. His future was limitless. As long as he did not die, he would definitely become a supreme powerhouse. The expressions of the 4 people from the Divine Offering Land darkened when they heard Duan Lingtian's words and the words of the 5 people from the River Earlland. After all, the words of the people from River Earlland meant they would have to give up all the rewards that Duan Lingtian had set his eyes on. Naturally, they knew they had no other choice. For this reason, after the 5 people from River Earlland expressed their intentions, the person who greeted Duan Lingtian the earliest among the 4 people from the Divine Offering Land said with a forced smile on his face, "Lord Duan Lingtian, we were blind to not recognize you earlier. From now on, the 4 of us are at your beck and call. We won't touch anything that you want." After the 4 people from the Divine Offering Land expressed their willingness to cooperate with Duan Lingtian, this trip to the secret realm became a personal treasure hunt for Duan Lingtian. No matter how good the rewards were in the later stages, the other 9 people could only smile bitterly. Some of them even closed their eyes. Out of sight, out of mind. After passing through the stages, Duan Lingtian gained more and more. He took almost all the rewards in the later stages. Some of the items were not useful to him but useful to his family. He kept them at the bottom of his chest for the time being and would use them in the future. As for the later stages that required Duan Lingtian's help, they were easily passed by Duan Lingtian. The other 9 people heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Duan Lingtian's strength. Fortunately, they were not Duan Lingtian's enemies. Duan Lingtian did not intend to kill them. Otherwise, none of them would have been able to escape. Of course, they were also feeling aggrieved. They were secretly cursing the rules of the secret realm in the dimensional battlefield. Why did all 10 of them have to choose to leave at the same time to be teleported out of the secret realm? Duan Lingtian was unwilling to cooperate. Even if all 9 of them chose to leave the secret realm, they would not be able to do so. Of course, this rule was a good thing for Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would not have so many coolies at his disposal. The secret realm for 10 people was completed in just a few days. Moreover, everyone had successfully passed it. This should have been something to be happy about. However, other than Duan Lingtian, The other 9 people were not happy at all. This trip is not bad. Next, I'll continue to accumulate battle merits and open a multi-person's secret realm. I'm looking forward to more coolies joining us. When they left the secret realm, Duan Lingtian ignored the gloomy faces of the other 9 people and left with a smile on his face. At the same time, he said to the 9 people, I'm looking forward to seeing you in the secret realm next time. When the 9 people heard this, they secretly made up their minds. After they left this time, they would not open a multi-person's secret realm again. They would just open a single-person's secret realm. Duan Lingtian had tasted the sweetness of this trip. He would definitely not open a single-person's secret realm and suffer for himself. He would definitely open a multi-person's secret realm and force himself to work. They put themselves in his shoes. If they were in his shoes, they would definitely do the same. Therefore, opening a single-person's secret realm after they left this place was the safest. They would not encounter a monster like Duan Lingtian. 60 years passed by very quickly. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had also returned from many secret realms with bountiful rewards. Even his cultivation base had improved. He was getting closer and closer to consolidating his cultivation base as a lower ultimate god. At this time, the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory opened. The upgraded version of the Chaos Territory has opened. I'm afraid I might not only meet 3rd senior brother and 4th senior sister, but I might also meet 2nd senior brother who I've never met before. Duan Lingtian thought to himself when the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory opened. Chapter 4299. 60 years. For the Duan Lingtian, it was a short period of time, and he had gained a lot. However, for those who encountered the Duan Lingtian in the multiplayer secret realms, it was a great torture. They would either encounter the Duan Lingtian first and regret opening the secret realm for the next few decades, or they would encounter the Duan Lingtian later and lose all the joy they had gained in the past few decades. Duan Lingtian. God damn it. Duan Lingtian, I'll definitely tear him into 1,000 pieces one day. Of course, the prerequisite is that I'm lucky enough to possess a strength that's even stronger than him. A kind person will be bullied by others. Duan Lingtian has gone too far. For the past 60 years, people were cursing the Duan Lingtian in every corner of the Chaos Realm. Naturally, the Duan Lingtian didn't know about this. However, due to the fact that many people were scolding Duan Lingtian, many people found out about the things he had done in the past 60 years. Many of them were glad they did not encounter Duan Lingtian even though they had entered the secret realm in the past 60 years. It was a good thing that they didn't encounter the Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, even the people of the world of divine offering would be treated as coolies. They could forget about being coolies. What's more, he had to use his hard-earned battle credits to exchange for a secret realm. He had to work as a coolie for someone else. He could only watch helplessly as there were benefits to be had. Duan Ling, you bastard! The Duan Lingtian didn't know how many times he had been cursed in the Chaos Realm in the past 60 years. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. If he wasn't ruthless enough, those people would have lost more than just battle merits and some strength. Let alone the Chaos Realm, even in the planar battlefield, the strong lived and the weak died. There were people dying almost every day for various reasons. Were they wrong? Were the people who killed them all evil? If the person who killed them was not as strong as them, would they still be the ones to die? If they were stronger than the people who killed them, would they be merciful enough to let their enemies go? The answer was, in fact, the upgraded Chaos Realm will combine the 3 Chaos Realms and allow people from 18 realms of gods to compete against each other. At the same time, the same level ranking will be released. On the day that the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm was opened, although the military camps in the Chaos Realm did not expand, there were at least 2 times more people. These people came from the other 2 Chaos regions. When the 3 Chaos zones overlapped, it was not only the outer regions that overlapped, but also the military camps. The original Chaos Realm had a few military camps. Now, the upgraded Chaos Realm still had a few military camps. Moreover, the military camps covered a large area. Now that the barracks overlapped with each other, many people were surrounded by unfamiliar faces. Some of them even had a person suddenly appear in front of them. Many men even appeared face to face with each other and almost kissed each other on the lips. There were also some who directly stepped on the head of another person. What was even more amazing was that 3 people were standing on top of each other. One person was standing on top of another person's head. "Who's on top of my head? Get down here. Damn it. How dare you step on my head? How dare you step on my head? Do you want to die? I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Why are you being so rude to me?" Fighting is not allowed in the military camps. If you have the guts, do it. What does it have to do with me? Am I the one who wants to step on your bald head? This situation is caused by a supreme powerhouse. Why don't you go and settle the score with a supreme powerhouse? Similar scenes played out in the various military camps. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere. All of this was indeed caused by a supreme powerhouse. It's a pity the ranking can't be seen. It will only appear in the sky of the battlefield after the upgraded Chaos Realm closes. The upgraded Chaos Realm would close before the Realm battlefield closed. Once the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm was closed, the rankings would appear in the skies of the various planar battlefields and appear before everyone's eyes. Of course, in the instant that the upgraded Chaos Realm closed, those in the top 10 of the Realm rankings would know where they were ranked and would receive corresponding rewards. As for who the other 9 people in the ranking were, they would have to wait until they left the upgraded Chaos Realm and checked in the Realm battlefield. An even more intense battle is about to begin. Rivers of blood will flow in the upgraded Chaos Realm. Many people sighed. In the upgraded Chaos Realm, the military camps were still as big as before. However, there were more and more people inside. It was a sea of people. Some places in the military camps were even filled with people. Of course, it didn't take long for the people in the military camps to leave. They either disappeared into the teleportation portals or disappeared at the borders of the military camps. At this moment, the people in the military camps in the upgraded Chaos Realm were basically divided into 3 groups. One group of people realized the dangers of the upgraded Chaos Realm and chose to give up. They used the teleportation portals to leave the Chaos Realm and returned to the Realm battlefield where they were previously. After returning to the Realm battlefield, they only had to face enemies from one realm of gods. Moreover, they only had to face enemies from one realm of gods. Unlike the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, the enemies were from 17 realms of gods. The other group of people chose to stay. They felt that the greater the competition, the greater the opportunity. Even if they had to fight to the death, they would accept it. If they survived, they would definitely gain something or improve. They might even be reborn and reach the heavens in a single bound. There was another group of people who chose to wait and see. They didn't choose to leave the military camps for the time being. They wanted to see how the upgraded Chaos Realm would turn out. If it was too tragic and exceeded their expectations, they would choose to leave. If it wasn't, they would leave the military camps and enter the upgraded Chaos Realm to compete with the other 17 realms of gods. Although many people are leaving, it doesn't even make up 20% of the people in the military camps. It seems like there are more people waiting to see how things turn out. I see. Not many people are leaving the military camps. It's not more than 20%. Although I'm choosing to wait and see, I still admire those who are leaving the military camps. They're risking their lives to pave the way for us. In the military camp where Duan Lingtian was, Duan Lingtian remained calm when he heard the discussions. He followed the crowd and left the military camp. Before the upgraded Chaos Realm began, he had chosen to enter a military camp. He did this to avoid being in a place where there were other higher gods from other realms of gods when the 3 Chaos Realms overlapped. If a higher god killed him, not only would he not receive any Chaos points, but his Chaos points would also be deducted from his Chaos points. However, there was a lower limit to a person's Chaos points, and the lower limit was 0. If a higher god did not have any Chaos points, there would not be any loss even if he was killed. Now that the upgraded Chaos Realm had opened, everyone's Chaos points were basically 0. Even if Duan Lingtian left the military camp and encountered a higher god, the higher god would not have any Chaos points and would not suffer any loss even if he was killed. However, Duan Lingtian did not retreat because of this. Instead, he decided to wait and see how things turned out. In his opinion, if he was afraid of something so trivial, there was no need for him to stay in the Chaos Realm. If he entered the military camp before the upgraded Chaos Realm opened, he would be in a completely different situation. He did not want to leave his fate in the hands of the heavens. Under such circumstances, he would not be able to control whether a higher god would appear or not. Now that he was out of the military camp, he might not encounter a higher god if he was careful. Even if he encountered one, as long as he was far enough away, it was not impossible for him to escape. Chaos points are the key to the ranking of higher gods. Moreover, in the upgraded Chaos Realm, battle merits are still valid. Battle merits can still be used to open the secret realm. The previous rules of battle merits are still in effect. However, there are more chaos points. However, due to the existence of chaos points and the rules of chaos points, there should be fewer cases of the strong killing the weak after a period of time. Most of the time, there will be fights between people of the same cultivation base as well as some geniuses killing people of a higher cultivation base than them. Before leaving the military camp, Duan Lingtian had already figured out everything. At the same time, he knew his next goal was to find a way to find a medium god and kill him to obtain chaos points. This was also the fastest way to obtain chaos points. I wonder, has Ning Yishuan made a breakthrough? When Duan Lingtian walked out of the military camp and entered the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, he discovered the battle merit token in his spatial ring was enveloped by a gust of energy after he took it out and came into contact with the air. A moment later, another token phantom appeared on the side of the battle merit token and attached itself to the battle merit token. At this time, Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness probed the battle merit token and discovered that he could see the number of chaos points in addition to the number of battle merits recorded in the battle merit token. However, his chaos points were now 0. I wonder how long it will take before I can officially open and obtain my first chaos point. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After the upgraded Chaos Realm was opened, its surface area was still the same as the original Chaos Realm. However, the number of people inside had increased by 2 times. Therefore, the probability of meeting other people outside the military camp in the upgraded Chaos Realm had increased by at least 2 times. However, one thing was for sure. Now, those who walked outside the military camp in the upgraded Chaos Realm would definitely be more careful. Therefore, Duan Lingtian had not seen anyone swaggering in the air for half a day after he had left the military camp. It was common to see people flying around in the Chaos Realm previously. Have they all become more low-key? This made it more difficult for Duan Lingtian to find prey. At the same time, he could become someone's prey at any time. Chapter 4300. Although many people chose to stay in the barracks and observe, there was also a group of people who left the barracks in search of prey. The competition for the same realm ranking list was bound to be intense. Those who were interested in the top 10 of the same realm ranking list did not want to miss out on the opportunity. Even Ning Yishuan, who had just entered the medium ultimate god realm, did not stay in the barracks. He left the barracks early to search for prey and earn chaos points. The medium level ultimate god ranking list. Even if I can't get into the top 10, I'm determined to get into the top 10. Ning Yishuan was in high spirits after leaving the barracks. He did not feel that he was at a disadvantage after entering the medium-level ultimate god realm. Instead, he felt that he was challenging himself. Ever since he was defeated by Duan Lingtian, he was unable to recover from the setback for a period of time. When he woke up, he was full of motivation. Even if the upgraded Chaos Territory was opened, according to the Supreme Ancestor of the Ning clan, he should not be in a hurry to enter the medium-level ultimate god realm. He should strive to get into the top 3 of the lower-level ultimate god ranking list. He still did not listen to the Supreme Ancestor. This was because he had a feeling that if he did not go with the flow, it would be harder for him to break through in the future. The last time he was defeated by Duan Lingtian, it had already caused him to almost develop a heart demon. If he didn't break through this time for the sake of the upgraded version of the Chaos Region's Pure Stage rankings, then he had a feeling that he would most likely develop a heart demon. By then, it would be difficult for him to enter the medium-level ultimate god realm. In the history of the various planes of gods, there was no lack of geniuses who developed inner demons due to certain matters and stopped progressing and disappeared from the public eye. He could not ignore the supreme ancestor of the Ning clan behind him, so he could only tell the supreme ancestor of the Ning clan what he felt. In the end, although the supreme ancestor felt that it was a pity, he agreed with his choice. So what if I haven't consolidated my cultivation base after entering the medium-level ultimate god realm? Duan Ling Tian has just become a lesser ultimate god, but he's already invincible among the lesser ultimate gods in the chaos region where the people from the 6 divine realms are from. Don't tell me I, Ning Yixuan, can't be invincible among intermediate ultimate gods as well? If Duan Ling Tian can do it, why can't I? Moreover, even though Duan Ling Tian hasn't consolidated his cultivation base as a lower ultimate god, he's already strong enough to fight against a medium ultimate god. Now that I've made a breakthrough, how can I not be as good as him? Ning Yixuan had always been very confident in his own strength. Even before his breakthrough, he was confident that he could defeat some middle-level ultimate gods who had consolidated their cultivation. It was because of this that he was recognized as the #1 person among the younger generation in the god-defying realm. Although I've just entered the medium ultimate god realm, how many medium ultimate gods are my match? At this moment, Ning Yixuan's confidence skyrocketed. In particular, Ning Yixuan managed to kill a few medium ultimate gods in just a few months after he came out, which made him even more confident. As a result, he boldly used his divine consciousness to investigate again. When his divine consciousness detected the presence of a medium ultimate god, he immediately went up to meet him. He did not even consider how strong the other party was. In his opinion, no matter how strong the other party was, it was still a medium ultimate god. Even if he could not defeat the other party, it would not be easy for the other party to keep him. Unless the other party was the strongest type of medium ultimate god in the god-defying realm. However, there were only a few people in the god-defying realm who were that kind of medium ultimate god, almost at the same time as Ning Yixuan made his move. In the direction Ning Yixuan flew to, a young man in a white robe could not help but be startled in a hidden place at the foot of the mountain. A guy who has just entered the medium ultimate god realm and obviously hasn't consolidated his cultivation base, but he came straight to me after detecting my presence? Is he here to die? Yang Yuchen never thought that someone would come to him not long after he left the barracks. Although the person who came was also a medium ultimate god, he was only a beginner medium ultimate god. A beginner medium ultimate god dared to come to him? Were people these days all so arrogant? Do you think you're my junior brother who has just entered the lower ultimate god realm and is recognized as the #1 lower ultimate god in the god-defying realm? Yang Yuchen secretly complained in his heart. Although Yang Yuchen was not in the Shengang land and was in the Xianshan battlefield, he did not immediately hear about his junior brother Duan Lingtian's performance and encounter in the Chaos region in the battlefield of the Divine Judgment. However, after some time, before the upgraded version of the Chaos region opened, he still heard his junior brother's name in the Chaos region barracks in the Xianshan battlefield. He never thought that his junior brother Duan Lingtian would make such a big name in the battlefield of the Divine Judgment in just a few decades. He knew that a lower ultimate god who was less than 1,000 years old. However, when did his junior brother Duan Lingtian master the law of space to the realm of illuminating millions of miles? He had caught up with him. Moreover, he had heard that his junior brother's mastery of the sword Dao and the Dao of control seemed to be stronger than what he had expected. Even his junior brother was said to be able to wrestle with a medium ultimate god at his level. A group of descendants of supreme experts led people to hunt him down, but in the end, it was to no avail. I've really picked up a treasure for the internal palace. Even Yang Yuchen could not help but feel that he had really picked up a treasure after hearing about his junior brother Duan Lingtian's performance in the battlefield of the Divine Judgment in the Chaos region. Although he knew that his junior brother was extraordinary, he did not expect him to make such a big name in the battlefield of the Divine Judgment in such a short time. Looking at the various planes of gods, as long as it was a well-known figure, there wouldn't be many who hadn't heard of him. He's even more famous than me, his senior brother. Now, his fame among the upper echelons of the various planes of gods is probably second only to eldest senior sister in the current generation of the Internal Palace. Regarding this, Yang Yuchen had sighed more than once. This guy, is he really going to imitate my junior brother? Yang Yuchen was speechless and puzzled when he saw that the guy who had just entered the medium ultimate god realm was really coming for him. Do I, Yang Yuchen, look so easy to bully? Arrogant brat. Let me teach you how to behave. Yang Yuchen, who was originally sitting cross-legged at the foot of the mountain, suddenly stood up and went up to greet him. In the blink of an eye, the two met. Before Yang Yuchen could say anything, the young man who had just entered the medium ultimate god realm had already charged towards him. Yang Yuchen realized where his confidence came from when he saw the young man's skills. What a guy! He's already so strong when he just entered the medium ultimate god realm. This law and the power of the bloodline. Soon, Yang Yuchen saw some things from his opponent's moves. At the same time, he thought of a person who had previously shocked the various planes of gods in the reverse divine realm. The peerless genius of the Ning clan's younger generation, Ning Yixuan. His cultivation level matched too. It's really him? He didn't suppress his cultivation level and directly entered the medium ultimate god realm? Doesn't he know that it's more difficult for him to enter the medium ultimate god list than the lower ultimate god list? Yang Yuchen had already guessed the newcomer's identity. The genius of the Ning clan, Ning Yixuan. He had also met his junior brother and was almost killed by him. Fortunately, the experts of the Ning clan had intervened and saved him. Later on, his junior brother was besieged by a descendant of an expert. It was also Ning Yixuan who had intervened and saved his junior brother. I thought I could open a business. I didn't expect it to be him. It seems like I won't be able to open a business. However, I can still teach him how to behave. It just so happens that I haven't really fought with a medium ultimate god since my strength has improved. Yang Yuchen laughed in his heart as he faced Ning Yixuan's sudden attack and made a timely move. He did not speak from the beginning to the end. He did not intend to reveal his identity for the time being. He would teach him how to behave first. As for Ning Yixuan, he was in a good mood when he suddenly made a move. Although this guy is a medium ultimate god who has consolidated his cultivation level, he's hiding in a remote place at the foot of the mountain. He's obviously not confident enough. I probably won't even need 3 moves to kill this kind of person. Moreover, he actually came up to me. In Ning Yixuan's eyes, the white-clothed young man in front of him was no different from a piece of meat on his chopping board. However, in the blink of an eye, his face completely changed when he called out to him. His eyes were blind. His opponent was a top medium ultimate god. Boom! A great battle between 2 powerful medium-level ultimate gods broke out. Duan Lingtian was currently in another area of the upgraded chaos territory. In the past few months, he had successively killed a few lower ultimate gods and 2 middle ultimate gods. Lower ultimate gods, kill 1 chaos point per person. A medium ultimate god killed 1 chaos point doubled, which was quite a harvest for him. I've also obtained quite a lot of battle merits. Should I open a secret realm for fun? The corners of Duan Lingtian's lips curled up when he thought about the few secret realms he had opened over the past 60 years and looted the spoils of war that should have belonged to a group of people. Now that he had opened a secret realm with more people in the upgraded chaos territory, it seemed like he could reap even more rewards. But isn't that too inhumane? Duan Lingtian felt a little guilty when he thought about killing his collaborators. Also, if they're from the Divine Offering Land, I won't get any chaos points by killing them. Forget it. I'll just go through the various stages in the secret realm and earn some chaos points. I wonder if I'll get a lot of chaos points. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian spent a lot of battle merits to open a secret realm with 10 people. The rules of the secret realm with 10 people were still the same as before. They were either challengers from 1 realm of gods or challengers from 2 realms of gods. This time, I won't let them attack me. I'll kill whoever dares to attack me. This time, I'll be there coolly. In the upgraded chaos territory, the amount of chaos points one could obtain in the secret realm depended on how much effort one put in. Chapter 4301. For Duan Lingtian, opening a multiplayer secret realm was a walk in the park for him. This was especially true in the past 60 years. Although only a few multiplayer secret realms had been opened, each of them was definitely not an ordinary multiplayer secret realm. They had left a deep impression on people. At the very least, those who entered the secret realm with him would remember him for the rest of their lives. Now that I think about it, I feel guilty for making so many people work for me. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. This time, I'll make it up to all of you by being kind to others. If we meet again in the secret realm, I'll have repaid my debt to all of you. As Duan Lingtian thought to himself, he used an appropriate amount of battle merits to open a 10-player secret realm. He did not use all of his battle merits since he had accumulated quite a lot. If he used too many battle merits to open a 10-player secret realm, he might not even be able to open the 10-player secret realm by the time the upgraded Chaos Realm or the Realm Battlefield closed. A 10-player secret realm could only be opened by 10 people. The battle merits each person used had to be in a region close to the 10-player secret realm. For example, Duan Lingtian had used 1,000 battle merits to open a 10-player secret realm. Only those who had spent 800 to 1,200 battle merits to open a 10-player secret realm would be assigned to the same 10-player secret realm as him. Those who had spent less than 800 battle merits to open a 10-player secret realm would not be assigned to the same 10-player secret realm as him. Those who had spent more than 1,200 battle merits to open a 10-player secret realm would not be assigned to the same 10-player secret realm as him. This was the rule. Naturally, if one opened a single-player secret realm, no matter how many battle merits one used to open the secret realm, it would not take long for the secret realm to open. If there was no one else who had used the same amount of battle merits to open a single-player secret realm as him, he would be assigned to a single-player secret realm. Moreover, he would have to face the preset obstacles in the single-player secret realm or someone from a realm of gods who had been drawn into the secret realm. Generally speaking, the chaos points that can be obtained in a multiplayer secret realm are definitely more than the chaos points obtained in a single-player secret realm with the same amount of battle points. After all, if there are 10 people and each person uses 1,000 battle merits to open the 10-person secret realm, it's equivalent to using 10,000 battle merits to open the multi-person secret realm. If one person uses 1,000 battle merits to open the single-person secret realm, the benefits inside will definitely not be as good as the 10-person secret realm opened with 10,000 battle merits. Furthermore, the value of all the benefits that can be obtained from the secret realm is only 1/10 of the value of the 10-man secret realm. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, this should be the case. That was the only logical thing to do. So, it's still more fun to open the multiplayer secret realm. Just like how we opened the multi-man secret realms earlier, I'll open the 10-man secret realms, then the 7-man secret realms, and then the 9-man secret realms. After all, once the news spreads, everyone will know that there is a person like me who likes to do good deeds and be a coolie. They will definitely pity me. That was what Duan Lingtian had done earlier. After the news of him opening the 10-man secret realm and robbing a group of people inside spread, no one dared to open the 10-man secret realm recklessly. Then, the person who opened the 7-man secret realm was unlucky. Then, the person who opened the 9-man secret realm was unlucky as well. They realized that even though they did not play by the rules, Duan Lingtian did not play by the rules either. In order to prevent them from stopping me from doing good deeds. This time, I'll open the 10-man secret realm twice in a row. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. While waiting for the 10-man secret realm, Duan Lingtian continued to wander around. Of course, he kept a low profile. Every time he killed a prey, he would immediately change to another location. Moreover, there was no pattern to the process of him changing locations. Naturally, this was to avoid being targeted. Now, the people who had their eyes on him were not just the descendants of the supreme powerhouses. There were also some people from the Yun family who felt that he was a potential threat because of his existence. While Duan Lingtian was waiting for the 10-man secret realm to open, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. In another place in the upgraded Chaos Realm, after exchanging dozens of blows, Yang Yuchen and Ning Yishuan finally came to a conclusion. Ning Yishuan lost. "You're very strong," Ning Yixuan looked at the young man in white with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "Among the medium ultimate gods in the various planes of gods, you're not a nobody. May I know your name?" Ning Yixuan did not expect this outcome at all. He had thought that this person was a weak medium ultimate god, which was why he was hiding here. He did not expect this person to be a wolf in sheep's clothing. He was definitely a top medium ultimate god. This kind of person could definitely kill some of the weaker higher ultimate gods. Yang Yuchen. At this time, Yang Yuchen did not intend to continue hiding his identity. "I'm just a nobody. Young Master Ning, you may not have heard of me." "You've guessed who I am?" Ning Yixuan's pupils shrank slightly and his face was filled with shock. Yang Yuchen smiled faintly. "You've just become a medium ultimate god and already have such battle strength. In the god-defying world, other than you, I can't think of anyone else with such strength. Moreover, the laws you're good at and the bloodline power match." In fact, Yang Yuchen had guessed Ning Yixuan's identity from the laws Ning Yixuan was good at, the extent of his comprehension of the laws, and the bloodline power. Before he fought with Ning Yixuan, he had already guessed who Ning Yixuan was. Yang Yuchen. At this time, Ning Yixuan was silently reciting Yang Yuchen's name in his heart. The name sounded familiar, but he could not remember who it was. This was because he could only squeeze out the names of the more famous geniuses in his mind. He could only say that he had some impression of the geniuses who were a grade lower. That's not right. It's impossible for me to not remember such a powerful medium ultimate god. Who is he? Ning Yixuan frowned slightly. As for Yang Yuchen, he also saw through his misgivings and couldn't help but laugh involuntarily. "Young Master Ning, there's no need to think about it. I've already said earlier, I'm just a nobody." Ning Yixuan heard this and said in a low voice, "Has your strength improved recently? You didn't reach this level before?" "I vaguely feel that your name is somewhat familiar, but I can't remember." Ning Yixuan said. "A mediocre person like me naturally can't enter young Master Ning's ears." Yang Yuchen smiled slightly. "However, there's one thing I still have to tell young Master Ning. Today, I'll spare your life as a favor to young Master Ning for saving my junior brother's life. How about it?" When Yang Yuchen said this, Ning Yixuan frowned. "Your junior brother? Who's your junior brother? Favor to save his life?" Suddenly, without waiting for Yang Yuchen to speak, Ning Yixuan thought of a person he had recently saved, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, Myriad Law Academy. He remembered. Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen was the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy and the youngest medium-level Supreme God in Myriad Law Academy. He was also a famous genius in the Shengang land. He had heard of Yang Yuchen. However, in his eyes, Yang Yuchen was not a top genius in the god-defying world and could only be regarded as a second-tier genius. At least, there was no way to compare with him. Of course, that was in the past. Today, after seeing Yang Yuchen's strength, he also realized that Yang Yuchen, who used to be a second-tier genius in his eyes, had unknowingly entered the ranks of the top geniuses. At least, Yang Yuchen's strength was definitely a top genius at his age. The power of law has improved, and the way of control is stronger than rumored. Ning Yixuan was shocked. "So, you're the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Law Academy." Ning Yixuan suddenly understood, but his tone was indifferent. "You want to end the favor of saving Duan Lingtian like this? I'm afraid you're looking down on me. I know that my strength is not as good as yours, but if I want to leave, I'm afraid you can't stop me, right? Since you can't stop me, why talk about sparing my life?" As he spoke, a mocking smile appeared at the corner of Ning Yixuan's mouth. "Young Master Ning, it seems that you won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Yang Yuchen heard Ning Yixuan's words and smiled faintly. "How about I give young Master Ning a chance? As long as you can escape within 1,000 meters of me, I won't be able to stop you. How about it? If that's the case, I naturally won't have the face to ask you for sparing my life." Yang Yuchen smiled faintly, but his eyes were full of confidence. Ning Yixuan heard this and smiled coldly. "Then let me see Vice Palace Master Yang's means." As soon as he finished speaking, he started to escape. At this time, Yang Yuchen also made his move. Ning Yixuan's strength erupted as he wanted to block Yang Yuchen's means and continue to escape at the same time. However, as soon as his strength erupted, he discovered that Yang Yuchen did not use his previous divine weapon this time. Instead, he took out a weapon that looked like a ribbon. The ribbon looked ordinary, but as it moved, it seemed to be able to extend and grow longer. Then, it circled the air and shook the air, causing the surrounding space to shake. At this moment, Ning Yixuan only felt a terrifying oppressive force around him that made him feel suffocated. Supreme Divine Weapon. Ning Yixuan's expression changed drastically. In the next moment, the ribbon circled the air and directly tied Ning Yixuan up. His body was tied up like a dumpling, leaving only his head exposed. At this moment, Ning Yixuan tried his best to break free, but he discovered that the ribbon binding him did not budge at all. He was unable to break free at all. A gust of wind blew, and Yang Yuchen appeared in front of Ning Yixuan. He looked at Ning Yixuan with a smile. "Young Master Ning, what do you think now? If I want to kill you now, do you have any means to resist? Now, unless you use another projection jade token of that person from your Ning clan. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to stay alive, right?" As Yang Yuchen reached the end of his sentence, he looked deeply at Ning Yixuan. "I don't know if young Master Ning still has another projection jade token of that person from your Ning clan. However, even if you do, young Master Ning, will you really choose not to cancel out the debt of saving my little junior brother's life and choose to use that projection jade token and make that person from your Ning clan make another mistake at the same time?" As Yang Yuchen reached the end of his sentence, his gaze became even more profound. Chapter 4302. Yang Yuchen, you actually have a supreme artifact. Until now, Ning Yixuan's eyes were still full of shock as he looked at the ribbon in Yang Yuchen's hand. A supreme artifact. This was not something an ordinary person could have. Even if he was a junior who was favored by the ancestors of the supreme experts, although he did not need to collect supreme artifact embryos, before his strength reached a certain level, he would generally not be bestowed with a supreme artifact. This was also an agreement among the supreme experts. A group of supreme experts also had restrictions among themselves. They were also worried that someone's descendant would take a supreme artifact and randomly slaughter those stubborn grassroots geniuses. In the God-defying realm, most of the supreme experts rose from the grassroots. Those who grew up with a golden spoon in their mouths or those who became supreme experts as descendants of the supreme experts were extremely rare. Those who grew up with a golden spoon in their mouths were mostly used to an easy life and did not have a strong desire to improve. Unlike the grassroots, who could only rely on themselves. Only by becoming a supreme expert could they completely control their own destiny. It was also because of this that Ning Yixuan never thought that Yang Yuchen actually had a supreme artifact that even he did not have. One had to know that although there were supreme powerhouses behind the Myriad Arts Academy, it was impossible for those supreme powerhouses to simply gift supreme divine weapons to the people of the Myriad Arts Academy. If an ordinary person wanted to obtain a supreme artifact without a gift from a supreme expert, there was only one way to go, that was to collect the supreme artifact embryos. Perhaps one was lucky and accidentally entered the place where a supreme expert had fallen in the past and obtained a supreme artifact in the process of collecting the supreme expert's remains. Or perhaps one went to the land outside the realm and found the supreme artifact left behind by two supreme experts at the place where they had perished together. If it was the former, Ning Yixuan could only say that Yang Yuchen's luck was too good. If it was the latter, he could only say that Yang Yuchen had a good senior sister. He had heard the ancestor of the Ning family mention Yang Yuchen's senior sister, and his words were full of praise. He even said that as long as Ning Yixuan's senior sister did not fall midway, she would almost certainly become a supreme expert. He had also asked the ancestor of the Ning family, Yang Yuchen's senior sister, how she compared to him. His patriarch had said that there was no comparison. He was just a flower in a greenhouse, while Yang Yuchen's senior sister was a monstrous genius who had killed her way out. Perhaps at his current age, his strength was not as strong as his, but in the later stages of his development, very few people could compare to him. At that time, he was still very unconvinced. Now, it seemed that things were indeed not that simple. Not to mention anything else, to be able to obtain a Supreme God artifact for her junior brother, it meant that she definitely had a Supreme God artifact herself. Even if the one she used was given to her by a Supreme expert, the Supreme God artifact in her junior brother's possession was definitely obtained through her own methods. What a pity! Hearing Ning Yixuan's shocked words because he had taken out a supreme divine weapon, Yang Yuchen shook his head and smiled. Young Master Ning's strength has not reached the level where that person from the Ning clan can give you a supreme divine weapon. Otherwise, if young Master Ning had a supreme divine artifact in his hands, I really wouldn't have been able to keep you here today. Young Master Ning, how is it now? Do I have the ability to keep you here? Yang Yuchen smiled brightly. As for Ning Yixuan, he was a little aggrieved at this moment. Yang Yuchen, you have an unfair advantage. If Yang Yuchen did not have a supreme divine weapon in his hands, he was confident that he could escape alive. Yang Yuchen would not have the ability to stop him at all. An unfair advantage? Yang Yuchen smiled. Young Master Ning, aren't you too childish? The supreme divine weapon is mine. Can I use it? You were no match for me previously. If you had a supreme divine weapon, would you hide it and not use it? Yang Yuchen's continuous questioning made Ning Yixuan's face turn red. In the end, he had no choice but to say in a low voice, the debt of saving Duan Lingtian's life is written off. From now on, I will not force you to repay me, Ning Yixuan said. Young Master Ning is straightforward. Yang Yuchen smiled faintly as he put away the supreme divine weapon in his hands and returned Ning Yixuan his freedom. After Ning Yixuan regained his freedom, he turned and left without looking back. Looking at Ning Yixuan's departing figure, Yang Yuchen put away the supreme divine weapon in his hands and sighed softly. Little junior brother, this is all I can help you with. Perhaps it won't be long before it will be difficult for me to help you even if I want to. Even he was amazed when he heard about his little junior brother's advancement. He even felt that it would not be long before his little junior brother would surpass him. Second senior brother should be in this upgraded version of the Chaos Zone now. He has most likely heard of little junior brother's existence, but he should not know that he is our little junior brother from the inner palace. If he knew, he would be under a lot of pressure, right? Yang Yuchen smiled inwardly. Previously, when he entered the inner palace, he had displayed great talent and comprehension, which had put a lot of pressure on second senior brother, causing second senior brother to strive to advance. After that, when the dimensional battlefield opened, second senior brother had entered the dimensional battlefield. Until now, there had been no news of him. I wonder, how is second senior brother doing now? Is he about to enter the upper ultimate god realm? Just as Yang Yuchen was thinking about his second senior brother, in a group of volcanoes in the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone, the group of volcanoes that looked very calm suddenly became restless. Rumble. Countless volcanoes erupted and collapsed. Magma fell from the sky, flowing all over the ground and spreading in all directions. At the same time, a figure stepped into the air from the belly of a towering volcano in the group of volcanoes. The aura on his body was turbulent, but it gave off an unstable feeling. It was a young man with a strong and tall body, covered in a layer of flames. After a while, another figure emerged from his body. It was a figure surrounded by golden light. As the flames rose, the golden light fluctuated, and two heaven and earth anomalies that illuminated thousands of miles appeared together. I've also comprehended the law of fire to the point of illuminating thousands of miles. Now, with my original body and my law of fire and law of metal avatars, who below the upper ultimate god realm can defeat me? The strong young man laughed. His laughter was wanton and seemed a little arrogant. This time, I, Hong Yifeng, will take the number 1 spot on the intermediate ultimate god ranking list in the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone. The strong young man's eyes flashed and his face was full of confidence as he finished speaking. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to have noticed something and looked toward the east. 2 intermediate ultimate gods? Since you're here, don't run. As soon as he finished speaking, the strong young man flew out as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, he arrived near the two intermediate ultimate gods who had been attracted by the commotion in the group of volcanoes. Then, two law of fire covered thousands of miles of heaven and earth anomalies swept up and suppressed the two heaven and earth anomalies that were 100,000 miles of weak light. In just a few breaths, the two tall shadows rose into the air and let out two unwilling roars before crashing to the ground. Two intermediate ultimate gods had fallen in the blink of an eye. Too weak. Hong Yifeng took the two divine weapons and flew away. Although his strength had improved, he decided to keep a low profile before he entered the upper ultimate god realm. After all, there were many upper ultimate gods in the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone. He was not afraid of ordinary upper ultimate gods. However, he was afraid of powerful upper ultimate gods. That genius named Duan Lingteng. I wonder if he's from the Internal Palace. Before I left Wandala Palace, I've never heard of such a person. If he is, it should be third junior brother who found him. He's very powerful. He can kill most intermediate ultimate gods when he just entered the ultimate god realm. It's said that his strength is comparable to many of the best intermediate ultimate gods. Never mind. I'll go back to Wandala Palace when I meet him or when the dimensional battlefield closes. I'll be able to confirm if he's from the Internal Palace. Hong Yifeng did not know that his third junior brother Yang Yuchen was also in the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone. Otherwise, he would have scolded him. Eldest senior sister asked you to guard the Internal Palace. How dare you come out to play? Of course, Yang Yuchen did not know that his fourth junior sister Lang Chunwan, whom he had entrusted with such an important task, was also unwilling to be left out. She had condensed a law clone using the law she was best at and had come to the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone. With the strength of a top-notch lower ultimate god, she was unscrupulous in her way. Of course, this was also because she was only a law clone. So far, among the four from the Internal Palace, Lang Chunwan was the first in terms of the number of kills after the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone was opened. She had even surpassed the second place, Hong Yifeng, by more than double. I can't let little junior brothers surpass me. The first place on the lower ultimate god ranking list must be mine. Lang Chunwan's law clone wandered around the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone, targeting lower ultimate gods. Occasionally, she would encounter intermediate ultimate gods. Even if she could not defeat them, she still had the ability to escape. At this moment, as the little junior brother of the Internal Palace, Duan Lingtian, was also wandering around the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone. As he searched for prey, he would also stay for a few days at the next military camp he passed by to look for the whereabouts of his wife, Ker, his mother-in-law, Linghu Renfeng, and his sister-in-law, Linghu Chuyin. As he passed by many military camps, Duan Lingtian's expression gradually became serious. He had not been able to find his wife, Ker, mother-in-law and sister-in-law, Linghu Renfeng, and Linghu Chuyin. He could not help but guess that they might have left the military camp and gone outside. This was also the most dangerous thing. I hope they're all safe. In fact, with Duan Lingtian's current reputation, there would be many people who would help him find Ker and the others if he raised his hand and called for help. However, he did not dare to do that. If he did that, there would indeed be people who would help him because they wanted to owe him a favor. However, there would also be many people who would harm Ker and the others. They would even capture Ker and the others to force him to show himself. After weighing the pros and cons, he chose to search for them alone. Chapter 4303. For Yun Qingyan, this was the most depressing period of his life. His long-cherished engagement was torn apart by his father, Yun Tingfeng. Although he did not want to, there was nothing he could do. He could not go against his father's wishes. In the past, he did not think his father was looking down on him. However, after the incident where Duan Lingtian almost killed him, his father's subsequent actions made him feel humiliated. His father ordered him not to leave the Yun clan. He even ordered someone to keep an eye on him. He said it was to protect him, but he knew it was to keep an eye on him. If he tried to leave the Yun clan, he would be stopped immediately. Under such circumstances, Yun Qingyan had struggled with his decision for nearly a century. In the end, he decided to leave the Yun family. It was risky. However, the opening of the upgraded Chaos territory and the appearance of the Divine Hoarding Spring as a reward for being in the top 10 on the ranking list gave him hope of becoming stronger in a short time. Therefore, he thought of ways to get rid of the people watching him and left the Yun clan. He entered the Divine Adjudicator battlefield and entered the Chaos territory. To be precise, he entered the upgraded Chaos territory. The upgraded Chaos territory had been opened for some time before Yun Qinyan entered. During this period of time, Jian Wushuang had quickly accumulated a lot of battle merits with his peak lower ultimate god strength. As the experts were unwilling to reduce their chaos points by killing him, Jian Wushuang's journey was considered smooth sailing. I've accumulated so many battle merits. Why did I open a secret realm for 10 people? It won't be slow to obtain chaos points in a secret realm for 10 people. Yun Qinyan spent all his battle merits on a whim to open a secret realm for 10 people. However, when the secret realm for 10 people was opened, he happened to go to a nearby military camp and heard that Duan Lingtian had opened many secret realms for more than a few decades and robbed all the valuable treasures. Yun Qinyan's expression turned gloomy. Duan Lingtian actually did such a thing? Could it be that he's also opening the 10-man mystery realm here? Then, would he also happen to be in the 10-man secret realm that I opened? Cold sweat broke out on Yun Qinyan's forehead when he thought about this. At the same time, there was a sense of humiliation in the depths of his heart. In the past, that fellow had been nothing more than an ant before him. He could trample on him at will, and even kill him with a single breath. And the last time they met less than 1,000 years later, the other party almost killed him. If he hadn't used the life-saving method his father had given him at the critical moment, he would have died. Even now, thinking about it, it was still a nightmare for him. If this 10-man secret realm opens now, should I go in? I've spent almost 10 years to accumulate so many battle merits and open a secret realm with 10 people. If I don't go in, wouldn't all my efforts be in vain? When Yun Qinyan thought of this, he felt somewhat indignant. However, when he thought about the possibility of encountering the Duan Lingtian once he entered the 10-man secret realm, he could not help but shrink back. After all, Duan Lingtian was also a member of the Divine Offering Land. It was not impossible for Duan Lingtian to appear in the 10-man secret realm that Yun Qinyan entered. Naturally, there might not be such a coincidence. Yun Qinyan muttered to himself. Yun Qinyan still felt somewhat lucky. However, half a year later, the entrance to the 10-man secret realm appeared next to Yun Qinyan. Yun Qinyan's initial hesitation grew even stronger. Should I go in or not? Yun Qinyan stared at the entrance to the 10-man secret realm in front of him, unable to make up his mind. After a few years, the entrance to the 10-man secret realm finally appeared next to Duan Lingtian. Since he had nothing better to do, he quickly entered the secret realm. The 10-man secret realm is finally open. This time, I will definitely repent properly. I won't let them take action, and I will fight to be there coolly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. At the same time, he made up his mind to be a qualified laborer this time. He would not let his companions waste any effort. He would kill anyone who tried to stop him from repenting. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's vision turned dark and bright. He discovered that he had appeared in a golden wheat field. All he could see was golden wheat. It was as though he was witnessing a bountiful harvest. When he rose into the air, it was not difficult to see spatial vortexes appearing in the void around him. Following that, figures began to appear one after another. One figure after another appeared. There were old people, middle-aged people, and even young people. Most of them were middle-aged men. When these men appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, he discovered that all of them were from the Divine Offering Land. However, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel puzzled when he saw the 8 of them had yet to enter the spatial whirlpool after a long time. Why isn't the last man coming in? At this moment, apart from Duan Lingtian, the other 8 men who came in with Duan Lingtian were also staring at the last spatial vortex in a daze. Now, the spatial vortexes that had sent them in had all disappeared. Why isn't he coming in? He couldn't have been killed at the same time when the 10-man secret realm opened, right? That's possible. It's not like this has never happened before. I wonder who's the unlucky one. The 8 men discussed among themselves. Duan Lingtian merely glanced at the spatial vortex and did not pay much attention to it. If it was really like what these people said, then the 10th person was really unlucky. Duan Lingtian did not know who was behind the spatial vortex. Otherwise, he might not have been able to resist the urge to enter the spatial vortex and go against the flow to kill the person behind him. Even if he could no longer enter this 10-man secret realm after leaving this place and could no longer obtain any more chaos points, he would not regret it. In the end, no one appeared until the spatial vortex in the distance closed. It seems like he's really dead. Of course. If he's not dead, why wouldn't he come in when the secret realm opened? It costs a lot of battle merits to open this secret realm. Unless there's something wrong with his head, there's no way he wouldn't enter the secret realm that costs so much battle merits. Everyone will compete fairly for all the treasures here. As for the chaotic points, it'll depend on our own abilities. I have no objections. Of course. The 8 of them quickly reached a consensus as they spoke. In the end, after the 8 men expressed their opinions, they all looked at Duan Lingtian. Up until now, the person in front of them was the only one who had not expressed his opinion. The gazes of the 8 cultivators sharpened at this instant. Chapter 4304. Yun Qing Yen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the secret realm door closing. He did not need to make a choice anymore. This was because he had no other choice. The door to the secret territory was closed, which meant that it was impossible for him to enter the 10-man secret territory now. Although he was reluctant to give up the battle merits that he had earned from opening the 10-man secret realm, it was a foregone conclusion. There was nothing he could do about it. I'll just kill people to earn chaos points. It's too risky to enter the multi-man secret realm. I can open the single-man secret realm though. I'll accumulate more battle merits and open the single-man secret realm. Even if there are opponents in the single-man secret realm, they won't be from the Divine Offering Land. Even if they're from the Divine Offering Land or even Duan Lingtian, I can decide whether to enter the single-man secret realm on my own. I don't have to worry about running into him. Yun Qing Yen quickly left the nearby area and continued to search for prey. His objective was to accumulate battle merits and obtain chaotic points. At that moment, Duan Lingtian did not know that he had missed a chance to kill Yun Qing Yen. If he had known, he would have regretted it. Duan Linggun looked at the 8 lower ultimate gods from the Divine Offering Land who were glaring at him. He said casually, I'll take over all the checkpoints in this 10-man secret realm. If anyone dares to attack me, they'll have to bear the consequences. Duan Lingtian said casually as though he was talking about something insignificant. The 8 ultimate gods' faces darkened when they heard his words. A few of them seemed to have recalled something and their expressions changed drastically. You're Duan Lingtian? One of them asked Duan Lingtian in a trembling voice. As soon as his words left his mouth, the rest of the people who had not regained their senses looked at Duan Lingtian with horror in their eyes. Duan Lingtian. Now, they were already allergic to this name. Duan Lingtian might have come from the land of Profound Handle, but he was using the identity of a member of the Divine Offering Land to mingle in the Divine Judgment Battlefield and the Chaos Realm of the Divine Judgment Battlefield. Currently, in the upgraded Chaos territory, Duan Lingtian was most likely still using the identity of a member of the World of Divine Remains. However, most of them never thought that they would meet Duan Lingtian in the secret realm that they opened. There were also a few people who had considered this problem, but they still mustered up their courage and opened the multiplayer's secret realm, thinking that they would not be so unlucky. At this moment, their intestines turned green from regret. Did he really meet the Duan Lingtian? What kind of luck was this? You know me? Duan Lingtian looked at the person who asked him if he was Duan Lingtian. It was an old man, a very unfamiliar old man. He couldn't remember where he had seen him before. You're really Duan Lingtian? At this moment, the old man's eyes, which were still filled with shock, trembled, and his face turned as white as a sheet of paper. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the expressions of the other 7 people changed again and again. Was he really Duan Lingtian? Naturally, although they were shocked and fearful in their hearts, Most of them still had doubts about whether the purple-clad young man before them was Duan Lingtian or not. However, no one dared to question Duan Lingtian's identity. What a joke! It would be fine if the purple-clad young man was not Duan Lingtian, but if he was, and they questioned his identity, they would be killed as soon as he attacked. Therefore, no one said anything even though they had doubts in their hearts. Lord Lingtian, since you've spoken, I naturally won't attack anymore. All the levels in this secret realm are yours. A middle-aged man was the first to speak. The others followed suit and declared that they wouldn't fight with Duan Lingtian for the chaos points that could be obtained by clearing the levels. None of them would attack. Lord Lingtian, I've heard of your great name for a long time. It's my honor to be able to witness your prowess in this secret realm with 10 people. Lord Lingtian. At this moment, a few people even began to flatter Duan Lingtian. Of course, whether it was these people who were flattering him or the others, they all had the same thought. Seeing how the purple-clad young man in front of them attacked, if he was really Duan Lingtian, they naturally wouldn't offend him. If he wasn't, they would join forces and kill him. They couldn't afford to offend the real Duan Lingtian, nor did they dare to offend him. However, they were not afraid of the fake Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know what the 8 people from the world of divine remains were thinking. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care as he was not the fake Duan Lingtian after all. As Duan Lingtian attacked in the next secret realm level, his lightning-fast attacks and the space law that illuminated millions of miles shocked the other 8 people. Especially in the later levels, Duan Lingtian displayed his sword principle and control principle, displaying battle prowess comparable to a top-notch medium ultimate god, which made the 8 lower ultimate gods from the world of divine remains tremble in fear. He's Duan Lingtian. At this moment, they had further confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity. At the same time, they knew that they could only admit that they were unlucky. They had spent a long time accumulating their battle merits to enter the 10-man secret realm. Initially, they wanted to enter to obtain some fortuitous encounters and chaos points. However, they did not expect to encounter Duan Lingtian. Due to this reason, they could not obtain anything. Forget it. I'll just treat those battle merits as the ticket to see Duan Lingtian perform. Duan Lingtian's strength was amazing even though he hadn't completely consolidated his cultivation base as a lower ultimate god. It was a feast for the eyes of the 8 lower ultimate gods from the world of divine remains. At the same time, they deeply felt the gap between themselves and Duan Lingtian. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. They didn't even doubt that if Duan Lingtian attacked, even if the 8 of them joined forces, they would probably die in less than 10 breaths of time in the Duan Lingtian's hands. Duan Lingtian was too strong. Although the 8 of them were envious when they saw Duan Lingtian passing through one trial after another and obtaining many treasures as rewards, they did not dare to have any thoughts about it. At this moment, they finally understood the feelings of those who were used as coolies by Duan Lingtian in the secret realm. Compared to them, we're considered lucky. After all, we don't need to be coolies. Thinking of this, they felt a little better. When Duan Lingtian successfully passed all the levels in the secret realm and was about to send them out, Duan Lingtian grinned at the 8 of them. Everyone, I've always felt guilty for using so many people as coolies in the past. This time, I'll be your coolies to make up for it. I hope we'll have a chance to meet again in the secret realm. Duan Lingtian's words before he and the 8 of them were sent out of the secret realm one after another. They were so angry that they almost vomited blood when they heard it. If you can, please don't fight with us for such coolies, okay? In the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, they could only obtain Chaos points if they contributed in clearing the levels in the secret realm. Although they did not know how many Chaos points Duan Lingtian had obtained this time, they knew the 8 of them did not obtain any Chaos points at all. All of them were pocketed by Duan Lingtian alone. After Duan Lingtian came out of the secret realm, he continued to open up the secret realm with more people. This time, he opened up the secret realm with more than 10 people. Then he waited for the entrance to the secret realm with more than 10 people to appear. While he was waiting, the news of Duan Lingtian selflessly sacrificing himself in the secret realm with more than 10 people spread. For a time, everyone was shocked. The wolf was coming. After Duan Lingtian destroyed the secret realm with more people in the Chaos Territory, he came to destroy the secret realm with more people in the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory. Do you guys think Duan Lingtian will open up the secret realm with more people in it? Now that I think about opening up the secret realm with more people, I'm a little nervous. I'm afraid we won't be able to obtain any chaos points if we run into Duan Lingtian in there. That might not be the case. From the way Duan Lingtian opened the secret realm with more people in the Chaos Territory, there's no pattern at all. I think we can only depend on our luck. If we're unlucky, we'll just have to admit defeat. That's right. We can't just not open the secret realm with more people because we're afraid of Duan Lingtian, right? The secret realm with more people is the easiest place to obtain chaos points. That's right. Even if we run into Duan Lingtian, the most we'll lose is some battle merits. We don't have any enmity with Duan Lingtian, and he won't bother killing us. Previously, when Duan Lingtian was in the Chaos region where the 6 realms of gods intersected, he didn't kill anyone who cooperated with him even if they weren't from the divine offering land. For this reason, even if we were unlucky enough to encounter him, we wouldn't be in any danger. In the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, the secret realm with more people was the fastest way to obtain chaos points. Nobody wanted to miss out on this opportunity. Unless they had a feud with Duan Lingtian, Yun Qingyan was the only exception. Even if the others knew they might run into Duan Lingtian in the secret realm with more people, they had no other choice. In their opinion, they would be lucky if they could survive if they ran into Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, did not tire of being a coolie for his companions in the secret realm. You're welcome, you're welcome. It's what I should do. I know you're grateful, but this is just a small matter. I look forward to meeting you in the next secret realm. The secret realms with more people became places where Duan Lingtian could obtain chaos points at will. His chaos points increased at an incredible speed in the next 2 decades. At this rate, it shouldn't be a problem for him to rank first on the lower ultimate god list, right? In the past 2 decades, news of Duan Lingtian clearing the secret realms with more people spread. Gradually, many people no longer thought that Duan Lingtian was domineering and began to pay attention to Duan Lingtian's current strength. So far, no matter how difficult the secret realm with more people is, Duan Lingtian seems to have cleared it all by himself. How strong is he now? It's terrifying. Chapter 4305. In the upgraded Chaos region, Duan Lingtian's reputation was definitely the greatest in the past 20 years. Not to mention a group of lower ultimate gods, even a group of medium ultimate gods or even upper ultimate gods, none of them were as famous as Duan Lingtian. He had completely monopolized all the multi-person secret realms that he entered. Even if it was a secret realm with 10 people, he would dominate it. It was said that there were a few lower ultimate gods who were in the same secret realms as Duan Lingtian. There were many geniuses who had the ability to defeat a medium ultimate god. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, they could not muster up any thoughts of resistance. Have you heard? There's an upper ultimate god with amazing abilities. He imitated Duan Lingtian and did not allow others to interfere in the multi-person secret realms. He ruled them alone and obtained a large number of chaos points. There's such a upper ultimate god? Where did this monster come from? It's said that although this person seems to be imitating Duan Lingtian, he was able to do what Duan Lingtian did. This means that his abilities are second to none among the upper ultimate gods. He's invincible. It is said that there was once a superior divine emperor monster who was famous in the land of cloud water who had killed a lower ultimate god who had consolidated his cultivation base. Because he was not convinced by his overbearingness, he fought with him and was beheaded by his sword. He's also a sword cultivator? Yes. It's said that like Duan Lingtian, he also comprehended the sword principle. According to some who have seen it with their own eyes, his sword principle may be even stronger than Duan Lingtian's sword principle. Sword principle monster. When Duan Lingtian, a lower ultimate god, became famous in the upgraded Chaos region, an upper ultimate god who was proficient in the sword principle quickly followed suit. However, no one knew his name. Even though there were many upper ultimate gods who had seen him before, no one could recognize him. No one knows him. I suspect he's a hidden expert. I heard that not long ago he had just killed a descendant of an ultimate strong practitioner. Furthermore, it was a great-grandson that the ultimate strong practitioner doted on quite a bit. A high-level god emperor who was not even 3,000 years old. Among the descendants of that ultimate strong practitioner, his talent was also one of the best. How could such a descendant not have the projection jade slip of that supreme expert's true body? It said that there's a projection jade slip of a supreme powerhouse's true body. However, before he could use it, he was killed instantly by that person's sword. Hiss, isn't this too scary? A descendant of an utmost powerful being, and one that was highly valued by the utmost powerful being, who even possessed a jade slip that projected the true body of the utmost powerful being. The death of such a person could be said to be an extremely sensational matter. In fact, even that utmost powerful being would lose face. Even though the most powerful beings were detached from worldly affairs, they still had emotions and desires. Therefore, after this descendant of the utmost powerful being was killed, an order from the utmost powerful being was sent out in a timely manner. Find the person who killed my great-grandson and kill him. Whoever can kill him will be rewarded with 5 embryos of the utmost powerful divine weapons and 10 drops of the utmost powerful being's divine power. Of course, this order was given from the inside. Only the people inside would be able to obtain the reward after completing this mission. After all, the utmost powerful being also cared about his reputation. If news of his descendant being killed and he paid a huge price to find someone to kill his enemy spread out, it would be a huge blow to the utmost powerful being's reputation. Therefore, those who knew about this order were the subordinates of the utmost powerful being, as well as the direct descendants of the subordinates of the utmost powerful being. There were upper ultimate gods and middle ultimate gods. After this order was sent out, many middle ultimate gods and lower ultimate gods immediately entered the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory to search for the whereabouts of the famous upper ultimate god who was good at swordsmanship. Not long after, more and more people knew about this matter. It seems like someone wants to avenge that descendant of the utmost powerful being. Do you think, could it be that the utmost powerful being found someone to deal with that person? Recently, many people have been looking for the whereabouts of that exceptional swordsmanship genius. It shouldn't be, right? The utmost powerful being is so high and mighty. Why would he lower himself to the same level as a upper ultimate god? In my opinion, these people must be trying to curry favor with the utmost powerful being. That's why they did that. I think so too. In the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, although many people knew that many middle ultimate gods and upper ultimate gods were looking for a upper ultimate god wantonly, most people did not think that it was the doing of an utmost powerful being. Those who knew that it was the doing of an utmost powerful being were only those who were also at the same level as the utmost powerful being. In the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, there were many utmost powerful beings. The upgraded version of the Chaos Territory was even divided into many regions. Each region had 2 utmost powerful beings guarding it. That old man, he is really getting worse and worse. His great-grandson died here, and it can only be said that his great-grandson's skills were not good enough. He actually wants to avenge his great-grandson? Doesn't he know that that upper ultimate god will very likely become another pillar of our god-defying realm in the future? The old man came to a place where a young man was meditating and could not help but complain. Old man he? When the young man heard the old man's complaint, his originally calm eyes suddenly focused. You're talking about that upper ultimate god sword cultivator who killed old man he's great-grandson some time ago? That's him. The old man nodded. Now, many middle ultimate gods and upper ultimate gods are looking for him. They all want his life. I don't believe that old man he is not involved in this. In my opinion, that old man he is just bullying that upper ultimate god because he doesn't have a backer. It said that upper ultimate god and his law clone should be a loose cultivator from a lower plane. A loose cultivator who can rely on himself to reach this step can be called a monster. He's not inferior to some of the people from the Myriad Law Palace in the Xianxia land. As the old man finished speaking, he could not help but shake his head regretfully. However, what the old man did not expect was that after the young man finished listening to his words, he changed from his usual calm demeanor and snorted coldly. Then, he turned into a flash of sword light and left. Oh, by the way, I've been using a book-chasing app recently. It caches books and reads them out loud offline. What's going on? Seeing the young man leave with a snort, the old man was confused. He did not know what had happened at all. However, in the next instant, the old man seemed to have thought of something and his pupils suddenly shrank. Could it be? Could it be? Could it really be? At this moment, the old man suddenly remembered that this upper ultimate god had an additional junior brother a few years ago. Moreover, this junior brother was also skilled in sword Dao and had an extremely high standard in sword Dao. He also came from a lower plane. His understanding of this junior brother was limited to this. If that upper ultimate god is really his junior brother, who went to find old man he to settle the score? When he thought of this, the old man's eyes brightened. Looks like old man he is going to be unlucky this time. Perhaps he will have to pay a lot of blood. Let's go and watch the show. The old man's figure turned into a puff of green smoke and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 4306. In the God-defying world, every ultimate expert had their own territory, which was also known as the Ultimate Expert's Dojo. In fact, the dojo of an ultimate expert was usually evolved from the little world in his body. It was filled with heaven and earth spirit energy, and there was a divine tree of life standing in it. The life energy swept in all directions and nurtured everything. As an ultimate expert, He Tianfeng usually cultivated in his own dojo. Even if his family was in the realm of gods, he rarely went back. After all, the realms of gods were the dojo of another supreme expert. Staying in the realms of gods would not benefit his cultivation at all. Therefore, he usually stayed in his dojo. Today, He Tianfeng was meditating in his training ground, just like in the past. Although the death of his most valued great-grandson had affected his mood to a certain extent, no matter what, that was only one of his many great-grandchildren. Even if he had valued him when he was alive, he was now dead. He had lived for nearly 100,000 years and was indifferent to life and death. In the past 100,000 years, he had seen many of his biological sons die, let alone great-grandchildren. Who is it? All of a sudden, the expression of He Tianfeng, who was originally cultivating, changed greatly. In the next instant he disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already on the other side of his dojo. At this moment, a sword ray appeared and pierced through his dojo. Two ferocious black holes appeared, and the surrounding space was also turbulent. A young man's figure was faintly discernible. Zhuge Hanming. After He Tianfeng appeared on the side of his dojo, his face instantly darkened. What do you mean by this? You trespassed my dojo and destroyed it. Do you think I, He Tianfeng, am easy to bully? Zhuge Hanming was an ultimate expert like him. However, in terms of strength, Zhuge Hanming, who was considered his junior, was slightly stronger than him. He was from the same era as Zhuge Hanming's father, the Sword of Time, Zhuge Wendao. They were both ultimate experts in the same era. Of course, although they were ultimate experts in the same era, he could only look up to Zhuge Wendao. After Zhuge Wendao became an ultimate expert, his strength entered the top echelon among the group of ultimate experts in the God-defying world. He was considered a top ultimate expert in the God-defying world. Although Zhuge Hanming became an ultimate expert later on, he was also an outstanding figure. Not long after he became an ultimate expert, he had once sparred with him. That time, the two of them ended in a draw. Later on, Zhuge Hanming had another breakthrough. He Tianfeng knew that he was no match for Zhuge Hanming. Although he and Zhuge Wendao were not very close, they would still see each other. They would still smile and greet each other when they saw each other. Yet today, Zhuge Hanming had rashly charged to his doorstep, destroyed his dojo, and forcibly barged into his dojo. In his opinion, this was a great humiliation. He Tianfeng. Zhuge Hanming stood in the air and stared at the white-haired and white-browed old man in front of him. His tone was indifferent. You should know that I, Zhuge Hanming, am not a person who causes trouble for no reason. Tianfang heard this and his eyes narrowed slightly. Only then did he remember that although the person in front of him was young, his reputation had always been very good. He was not a person who caused trouble. Since he had come personally, there must be a reason for it. Therefore, at this moment, his expression also warmed up quite a bit. I wonder why you, Zhuge Hanming, have come here this time? Is there any misunderstanding between us? At this moment, Tianfang finally regained his senses and came to his senses. Since Zhuge Hanming had come, it meant that something must have happened that made Zhuge Hanming think that it had something to do with him. He really could not figure out what he could have done to provoke Zhuge Hanming. Tianfang naturally did not think that it was the upper-level God Emperor who killed his great-grandson. Because that upper-level God Emperor was someone from a lower plane, he subconsciously found it difficult to link him to Zhuge Hanming. Misunderstanding. Zhuge Hanming glanced at Tianfang indifferently. Tianfang, since I have come here, I will not beat around the bush. Your people are now wantonly searching for my junior brother in the chaos region of the dimensional battlefield in order to kill him. What do you say? A group of middle-level ultimate gods and upper-level ultimate gods searching for and killing a upper-level god emperor. What a big move. When Zhuge Hanming said this, Tianfang finally reacted and his expression changed drastically. That upper-level god emperor was Zhuge Hanming's junior brother? How was this possible? In his impression, Zhuge Hanming did not have a teacher. He only had a father who had passed away in the past. His father had passed away many years ago and did not leave any junior brothers or sisters for Zhuge Hanming. He did have a few senior brothers and sisters, but most of them had passed away in the outer world. You mean, the person who killed my great-grandson He Yun is your junior brother? Tianfang secretly took a deep breath and looked at Zhuge Hanming. He asked, "Since when did you have such a junior brother?" He was very confused. He also felt that Zhuge Hanming might have made a mistake. That person was not his junior brother at all. The person who received the inheritance my father left behind, entered my father's dojo and inherited my father's sword of time. What do you think? Zhuge Hanming looked deeply at Tianfang. Although his tone was calm, there was a hint of coldness. At this moment, Tianfang finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the upper-level god emperor who killed his great-grandson had such a big background. He was wondering how a upper-level god emperor could be so strong. It turned out that he had received the inheritance of the sword of time, Zhuge Wendao. No wonder. Tianfang, you have gone too far in this matter. At some point, another elderly figure appeared and stood beside Zhuge Hanming. He stared at Tianfang, shook his head, and said, "If this matter is brought to the meeting of the strongest, even if your people don't say anything, do you think we won't be able to find any evidence? You should know what the successor of the Sword of Time means. Now, among the strongest in the God-defying world, there are still a few who owe the Sword of Time a life." As he spoke, the old man who appeared later was obviously reminding Tianfang. Tianfang's pupils shrank rapidly. Then, he cupped his hands slightly to the old man in front of him. "Thank you for the reminder, Brother Wen." As his voice fell, he looked at Zhuge Hanming again. "I will give you an explanation for this matter. My people will stop searching for junior brother Ling very soon. In addition, I will give you a certain amount of compensation. I guarantee that you, Zhuge Hanming, will be satisfied." That great-grandson of his, no matter how much he valued him, had already fallen. He did not want to offend Zhuge Hanming because of a dead person. Moreover, he might offend the other strongest who had been saved by the Sword of Time, Zhuge Wendao. Those strongest did not seem to have much interaction with Zhuge Hanming. However, if something really happened to Zhuge Hanming, or the other successors of the Sword of Time, they would definitely stand up for him. He did not doubt this at all. Therefore, he knew how he should advance and retreat now. As for explaining that this matter had nothing to do with him, it was not necessary. Because, even if he really intended to cover up everything, continuing to be entangled would not do him any good. Moreover, once this matter was brought to the meeting of the strongest and things got out of hand, he would either not be unlucky or very unlucky. There was no third possibility. Even if he was not unlucky, he was destined to be on the opposite side of Zhuge Hanming. This was not what he wanted to see. Therefore, he chose to admit everything and give Zhuge Hanming an explanation. Zhuge Hanming was obviously not the kind of person who would take advantage of others. After hearing He Tianfang's statement, he nodded. However, he added, I don't want my junior brother to know that he has a senior brother like me for the time being. If there is anything you need to give him, you can pass it to me. I will pass it to him. He Tianfang nodded. At the same time, he faintly realized that this Zhuge Hanming probably wanted to train his junior brother. He was worried that his junior brother would slack off after knowing that he had such a strong senior brother. Feeling Zhuge Hanming's good intentions, He Tianfang was also a little shocked. Looks like that upper-level supreme god might be another strong seedling. Thinking of this, He Tianfang overturned his previous decision to give compensation. He felt that only by giving a little more and giving a little more would he be able to show his sincerity. In the upgraded version of the Chaos region, a group of middle-level supreme gods and upper-level supreme gods who were originally searching quickly left after hearing the news. They did not continue to search for the upper-level supreme god that they had been looking for all this time. They really gave up? They're not looking anymore? The Lord has already sent a letter telling us not to provoke that person anymore. It said that an ultimate expert has appeared. I'm afraid that only an ultimate expert can make the Lord give him this face. I really didn't expect that a guy from a lower-level dimension would have such great reputation that an ultimate expert would appear for him. Do you think that if he didn't have any background, a guy from a lower-level dimension like him would be able to reach this stage? If you ask me, even the other monster, Duan Lingtian, definitely has the shadow of an ultimate expert behind him. This guy, I'm not sure if he has an ultimate expert behind him, but that Duan Lingtian probably doesn't have one behind him, right? Back then, if Ning Yishuan hadn't stood up for him, he would probably have died. Although the group of middle-level supreme gods and upper-level supreme gods were somewhat unwilling, they had no choice but to leave because the person at the top had spoken. Now, if anyone dared to attack that upper-level supreme god, it would not be a matter of whether they would be rewarded. They might even be severely punished or even executed. Another ultimate expert had appeared and the person at the top had spoken. If they dared to go against him now, they would really be courting death. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not know that his master, Feng Qingyang, had unknowingly avoided a calamity. As for Feng Qingyang himself, he was currently acting as a laborer for someone else in a secret realm. He was completely unaware of what was happening outside. Chapter 4307. There was no pattern to the opening of the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. It would only open when the ultimate experts were interested. In the eyes of more than 99% of the people in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, this was the case. Therefore, they treasured this opportunity very much. Because this opportunity was not something that could be found at any time. The last time the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm opened was more than 100,000 years ago. The next time it opened, it would be at least 300,000 years ago. On average, it would open once every 100,000 years. Many high-level ultimate gods did not live that long. Those who were not strong enough would be struck to death by the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation before they were 100,000 years old. Because they knew how precious the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm was, a group of godly emperors and above would do their best to accumulate chaos points in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. The chaos points would affect the ranking of the same realm rankings. The top 10 of the same realm rankings would receive generous rewards. Even the last place would receive a drop of divine corrupting spring water. It is said that the rewards for the same realm rankings this time are all divine corrupting spring water. The higher the ranking, the more divine corrupting spring water you will receive. 10th place, 1 drop of divine corrupting spring water. 9th place, 2 drops of divine corrupting spring water. 8th place, 4 drops of divine corrupting spring water. 7th place, 8 drops of divine corrupting spring water. And so on. The first place would receive 512 drops of divine corrupting spring water. As the news spread from the descendants of the ultimate experts, the entire upgraded version of the Chaos Realm was in an uproar. No one expected that the rewards for the top of the same realm rankings would be so generous. Originally, they thought that the 10th place would receive a drop of divine corrupting spring water. But now, the first place would receive 512 drops of divine corrupting spring water. Even the second place would receive 256 drops of divine corrupting spring water. The worst of the top 3 would receive 128 drops of divine corrupting spring water. The top 3, I will definitely get it. I must get into the top 3. Getting into the top 3 is a great opportunity. Even the sons of the ultimate experts would not have the chance to receive such generous rewards in their entire lives. I also heard the reward this time was given by a powerful ultimate expert. Even when the other ultimate experts asked him for it, he did not give it. He took it all out as the reward. 1 drop of divine corrupting spring water was nothing. However, 512 drops of divine corrupting spring water sounded terrifying. 512 drops of divine corrupting spring? Even Duan Lingtan was shocked when he heard the news. 512 drops of divine corrupting spring? Really? He even suspected that the news was fake. However, as he walked past a few military camps, and even some descendants of supreme powerhouses personally swore like this, and at the same time, no one refuted him. He vaguely realized that this might be true. Even from the lower Divine Emperor realm to the upper Divine Master realm, there are 9 lists of the same realm. The 9 first places on the same level rankings can all obtain 512 drops of divine corrupting spring water. Oh my god! The supreme expert who took out all these god-corrupting springs couldn't have obtained an entire pool of god-corrupting springs, right? Duan Lingtian was really frightened. He already knew how precious the divine corrupting spring water was before he returned to the mysterious gangland. After returning to the mysterious gangland, he further realized how precious the divine corrupting spring water was from his 4th senior sister, Lang Chunwan. However, as long as he killed his way to the top of the lower Divine Master list, he would be able to obtain 512 drops of divine corrupting spring water? Looks like I have to continue accumulating chaos points. At the same time, I should find out which lower Divine Master has obtained more chaos points and kill him. Even if I can't obtain his chaos points, at least I'll have one less competitor. In the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, no matter how many battle points one obtained, if one was killed, all the battle points would be taken by the opponent. However, the opponent would not be able to obtain the chaos points one accumulated. The opponent would only be able to obtain the insignificant amount of chaos points that should have been obtained by killing one. Of course, for those of the same cultivation level, if one of them died, there would be one less competitor. At this moment, it was not only Duan Lingtian but also those with some strength above the Divine Emperor realm were doing their best to accumulate chaos points. In an area of the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, the figure of a young girl appeared. After a while, the heaven and earth anomaly of 2 lower Divine Masters dying appeared. The young girl's figure appeared with a slightly anxious expression. This time, I've been tricked by 3rd senior brother. I'm only here as a clone. There are too many limitations. Right now, little junior brother should have more chaos points than me. After all, he had already accumulated a lot of battle points before the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory opened. He can open all kinds of secret realms with multiple people. I, on the other hand, have only entered later, so my battle points are limited. This young girl was none other than Duan Lingtian's 4th senior sister, Lang Chunwan. Lang Chunwan had entered the Chaos Territory as a law clone after Duan Lingtian had returned to the Myriad Doctrine Palace in the mysterious gangland. Before that, she had not entered the dimensional battlefield. Forget it. Even if I can't beat youngest junior brother, I can't give the 2nd place on the lower Divine Master list to an outsider. Youngest junior brother is 1st and I'm 2nd. That's not bad. This way, the 2 of us can take the lion's share of the divine corrupting spring reward from the same realm ranking. Lang Chunwan felt much better when she thought of this. Why hasn't the secret realm opened yet? Isn't this too slow? Lang Chunyuan was a little anxious when she thought of the 10-man secret realm that she had opened 2 years ago that had yet to be opened. This time, I don't have enough battle merits to open this secret realm. Why hasn't anyone opened it together? It's too slow. Lang Chunwan was not idle when the secret realm was not opened. She was searching for prey and killing them to obtain chaos points. Even some medium-level ultimate gods had fallen at her hands. In a barren desert, the originally calm desert suddenly had soil flying up and yellow sand filling the sky. A young figure broke through the air and flew out from within. Immediately after, a heaven and earth vision of a medium divine master dying appeared and shocked everyone. After a low roar of unwillingness, everything returned to normal. At this moment, the young man revealed himself. Ning Yixuan. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance. It was a middle-aged man. However, judging from the faint light around him, it was obvious that he came from the same plane of gods as Ning Yixuan. Judging from the divine power aura around him, it was obvious he was also a medium-level ultimate god. Wang Qian, aren't you worried that I'll kill you for coming at me so brazenly? Ning Yixuan's face darkened when he saw the person. His eyes were gloomy. He had always been at odds with the person in front of him. If the other party's cousin was not his best friend, he would have taught the other party a lesson several times. Ning Yixuan, you won't. The middle-aged man smiled faintly when he heard Ning Yixuan's words and did not take it to heart. You won't kill me for the sake of my brother Ming. I only came forward because I thought it was a coincidence to meet you here. At the same time, I'm also curious if you regret it? I'm afraid you didn't know that the reward for being at the top of the same realm list is so generous, right? If you knew, you wouldn't have broken through to the medium divine master realm, right? As Wang Qian asked this question, the smile on his face clearly had a hint of mockery. Do you think I regret it? Ning Yixuan glanced at the person in front of him indifferently. If that's the case, I can only say that your limits are too low. No wonder you haven't completely consolidated your medium divine master cultivation after so many years. A faint mocking smile appeared at the corner of Ning Yixuan's mouth as he spoke. Wang Qian's face darkened when he heard his words. Ning Yixuan, don't be too proud. Be careful or you won't even be able to enter the top 10 of the medium divine master list. Many of the medium divine masters who came in this time are top-notch medium divine masters who have been famous for many years. Not to mention the other planes of gods, there are no less than 20 medium divine masters from our plane of gods that we're familiar with. You're on your own now. Wang Qian flew away as soon as he finished speaking. He was not worried that Ning Yixuan would attack him as he was certain that Ning Yixuan would not attack him. He had only won the battle of words temporarily and did not want Ning Yixuan to turn the tables on him. Ning Yixuan's mocking smile did not disappear as he looked at the direction Wang Qian left in. Instead, it became even more profound. The world in your eyes is just a small river. How can you understand the sea of stars in my eyes? Ning Yixuan was indeed not clear about the specific rewards of the same realm list at first. In the beginning, before the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory opened, the specific rewards for the top few in the same realm list had not been decided. Only the 10th place was given a drop of Divine Corrupting Spring. It was the reward for the top 9 that was decided later. There was nothing else but the Divine Corrupting Spring. Moreover, he knew that an ultimate expert who was even stronger than their Ning clan ancestor had obtained a pool of divine corrupting spring from the extraterrestrial world and used it all as a reward for the same realm list in the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory. If I'm afraid of competing with those medium divine masters just because I've become a medium divine master, then I'm not Ning Yixuan. If I, Ning Yixuan, am afraid of this, how can I possibly surpass Duan Lingtian in the future? Ning Yixuan muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with confidence. Second senior brother, if I surpass you and take first place on the medium divine master list, don't say that I don't respect my elders. Somewhere in the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, Yang Yuchen, who had just come out of a secret realm with many people, had a big smile on his face. Little junior brother's method is really good. I never thought that there would be a day when I would be a coolie for so many people. I'm really a good person. Chapter 4308. In the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, those who were above the Divine Emperor realm had a chance to enter the ranking list and obtain the Divine Corrupting Spring. After this news spread, many Divine Emperors and above entered the planar battlefield before the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm opened. They wanted to explore the ordinary version of the Chaos Realm and obtain battle merits. Their goal was simple. They wanted to accumulate battle merits before the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm opened. After the upgraded version, they would use the battle merits they accumulated to open a secret realm and obtain Chaos points. Even though the last time the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm opened was many years ago, there were very few people who had experience, and very few people could listen to the words of experienced people. However, as long as one wasn't too stupid, they would be able to figure out that entering a secret realm was the fastest way to obtain Chaos points. After all, to obtain Chaos points by killing people outside, one had to find the person first. The upgraded version of the Chaos Realm wasn't that big, but it wasn't that small either. It was almost impossible to obtain Chaos points by killing people and entering the top 10 of the ranking list. Opening the secret realm and breaking through the secret realm will be the fastest way for us to obtain Chaos points. Although there were many ways to obtain Chaos points in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, most people had no other choice but to enter a secret realm. Therefore, even if they knew that there might be invincible existences in the secret realm, as long as they wanted to enter the ranking list, there was no other choice. Even if it was dangerous, they still had to open the secret realm. What if the people in the secret realm were as strong as they were? In that case, they would still be able to obtain Chaos points normally. It's all that Duan Lingtian's fault. He led those experts astray. Now, that group of experts is forcing others to not do anything after entering the secret realm, and he's the one doing the hard work. I'm so unlucky to have encountered this twice. In the end, this is all because of that Duan Lingtian. He's such a scammer. I'm quite lucky. I've entered the secret realm 3 times, and I haven't encountered an expert who can suppress others. Let's continue accumulating battle merits. Now, there are less than 10 years before the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm closes. When the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm closes, the ranking list will be confirmed. Chaos was everywhere in the upgraded Chaos Realm. The chaos here referred to was a group of people who were wanly searching for chaotic points to obtain chaotic points. They were doing everything they could to obtain chaotic points. In fact, every few days, a new secret realm would open. This frequency could be said to be extremely exaggerated. In the various secret realms, there were also experts suppressing others, forcing them not to make a move. They were the only ones who could deal with the various obstacles and obtain chaos points. When Duan Lingtian walked out of a secret realm and entered the military camp, he found out that his reputation as a good laborer in the secret realm had spread everywhere. In fact, many experts were imitating him. Of course, those who could imitate him were all peak existences in their respective cultivation realms without exception. After all, the method he used to obtain chaos points in the secret realm required absolute strength to support it. Those without strength would be courting death if they tried to do so. Perhaps he would be killed by the others. And there were many such examples. Recently, more and more people are opening mystic realms. Now that I'm opening a mystic realm, I don't have to wait too long. To Duan Lingtian, this was a good thing. Of course, he knew that it was a good thing for others as well. Continue to work hard. In less than 10 years, the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm will close. Right now, if Kerr was here, she would have definitely heard of me. However, I've searched all the military camps in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, but I haven't seen her. Has she already left the planar battlefield? Or is she also accumulating chaotic points in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm? Duan Lingtian had never forgotten his initial goal of entering the planar battlefield. He had come here to find his wife, Kerr. Increasing his strength was only his secondary goal. However, as time passed, he still hadn't found his wife. He had a faint feeling that perhaps his wife had already left the planar battlefield. As for his wife, Kerr's safety, if it was in the past, he might have been worried. But now, as his strength increased, he had an unusual understanding of this world. He had a faint feeling that his wife, Kerr, was still alive and well. If something happened to her, he would sense it. He had also asked some people in some military camps about this matter. The answer he received was that when a person grasped a certain law of this world and one of the four daos of heaven and earth to a certain extent, they would be more in tune with this world. They would also be able to sense the life and death of those close to them. It was also because of this that Duan Lingtian could now explore the various secret realms with peace of mind and accumulate chaotic points. Whoosh! Somewhere in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, the entrance to a secret realm appeared. Wearing a purple robe, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he entered in a timely manner. This time, I'll have to work as a coolie for my other 9 companions again. I, Duan Lingnan, am such a good person. As he entered, Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion. Moments after Duan Lingtian appeared in the secret realm, before he could approach the few figures in the distance, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Listen up, all of you. I'll take care of all the checkpoints in this secret realm. If anyone is dissatisfied, you can come up and wrestle with me. Duan Lingtian stared ahead, and with just a glance, he recognized the young girl that was hooting with her hands on her hips. 4th senior sister? Duan Lingtian had an astounded expression. His luck was really good to meet his 4th senior sister here. To be more precise, he met his 4th senior sister's law clone. This isn't going to be easy. Should I give in to 4th senior sister, or should I hide my identity and suppress her as well? Although Duan Lingtian was not completely clear about his 4th senior sister Lang Chunwan's strength, he had a rough understanding. Moreover, this was only his 4th senior sister Lang Chunwan's law clone. So strong. I didn't expect to be so unlucky to meet such a powerful existence. It seems that this battle merit is wasted. Indeed, it's wasted. While Duan Lingtian was still in a daze, a few voices sounded in the distance, their voices full of helplessness. It was Lang Chunwan in the distance. Facing the few people who had blindly stepped forward, she only needed a few casual moves to seriously injure and suppress them. The few people who had not made a move were so frightened that their expressions turned ugly, and they did not dare to act rashly. 4th senior sister is so arrogant. When he saw the smug look on the young girl's face in the distance, Duan Lingtian quickly made a decision in his heart. Then he directly used his divine power to break through his body and conceal his aura. At the same time, his face also underwent a subtle change. As long as one did not deliberately probe his face with divine sense, it was basically impossible to see through his concealment technique. He had also changed his purple robe into a white robe, which made him look radiant and dazzling. Duan Lingtian knew his 4th senior sister very well. If she approached him in her true appearance, she would still ask for a battle to determine the ownership of this secret realm. If he defeated her, she would not want this secret realm. If he deliberately gave in to her, she would not accept it. Little girl, your strength is not bad. Duan Lingtian deliberately let out a cold snort. Then, he flew out of the void and directly attacked Lang Chunwan. His momentum was mighty, and the heaven and earth vision that illuminated millions of miles appeared. Another powerhouse has come. At the same time, the others were also shocked. They did not expect to meet 2 such powerful existences this time. Since these 2 people have encountered each other, it's inevitable that they will fight. As long as they can't reach a consensus, we still have a chance. As for the other 8 people, regardless of whether they were injured when they attacked Lang Chunwan earlier or not, at this time, they looked at each other and saw the same meaning in each other's eyes. At the same time, they saw that the suddenly violent white-robed middle-aged man was already fighting with the terrifying girl in their eyes. Duan Lingtian was now in his middle-aged appearance. At this moment, Lang Chunwan was also fighting with Duan Lingtian. As soon as they started fighting, her expression changed. So strong. She suddenly began to doubt her life. She originally thought that her strength was definitely at the top of the lower ultimate gods in this upgraded version of the Chaos Territory. Even if it was just a law clone, it was enough to defeat everyone. Previously, everything had been very smooth. However, at this moment, she had encountered an extremely powerful existence. His skills are similar to Little Junior Brother's. However, I feel that he's stronger than Little Junior Brother. Let's work harder and defeat him. It's best if he's seriously injured. That way, little junior brother and I will have one less competitor. After sensing the strength of her opponent, Lang Chunwan's expression became more solemn. At the same time, she kept scolding her third senior brother in her heart. If her third senior brother had not tricked her, she would have entered with her original body and her strength would be even stronger. Duan Lingtian did not deliberately hold back when he attacked. He even attacked with a violent storm so that his fourth senior sister would not have the time to use her divine consciousness to check on her. She had no time to deal with him. As for Lang Chunyuan, after fighting for a while, her expression changed greatly. This was because she realized that she was no match for her opponent. Just a nomological clone? Duan Lingtian's indifferent and low voice sounded again. If your original body was here, I might be a little afraid. Since it's just a law clone, you'd better stay aside. As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's attack sent Lang Chunwan flying. To be precise, Lang Chunwan's law clone was sent flying. The others were shocked when they heard Duan Lingtian's words, especially those who were injured by Lang Chunwan. They were completely stunned. A law clone? That girl was just a law clone. Chapter 4309. 4 lower ultimate gods from the world of divine offering and 4 lower ultimate gods from the Shengang land began to doubt their lives at this moment. They were all lower ultimate gods, but one of her law avatars had severely injured half of them while she remained unscathed. What shocked them even more was that the person who came in with them had defeated her law avatars and spoke as if he was no weaker than her true self. Why are we so unlucky to meet these 2 monsters? The battle merits we spent this time are wasted, let alone the chaotic points. I think we're not the only ones who are unlucky. This girl is also unlucky. This girl's true self and law avatars have split up to open multiple secret realms, but her law avatars just happened to meet her. If it's her true self, she might be able to defeat her. The 8 people from the profound Handle land and the world of divine remains were whispering to each other. Although they were a little disappointed, it was obvious that their mental fortitude was quite good, and they still had the leisure to pity the young girl who was only a law avatar. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, felt as if he had just woken up from a dream after hearing their words. That's right. Why did he only bring his true self to the secret realm? He could have let his law avatars spend battle merits to open other secret realms while his true self and law avatars would fight for the chaotic points in the secret realms at the same time. Did he lack battle merits? Of course not. He did not even dare to spend too many battle merits to open the secret realms as he was afraid that the secret realms would be delayed because there were not enough people, which would affect his earning of chaotic points. After leaving this secret realm, I'll split up with my law avatars. Why didn't I think of this earlier? I wasted 20 years of my time. Forget it, I have less than 10 years left. I'll open the secret realms with my true self and law avatars and fight for the chaotic points in the secret realms separately. Duan Lingtian could not help but look forward to it when he thought of this. But, suddenly, another question came to his mind. Can we really do this? 4th senior sister's law avatars can stay here and earn chaotic points like us because her true self is not here. Can her true self and law avatars really earn chaotic points separately? How do we split the identity tokens? If I split the 2 tokens and let my doppelganger get 1, wouldn't I be unable to put the chaotic points of both tokens together? My head hurts. Forget it, I'll try again after we get out. Right now, no matter how much I think about it, it's just a dream. At this point, Duan Lingtian's attention returned to the secret realm. He had even intimidated his 4th senior sister Lang Chunwan's law doppelganger, so she could only stand in the distance and watch. It was not difficult for him to see the unwillingness and anger in his 4th senior sister's eyes. After all, it was only because he was a law avatar that he lost so miserably. In fact, Duan Lingtian knew very well that even if his 4th senior sister had come in person and not in her nomological avatar form, she wouldn't have been a match for him. Unknowingly, I've already surpassed 4th senior sister. In the past, you were the one who protected me. From now on, I'll protect you. Duan Lingtian glanced at his 4th senior sister Lang Chunwan again before he retracted his gaze. He was afraid that she would notice something amiss and it would be awkward when the time came. Since he had chosen to hide his identity, he had no choice but to go all the way. Otherwise, his fourth senior sister would be even more displeased. After that, Duan Lingtian cleared the series of obstacles in the secret realm one by one. However, throughout the entire process, it was as if he was treading on thin ice. He was deeply afraid that his fourth senior sister would recognize him. Fortunately, his fourth senior sister Lang Chunwon did not notice anything amiss. He successfully cleared the secret realm. During this process, he was worried that his fourth senior sister Lang Chunwon would find out that the four of them came from the divine offering land. Therefore, he deliberately separated the four people from the divine offering land from the other four people from the Shengang land. He didn't want to expose his identity by chatting with these people when he was going through the levels later on. I'm finally out. Fourth senior sister must be very depressed to meet me this time, right? Duan Lingtung could not help but sigh when he thought of the usually lively girl who could only watch him from afar with a depressed expression. He had thought of going easy on his fourth senior sister, but he also knew that once he revealed his true identity, his fourth senior sister would not let him go easy on her. Now that I'm out, let's see if I can clear the secret realm with my law clone at the same time. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's space law clone appeared with a thought. Then he began to experiment. Soon, he realized that it was similar to what he had thought before. His law clone could enter the secret realm, but he could only enter with another identity. His law clone could form another identity token if he acted alone, but the battle merits and chaos points obtained would not belong to him. In fact, his law clone could not even use his own battle merits. Unless his original body left the dimensional battlefield, only then would he be able to leave his identity token and battle merits to his law clone. That doesn't make much sense. At most, I can let my law clone enter the top 10 with another identity and obtain 2 places? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Now, it's less than 10 years. Even if I let my law clone enter the lower ultimate god list with a new identity, it'll be too late. The fastest way to obtain chaos points in the secret realm is to open it. Opening the secret realm requires battle merits. If my law clone acts with another identity, he'll have to accumulate battle merits first. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian completely abandoned the idea of letting his law clone act alone because it was meaningless. Even entering the top 10 of the lower ultimate god list was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It was better to follow his original body and join forces with him at a critical moment, allowing him to unleash even more powerful strength. Under normal circumstances, I shouldn't have any opponents among the lower ultimate gods. After all, even Ning Yishuan, who was previously recognized as the number 1 lower ultimate god in the god-defying world, was defeated by me. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Ning Yishuan was a clear reference. Of course, the current Ning Yishuan had most likely entered the medium ultimate god realm. Even if he had not entered the medium ultimate god realm, Duan Lingtian was not afraid to compete with him. I'll continue to open the secret realm for 10 people. Now, everyone is opening the secret realm for 10 people. I'm not the only one who's keen to be a laborer. I don't have to worry about them not opening the secret realm for 10 people. In the past, a group of lower ultimate gods did not dare to open the secret realm for 10 people because of Duan Lingtian's existence. Now that the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory was opened, even if a group of lower ultimate gods knew that Duan Lingtian was there, they would not be afraid of opening the secret realm for 10 people. Even if they met Duan Lingtian, they would at most be unlucky but would not die. If they did not meet Duan Lingtian, they would be lucky and would be able to obtain a large number of chaos points. Only the top 10 on the list of the same realm would be rewarded with the divine corrupting spring. While Duan Lingtian was waiting for the next secret realm for 10 people to open, a group of lower ultimate gods were also waiting for the next secret realm to open. Among them, there was no lack of descendants of ultimate gods. If there are no surprises, the first place on the list of lower ultimate gods should be Duan Lingtian. Now, let's fight for the second or third place. Now, the biggest competitor is Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian is too strong. I've given up on competing with him. Fight for the second or third place. Fortunately, Ning Yixuan has made a breakthrough. Otherwise, there's no hope for the second place. I don't know what's wrong with Hong Zhangyi. He didn't kill Duan Lingtang. So what if he doesn't give face to Ning Yixuan? I heard that Hong Zhangyi, who almost killed Duan Lingtian, is dead. He's really unlucky. He's really unlucky. It's a pity that he didn't kill Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, the matter of killing Duan Lingtian is destined to be a gift to us. Each and every one of them was a descendant of a supreme being. Usually, they did not lack the usual cultivation resources. However, the cultivation resources that could bring them were extremely limited. Even the ultimate expert's favorite son could only reach lower ultimate god if his talent and comprehension were limited. Unless the ultimate expert was lucky enough to obtain a large amount of divine corrupting spring in the outer realm or a treasure similar to the divine corrupting spring that could help people improve their cultivation. Such treasures were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns in the outer realm. This time, a pool of divine corrupting spring appeared in the god-defying realm. It could be said that it was the first time in the history of the god-defying realm that such a good thing had happened. That pool of divine corrupting spring was basically taken out by the ultimate expert who obtained it as a reward for the upgraded version of the list of peers in the Chaos region. The reward for the list of peers in the Chaos region this time is much better than any of the previous times. My great-grandfather said that we must bring back at least a few drops of divine corrupting spring. Our old ancestor also said that he wanted to ask for a few drops of divine corrupting spring from that person, but that person's attitude was very firm. He was not willing to give away even a single drop of divine corrupting spring. He said that he would take all of it out as a reward for cultivating the younger generation. Our old ancestor also said that that person wants us, the younger generation, to grow as quickly as possible so that more ultimate experts can appear. It's said that the situation in the outer realm is getting worse. I'm not too sure about the matters of the outer realm. However, the ancestor of our sect often appeared to preach Tao to us. However, in the past 10,000 years, he hasn't appeared again. It is said that he is busy with something outside. I guess it has something to do with the outer realm. At this moment, the descendants of the ultimate experts were like ordinary people. They were obtaining battle merits in the upgraded version of the Chaos region and accumulating battle merits before opening the secret realm for multiple people. Among them, the stronger ones were enthusiastically working as coolies for the others. If they encountered an ultimate expert, they could only watch the others work for them. At this time, it was related to obtaining chaos points and the competition for the list of peers in the Chaos region. Even if they revealed their noble identities as the descendants of the ultimate experts, not many people would be willing to pay attention to them. End of this chapter. Chapter 4310. Now that the upgraded version of the Chaos territory had opened, not only did the group of lesser ultimate gods think Duan Ling Tian would be ranked first on the lesser ultimate gods ranking, but even those with a lower cultivation base were certain he would be ranked first. Duan Ling Tian was a genius and a monster. He was not even 1,000 years old, but he had already defeated Ning Yixuan, who was previously recognized as the strongest person in the younger generation of the reverse god realm. Then, before the upgraded version of the Chaos realm opened, Duan Ling Tian entered many secret realms and swept through, plundering treasures and resources. It could be said that he had indirectly obtained more battle merits. After that, when the upgraded version of the Chaos realm opened, he repeated the same trick and occupied many secret realms to obtain chaos points for himself. Even if other people did the same later, they were all learning from him and imitating him. It's hard to imagine how many chaos points Duan Ling Tian has now. Perhaps, even if there is a chaos points overall list, he will be first. The upgraded version of the Chaos realm doesn't seem to have a chaos points overall list, right? Previously, when that supreme expert publicly stated the rules of the upgraded version of the Chaos realm, he did not mention a chaos points overall list. He only mentioned 9 chaos points overall list. In the past, has there ever been a Chaos realm overall list in the upgraded version of the Chaos realm? I'm not too sure. I only know that there was no Chaos realm overall list in the previous upgraded version of the Chaos realm. Now, in the various military camps of the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, many people were talking about the young man who came from the Xingang land but was mingling in the Chaos Realm as a person of the Divine Offering land. A monster who is not even 1,000 years old. When I was not even 1,000 years old, I was still playing with sand with my friends in the clan. You're exaggerating, right? Not even 1,000 years old, more than 900 years old, and still playing with sand? Cough cough. Our bloodline is a little special. After 1,000 years, our intelligence will start to mature. Before 1,000 years old, our intelligence is no different from that of a child. With such a special bloodline, according to common sense, the bloodline power of your clan is either very weak or very strong. It's just SOSO. Many people were not only talking about Duan Lingtian, but also the concept of the overall ranking. And these words were played all over the upgraded Chaos Realm. Soon, it reached the ears of the most important person in the upgraded Chaos Realm, the supreme expert who had obtained a pool of divine spring water. Overall ranking? The handsome white-robed young man was lazily leaning against a pillar in a pavilion that was suspended in the endless void. He was flipping through a book in his hand. He smiled faintly when he heard the middle-aged man's report. Are they sure that Duan Lingtian, a low-level ultimate god, will get the first place on the overall list? As soon as he finished speaking, he paused for a moment and lazily raised his head. His gaze left the book in his hand and looked at the middle-aged man standing there with a look of awe on his face. He calmly said, "Originally, I planned to keep most of the god-corrupting spring for the next time the planar battlefield opens, and the time after that, and the time after that. Since that's the case, let's have a battle for the overall ranking. There won't be a top 10 on the overall ranking, only the top 3. The third place on the overall ranking will be rewarded more generously than the rewards of the top 10 on the ranking list. The second place on the overall ranking will be rewarded more generously than all the rewards that the top 10 of the ranking list will receive. The first place on the overall ranking will get to bathe in the god-corrupting spring water and in ultimate god's divinity." When the young man mentioned the reward for the third place on the overall ranking, the middle-aged man's expression changed. When he heard the reward for the second place on the overall ranking, his expression changed instantly. When he heard the reward for the first place on the overall ranking, his body trembled slightly. No matter what, he was still a supreme expert. However, when he heard the reward for the first place on the overall ranking, he was still shocked. At this moment, the white-robed young man continued speaking with a hint of frivolity in his tone. "If we're going to play, let's play big. I think the first place on the overall ranking won't be mediocre. It's a good thing if we can cultivate an ultimate god in a short period of time." When he spoke up to hear, he paused for a moment before he smiled with ridicule. "Earlier, those fellows thought I only obtained a small pool of divine corrupting spring. They didn't know that there were even more divine corrupting springs beneath the small pool I took away. That pool is convex. It looks small on the surface, but there's a world inside." The young man said with a smile. "Go." He looked at the middle-aged man and said indifferently, "Announce this news to the upgraded Chaos Realm and all the major realm battlefields. I think the upgraded Chaos Realm will be even more lively in less than 10 years. As soon as the young man finished speaking, the middle-aged man's expression changed. "Master, if that's the case, I'm afraid Duan Lingtian won't just be a thorn in the side of the lesser ultimate gods in the upgraded Chaos Realm. At that time, even some intermediate ultimate gods and superior ultimate gods will make a move on Duan Lingtian for the sake of their friends and family entering the top 3 on the overall ranking. It's not just Duan Lingtian. Even those who have a chance of entering the top 3 will become a thorn in the side of others. Even the descendants of ultimate gods are no exception. Of course, the descendants of ultimate gods must have a life-saving jade token given to them by the ultimate gods. They might not die if they encounter danger." The middle-aged man looked at the young man again as though he was waiting for the young man's final confirmation. "So what?" The young man smiled faintly when he heard the middle-aged man's words. "You've cultivated for so many years and you're an ultimate god now. Can't you see through it? If Duan Lingtian can't even pass this stage, even if he becomes an ultimate god in the future, he'll only be a mediocre ultimate god. The young man looked at the middle-aged man deeply as he spoke. The middle-aged man felt awkward as he felt the young man's words were hinting at him. A mediocre ultimate god? Well, he was indeed at the bottom among the ultimate gods in the god-defying realm. The god-defying realm doesn't need mediocre ultimate gods. What it needs is the strongest of the ultimate gods. The young man's eyes shone brightly as he spoke. The middle-aged man, who was also an ultimate god, did not dare to look at him directly. He quickly lowered his head as his face turned pale. Go! The young man in white robes spoke again. At the same time, he waved his hand casually. It was as though a wave of energy extended and enveloped the middle-aged man, causing him to disappear before his eyes. Before the middle-aged man was sent away, only one thought flashed through his mind. Master, why do you think so highly of Duan Lingtian? The upgraded Chaos Realm, as well as the various planar battlefields, was destined to not be a peaceful day. In the past, when the ordinary version of the Chaos Realm had started, the voice that had spread everywhere, announcing that the Chaos Realm would be extended and that the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm would be opened rang out again. The upgraded version of the Chaos Realm will end in less than 10 years' time. In the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, apart from the 9 rankings, a new ranking will be opened, the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm's overall ranking. When this voice spread out in all directions, it wasn't just the group of existences below the level of utmost sovereigns who were in the planar battlefield who were stunned. Even the group of utmost sovereigns who were planar battlefield supervisors were stunned. What was going on? Overall ranking? This was not mentioned in the Ultimate Gods Conference before. Of course, they quickly realized that the owner of the voice was the spokesperson of that ultimate god. Obviously, this person was representing that ultimate god. When they thought of this, they felt relieved. If it was that ultimate god, there was no need for the Ultimate Gods Conference to decide on this matter. Even if the Ultimate Gods Conference was held, it would only be a formality. Overall ranking? Is this a joke? There's really an overall ranking? Previously, in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, many people wondered if there would be an overall ranking. If there was an overall ranking, would that monster from the Mystic Star Land take first place? But now, there was really an overall ranking? Did those people who talked about the overall ranking have their mouths opened? There's really an overall ranking? The overall ranking's rewards will definitely be better than the Ultimate Gods ranking, right? After all, there are 9 Ultimate Gods ranking, but there's only 1 overall ranking. That's for sure. I just don't know what kind of rewards will be given. At this moment, whether it was in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm or in the planar battlefields, everyone was listening attentively to the voice that could resound at any time. They believed that there would be more to it. Even if the other party did not announce the specific rewards of the overall ranking, they would definitely say how many people on the overall ranking would be rewarded. In the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, the voice didn't just resound in the outside world. It also resounded in the various secret realms at the same time. Even those who were in the secret realms at this moment could feel an invisible force directly imprisoning them. Whether it was those who were breaking through, those who were acting as gatekeepers, or those who were in other states, all of them found that their bodies were imprisoned. They had consciousness, but they couldn't control their bodies. In fact, those who were challenging the trials soon realized that as far as their eyes could see, whether it was the moving humans, demons, or turbulent forces, everything had stopped moving. All that was left in their ears was the voice that resounded everywhere, telling them that there would be an overall ranking in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. Overall ranking? Duan Lingtian was acting as a laborer for the other 9 lesser ultimate gods in the world of divine remains. During the process of acting as a laborer, his body was still, but his mind could move. It was not difficult to realize that this was the work of an ultimate god. In other words, it was the work of an ultimate god through the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm and some of the formations in the planar battlefields. There's another overall ranking? What are the rewards for the overall ranking? Are there rewards for the top few? Although Duan Lingtian could not move his body, his eyes were filled with excitement. Chapter 43:11. Just as Duan Lingtian was curious about the rewards for the top rankers of the Chaos Points leaderboard, and what kind of rewards they would receive, that voice resounded once again. Only the top 3 rankers of the Chaos Points leaderboard will receive rewards. Once the voice rang out, everyone who heard it, whether it was in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm or the battlefields on the other planes, fell silent for a moment before they burst into an uproar. Only the top 3 rankers will receive rewards? There are so few spots? The top 10 rankers of the same realm are all ranked, but there are only 3 spots on the Chaos Points leaderboard. Almost everyone found it hard to believe that there would only be 3 spots on the Chaos Points leaderboard. However, in the next moment, many people were secretly shocked. Could it be that a large amount of rewards would be concentrated on these 3 spots? Only 3 spots. What kind of rewards will they get? It's definitely not simple. I even suspect that even the 3rd ranker of the Chaos Points leaderboard will receive more than the 1st ranker of the same realm. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian was very curious about the rewards for the top 3 rankers of the Chaos Points leaderboard. When that voice rang out again, informing everyone about the rewards for the top 3 rankers of the Chaos Points leaderboard, even though Duan Lingtian thought that he had seen all kinds of storms along the way, he still couldn't help but tremble in his heart. The 3rd ranker of the Chaos Points leaderboard will receive more rewards than the top 10 rankers of the same realm? The 2nd ranker of the Chaos Points leaderboard will receive more rewards than the top 90 rankers of the same realm. The 1st ranker of the Chaos Points leaderboard. What shocked Duan Lingtian the most was the 1st ranker of the Chaos Points leaderboard. The 1st ranker of the Chaos Points leaderboard was actually able to bathe in the Divine Corrupting Spring. Moreover, he could absorb the Divine Corrupting Spring at will, even if he sucked the entire pool dry. In addition, he would also receive an omnipotent godhead. Duan Lingtian knew very well what an omnipotent godhead was because he had one himself. The omnipotent who had left behind that omnipotent godhead was an expert in the law of space when he was alive. The omnipotent godhead left behind allowed Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the law of space to advance by leaps and bounds. It could be said that the omnipotent godhead was the reason why Duan Lingtian was able to illuminate the law of space within a million li of space. Without the omnipotent godhead, he might not even be able to illuminate the law of space, let alone the law of space which could illuminate the law of space within a million li of space. Now, the 1st ranker of the Chaos Points leaderboard would get was a Supreme Master's Godhead. Even if it's a Supreme Master's Godhead that contains the law of space, it's still very useful to me. In fact, a Supreme Expert's Godhead that contains the law of space would be even more useful to me. B is R is R points or B is R is? R is R? BBRR? Our omnipotent godheads of other laws are also our treasures they can help me comprehend another law of space quickly. Then I will have a powerful law clone to use. At this thought, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled with excitement even though he couldn't move his body. Not many people understood the omnipotent godhead better than him. At the same time, after hearing about the rewards for the top 3 rankers on the Chaos Points leaderboard, heavy breathing could be heard everywhere in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. The omnipotent godhead. That was a heavenly treasure. It could be said that it was the most precious treasure in the entire world. At least, it was the most precious treasure that was known. And now, it was going to be the reward for the top ranker of the Chaos Points leaderboard in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm? Everyone was shocked. Everyone's eyes turned red. Who didn't want the omnipotent godhead? Oh my god! The upgraded version of the Chaos Points leaderboard actually has such rich rewards? I suddenly feel that the rewards for the top 3 rankers on the Chaos Realm leaderboard are not so good. Even the 3rd ranker's rewards are better than all the rewards of the Chaos Realm leaderboard combined. So what? Let alone the 3rd ranker on the Chaos Realm leaderboard, do you think you're qualified to be the 3rd ranker on the Chaos Realm leaderboard? The upgraded version of the Chaos Realm was shaken as well. When the news spread, the various realms of gods were shaken as well. Even those utmost powerful beings could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when they heard this news. That guy still has so many divine corrupting springs? That pool of divine corrupting springs he obtained is actually that much? Didn't the news from the outer realms say that there's only a small pool of divine corrupting springs? I thought the 9 Chaos Realm leaderboards would take away most of the divine corrupting springs he obtained. I didn't expect him to have so much left. If the people from the other 2 realms find out that someone stole so much divine corrupting springs from them, I'm sure they'll want to kill themselves. When all of the utmost powerful beings caught wind of the news that was spreading out from the battlefields of the various dimensions, all of them were quite astounded. Yun Qin Yen, the great young master of the Yun clan, who had just returned to the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land, had an ugly expression on his face when he heard the news. This was because he knew it had nothing to do with him. Even if he entered the realm battlefield and entered the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, he would not be able to make it into the top 10, let alone the top 3 on the overall leaderboard. Impossible? It's impossible. It's impossible for Duan Lingtian to rank first on the overall leaderboard. The news from the realm battlefield was not only about the appearance of a new Chaos Point leaderboard in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, but there were also many who believed that Duan Lingtian had the highest chance of attaining first place. Yun Qin Yan's expression was ugly. His father, the clan leader of the Yun clan, Yun Tingfeng, who was also in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, had an ugly expression on his face when he heard the news. I can't let him continue to grow. If he really ranks first on the overall leaderboard, he'll definitely be valued by some supreme experts. This won't be good for me to kill him. It's best if I can kill him before the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm begins. There are less than 10 years left. Even if I can't enter the higher Ultimate God ranking, I have to find him and kill him. After taking a deep breath, Yun Tingfeng, who had just come out of a secret zone, began to gather information about Duan Lingtian. He intended to kill Duan Lingtian the moment Duan Lingtian appeared. There are so many people who want to kill Duan Lingtian? Yun Tingfeng soon discovered that he was not the only one who was searching for Duan Lingtian. Even a group of higher ultimate gods and intermediate ultimate gods were looking for Duan Lingtian as well. However, when Yun Tingfeng thought about how Duan Lingtian would not be able to rank first on the overall leaderboard, he felt relieved. I'm afraid it won't be easy for Duan Lingtian to survive this time. Yun Tingfeng smirked inwardly. At the same time, he did not continue to search for Duan Lingtian. He felt that his strength alone was not comparable to the strength of a group of people. It did not matter if he was one less person. He should strive to rank in the top 3 of the higher ultimate god ranking. The god-corrupting spring was not very useful to him, but it was a treasure to his good-for-nothing son. It could allow his son to quickly raise his cultivation base and strength. I hope little Tian is safe. In another area of the upgraded Chaos territory, a young man dressed in a long green robe was hiding his tracks as he walked. While Duan Lingtian was being hunted down, Feng Qingyang, who was Duan Lingtian's master, had become a thorn in the side of many people. This was because he had a high chance of ranking in the top 3 of the overall leaderboard. Of course, most of the attention was focused on Duan Lingtian. None of them want the master and disciple to rank in the top 3 of the overall leaderboard. I, Feng Qingyang, will not let them do as they wish. I'll definitely rank in the top 3 of the overall leaderboard. Sword Qi soared into the sky, and Feng Qingyang disappeared into a dark swamp in the blink of an eye. Not long after, a few figures also passed through the swamp. I heard that the higher ultimate god went in this direction. Is he that fast? We are medium ultimate gods after all. That higher ultimate god's strength cannot be judged by common sense. It would be hard to find someone stronger than him among the lower ultimate gods. The opening of the dimensional battlefield this time is really full of monsters. First, there was Duan Lingtian, and now there's a higher ultimate god. Both of them are skilled in the way of the sword. Alright, stop sighing. Let's try to find that higher ultimate god and kill him as soon as possible. Once he's dead, we'll have one less competitor in the overall leaderboard. Even though they knew that they might not rank in the top 3 of the overall leaderboard even if they killed the higher ultimate god, this group of people did not let go of their desire to kill Feng Qingyang. Most of them subconsciously felt that it would be difficult for a medium ultimate god or even a higher ultimate god to make it into the top 3 of the overall leaderboard. How could a higher ultimate god like Duan Lingtian do that? Of course, the people who were chasing after Feng Qingyang were mostly people who happened to hear about his whereabouts. Very few people went out of their way to hunt him down. In the entire upgraded Chaos territory, Duan Lingtian was the only one who received such treatment. Around the same time, Duan Lingtian's third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, and fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan, were also very worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. This time, little junior brother is in big trouble. I hope little junior brother can hide well. Now, the chances of me finding little junior brother are not high. If I can find him, the others can too. Whether it was Yang Yuchen or Lang Chunwan, they all knew that the upcoming crisis could only depend on their little junior brother himself. They would not be able to help in any way. Of course, even so, when they sensed that a group of people in the upgraded Chaos territory were targeting their little junior brother, Duan Lingtian, they still felt a little uneasy. Right now, it could be said that their little junior brother was surrounded by enemies in this upgraded version of the Chaos realm. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian was leisurely making his way through the secret realm. Under the envious gazes of the other 9 people, Duan Lingtian managed to obtain many treasures and chaos points that he could not see. End of chapter. Chapter 43:12. At that moment, Duan Lingtian still did not know that he was being targeted by everyone. Of course, even though he did not know, Duan Lingtian could still vaguely sense the danger when he left the secret realm with enough benefits and chaos points. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. In the past, those who wanted to target me were only the descendants of lower-level ultimate gods and some of the best lower-level ultimate gods. Now that the chaos points total list has been released, I'm afraid that in the upgraded Chaos territory, those who want to be on the total list or those who have relatives or friends who want to be on the total list will see me as a thorn in their side and target me. While leaving the secret realm, Duan Lingtian did not feel happy because of the great harvest this time. Instead, he looked solemn and was extremely vigilant. He was afraid that he would be recognized as soon as he was teleported out. If the other party was weak, it would be fine. If they were strong and he could not fight against them, then he would be in trouble. Therefore, almost as soon as he was teleported out and landed, he quickly teleported a second time, disappearing on the spot. After 2 teleportations, he began to look left and right, staring at his surroundings. With just a glance, he saw 2 people fighting nearby. These 2 people were both medium-level ultimate gods with decent strength. Both of them had mastered the power of law that could illuminate millions of miles. They were fighting fiercely and were evenly matched. However, almost as soon as Duan Lingtian appeared, both of them stopped fighting because neither of them wanted to be the Oriole behind and reap the benefits. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could also feel 2 divine senses sweeping over and enveloping him in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, his heart sank and a hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Although these 2 people were quite strong, if he attacked with all his strength, it was not impossible to kill them. However, it would be a bit noisy. Moreover, if the 2 of them joined forces, it would be difficult to kill them in a short time. Once they started fighting, it might attract the attention of more people nearby, which was not a good thing for him. Did they recognize me? If they recognize us, we must kill them even if there is a risk of alerting the others. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was fearless in the face of the 2 medium ultimate gods probing. His eyes even flashed with murderous intent. The 2 mid-level ultimate gods were surprised to see a low-level ultimate god not afraid of them. Seeing their stunned expressions, Duan Lingtian suddenly realized that these 2 people did not recognize him. It made sense when he thought about it. Although he had killed quite a few people in the upgraded version of the Chaos realm, when he was killing, there was basically no one around him. Even if there were people watching in the dark, they wouldn't dare to rashly record a scryer recording because there would be weak energy fluctuations during the recording process. It was easy to alarm the person being recorded. Meanwhile, the people who were hiding in the dark and watching Duan Lingtian make a move but did not dare to show themselves were basically people whose strength was inferior to Duan Lingtian. Naturally, they did not dare to alarm Duan Lingtian because of this. Therefore, in the upgraded version of the Chaos realm, except for some people who had recorded Duan Lingtian's scryer recording in the mysterious gangland or those who had seen Duan Lingtian before. Basically no one knew the real face of Duan Lingtian. Let's go. Since he had confirmed that the two people did not recognize him and that they had no intention of attacking him, Duan Lingtian did not stay and immediately teleported away. Retreat. The two mid-level ultimate gods almost simultaneously looked in the direction where Duan Lingtian had teleported away. Although it was teleportation, both of them were mid-level ultimate gods. It was not difficult for them to determine the direction where Duan Lingtian had teleported away because there would be fluctuations in space energy there. Then, both of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The two people from different planes of gods who were originally fighting looked at each other. They did not look like two opponents who were fighting to the death a moment ago. That lower ultimate god doesn't seem to be afraid of us? One of the mid-level ultimate gods asked uncertainly. He thought he was mistaken. Earlier, when that lower ultimate god stared at them, he did not seem to be afraid of them at all. Was that the reaction of a lower ultimate god? He seems to be a lower ultimate god who has just entered the ultimate god realm. The other mid-level ultimate god was also shocked. As a mid-level ultimate god, it was not difficult for him to see that Duan Lingtian had just entered the ultimate god realm from the divine energy that was surging around him. However, such a person was not afraid of two mid-level ultimate gods at all. It seemed like he even wanted to kill them. One should know that Duan Lingtian had seen them fight when he first appeared. They were both mid-level ultimate gods who had mastered the power of law that could illuminate millions of miles. They were the cream of the crop among the mid-level ultimate gods. They were at least in the second echelon of mid-level ultimate gods. The first echelon of mid-level ultimate gods were those who could kill higher ultimate gods who had consolidated their cultivation base. As for them, they could only fight higher ultimate gods who had just entered the ultimate god realm. Could it be? Suddenly, both of them looked at each other again and thought of the same possibility at the same time. A young man in a purple robe. He looks very young. Could it really be him? Both of them looked at each other several times before they said the same name almost in unison. Duan Lingtian. In the next instant, after confirming the other party was Duan Lingtian, not only did they no longer continue to fight, but they also flew toward the nearby military camp. Soon, they entered the military camp and spread the news of Duan Lingtian's appearance. They did not expect to enter the overall ranking. However, one of them had a clansman who had a chance to enter the top 3 if Duan Lingtian died. He had spread the news of Duan Lingtian's appearance. Once Duan Lingtian died, the clan behind him would not treat him badly. In fact, even the supreme expert behind his clan might reward him. This was because the clansman who had a chance to enter the top 3 if Duan Lingtian died was a direct descendant of the supreme expert behind his clan. He was also the supreme expert's favorite descendant. That person even had a projection jade slip of the supreme expert's great ancestor in his clan. This showed how much the great ancestor valued him. As for the other person, although he did not have any clansmen or friends who had a chance to enter the top 3, he could not stand the rise of a genius who defied the natural order. It would be a good thing for him if such a genius died because of his informant. At that moment, both of them returned to the military camp and spread the news of Duan Lingtian's appearance. It attracted a lot of attention. Many medium and high-level ultimate gods left the military camp and headed towards the place where Duan Lingtian had appeared not long ago. Among the crowd, there were also people who stared at the two informants with a murderous glint in their eyes. Little junior brother. He actually appeared nearby? This was a young man with a handsome appearance. He wore a long white robe, and he had an elegant bearing like a scholar. Shockingly, he was Duan Lingtian's third senior brother in the myriad jurisprudence palace's inner palace, Yang Yuchen. Yang Yuchen did not expect to hear news of his little junior brother's appearance in the vicinity half a day after he arrived at the military camp. After memorizing the faces of the two informants, Yang Yuchen followed the crowd and left the military camp. Just like the others, he headed in the direction where Duan Lingtian had appeared not long ago. Unlike the others who wanted to hunt down Duan Lingtian, Yang Yuchen's purpose was very simple. If he could find his little junior brother, he would meet up with him and protect him. He even wanted to help his little junior brother kill his opponent when he was in danger. Although Duan Ling Tian did not know that the two of them had already guessed his identity after he left, he had no idea they had already guessed his identity. However, he did not walk in a straight line. After spending a lot of battle merits to open a secret realm of 10 people, Duan Ling Tian would change places and wander around every once in a while. However, there were too many people searching for him. Among these people, some acted according to common sense and searched for Duan Ling Tian in a straight line, while others acted contrary to common sense and wandered around looking for Duan Ling Tian. Furthermore, the speed of these people was very fast. Those who dared to hunt down Duan Ling Tian were the cream of the crop, even if they were medium ultimate gods. Generally, the cream of the crop of medium ultimate gods would not dare to act alone and would move in groups. As for the group of high-level ultimate gods, they were basically the kind who had consolidated their cultivation base. Even if some of them had not consolidated their cultivation base, they would still travel in groups. A group of people chasing after Duan Ling Tian. Some were just there to join in the fun, while some really wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian. They were overwhelming, like a swarm of locusts passing through. At that moment, although Duan Ling Tian was wandering around, there were still many experts like a swarm of locusts that were getting closer and closer to him. He did not know. In fact, even those experts didn't know about it. It should be safe now, right? After traveling for a few days and wandering around, Duan Ling Tian felt he had been careful enough and should be able to shake off some people who recognized him along the way. Therefore, he entered a big canyon and found a place to rest for a short while. He was not in a hurry to continue wandering outside. Right now, he also needed time to rest. He was not physically tired, but he was mentally exhausted. Although this exhaustion did not seem obvious, in this state, if he were to engage in a fierce battle with someone weaker than him, he might not even be able to escape alive if he were to meet someone stronger than him. Even if he were to meet someone who was as strong as him, there was a risk of him being defeated. I'll rest for a few days before setting off. After making up his mind, Duan Ling Tian entered the depths of the canyon and dug out a cave. He also set up multiple formations outside and even made some other concealment. Then he entered the cave to rest. He sat cross-legged on the ground and emptied his mind, leaving only a trace of consciousness to communicate with the formations. On the second day after Duan Ling Tian emptied his mind, 4 figures came together and arrived above the canyon where Duan Ling Tian was. At the same time, 4 divine senses were sent into the canyon. There's a formation fluctuation. There's someone inside. The 4 figures swept together like lightning and arrived at the depths of the canyon in the blink of an eye. Chapter 43:13. It's a formation. Someone's in there. Be careful. Don't use your divine consciousness to probe further to avoid triggering the formation. 4 figures, 4 mid-level ultimate gods, were familiar with each other and came from the same plane of gods. They were even fellow disciples. This was because they were all disciples of the same high-level ultimate god expert. They were either direct disciples or in-name disciples. Even the in-name disciples were not weak. However, due to their age, their chances of becoming a high-level ultimate god were slim. Therefore, they were only accepted as in-name disciples by the high-level ultimate god expert. Of course, someone who could make the best medium-level ultimate gods like them willingly become his unofficial disciple was no ordinary person. The person was one of the top high-level ultimate gods. His strength was comparable to the leaders of the ultimate god forces in the various planes of gods. In fact, he was one of the strongest people in their planes of gods and was recognized as one of the strongest people's representatives. He was also one of the strongest people in the planes of gods. He was in existence with a supreme divine weapon and was one of the top existences among the upper-level ultimate gods. Senior brothers, do you think the person hiding in there could be Duan Ling Tian? The 4 mid-level ultimate gods entered the canyon cautiously. None of them dared to make any rash moves. The only middle-aged man among the 4 was asking the other 3 in a low voice. Of course, although he was speaking, he had isolated a certain distance away from the surface of his body to prevent the outside world from transmitting his voice. It's possible. Regardless of whether it's possible or not, we have to take a closer look. What if it's Duan Lingtian and we missed it? If it's Duan Lingtian, once we kill him and record his scryer image, even if Master doesn't get into the top 3 in the overall ranking, the 4 of us will still be famous in the Plains of Gods. Even Master won't mistreat us. The other 3 looked like old men, but each one of them was full of vigor. It was just that they looked old on the outside, but they were full of vigor, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Duan Lingtian is proficient in the laws of space. In order to prevent him from teleporting away, junior brother Yang, you are also proficient in the laws of space. You are in charge of disrupting the surrounding space and preventing him from teleporting away. Among the 3 old men, an old man with a dignified aura spoke loudly to another old man. All right. The old man named Yang responded immediately. Then, he silently extended his divine energy that had been fused with the law of space. If it's really Duan Lingtian, he's also skilled in the law of space. Moreover, he's also comprehended the law of space to the point where his light can illuminate 1,000,000 miles. No matter how discreet my actions are, he'll be able to detect it very quickly. I know. As long as you disturb the surrounding space, we will attack together in the next instant, break the formation over there, and force the person inside out. If the 4 of us work together, we won't even be afraid of an ordinary high-level ultimate god. Even if he's the best among the high-level ultimate gods and is stronger than all of us combined, as long as we reveal our identities and why we're attacking, I'm sure he won't hold it against us. It was obvious that they had already thought of a way out. Junior brother Yang, after 10 breaths, the 3 of us will form an encirclement and trap the person hiding inside. You'll be in charge of disrupting the space and preventing him from teleporting away. Collect free good books, follow V.X. Recommend the books you like and receive cash red packets. If it's Duan Lingtian, we'll just surround and kill him. If it's not him, we'll kill him even if it's just an ordinary mid-level ultimate god. If it's a low-level ultimate god, we'll let him live. After all, we'll lose our chaos points if we kill them. If it's a high-level ultimate god, there's no need to fight him and waste our strength. Just say it's a misunderstanding. Perhaps we'll wake him up from his seclusion and inform him that Duan Lingtian might be nearby. He might even thank us. After the dignified old man greeted Yang, he led the other old man and the only middle-aged man toward the formation in the depths of the canyon. Then, the 3 of them stepped into the air and stood in 3 different directions, overlooking the entire canyon. Do it. 10 breaths after the dignified old man and Yang spoke, the dignified old man took the initiative to speak. His voice reverberated in the surroundings as he made his move the moment he finished speaking. Golden light burst out and the old man seemed to have turned into a golden man in an instant. His entire body was shining with golden light as he turned into a sword and shot toward the sky. The sword whistled as the sharp sword pierced through the air. A vision of heaven and earth that illuminated 1,000,000 miles of land appeared and surrounded the area. It was a majestic sight. Following this, the entire canyon trembled as a massive black hole appeared. Countless cracks spread out, causing countless rocks to fly everywhere. At the same time, the other 2 people beside the dignified old man who was proficient in the law of gold also made their moves. Another 2 light shields that illuminated 1,000,000 miles of the law of gold appeared. 3 different colored rays of the law of gold illuminated 1,000,000 miles of land and shrouded 1,000,000 miles of land. Suddenly, another ray of the law of gold illuminated 1,000,000 miles of land appeared. A total of 4 rays of the law of gold illuminated 1,000,000 miles of land within 1,000,000 miles of land. For a moment, it attracted the attention of many people. For medium ultimate gods had made their move. Could it be that someone has found Duan Lingtian? At the same time, many people had the same thought in their minds and quickly moved toward the place where the person who made the move was. Bang! The vast and deep canyon was instantly shattered by the 4 rays of energy. The layers of formation in the depths of the canyon were also shattered in an instant. Duan Lingtian, who was in closed-door cultivation, also woke up at the same time. The moment he woke up, he realized that almost all of the formation he had set up had been destroyed. The only thing that remained was the defensive formation formed by the formation plate. Cracks had appeared on it, and it was because of this layer of protection that he was only slightly injured. Otherwise, his injuries would not have been so light. Have I been discovered? Impossible. There's no divine consciousness at all. Unless it's an ultimate God. Otherwise, even if it's the divine consciousness of a higher ultimate God, my formation will give me feedback immediately. What's going on? At that moment, various thoughts appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. Before he could finish his thoughts, he was ready to teleport away. However, he quickly realized that the surrounding space was disturbed and could not teleport at all. At the same time, a surprised voice came from outside. Senior Brother Lei, this person wants to teleport away. He's proficient in the law of space. It's very likely to be Duan Lingtian. Chapter 43:14. Hiding in the Grand Canyon. Multiple defensive formations. An expert in the law of space. At almost the same instant that Yang Chun's voice sounded, the eyes of the other three lit up in unison. Duan Lingtian. It could be Duan Lingtian. Kill! Senior Brother Lei, who was an expert in the law of metal, took the lead and attacked. When the golden sword light shot out again, there was a faint sword aura in it. It was the sword principle. In the Grand Canyon, Duan Lingtian had just come to his senses and realized that he could not teleport. However, he did not stay idle and immediately moved out. A space storm brewed around him and turned into thousands of sword lights. In the collapsed canyon, Duan Lingtian's figure soared into the sky amidst the dust and debris. He was not an expert in the law of Earth. Although he could dig a hole to escape, it was not very efficient. It would be fine if there were no experts in the law of Earth, but if there were, he would be digging his own grave. For people. One is an expert in the law of space, one is an expert in the law of metal, and there's also the embryonic form of the sword principle. As for the other two, one is an expert in the law of fire, and the other is an expert in the law of earth. There really are experts in the law of earth. Luckily, I didn't dig a hole to escape. When he saw that one of the three people rushing down from above was an expert in the law of earth that could illuminate millions of miles, Duan Lingtian knew that he was right to be careful. 4 medium-level ultimate gods. They're the best of the best among the medium-level ultimate gods. Even if they're not the best, they're close. If it was me in the past, I wouldn't even be able to escape from them. As for now, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he flew in the direction of the old man who was an expert in the law of space. At that moment, the old man also noticed Duan Lingtian's movement and his expression changed slightly. He then flew towards the other three to meet up with them. He did not dare to face Duan Lingtian alone. A medium-level ultimate god like him had died at the hands of Duan Lingtian. Only when the 4 of them worked together could they ensure his safety. Trying to escape? You can't leave. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a sneer. Then, the law of space around him surged out as a terrifying aura spread out and shrouded a large area. A moment later, the figure of the old man who was skilled in the law of space was also enveloped by this aura. Control. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he unleashed the way of control without holding back. Together with the law of space that illuminated a million miles, he instantly controlled the surrounding space. By disrupting space, you will be closely linked to this space. It won't be that easy for you to leave. Duan Lingtian sneered. Then, he controlled the old man who was well-versed in the law of space. The space energy around the old man turned into a cage that he could use to bind the old man. In the next instant, the old man's body froze in place. At the same time, he discovered that his interference with the surrounding space was also cut off by the surrounding space power. He could no longer affect Duan Lingtian's teleportation. How could this be? His way of control has reached the point where he can illuminate 1,000,000 miles of the law of space. The old man's facial expression changed drastically. The information was wrong. Duan Lingtian's way of control was not as weak as the rumors said. Oh my god. However, he had never heard of anyone in the medium ultimate god realm who could control the power of law within 1,000,000 miles, let alone a lower ultimate god. Was Duan Lingtian still human? No. When the old man saw that Duan Lingtian had cut off the power of law around him and imprisoned him, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he was charging a rainbow sword light at him. At the same time, he panicked and shouted to the other three, "Save me! Save me!" However, although the three of them had charged down together and their speed was not slow, there was still a certain distance between them. They were not as close as Duan Lingtian and their companion. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was the first to approach their companion. And this was something that they had never expected. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would actually dare to take the initiative to attack him at this moment. Whoosh! As a result, before they could get close to Duan Lingtian had already reached their companion, the old man named Yang Chun. His sword pierced through the air and pierced into Yang Chun's body. Immediately, thousands of rainbow sword lights erupted. At that moment, their facial expressions changed drastically. They did not even have time to admire the dazzling sword lights as they used all their strength to attack Duan Lingtian. Die! Kill him! At that moment, the three of them did not expect Duan Lingtian to have the guts to attack them instead of running away. After all, there were 4 of them. Moreover, the 4 of them were the best among the intermediate ultimate gods. What they did not expect was Duan Lingtian to kill one of their companions right under their noses. At that moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent as he faced the 3 of them attacking him together. However, he did not attack the 3 of them in the next moment. Instead, he chose to teleport away. It was not that he could not defeat the 3 of them. If it was before the beginning of the Chaos region, he would definitely lose if he faced the 3 of them head-on. However, the current him was not afraid of the 3 of them if they were to fight. However, it was unrealistic for him to defeat the 3 of them in a short period of time. In his opinion, once he was in a stalemate with the 3 of them, there would be a commotion and more people would rush over. If that really happened, some powerful high-level ultimate gods would show up and it would be harder for him to escape than to ascend to the heavens. Not every time, there would be someone to save him. The last time, he was lucky enough to escape with his life because Ning Yixuan had intervened. With that lesson in mind, he would not easily put himself in danger again. Duan Lingtian teleported away and disappeared on the spot. He then teleported a second time and escaped far away. During the process, some of the restrictive formations set up by the intermediate ultimate gods outside the Grand Canyon were shattered by Jian Wushuang's Tao of control and spatial energy. The process was as easy as crushing dry weeds and breaking rotten wood. The formations set up by the opponents also existed in name only. His Tao of control could even break the power of law that illuminated 1,000,000 miles, let alone a formation set up by a few intermediate ultimate gods. Go after him! The 3 of them who had failed to attack together were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian teleporting away. Originally, they thought that even if their companion died, the space disturbed by their companion would not calm down so quickly and Duan Lingtian would not be able to teleport away in a short period of time. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to teleport away the moment their companion died. Who could tell them what was going on? Of course, they did not have the time to delve into this. Their divine consciousness quickly locked onto the location of Duan Lingtian who had teleported away a second time. Although the second teleportation had crossed a long distance, they could still lock onto Duan Lingtian's location. They immediately chased after him. We must catch up with him quickly. Otherwise, he will disappear in front of us soon. This is such a good opportunity. Don't let him escape. The 3 of them were desperately chasing after Duan Lingtian. They were now completely sure of Duan Lingtian's identity after seeing Duan Lingtian appear. Since they had confirmed his identity, they naturally had to stop him at all costs. Still want to chase after me? Duan Lingtian smirked after noticing the movements of the 3 people behind him. If I wasn't worried about more people surrounding me, I wouldn't be afraid of you. As Duan Lingtian continued to flee, a huge shadow rose above the canyon where he was originally resting and then let out a cry of unwillingness before crashing to the ground. However, his cry of unwillingness was different from that of an ordinary person dying. Instead, it directly called out a name. Duan Lingtian. In the dimensional battlefield, the people who were killed were usually strangers who did not know each other. After dying, they would naturally cry out in grief and would not call each other by name because they did not know each other at all. However, the medium ultimate god who was killed by Duan Lingtian just now recognized Duan Lingtian. In addition, when he was killed by Duan Lingtian, he was so desperate that he directly called out Duan Lingtian's name after his death. Duan Lingtian, who was originally calmly fleeing, heard the voice behind him and his originally calm expression instantly collapsed. His expression changed drastically. Damn it! He actually called out my name. This was also something that Duan Lingtian had never expected. His opponent actually called out his name. It had to be known that even in the past, some people knew his name. However, after he killed them, very few people called out his name. There had been before, but because there were only a few people, Duan Lingtian did not take it seriously. However, he did not expect that today, under such circumstances, his opponent would actually call out his name after being killed by him. As for the three people who were chasing after Duan Lingtian, their expressions changed drastically when they heard the heaven and earth vision call out Duan Lingtian's name after their comrade's death. This meant that many people would know that their comrade was killed by Duan Lingtian. Then, in the shortest time possible, a group of experts would gather here. Even there and Duan Lingtian's whereabouts could be tracked by some experts. We must catch up to him and kill him as soon as possible. It'll be too late if we're too late. We can't let him die in the hands of others. Even if he dies in the hands of others, we can still take credit for discovering him. However, this credit is not as great as killing him with our own hands. The three medium ultimate gods gritted their teeth and continued to chase after Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a large group of experts in the surrounding area raised their heads and looked at the place where the heaven and earth vision of the fallen medium ultimate god appeared. Duan Lingtian. When the sorrowful roar spread, their eyes instantly lit up. Then, one by one, figures flew in that direction. Chapter 43:15. Duan Lingtian has shown up? It must be. The heaven and earth phenomenon of a lesser ultimate god's death appeared over there. Moreover, when the lesser ultimate god died, he called out Duan Lingtian's name. It's very likely he was killed by Duan Lingtian. Let's go and have a look. I thought it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to show up nearby. God is helping me. There were intermediate ultimate gods and senior ultimate gods among them. Soon enough, they arrived at the Grand Canyon where Duan Lingtian had entered closed-door cultivation. Of course, now, the Grand Canyon no longer existed. Only a ruined valley remained. Vaguely, one could see traces of energy sweeping through the valley. There were even some places that were emitting hot smoke. Heat waves permeated the air. Obviously, a great battle had just taken place. Over there, a upper ultimate god looked around for a while. His eyes narrowed and he quickly rushed in a direction. Almost in the next moment, a few other high-level ultimate gods seemed to have noticed something and chased after him. Bush, 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 bush. One figure after another moved at an incomparably fast speed like a ghost. Now, these people seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Little junior brother. Now, Yang Yuchen was also in this group. He did not know if he should be glad that he was lucky or feel that his little junior brother was unlucky. He was glad that he was close to his little junior brother. At the critical moment, he might be able to lend a helping hand. On the other hand, he felt that his little junior brother was unlucky because there was a group of experts chasing after his little junior brother and confirmed that his little junior brother was nearby. There are so many of them and many of them are outstanding upper ultimate gods. Even I don't have the confidence to save little junior brother when he's surrounded. If only elder senior sister was here. Now, Yang Yuchen suddenly felt that he missed his elder senior sister. If she was here, even if his little junior brother was in danger, she could still protect him. Duan Lingtian did not notice that there was a group of people chasing after him. However, it was not difficult to guess that there would be more people chasing after him. The three mid-level ultimate gods behind him were also chasing after him. Even though he chose to teleport away as soon as he could, they still managed to catch up with him. The three of them were outstanding medium ultimate gods with great strength. Coupled with their strong willpower, there was nothing he could do. If there's really no other way, this is the only way. Actually, it was not that Duan Ling Tian was unable to escape, but he had to pay a price to do so. Although it would not cause him to be injured, it would still affect him to a certain extent. Although the death of a law avatar was not a big deal, it would still affect him. But it would not affect him in the end. In addition, it would take time to create a law avatar. If it was not necessary, Duan Ling Tian would not easily give up one of his law clones. I'll leave it to Lingan. In the past, Duan Ling Tian had deliberately cultivated the law of earth for a period of time. After coming to the plains of gods and accumulating many opportunities, his law of earth had improved significantly. Of course, his current law of earth was far inferior to the law of earth that some lower-rank divine emperors were proficient in. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian knew he had no other choice. This was the only way he could temporarily escape the three people's sight and ensure his safety. That's it. In the end, Duan Ling Tian left a law avatar behind as he teleported away. It was his law avatar of earth. As Duan Ling Tian had used a little control technique before teleporting away, the three people chasing after him did not notice the fluctuation of the law of earth when Duan Ling Tian teleported away. When they saw Duan Ling Tian's law avatar of earth not teleporting away when it was supposed to, although they were a little puzzled, they thought Duan Ling Tian was exhausted. After all, in their eyes, Duan Ling Tian was just an ultimate god who had just entered the ultimate god realm. Such an existence could not be compared to them in terms of endurance. We've caught up. Kill him. Activate the floating image pearl and record a floating image mirror image. The three people made their moves. One of them even took out a floating image pearl and began recording a floating image mirror image. He wanted to record the scene of the three of them killing Duan Ling Tian. However, at this moment, Duan Ling Tian suddenly burrowed into the ground and disappeared before their eyes. Seeing this, one of the three people sneered. You dare to play with the law of earth in front of me? You're digging your own grave. In the next moment, the person burrowed into the ground at an even faster speed. Before the other two people could dig a hole to follow him, the ground shook and a figure appeared. It was their companion. Before they could ask any questions, one of their companions cried out with an unsightly expression on his face, "That's just Duan Ling Tian's clone from the law of earth. His original body has escaped." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped into the air and looked around. He spread his consciousness and soon discovered that he could not find Duan Ling Tian at all. As for the other two people, their expressions changed completely when they heard his words. After following him into the air and probing with their spiritual awareness, their expressions turned extremely ugly. Duan Ling Tian had escaped. He had escaped right under their noses. Chase in any direction. If we can't catch up, there's nothing we can do. The old man in the lead had an ugly expression. He had never expected this outcome. He also did not expect himself to be so careless that he could not even distinguish the other party's law of earth avatar. That's all we can do. The other two people's expressions were also very ugly. However, they also knew that this was the only thing they could do. As for splitting up to look for Duan Lingen, that was impossible. If the three of them were not together, even if they were paired up with another person, they were not confident that they could deal with Duan Ling Tian. In the past, they had only heard of Duan Ling Tian's strength. However, they had witnessed with their own eyes how Duan Ling Tian had killed their companion. They deeply understood how terrifying Duan Ling Tian was. If the three of them had not teamed up, they would definitely not be a match for Duan Ling Tian. The three of them chased in the same direction for a long time but did not discover anything. In the end, they could only choose to give up. Damn it. He actually escaped. The old man in the lead had an ugly expression on his face. I can't accept this. The middle-aged man among the three people had a grim expression. Yang Chun died just like that? Then, we couldn't even catch up with him. The last old man who was skilled in the law of earth was clearly agitated at this moment. This was because Yang Chun, who had been killed, was his cousin, the biological son of his biological father's biological sister. He had watched Yang Chun grow up from a young age. However, He did not expect that Yang Chun would die in the upgraded version of the Chaos region after supporting each other all the way until today. I think that since we can't catch up to him, why don't we tell the others where he got lost? Let them split up and chase after him. We might be able to catch up to him and kill him. In the end, the old man who was skilled in the law of earth made a suggestion with a grim expression. His suggestion was quickly followed by the other two people. To them, although this matter seemed to be harming others without benefiting themselves, it could not be said that it was completely harming others without benefiting themselves. At the very least, if Duan Lingtian was killed because of this, they would feel better in their hearts. Duan Lingtian got lost here. Everyone, if you want to find him, let's split up. Everyone, there were originally 4 of us, but one of our companions died at the hands of Duan Lingtian. We followed him all the way here, but he used a law clone to pretend to be his true body and escaped. Everyone, that Duan Lingtian is slightly stronger than the rumors say. If you're too weak, it's best not to chase after him to avoid being killed by him. Since the 3 of them had lost Duan Lingtian, they returned to the place where they had lost Duan Lingtian. Whenever they saw people chasing after Duan Lingtian, they would tell them about how they had lost Duan Lingtian. Everyone, when Duan Lingtian's 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuchen, arrived with the crowd, the 3 of them were still talking about the same thing. When Yang Yuchen heard this, a cold light flashed in his eyes when he saw many people flying in the other 3 directions. He was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he sneered. Why should we believe you? Who knows, it might be you who imprisoned Duan Lingtian. You purposely lured us away. With your strength, even if you join forces, it won't be easy to kill Duan Lingtian. Who knows, you might have used some tricks to temporarily imprison him and wait for us to leave before you deal with him. The expressions of the 3 people changed when they heard Yang Yuchen's words. The rest of the people present immediately stared coldly at the 3 of them like tigers watching their prey. It was not impossible. Perhaps you're worried that Duan Lingtian will break out of your imprisonment and be discovered by us if we continue to stay in this area? Everyone, I think we should look around the area and see if we can find any clues. If we really can't find anything, it won't be too late to split up and look for Duan Lingtian, Yang Yuchen suggested. His suggestion also received the approval of the group of people. As for the 3 middle-level ultimate gods who had lost Duan Lingtian, their expressions turned even uglier. They did not expect to be doubted by these people even though they had the intention to help them. For a moment, they looked at Yang Yuchen's back as he searched around the area. Their gazes were extremely unfriendly. Soon, more people arrived one after another. As for these people, after hearing the news and hearing what Yang Yuchen had said earlier, some of them left, while the remaining people stayed in the vicinity to search for him. Senior brother Lei, he's alone. He's leaving. The middle-aged man among the 3 quickly saw that the young man in white who had been looking for trouble earlier was preparing to leave. He was obviously alone. Moreover, they were only middle-level ultimate gods. This kid. I'll stay here and continue to tell the people who come here about Duan Lingtian's escape. The 2 of you, follow him and kill this kid in white. Since he wants to die, we'll fulfill his wish. Chapter 43:16. Yang Yuchen took a step forward and left. Behind him, the old mid-level ultimate god who was proficient in the law of earth and the middle-aged man followed suit. They did not try to hide their movements at all. Yang Yuchen, who was in front of them, suddenly sensed something and turned around to look at them. His expression changed abruptly. Then he quickly ran away. Seeing Yang Yuchen's movements, the 2 men who caught up with him sneered and their eyes revealed traces of cold murderous intent. He's so slow. With his strength, any one of us can easily kill him. The middle-aged man sneered. Let's join forces and kill him as soon as possible. Then, we'll return to senior brother Lei and tell the others about Duan Lingtian. The old man stared at the fleeing young man in white with a cruel smile on his face. Moments later, the 2 men moved and quickly caught up with the young man in white in front of them and blocked his path. Boy, you can't escape. With just this level of strength, you want to escape from under the eyes of us 2 senior brothers? Dream on. You dare to delay us with your strength? You're digging your own grave. At that moment, The two men who blocked Yang Yuchen were looking at him with a mocking expression. In their opinion, he would be a dead man in the next moment. Before they died, they all wanted to properly enjoy the expression of despair on their faces. They wanted to let him know that sometimes, being nosy would not end well. How dare you be nosy when you're weak? If there's an afterlife, remember not to be so stupid. The middle-aged man who blocked Yang Yuchen's path spoke again as his divine power raged. He was obviously ready to attack Yang Yuchen. Although the young man in white in front of them was a mid-level ultimate god and his cultivation was higher than Duan Lingtian, who was only a lower-level ultimate god. However, the two men who were not confident in defeating Duan Lingtian did not think that they could not defeat a mid-level ultimate god. He was just an ordinary mid-level ultimate god. Just by looking at his speed earlier, he could roughly guess the other party's strength. Boy, are you scared out of your wits? Seeing that the young man in white didn't seem to show any signs of despair, the old man was clearly dissatisfied. In his expectations, this young man should be frightened and in despair right now. But now, it was completely different from what he had expected. What a pity! Just when the two of them thought that the white-clothed young man before them was scared silly, the white-clothed young man sighed under their gazes. Yang Yuchen sighed, shook his head and said, "Only two people caught up. But I'll send you on your way first. Then, I'll send your companion to accompany you on your way. Don't worry, I won't make you wait too long." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yuchen moved. In the next instant, the power of law illuminated 1,000,000 miles, and the heaven and earth phenomenon spread out. At this moment, the expressions of the two people surrounding Yang Yuchen changed greatly. At the same time, they realized that when Yang Yuchen had fled just now, he had concealed his strength. Otherwise, a medium-level ultimate god who had comprehended the power of law to the point of illuminating 1,000,000 miles would not be so slow. You actually hid your strength. Humph. So what if you're not weaker than any of us? There's two of us. Although they were shocked that the white-clothed young man had concealed his strength, the two of them were not afraid of him at all. In their opinion, the white-clothed young man's strength was at most on par with any one of them. If the two of them joined forces, the white-clothed young man would definitely die. However, when they actually fought, the two of them realized that they were wrong, very wrong. The white-clothed young man's cultivation and power of law were on par with them. The white-clothed young man had even comprehended the way of control of the four heavens and earth principles. Moreover, the white-clothed young man's way of control was so terrifying that it could directly cut off their power of law, making it difficult for them to use their full strength. No, impossible. The two medium-level ultimate gods were completely defeated by Yang Yuchen within 3 short moves and were in imminent danger. Yang Yuchen, on the other hand, had an indifferent look on his face. The moment the two of them thought of escaping, he directly attacked and killed them. After killing the two of them, he did not stay at the same spot for long and went straight back in the direction he came from. There was only one person left out of the 3 of them. Even if that person was stronger, he could kill him in a short time. His current strength was considered good even among the top medium-level ultimate gods in the god-defying realm. He was not afraid of those medium-level ultimate gods who had mastered the power of law to illuminate millions of miles. This was because his way of control had recently improved by leaps and bounds due to an opportunity. No! The two silhouettes rose into the air and after letting out unwilling cries, they crashed to the ground. A medium-level ultimate god has fallen. At the same time, many people near Lei Tongshan stopped and looked into the distance. Lei Tongshan was the leader of the 4 intermediate ultimate gods who discovered Duan Lingtian's hiding place. He was just telling the passers-by about Duan Lingtian's appearance when he suddenly heard a commotion in the distance. It seemed as though 3 rays of light from the law of heaven and earth illuminated 1,000,000 miles had appeared. Coupled with the words of the passers-by, he instinctively turned to look. This direction. At first, he did not think much of the loss of 2 medium-level ultimate gods. He thought it was not unusual for there to be a conflict with so many people around. However, when he subconsciously turned his head, his expression changed completely. This was because that was the direction his 2 juniors had gone. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At that moment, Lei Tongshan's first thought was that it was impossible. The other party was only a medium-level ultimate god. Even if his two juniors were not strong enough to deal with him, they should not have been killed in such a short time. Unless the other party had a high-level ultimate god with him, or a top-level medium-level ultimate god. Lei Tongshan took a deep breath and looked at the soul pearls that belonged to his two juniors in the storage ring. With just a glance, he saw that the soul pearls of his two juniors had shattered. His slightly calm expression changed drastically as he was comforting himself in his heart. It's really them. Lei Tongshan's expression changed drastically as soon as the thought came to his mind. At the same time, he completely regained his senses and was no longer in the mood to tell passers-by that Duan Lingtian had escaped from them. Run! Since the other party had the ability to kill his two juniors, they naturally had the ability to kill him as well. Although he was stronger than his two juniors, he knew that he could not kill the two of them together. Even if his two juniors joined forces, they would be able to defeat him as long as they were given enough time. On the other hand, he had no chance of winning against the two of them together. His power of law was on par with the two of them. The only advantage he had was the fledgling form of sword principle. In his opinion, the other party would most likely come for him after killing his two juniors. Lei Tongshan was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed a large area of mountains and rivers. His speed was astonishing. However, even though he was fast, Yang Yuchen, who was chasing after him, was even faster. In less than 30 breaths of time, Lei Tongshan was intercepted by Yang Yuchen. As for Lei Tongshan, when he saw Yang Yuchen, his face turned extremely ugly. Earlier, when he was being chased by the other party, he had already discovered the other party. At the same time, he knew that his previous guess was wrong. There were no high-level ultimate gods around the other party. It was because the other party was a top-notch intermediate ultimate god. It was naturally very easy for such a high-level ultimate god to kill his two juniors. The power of law can also illuminate 1,000,000 miles. However, he was able to kill the two of them in such a short period of time. Moreover, his speed is so fast. He most likely has something else that's far better than mine. It's the fledgling form of sword principle. At that moment, Lei Tongshan could vaguely guess where the other party's powerful abilities came from. He just did not know the details. You're pretty fast. After Yang Yuchen appeared, he glanced at Lei Tongshan indifferently. Your Excellency. At that moment, Lei Tongshan's expression was gloomy and he began to speak humbly. I've already advised my two juniors not to cause trouble and not to provoke you. However, they refused to listen. There's nothing I can do about it. They provoked you and were killed by you. They only have themselves to blame. Your Excellency, you won't make things difficult for me since I didn't do anything to you, right? For the sake of survival, Lei Tongshan had completely put away his usual arrogance. He did not even mention that the person behind him had the backing of an ultimate powerhouse. This was because he felt that it was meaningless. If he were in the other party's shoes, he might have killed the other party immediately after hearing the other party's threats. If he killed the other party here, it would not do him any good no matter how powerful the other party's background was. Therefore, he chose to admit defeat. He did not continue to be stubborn. Now, even if the other party asked him to kneel and kowtow, he would do so as long as he could survive. After living for so many years, he naturally knew that dignity and whatnot were not important in front of his life. This was especially so when there was no third person present. If he lost face and dignity, he would only lose face and dignity in front of the other party. He could completely accept it. Tell me what happened when you met the Duan Lingtian. Yang Yuchen heard the other party's words but did not reply. Instead, he said this in an indifferent tone. When the other party saw that Yang Yuchen did not intend to attack and instead asked about the Duan Lingtian, he thought that Yang Yuchen wanted to further confirm the whereabouts of the Duan Lingtian. Therefore, his expression softened a lot. At the same time, he recounted his encounter with the Duan Lingtian in full detail. He did not hide anything. He also felt that there was no need to hide anything. If he wanted to hide something, he would have to lie. Moreover, once he lied, he would have to think of more words to cover up the lie. If the other party saw through his lie, he might be able to survive but would lose his life because he lied to the other party. Little junior brother, you're really unlucky. Yang Yuchen shook his head and sighed softly after hearing Lei Tongshan's words. Little junior brother? When Lei Tongshan heard Yang Yuchen's words, his pupils shrank instantly and his expression changed drastically. Chapter 43:17. Lei Tongshan would never have dreamed that the person in front of him was Duan Lingtian's senior brother. If he was Duan Lingtian's senior brother, he would undoubtedly be one of the two from the Institute of Myriad Jurisprudence in the Shengang land. Hong Yifeng or Yang Yuchen. Looking at the person's attire and aura, it was not difficult for him to guess his identity. Yang Yuchen. That's not right. Lei Tongshan suddenly thought of a problem. Like most people, he had a better understanding of the Institute of Myriad Jurisprudence's inner branch because of Duan Lingtian's existence. However, he remembered that Yang Yuchen's strength should be similar to his according to the rumors. The power of law that he had comprehended seemed to be weaker than the power of law within 100,000 miles. The reason why he felt that Yang Yuchen's strength was not weaker than his was because he had heard that Yang Yuchen's Tao of control was very powerful. However, when he saw Yang Yuchen's strength in person today, he realized that the strength he had heard about was probably the strength that Yang Yuchen had revealed a long time ago. Yang Yuchen's strength was definitely one of the best among the medium-level ultimate gods. Even those mid-level ultimate gods who had mastered the heaven and earth vision that illuminated millions of miles were not necessarily stronger than Yang Yuchen unless they had mastered the four heavenly Tao to a certain extent or had some other powerful trump cards. Only then would they have the ability to wrestle with Yang Yuchen. As for himself, he was too far away from Yang Yuchen. It was even to the extent that as long as Yang Yuchen wanted to, perhaps he could kill him in a short few moves. So it's Master Yang Yuchen. Lei Tongshan secretly inhaled a breath of cold air and tried to calm his agitated emotions. At the same time, he tried to stop his slightly trembling body from trembling and slightly saluted the person in front of him. Master Yang Yuchen, although my junior brothers and I had planned to kill your junior brother, we didn't succeed after all. Lei Tongshan took a deep breath and said in a slightly nervous manner, Now, my junior brothers have been killed by you, Master Yang Yuchen. They deserve to die. I'm willing to take out my life savings to buy this lowly life of mine. What do you think? Lei Tongshan naturally knew that Yang Yuchen hadn't chased after him to chat, but to kill him. Therefore, at this time, he did not say much nonsense, nor did he say that he did not want to kill Duan Lingtian. There was no need to, and the other party would not believe him. In that case, he might as well be more open and see if he could buy his life with money. Nothing. When Yang Yuchen rejected him, his expression turned extremely ugly in an instant. At the same time, he immediately unleashed the power he had accumulated and prepared to flee. However, even though he was fast, Yang Yuchen was even faster. In the blink of an eye, the situation was completely under Yang Yuchen's control. Even though Lei Tongshan was stronger than his three junior brothers, he was nothing in front of Yang Yuchen. In less than 3 breaths, he was on the brink of death. Yang Yuchen, if you kill me, you'll regret it. I'm on the brink of death. Lei Tongshan wanted to reveal his identity so that Yang Yuchen would not dare to kill him. This was also his last straw of hope. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Yang Yuchen. Noisy! If I kill you here, who would know that I, Yang Yuchen, killed you? Even if there were ultimate experts patrolling nearby and saw Yang Yuchen kill Lei Tongshan, would they be so bored as to complain to the people behind Lei Tongshan? Unless they were friends. Moreover, he did not think that Lei Tongshan had a direct connection with an ultimate expert. If he was really close to an ultimate expert, would he not have the projection jade slip given by the ultimate expert? After killing 3 people, including Lei Tongshan, Yang Yuchen did not feel any joy. Instead, his expression became even more solemn. I hope little junior brother will be careful. Now, the people chasing after him are not just some intermediate ultimate gods, but a large number of upper ultimate gods. There are many outstanding upper ultimate gods among them. Yang Yuchen might be able to fight against an ordinary upper ultimate god. However, the best of the best among the high-level ultimate gods could kill Yang Yuchen as easily as swatting an ant. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know that the 3 intermediate ultimate gods who were chasing after him were all killed by his 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuchen. Right now, he was fleeing into the distance. Danger. Very dangerous. That was the only thought left in his mind. In the beginning, his whereabouts were only discovered by 4 intermediate ultimate gods. However, after he killed one of the intermediate ultimate gods and that intermediate ultimate god said his name, a large number of people knew that he was nearby. Therefore, the only thing he needed to do now was to get as far away from this area as possible. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also hoped that the secret realm of 10 people that he had previously opened would open soon. Then, he could enter the secret realm to seek refuge. After being teleported out of the secret realm, there was a high probability that he would not appear in this area again. After being teleported out of the secret realm, he would be randomly teleported to any corner of the upgraded Chaos Territory. The upgraded Chaos Territory was not that big, but it was not small either. It's best not to fly. It's good to move forward stealthily like this. Duan Lingtian moved nimbly as he crossed the mountains. At the same time, he evaded many people who were patrolling in the air. A large number of people spread out their divine consciousness, but Duan Lingtian narrowly avoided them. There are more and more people. During this process, Duan Lingtian also noticed that more people were searching for him. As time passed, more and more people knew that he was in this area. Under such circumstances, his situation was getting more and more dangerous. After so many days of fleeing, coupled with the fact that he had not fully recovered from his exhaustion, Duan Lingtian felt mentally exhausted. If he had to fight again, perhaps the 4 intermediate ultimate gods from before would be enough to kill him. There's someone over there. Suddenly, a cry of surprise sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Although he's not wearing violet clothes, but looking at him acting suspiciously, he might be Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was indeed not wearing purple, but he did not disguise his appearance. If he did, it would be seen as a guilty conscience and even more eye-catching. Since he had just entered the ultimate god realm, any ultimate god realm existence would be able to recognize him with a sweep of their divine consciousness. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had recently discovered a problem. That was, the ultimate gods in the nearby area would directly sweep people with their divine consciousness and did not care if they would offend them. After all, it was impolite. However, during this period, not only were those people not annoyed by the other party's probing, they even did as the Romans did. These people looked at each other and got along with each other naturally as if everything was understood without words. I didn't expect these guys to not mind probing each other in order to find me. They even see it as a tacit agreement. Under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian felt even more threatened. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. The bird that pokes its head out will be shot. This time, Duan Lingtian really understood the meaning of those words. It seems that I've been too high profile. However, if I hadn't been high profile, I wouldn't have the strength I have today. Although Duan Lingtian realized that he had been rather high profile all this time, he did not regret it at all. Otherwise, his strength would not have improved so quickly. Although he was only a beginner ultimate god, he was confident that he could kill most intermediate ultimate gods. Jian Wushuang would not be afraid even if it was just one of those top mid-level ultimate gods who stood at the top of the pyramid of mid-level ultimate gods. Even if he could not defeat or kill his opponent would still want to defeat or kill him. Currently, he had not consolidated his cultivation base as a lower ultimate god. Now, there's still a long way to go before I can consolidate my cultivation base. I only hope that the next few secret areas will allow me to consolidate my cultivation base as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid there won't be a place for me in the upgraded Chaos Territory. Although Duan Lingtian knew that he would become a thorn in many people's side after knowing that the overall ranking list in the upgraded Chaos Territory had been opened, it was not difficult for him to guess. However, he did not expect the reality to be even more exaggerated than he imagined. These people don't even need to accumulate battle merits and chaos points? Or do they think they have no hope of getting into the overall ranking list, so they're just taking pleasure in hunting me down? Recently, Duan Lingtian was a little speechless when he saw so many people hunting him down. Were these people so free? What good would it do them to hunt him down? He did not think that these people had friends or relatives who could get into the top 3 of the overall ranking list. There were only 3 people in the top 3 of the overall ranking list. Currently, Duan Lingtian did not know that in the upgraded Chaos territory, there were already many bounty missions for him. As long as one took out the recording of his death, they would be able to receive the huge rewards of the bounty missions. Moreover, these bounty missions stated that even if one received the rewards of other people's bounty missions, they would still be able to receive their rewards. In other words, as long as one killed Duan Lingtian, they would be able to receive the rewards of multiple bounty missions. Moreover, the number of bounty missions was still increasing. Kill Duan Lingtian. Record the recording of his death. At that time, you can use the floating image pearl to receive the bounty reward. Kill Duan Lingtian and you will receive a jade slip with the projection of the ultimate powerhouse's true body. Outside the dimensional battlefield, the ultimate powerhouse will fight for you once. Kill Duan Lingtian and record the recording of the floating image pearl. As long as you confirm that the recording is not fake, you will be able to receive the bounty reward. Kill Duan Lingtian and you will receive 3 embryos of ultimate divine artifacts. Kill Duan Lingtian. One bounty after another appeared in the various military camps in the upgraded Chaos territory. Moreover, the people who issued the bounty were, without exception, members of the godly venerable level forces of the various planes of gods. There were also a few descendants of ultimate powerhouses who were wandering cultivators. Chapter 43:18. Even Duan Lingtian himself did not know how valuable he was now. Bounties appeared in various military camps in the upgraded Chaos realm. At first, the bounties were only offered in secret, but as time passed, they were gradually put on the table. More and more bounties were being offered. Oh my God! The bounties have increased again. Duan Lingtian is really a treasure now. He is indeed a treasure. Now, what's more tempting than killing him? No matter who it is, as long as they kill him and leave behind a scryer image mirror image, they will be able to receive a huge bounty. Not just one bounty, but all of the bounties. Now, there are even people saying that the loot obtained from killing Duan Lingtian is even more exaggerated than the loot obtained from killing a supreme powerhouse. It's a pity that I don't have the ability to kill him. Otherwise, I would definitely be like those people and search for his whereabouts everywhere. It's fine if you don't have the ability to kill him. Now, many people have spread the word that as long as they can provide them with the exact whereabouts of Duan Lingtian and successfully use the clues to kill Duan Lingtian, they will be rewarded with 1/10 of the bounty reward. 1/10? That's not a small amount. Who knows, the value of the reward might be even higher than the reward for the 3rd place on the same realm list. In terms of value, that should be the case. However, the reward for the same realm list is the God's Accumulation Spring. The God's Accumulation Spring is a priceless treasure. This is something that the bounty reward can't compare to. Discussions about the bounty on Duan Lingtian were everywhere in the various military camps because the bounty on Duan Lingtian was still increasing. It was as if everyone in the world wanted Duan Lingtian's life. Duan Lingtian. Ningxuan had been working hard for the medium ultimate god ranking list during this period of time and usually stayed in the secret realm. He would only leave the secret realm occasionally and wait for the next secret realm to open before going to the nearby military camp to rest. This time, he came to the military camp and found out that there was a bounty for Duan Lingtian and that it was offered by many parties. Although he had already guessed that Duan Lingtian would become the target of public criticism after the overall list was released, he did not expect so many people and forces to offer a bounty for Duan Lingtian. In order to kill Duan Lingtian, each and every one of them generously offered a sky-high reward. Although Ningxuan was born in the Sanction Land's giant ultimate god clan and was valued by an ultimate expert ancestor, he was still shocked when he found out about the bounty for Duan Lingtian. There are so many people who have put a bounty on Duan Lingtian. There's no lack of ultimate gods among them. That's true. If they didn't have the approval of an ultimate expert, how would they dare to be so brazen? However, Don't those ultimate experts who are committed to the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm care about these ultimate experts messing around? Or, don't they think this is messing around? One ultimate expert after another supported the bounty behind them. This matter naturally caused the dissatisfaction of many ultimate experts. These ultimate experts either hoped that more geniuses would appear in the God-defying realm or thought highly of Duan Lingtian. They were all dissatisfied that other ultimate experts were targeting geniuses like Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is definitely a genius. Targeting him like this, once he dies, it will definitely be a great loss for the God-defying realm. Isn't this not very good? The existence of the dimensional battlefield is to unearth geniuses. Geniuses like Duan Lingtian were unearthed in this way. As soon as the overall ranking was released, all the giant ultimate god forces issued bounties. Is this really fair to him? The divine corporeal spring, the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, and even the overall ranking of the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm were all obtained by that person and proposed by that person. Did that person tacitly agree to all of this? While the group of ultimate experts was puzzled and confused, in the same pavilion on the clouds that seemed to be floating in the endless void, a young man in white stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the endless void. No one knew what he was thinking. At some point, a middle-aged figure appeared behind the young man. Are you really not going to interfere? Interfere. Hearing the middle-aged man's question, the young man smiled faintly. Interfere with what? In the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, the bounty on Duan Lingtian is no longer a competition between geniuses. This has risen to a competition between the giant ultimate god forces and Duan Lingtian. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice, "It's impossible to say that without their approval, it's absolutely impossible. Sir, since you think highly of Duan Lingtian, there's no need to push him into a fire pit like this, right? His chances of survival are very, very low if he were to fight against the ultimate gods who are backed by the ultimate gods. As far as I know, not long ago in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, he was almost killed because his whereabouts were exposed. This time, the young man in white interrupted the middle-aged man before he could finish his words. What are you trying to say? The white-clad young man said indifferently, Do you think I should intervene and warn them to ask the forces behind them to remove the bounty on Duan Lingtian? Shouldn't you? The middle-aged man said, No matter what, Duan Lingtian is only a lower ultimate god. He hasn't even consolidated his cultivation base. Facing a group of intermediate ultimate gods and upper ultimate gods who are like wolves and tigers, it's harder for him to survive in the cracks than to reach the heavens. Don't tell me you think he'll be able to successfully break through under such circumstances? The middle-aged man asked. What do I think? The young man in white smiled. Why should I think? What does he have to do with me? I advocated for the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm and the opening of the overall ranking. Don't tell me it's all to target him? If he doesn't have the confidence to survive, can't he just find a military camp and teleport out of the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm? As long as he leaves the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, who would target him? With his current gains, even if he leaves the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, it shouldn't be a problem for him to be in the top 3 of the same level ranking. It's just that there's no hope for him to be in the overall ranking. In such a situation where he can advance and retreat, if he overestimates himself and is killed for the reward of the overall ranking, don't tell me he's too greedy? If he really dies because of this, no matter how talented he is, no matter how great his achievements are in the future, can he survive when he goes to the outside world? If he can't survive, no matter how monstrous he is, how can he protect the God-defying realm? The young man in white's tone seemed a little indifferent as he spoke. I know you value that little guy, but your concern is a little too much. The young man in white said faintly, You're also an old man who has fought all the way here. Can't you see through this? I know you cherish talents, but you have to remember that no matter how talented he is, if he's a reckless person, even if he can become a supreme expert in the God-defying realm, he won't live long out of the God-defying realm. The God-defying realm doesn't lack mediocre supreme experts, nor does it lack those reckless supreme experts who don't know when to advance or retreat. go. In the future, don't come to me because of this. Just take it that I've acquiesced in their actions. It takes two hands to clap. If he doesn't want to die, just leave the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory. The young man in white's tone was obviously a little unhappy and impatient as he spoke. Sir, I understand. The middle-aged man did not say anything after hearing the young man's words. At the same time, he realized that he had cherished talents too much. He had completely forgotten that Duan Lingtian could leave at any time. If he did not leave, it was either he was trying to be brave or he was confident. If it was the former, even if he died, it would not be a pity. Forget about him. Whether he lives or dies, it's up to him. The middle-aged man thought to himself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian still did not know that although he was only a lower ultimate god and the kind who had just entered the ultimate god realm not long ago, he had attracted the attention of many supreme experts. He also did not know that there were supreme experts who had specially gone to great lengths for him. Currently, after Duan Lingtian had been running around cautiously for a period of time, he was still discovered and targeted by someone. 3 medium ultimate gods had their eyes on Duan Lingtian. However, they only followed Duan Lingtian from afar and did not make a move. Obviously, they were afraid of Duan Lingtian's strength. Not making a move. Are they waiting for something? It seems that there might be a higher ultimate god behind me. After realizing that the few tails behind him were still following him, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little puzzled. Among the 3, one of them was an expert in the law of wind. Moreover, his law of wind had reached the point where his law of wind could illuminate 1,000,000 miles. Even if he could teleport, he could not escape from the other party's surveillance. If the other party wanted to, they could catch up with him at any time. After crossing the big canyon in front, if they are still following me, I will think of a way to kill the other 2. The other 2 are not experts in the law of wind. If I kill them, they won't be able to escape. A cold light flashed in his eyes. After crossing the big canyon in front of him, he realized that the 3 people were still following him. He did not continue forward. Although he used teleportation, he did not teleport forward. Instead, he teleported to the back. Be careful. As for the 3 medium ultimate gods who were following Duan Lingtian, their expressions changed when Duan Lingtian teleported closer to them. The medium ultimate god who was an expert in the law of wind was the first to move aside, and at the same time, he warned his 2 companions loudly. Of his 2 companions, one of them was an expert in the law of earth. The yellow energy on his body vibrated and formed a defense. At the same time, he also retreated a little. As for the other person, his body was covered in a watery light. The sparkling energy was like a torrential downpour. It swept across with a loud bang as if it had formed a huge wave in an instant. The 2 of them chose to attack while retreating. Although they were the best of the best among the medium ultimate gods, they dared not underestimate the lower ultimate god in front of them. Chapter 43:19. Trying to escape? It's too late. Duan Lingtian sneered when he saw the 2 of them retreating. The negative emotions that he had been suppressing for days exploded at that moment. During this period of time, he felt like a rat on the street that everyone wanted to beat up. Although he did not think he had done anything wrong, a group of people wanted to make things difficult for him. Duan Lingtian did not dare to enter a military camp for fear of being ambushed. Otherwise, he would have known the reason why a group of people was targeting him. As soon as Duan Lingtian made his move, the 7 orifices exquisite sword shot out. The energy from the law of space, the Tao of control, and the Tao of sword shot out like a shadow. The 2 medium ultimate gods who did not want to fight Duan Lingtian head-on and chose to retreat were shocked when they saw their attacks were easily crushed by Duan Lingtian. He's so strong. At that moment, they realized that Duan Lingtian's strength was even more exaggerated than the rumors. The strength. He's comparable to a top medium ultimate god who can kill a high-level ultimate god, right? Both of their expressions changed at the same time. In the next moment, both of them shouted in unison, Feng He, attack! Feng He was their other companion who specialized in the law of wind. It was because of him that they were able to follow Duan Lingtian closely. Otherwise, they would have been left behind by Duan Lingtian long ago. They were only medium ultimate gods who specialized in the law of water and the law of earth. At the same time, Feng He, the medium ultimate god who specialized in the law of wind, stood in the distance with his expression changing again and again. However, when he saw his two companions' attacks being crushed by Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye, he also personally witnessed Duan Lingtian's terrifying strength. At that moment, his intuition told him that he could not go over. If he went over, he would most likely die. Duan Lingtian is here. At the critical moment, he watched as Duan Lingtian continued to attack his two companions after crushing their attacks. As he fled into the distance, he let out an earth-shattering roar. Duan Lingtian was here. This voice shook the heavens and the earth, and it spread to an extremely wide area. Feng He thought to himself as he fled, "This is the last thing I can do for you. I hope you won't blame me." He knew that with the strength that Duan Lingtian had just displayed, not to mention his two companions, even if he joined forces, they would still be no match for him. Even if he was proficient in the laws of wind, it would still be difficult for him to escape from Duan Lingtian. The laws of space were infinitely mysterious. Once he was imprisoned, it would be useless no matter how fast he was. Feng He. When they heard Feng He's shout getting further and further away, the expressions of his two companions changed greatly. They could guess what Feng He was thinking. At that moment, they hurriedly dealt with Duan Lingtian's attack while cursing Feng He's entire family in their hearts. However, in the blink of an eye, they no longer had the mood to curse Feng He's entire family. This was because Duan Lingtian had given them too much pressure. In the blink of an eye, they felt as though their bones were about to fall apart. How can he be so strong? He's just a lower ultimate god who has just entered the ultimate god realm. How can he have such terrifying combat strength? At that moment, the two of them felt that Duan Lingtian's combat strength was terrifying. It made them tremble from the bottom of their hearts and souls. It was too terrifying. Before that day, they would never have imagined that a lower ultimate god's strength could reach such a level. No, a blood-curdling scream was heard. It was the mid-level ultimate god who was proficient in the laws of water. Duan Lingtian shattered his attack first before a rainbow sword light followed like a shadow and directly penetrated his body. In the next moment, thousands of sword lights broke out of his body and killed the mid-level ultimate god who was still alive and kicking a moment ago. The rolling waves that filled the sky gradually dissipated and disappeared without a trace. The other mid-level ultimate god who was proficient in the laws of earth was currently strengthening his defense with an ugly look on his face. He was proficient in the laws of earth, and the laws of earth were widely recognized as the #1 defensive law. Although the defensive layer he formed was continuously being worn down by Duan Lingtian, he still held on to the hope that as long as someone arrived in time, Duan Lingtian might not have the chance to kill him. At that time, Duan Lingtian would not be able to protect himself. Those who came later would most likely not attack him because there was no need for them to do so. "Your skin is really thick." Duan Lingtian sneered. "Are you thinking that you can escape by defending yourself before a group of people swarm over? You're very smart. However, if I really want to kill you, I'm afraid your defense will be useless." As soon as he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. In the next moment, his small world opened up and a tree branch quickly extended out and pierced towards the mid-level ultimate god in front of Duan Lingtian who was defending himself with all his might. This tree branch looked ordinary, but the life aura surrounding it was extremely dense. After the tree branch came out, it met the mid-level ultimate god's defense and easily pierced through it before piercing its way through. Sacred Tree of Life. The mid-level ultimate god who was proficient in the laws of earth originally thought he could escape, but his expression changed when he saw his defense being broken in an instant. The Sacred Tree of Life. It was the absolute nemesis of people like them who had yet to reach the perfected realm of the laws of earth. The Sacred Tree of Life was a divine object that was born from the soil and was the favored child of heaven and earth. Before those who were proficient in the laws of earth mastered the perfected realm of the laws of earth, the Sacred Tree of Life could easily ignore the laws of earth. Attacks formed by those who had yet to reach the perfected realm of the laws of earth were ineffective against them. Defenses formed by those who had yet to reach the perfected realm of the laws of earth could be ignored. At that moment, Duan Lingtian opened up his small world and the sacred tree of life's branch extended out. It did not even need to expend much energy to break through his defense. To be precise, it opened a hole in his defense, a hole that he could not repair even if he wanted to. His laws of earth were still a distance away from the sacred tree of life's branch before it was blocked. It could be said that the sacred tree of life was the absolute nemesis of people like him who were proficient in the laws of earth. No, at that moment, the mid-level ultimate god who was proficient in the laws of earth had a look of despair in his eyes. He never dreamed that Duan Lingtian had the sacred tree of life as a backup. If he had known, he would not have taken the risk to follow Duan Lingtian. He and his two companions followed Duan Lingtian because they wanted to see if they could follow Duan Lingtian all the way to the vicinity of a military camp. Then, the three of them would enter the military camp and inform them. As long as they handed over the floating image pearl that recorded Duan Lingtian's figure and successfully killed Duan Lingtian, they would be given a portion of the bounty reward. Even if it was only a tenth of the bounty reward, it was something that they would never have dared to dream of in the past. Seeing Duan Lingtian's divine sword wrapped in rainbow light closely following the hole in the sacred tree of life's trunk to kill him, there was only despair in his eyes. If he had known that Duan Lingtian's small world had a divine object like the sacred tree of life that could restrain the laws of earth, he would not have taken the risk to follow Duan Lingtian even if he had 100 times the courage. Bush, 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 bush. At the same time as the thousands of rainbow sword rays rose into the sky, the second shadow rose into the sky and let out an unwilling cry. However, it was not shouting Duan Lingtian's name, but the sacred tree of life. As for his companion, the middle-level ultimate god who was skilled in the laws of water that was killed by Duan Lingtian, he did not call out Duan Lingtian's name. He only called out unwillingly. "Consider yourself unlucky to have met me." Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at the place where the person behind him died and then teleported away from the scene twice in a row. At that moment, although he had not discovered anything, it was not difficult to guess that there must be many people coming this way. If he did not run now, he might not be able to. As for the middle-level ultimate god who was skilled in the laws of wind, Duan Lingtian did not plan to chase after him. Not to mention that it was basically impossible to catch up to him. Even if he could, he would not chase after him unless he had a death wish. What he needed to do now was to go to a safe place. Then he would sit and wait for the next secret realm to open. Once the next secret realm opened, it would mean that he was temporarily safe. Not long after Duan Lingtian left, a few figures came to the scene first. They were all high-level ultimate gods who came alone. The divine power on their bodies vibrated and the power of law surged into the sky. The surrounding void was shaken into a medicinal liquid. These high-level ultimate gods were the most powerful among the high-level ultimate gods. They happened to be nearby and rushed over when they heard the commotion. Duan Lingtian just appeared here? Didn't someone shout like that? There was a big battle here. 2 mid-level ultimate gods died. Is this Duan Lingtian's doing? After one of them died, he shouted, "Sacred Tree of Life." What does that mean? Isn't that a divine object that only exists in the small worlds of supreme experts? Could it be? Duan Lingtian has the Sacred Tree of Life? There are remnants of the water and earth law auras here. There's also the space law and sword principle auras here. It must be Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian has the Sacred Tree of Life? This is a shocking piece of news. This also means that those who have not perfected the law of earth could die at his hands even if they are stronger than him. Among the high-level ultimate gods, the only one who was good at the law of earth was also being watched by the others. When he saw this, his expression turned unnatural. His law of earth was only one step away from perfecting it. However, this one step could very well cause him to be killed by Duan Lingtian in the process of dealing with Duan Lingtian. The high-level ultimate god snorted coldly and turned to leave. Although he did not look too good, he knew that he could not take the risk. Although he had not encountered the sacred tree of life before becoming a supreme expert, how could an ordinary person have a sacred tree of life? Chapter 43:20. Look at the traces left behind by the law of space. He's heading that way. Go after him. The remaining high-level ultimate gods headed in another direction after the high-level ultimate god who was proficient in the law of earth left. In fact, the high-level ultimate god who was proficient in the law of earth had also noticed the direction Duan Lingtian had headed in. Because of that, he deliberately chose the opposite direction. He did not want to encounter Duan Lingtian. Before he knew that Duan Lingtian had the sacred tree of life, he had dreamt of finding Duan Lingtian and killing him. Then he would bring his scryer image to collect the reward. Although he was considered strong among the high-level ultimate gods, there were many who were stronger than him. He would never be in the top 10 of the list. Therefore, although he had been accumulating chaos points, he did not have the slightest confidence that he would be able to enter the top 10. He was just comforting himself. That was until the upgraded version of the Zone of Chaos General List was released. Various parties targeted Duan Lingtian and even issued bounties, giving him the hope of obtaining a large number of treasures. Although he was a high-level ultimate god, he was only an elder of a heavyweight faction. The treasures he could obtain were limited. In addition, he had been injured in the last millennium tribulation. He was eager to improve in a short period of time. Killing Duan Lingtian would undoubtedly give him the opportunity to obtain the treasures he needed and improve further. However, now that he knew that Duan Lingtian had the sacred tree of life, he shrank back. His life would be in danger if he pursued Duan Lingtian. It seems that I'm destined to lose my chance. The high-level supreme god sighed and left dejectedly. In a spacious canyon, a white figure was being besieged. 3 powerful mid-level ultimate gods were besieging a single mid-level ultimate god. The latter was able to handle it with ease at first, but as time passed, he began to show signs of defeat. Yang Yuchen, you're going to die today. A cold-faced young man glared at Yang Yuchen fiercely. He was obviously the leader of the 3. One of the other 2 was on par with him while the other was slightly weaker. However, he was also one of the best among the medium ultimate gods. Nangong Lun, you and I both came from the profound Handle land. We have no enmity between us, so why are you bringing people to kill me? The current Yang Yuchen was no longer as carefree as before. Instead, he appeared to be in a sorry state. In terms of one-on-one combat, the young man in front of him might not necessarily be stronger than him. Even though it would be difficult for him to defeat the young man, he would definitely be able to fight him to a draw. However, the other party had a helper who was not any weaker than him. There was also a middle-level ultimate god who was slightly weaker than them. With the 3 of them joining forces, he was no match for them. The stern-looking young man, Nangong Lun, suddenly sneered, Yang Yuchen, are you really an idiot, or are you pretending to be one? Don't you know that our Nangong family had an engagement with the Shui family in the past, but it was later cancelled? So what does that have to do with me? Yang Yuchen frowned, but an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Could it be related to that woman? If that was the case, then he was really wrong this time. He had no interest in that woman at all. It had always been that woman's wishful thinking. What does that have to do with you? Nangong Luyun sneered. Don't tell me that you don't know that the 2 parties of that engagement are me from the Nangong family and Shui Ying from the Shui family. Don't tell me that you don't know that the reason the Shui family cancelled the engagement with our Nangong family was because of Shui Ying's own initiative and because of you. At the end of his words, Nangong Liuyun's eyes were filled with fierceness. To him, Yang Yuchen had a grudge against him for stealing his wife. After listening to Nangong Liuyun's words, Yang Yuchen felt helpless. It seemed that he had guessed correctly. It really had something to do with that woman, Shuang. However, he really had no interest in that woman. In other words, he had no intention of starting a family. I really don't know. Yang Yuchen was a little helpless. Nangong Luyun, why don't, after we leave this time, I'll announce to the public that I, Yang Yuchen, will never have any romantic relationship with Shui Ying in my life. How about that? I can even guarantee that I won't speak to Shui Ying again if I see her in the future. No matter how shameless she is, I'll ignore her. At this moment, Yang Yuchen also felt the danger and the other party's determination to kill him. This was not a joke. Moreover, he could tell that the three of them had come prepared. It would be difficult for him to escape even if he wanted to. He even felt that if he really prepared to escape, he would probably die even faster. I never thought that I, Yang Yuchen, would be harmed to this extent by a woman one day. It seems that my original intention from the beginning of cultivation was right. I can't touch women. If I touch them, it'll be difficult for me to achieve great success in cultivation. Eldest senior sister is so strong. Isn't it because she didn't find a senior brother-in-law for us? Second senior brother and fourth junior sister are also. As for third junior brother, he's definitely an accident. Even Yang Yuchen did not expect that in this situation where he had a slim chance of survival, so many strange thoughts and ideas would appear in his mind. Yang Yuchen, no matter what you say, it's all nonsense. You must die today. Nangong Luyun clearly did not intend to let Yang Yuchen go. Or rather, he did not take Yang Yuchen's words seriously at all. He only felt that Yang Yuchen was stalling for time. Yang Yuchen, if it wasn't for the fact that I don't want Shui Ying to know that I killed you. Otherwise, I would have recorded what you said just now and shown it to her. I would have let her see what kind of man she likes. At this moment, Yang Yuchen's expression changed once again. Nangong Liuyun's determination to kill him had exceeded his expectations. His opponent had come with the determination to kill him. Boom. Under such circumstances, Yang Yuchen no longer held any hope. The power of the law stirred, and he displayed the path of control without holding back. However, his opponent was not weak either. Two rays of the power of the law that illuminated millions of miles spread out. They belonged to Nangong Luyun and the other helper who was not any weaker than him. As for the other helper, he had also comprehended the power of the law that illuminated millions of miles. He had even mastered the devouring Tao of the heaven and earth Tao. Of course, his mastery of the devouring Tao was naturally far inferior to Yang Yuchen's path of control. Among the three helpers, he was the weakest. If he fought him alone, Yang Yuchen was confident that he could kill him within 10 moves. Boom, boom, boom. The three of them besieged one person. Yang Yuchen was in a more difficult position. The commotion on the other side was getting louder and louder as the four of them fought with all their might. It even attracted the attention of some onlookers. There was no lack of higher ultimate gods among them. How powerful! All four of them are only medium-level ultimate gods? This is too terrifying. Although I'm a higher ultimate god, I feel like I'm no match for any of them. Poor they. As more and more onlookers gathered, many higher ultimate gods realized the problem. The four intermediate ultimate gods in front of them seemed to be stronger than them. Unknowingly, a figure flew over from afar. When he arrived near the onlookers, he was surprised. Four intermediate ultimate gods fighting? Look at them, they're not weak. However, when he saw the white figure among the four people fighting in the field, his pupils suddenly constricted. Third junior brother? Chapter 43-21. Hong Yifeng did not expect to meet his third junior brother, Yang Yuchen, here. The reason he came all the way here was entirely because he heard the news that the monster from the profound star land, Duan Ling Tian, had appeared in the vicinity, and he rushed over. His purpose for coming here was naturally different from the others. The others were here to track down the Duan Ling Tian and kill the Duan Ling Tian to obtain the reward. As for him, he was here to see if he could help the Duan Ling Tian. In Hong Yifeng's opinion, although he could not confirm the other party's identity in the Myriad Law Academy, since he was a member of the Myriad Law Academy, it was not a big deal to help him if it was within his capabilities. In the past, he was in charge of the Myriad Law Academy's internal palace and also served as the deputy palace master of the Myriad Law Academy. He was friends with the palace master of the Myriad Law Academy, Su Bailey. Naturally, he could not watch the Myriad Law Academy's students suffer, even if the other party was not a member of the internal palace. Of course, there was a difference between being close and distant. Since the other party was not a member of the internal palace, it was unrealistic for him to risk his life. At most, he would lend a helping hand if it was within his capabilities. It was precisely because of this that he came to the vicinity and rushed over after discovering that there were people fighting here. He had only come to join in the fun, but he did not expect that one of the 4 people fighting in the field was his third junior brother, Yang Yuchen. Moreover, his third junior brother was showing signs of defeat. It wouldn't be long before he would be defeated or even killed. Third junior brother's strength. Hong Yifeng had never expected his third junior brother to have such strength now. If it were not for his fire law, he would have been overtaken by his third junior brother. Of course, he was now only amazed by his third junior brother's improvement in strength. In the blink of an eye, his eyes turned cold. Then, he stepped out of the crowd and charged into the battlefield. Another person has entered the field? Whose helper is this? Hong Yifeng's entrance immediately attracted the attention of the onlookers. Someone who dared to approach at this time must be a helper from one of the sides fighting. Otherwise, they would never dare to take the risk to approach. He's also a medium ultimate god. Judging from his unsightly expression, he is most likely the helper of that white-clothed young man. He's just a mid-level ultimate god. Do you really think he can turn the tables around? I think he's too rash. The white-clothed young man and his 2 opponents were definitely peak mid-level ultimate gods. Even if his strength is on par with the white-clothed youth, he still has another helper. His trip bodes ill rather than well. When Hong Yifeng entered the arena, he alarmed the surrounding spectators. Naturally, he also alarmed the 3 people who were suppressing Yang Yuchen with all their might, not giving Yang Yuchen a chance to catch his breath. Qiuming, go stop him. If you can't beat him, try to hold him back. Nangong Luyun said coldly, Xiaoxiang, let's work together and kill Yang Yuchen. It was not difficult for him to see that the person who came was Yang Yuchen's helper. However, no matter how strong Yang Yuchen's helper was, how strong could he be? At most, he would be on par with him. Alright. The one called Qiuming by Nangong Luyun was the weakest of the 3. Although he was weak, he was still one of the best among the medium-level ultimate gods and had extraordinary strength. At this time, although Yang Yuchen also heard from the words of Nangong Luyun and the surrounding people that he had a helper, he was also stunned, but he did not have the time to see who it was. He was already on the brink of death. If he was distracted, he would definitely die. Who are you? Do you know the consequences of interfering in this matter? After the young man called Qiuming withdrew from the battle, he went to intercept Hong Yifeng aggressively. Of course, at the same time, he was also very vigilant. If the other party dared to interfere at this time, he must be very confident in his own strength. He might be an expert at the same level as Yang Yuchen and his 2 companions, a top-level mid-level ultimate god. You're asking for death. Hong Yifeng sneered when he saw the weakest of the 3 who wanted to kill his third junior brother, Yang Yuchen, coming to stop him. In the next moment, golden light burst out from Hong Yifeng's body as the power of law spread out and illuminated thousands of miles. At the same time, another figure swept out from his body. This Hong Yifeng was wearing a fiery red robe with flames surging around his body. His eyes were slightly dim. However, after he appeared, another power of law caused the heaven and earth vision to appear. Another power of law vision that illuminated thousands of miles. The scene made the surrounding people's pupils shrink as they were shocked. He has mastered 2 types of laws to the point of illuminating thousands of miles? This mid-level ultimate god is too terrifying. Even among the upper-level ultimate gods, I'm afraid only the top ones can master 2 types of laws to the point of illuminating thousands of miles at the same time. Everyone was shocked. Qiuming's expression changed drastically. He did not expect his opponent to be so powerful and terrifying. He probably hasn't mastered the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. As long as he hasn't mastered the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, I'll be able to hold him back for a while. Qiuming instinctively thought it was impossible for his opponent to master the 4 Tao of heaven and earth. If his opponent had mastered the 4 Tao of heaven and earth, he would be stronger than the top intermediate ultimate gods such as his 2 companions and Yang Yuchen. However, when his opponent approached him, the power of law from both sides whistled as a mysterious aura swept out. Qiuming could clearly sense the abnormality in his opponent's power of law. This is the Tao of control. It was not difficult for Qiuming, who had just fought with Yang Yuchen, to notice this was the shadow of the Tao of control of the four Tao of heaven and earth. Although his opponent's Tao of control was not as good as Yang Yuchen's, his strength was definitely above Yang Yuchen's when coupled with the power of law that he had mastered. I'm no match for him. I don't have the ability to hold him back. At this moment, Qiuming realized the gap between him and his opponent. With his opponent's strength, he could easily kill Qiuming in an instant. Retreat. Qiuming hurriedly retreated as he called for help from his two companions. Lu Yun, Xiao, save me. Although Yang Yuchen found the voice familiar, he did not have the time to think about whose voice it was as he was on the brink of death. Now that Qiuming had called for help, Nangong, Lu Yun, and the other person slowed down. Yang Yuchen finally had the time to see who it was. With just a glance, he was pleasantly surprised. Second senior brother. Second senior brother? As soon as Yang Yuchen said that, Nangong, Lu Yun, and the other person's expressions changed. They can't save you. At the same time, Hong Yifeng's indifferent voice slowly spread out. Then, Hong Yifeng's law clone turned into a ball of fire and quickly swept across the void. Then, before Nangong, Lu Yun, and the other person could move, he turned into a ball of fire and engulfed Qiuming. In the eyes of the onlookers, Qiuming looked like he was swallowed alive by a giant fire beast. After a miserable shriek, an illusory figure appeared and let out an unwilling roar. A divine artifact fell from the void. A medium ultimate god, one of the best among medium ultimate gods, died in the blink of an eye. This scene made the onlookers' scalps tingle. Even some of the stronger higher ultimate gods looked at Hong Yifeng's back with fear in their eyes. This person is even more terrifying than the other three. Oh my god! His strength has probably exceeded our definition of a peak medium ultimate god, right? Is there anyone stronger than him among the medium-level ultimate gods? While the onlookers were still in shock, Hong Yifeng's original body and his fire law clone joined the battle. Third junior brother, we'll catch up later. Now, let's kill these two brats. Hong Yifeng growled in a deep voice. The golden light on his body shone brightly as if he had turned into a golden man. At the same time, his fire law clone wielded a long saber and charged forward. Alright. Yang Yuchen thought he was going to die. He did not expect his second senior brother, whom he had not seen for a long time, to appear at such a crucial moment and save him. Hong Yifeng. And at this very moment, Nangong Luyun, who had yet to recover from the shock of her companion's death, had her expression change in an instant. Others might not know much about the Myriad Arts Academy's internal branch, but he knew very well. He even knew that the grand senior sister of the internal branch of Myriad Arts Academy had a ruthless person in this generation. She was someone who had made a name for herself in the outer realm. Even many experts would give her a thumbs up when she was mentioned. He also knew that in the Myriad Arts Academy's internal branch, there was another person, Hong Yifeng, who was ranked second above Yang Yuchen. He was also the former Vice Palace Master of Myriad Arts Academy. However, he was far less famous than Yang Yuchen. However, his strength was definitely not weak. In the history of the Myriad Arts Academy's internal branch, there seemed to be no weaklings. Now that Hong Yifeng had appeared and displayed his strength, he was both shocked and incredulous. How could a medium ultimate god be so powerful? Of course, he also knew that very few medium ultimate gods could master two types of law powers that could illuminate thousands of miles before stepping into the upper ultimate god realm because it was unrealistic and unnecessary. If Hong Yifeng did not have this fire law clone, his strength would at most be on par with him, his companion, and Yang Yuchen. But now, he no longer had an advantage. In fact, he was only left with a disadvantage. Xianxia, let's retreat. Without any hesitation, Nangong Luyun faced the menacing Hong Yifeng as well as Yang Yuchen, who was injured but had also charged over. At the same time, her expression turned ugly, and she quickly called for her companions to retreat. His companions also made a move the moment he finished speaking. Trying to escape? Hong Yifeng revealed a disdainful expression as he faced Nangong Luyun and Nangong Luyun, who were preparing to retreat. Soon after, his Law of Fire avatar shook and once again turned into flames that filled the sky. With an even faster speed, he blocked Nangong Luyun and Nangong Liuyun's path. Unless you've comprehended the law of wind or the law of space. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving under my nose today. Chapter 43-22. Hong Yifeng was very domineering and confident. And now, he had the capital to be domineering and confident. He was good at metal elemental laws. Many years ago, he had comprehended metal elemental laws to the point of illuminating millions of miles. Later on, he had a fortuitous encounter and comprehended the fire elemental laws to the point of illuminating millions of miles. Any medium-level ultimate god who had mastered any kind of law to the point of illuminating millions of miles would be one of the best among medium-level ultimate gods even if they had not mastered any of the 4 paths of heaven and earth. If one could master the 4 paths of heaven and earth, even if they had just mastered it, they could become a top existence among medium-level ultimate gods in one fell swoop. Nangong and Lu Yun, who had intercepted Yang Yuchen today, and Nangong and Lu Yun's helpers were such existences. You can't leave. After all, Yang Yuchen was only lightly injured. After taking a few healing divine pills, the aura on his body became stronger. He suddenly made his move, and together with his second senior brother Hong Yifeng, they blocked Nangong Luyun and Nangong Lun. Of course, he was more like a bystander. Hong Yifeng's main body had a powerful aura, and his metal law avatar had merged with his main body, so that he would not be at a disadvantage in front of Nangong Luyun and Nangong Luyun, who both possessed the power of bloodline. In addition, the fire elemental law clone was also very powerful. When combined with his aura, it was even more terrifying than a pair of twins at the level of Nangong and Lu Yun's level. The twins were telepathic, so when they worked together, they were far more terrifying than ordinary 2 people working together. However, Hong Yifeng was obviously even more terrifying now. After all, the fire elemental law clone was also himself. It was like a person had created a clone that was not much weaker than the original body. This kind of clone and original body worked together seamlessly, making Nangong and Lu Yun feel aggrieved and helpless. They were now doing their best to escape, but they were blocked by Hong Yifeng. They couldn't find a chance at all. In addition, Yang Yuchen's interference from time to time made them so anxious that they almost went crazy. Nangong and Lu Yun's expressions were extremely ugly. They never expected that the originally good situation would fall to such a state in the blink of an eye. Just now, if they were given more than 10 breaths of time, they were absolutely confident that they could kill Yang Yuchen. However, at the crucial moment, Hong Yifeng appeared and displayed an extremely terrifying strength. As the proud son of a giant god-level family and a genius valued by the strongest, he naturally knew what Hong Yifeng's current strength meant. Looking at the various planes of gods, and even the entire reverse god world, it would be difficult to find a second person whose strength was comparable to Hong Yifeng's. Although Hong Yifeng had some fame in the past, he was only one of the best medium ultimate gods. Now, not only has he improved, but he has even surpassed us top medium ultimate gods. What opportunity did he get? Right now, Nangong Luyun was thinking of a way to escape while having a myriad of thoughts. Could it be that I really have to use the projection jade scroll that the ancestor gave me? Ancestor, if you show yourself and fight, you will be violating the rules of the planar battlefield and the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. Even my Chaos points will be cleared. Lu Yun and Lu Yun and Lu Yun were lose to be had. He could not accept the fact that his Chaos points were emptied. As for the punishment of his ancestor, it had nothing to do with him. Although he felt guilty, he would rather feel guilty than live and die. Why don't I wait for Ning Xiaoxiang to use the Lu Yun's Lu Yun and Lu Yun's Lu Yun's Lu Yun? Thinking about this, a cunning look flashed across the depths of Nangong Liuyun's eyes. However, he soon realized that he was overthinking. Nangong and Lu Yun. Ning Xiaoxiang's voice transmission echoed in Nangong Liuyun's ears at the right time. This time, I made a move purely to help you. Although you'll give me something as a reward after the matter is settled, the reason why we're in such a dangerous situation is ultimately because of you. You're still not going to crush the Lu Yun's Lu Yun and Lu Yun's Lu Yun. Are you waiting for me to crush the you, Lu Yun's Lu Yun and Lu Yun's Lu Yun? If that's the case, you're dreaming. I think that if I surrender now and am even willing to pay enough money to buy my life, they might not necessarily not let me go. But either you will die, or in the end, you can only crush the projection jade slip of your clan's ancestor. Right now, Ning Xiaoxiang was clearly a little flustered and exasperated. Although he and Nangong and Lu Yun were both prodigies of godly venerate-level clans in the Shengeng land and had some ties with each other, they were not close. This time, he had cooperated with Nangong and Lu Yun to search for the Duan Lingtian and met Yang Yuchen. Nangong and Lu Yun had wanted to kill Yang Yuchen, but Lu Yun had only agreed to help after Lu Yun promised him a reward. Qiu Ming, on the other hand, was Nangong and Lu Yun's cousin. Therefore, he was willing to help Nangong and Lu Yun without Lu Yun's promise of a reward. Hearing Ning Xiaoxiang's words, Nangong and Lu Yun knew that he had no other choice. When Yang Yuchen unleashed another burst of power and charged over with Hong Yifeng, seeing that both he and Ning Xiaoxiang were in mortal danger, he finally took out a jade slip and crushed it. But the jade slip shattered, and a terrifying energy gushed out. An incomparably gigantic face appeared in the air, looking incomparably cold and emotionless. When Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng's attacks came over, they were blocked by the huge face. However, after blocking the attack, the huge face became somewhat illusory and erratic. However, one could still see that it was the face of a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had a dignified look and a cold expression. He glanced at Hong Yifeng and said, "You're not even a match for the Ning family's brat?" Evidently, this supreme expert knew Ning Xiaoxiang as well. "Greetings, Senior Nangong." At this moment, Ning Xiaoxiang respectfully bowed to the huge face that the middle-aged man had manifested. At the same time, even Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchen temporarily stopped their attacks and did not attack again. No matter what, the other party was still a supreme expert. It was impossible for them to not give him face. Although they were not afraid of the other party here, what about in the future? In the future, they would definitely go to the outer world. If the other party really wanted to kill them, they would not be able to do anything. Therefore, they could not afford to offend the other party. Of course, this time, if the other party really wanted to save Nangong and Lu Yun's life, he would have to bleed a little. Otherwise, they would not allow Nangong and Lu Yun to leave just like that. Second senior brother. Yang Yuchen sent a voice transmission to Hong Yifeng. There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. "Say, when do you think first senior sister will become a supreme expert? If she becomes a supreme expert, we won't have to be so afraid even if the projection of Nangong's true body appears today." "I don't know." Hong Yifeng's tone was clearly a little helpless. "It's not that easy to become a supreme expert." As soon as he finished speaking, he also allowed the supreme expert of the Nangong clan to educate Nangong and Lu Yun. He began to persuade Yang Yuchen. "Third junior brother, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to kill Nangong Lu Yun today. You have to be mentally prepared for this." His third junior brother seemed to be kind and refined, but he knew that he was also a vengeful person who would not compromise easily. "Second senior brother, I'm already past the age of being young and impetuous." Hearing Hong Yifeng's voice transmission, Yang Yuchen said somewhat helplessly, "Ever since you threw away your responsibilities and ran away, I took over the lineage of internal strength and became the Vice Palace Master of Myriad Arts Academy. My edges and corners have been smoothed out a lot. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely kill Nangong Lu Yun. As for now, I'll just try my best to get some benefits from Nangong's body." This isn't the planar battlefield, but the Chaos Realm. Moreover, it's an upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. If he makes a move here, it'll be much more serious than in the planar battlefield. Hearing Yang Yuchen's words, Hong Yifeng was relieved. He was really worried that his third junior brother would be stubborn and insist on killing Nangong Lu Yun. Is it the supreme expert of the Nangong clan in the land of Xiangang? At this time, the group of onlookers also recovered from their shock. This was because it was the first time most of them had seen the scene of a supreme expert's projection jade slip being crushed. This scene shocked them. "I've long heard that when a supreme expert's projection jade slip is crushed, a shocking defensive power will appear. Today, I see that it's true. The attacks of those two people were completely neutralized just now. However, this is the only passive defensive power. After that, if the person who crushed the jade slip wants to live, he can only rely on the Supreme Expert's projection to make a move. If the Supreme Expert doesn't make a move, then he'll still die. It's the Supreme Expert of the Nangong clan. Looks like the young man who crushed the jade slip is a member of the Nangong clan in the land of Xianxia. The surrounding onlookers all looked over, and even more people looked curiously at the enormous face that was floating in midair and gave them a strong sense of oppression. Although it was only a projection of the Supreme Expert's projection, it still gave them a suffocating feeling. A Supreme Expert was the strongest existence in this world. This is a Supreme Expert? I never imagined that I would have the chance to see a Supreme Expert with my own eyes in my lifetime. Even if it's only a projection of the Supreme Expert, it's worth bragging about for the rest of my life. While many people in the surrounding onlookers were slightly excited, the Supreme Expert of the Nangong clan stopped reprimanding Nangong Lu Yun, and his gaze descended onto Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng. You're Huangfu Mingyuan's junior brothers? When the Supreme Expert of the Nangong clan looked at Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng, his gaze became much gentler, and even a faint smile hung on his face. Huangfu Mingyuan. She was Yang Yuchen and Hong Yifeng's eldest senior sister. At the same time, she was also Duan Lingtian's eldest senior sister. Senior knows my eldest senior sister? Hong Yifeng asked with a faint smile. The current him looked as if nothing had happened. On the other hand, Yang Yuchen frowned slightly. The other party suddenly mentioned their eldest senior sister's name. Could it be that they wanted to use their eldest senior sister to threaten them? In an instant, Yang Yuchen's expression started to turn cold. End of this chapter. Chapter 43-23. Huangfu Mengyuan was the current eldest senior sister of the 10,000 Laws Palace's inner palace. She was also the current spiritual leader of the 10,000 Laws Palace's inner palace. Regardless of whether it was Hong Yifeng, the second disciple, Yang Yuchen, the third disciple, or Lang Chunyuan, the fourth disciple, they were all personally accepted into the inner palace by Huangfu Mengyuan. They were all monstrous geniuses that she had unearthed. Among the current generation of the 10,000 Laws Palace's inner palace, only Duan Lingtian was not unearthed by Huangfu Mengyuan. It was also because of this that whether it was Hong Yifeng or Yang Yuchen, their relationship with the eldest senior sister was very good. Even on their path of growth, the eldest senior sister had helped them clean up their mess many times. You can say that I know her. The Supreme Expert of the Nangong clan laughed faintly. It's just that I've heard of her for a long time. Her reputation in the outer realm is even greater than many of our Supreme Experts. Many of us are looking forward to her becoming a Supreme Expert as soon as possible. In recent years, I've been using her as an example to teach the younger generation. However, the younger generation still doesn't like to work hard. As he spoke, the Supreme Expert of the Nangong clan's tone was clearly a little disappointed. Today, I'll use 5 embryos of the Supreme Divine Artifacts as the price to exchange for their lives. How about it? The Supreme Expert of the Nangong clan quickly got to the point. 5 embryos of the Supreme Divine Artifacts in exchange for the lives of Nangong clans Lu Yun and Ning Xiaoxiang. 5 embryos of the Supreme Divine Artifacts. When the onlookers heard the Supreme Expert of the Nangong clan's words, they all gasped. They did not expect this Supreme Expert to be so generous. He was actually willing to take out so many embryos of the Supreme Divine Artifacts to exchange for the lives of the younger generation. Before Yang Yuchen could say anything, Hong Yifeng had already said with a smile, "Senior, you're too polite. Since Senior has stepped forward, then this matter will be dropped." As soon as Hong Yifeng finished speaking, he glanced at Yang Yuchen, who was standing next to him, and said through voice transmission, "Third junior brother, it's about time. He has given us quite a lot of things. Most importantly, this is what he wanted to give, not what we asked for. If we asked for it, he might have a bad impression of us. But now he can't do that. If we were too greedy, perhaps he would agree to our request. However, if that were the case, the nature of the relationship would be completely different." When that time comes, I'm worried that this guy will target eldest senior sister in the outer realm. Hearing Hong Yifeng's words, Yang Yuchen said helplessly, "Third senior brother, you don't have to tell me this. Do you think I don't understand?" However, that old man is still quite scheming. He actually only gave us 5 embryos of the ultimate divine artifacts instead of 6. Otherwise, even if you gave me 4, I wouldn't feel this way. Is he trying to drive a wedge between us? Yang Yuchen's tone was cold as he spoke. That's possible. Hong Yifeng smiled. However, that might not be the case. Perhaps his true body projection only brought 5 embryos of the ultimate divine artifacts out. Even if he was an ultimate divine artifact, his true body projection could only bring a limited amount of power and items out with him when he went out with a jade slip. Let's leave this matter at that. After confirming with his third junior brother, Hong Yifeng looked at the projection of the true body of the Nangong family's utmost powerful being. That gigantic face said unhurriedly, "All right." The ultimate divine artifact from the Nangong clan gave Hong Yifeng 5 embryos of the ultimate divine artifacts. They seemed to appear out of thin air and flew in front of Hong Yifeng. At the same time, the Nangong clans Lu Yun and Ning Xiaoxiang looked at each other and left together. They moved faster and soon disappeared before everyone's eyes. After a while, the true body projection of the ultimate divine artifact from the Nangong clan gradually dissipated. However, at the same time, his voice was still reverberating in the ears of everyone present. The inner palace of the Wanfa Academy is indeed full of talents. Huangfu Mengyuan, the number 1 upper ultimate god in the god-defying realm. Hong Yifeng, the strength you showed today is also the number 1 middle ultimate god in the god-defying realm. And your little junior brother, Duan Lington, is definitely the number 1 lower ultimate god in the god-defying realm. Amazing! After a sigh, the voice of the ultimate divine artifact from the Nangong clan came to an abrupt end. The onlookers were so shocked that they could not recover for a long time. The inner palace of the Wanfa Academy? It was the first time they heard that there was an inner palace of the Wanfa Academy. However, after hearing what the ultimate divine artifact said, they had some understanding of the inner palace of the Wanfa Academy. Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchen seemed to be from the inner palace of the Wanfa Academy. They also had a senior sister who was said by the ultimate divine artifact to be the number 1 upper ultimate god in the god-defying realm. Hong Yifeng's strength was amazing. In addition, they had seen Hong Yifeng fight. So when the ultimate divine artifact said that Hong Yifeng was the number 1 middle ultimate god in the god-defying realm, they felt that he deserved it. There's also Duan Lingtian. In next to no time, someone swiftly reacted to it. Duan Lingtian is actually a member of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace's inner court as well. Duan Lingtian is recognized as the number 1 lower ultimate god in the god-defying realm. I didn't expect him to be from the inner palace of the Wanfa Academy, just like Hong Yifeng and Huangfu Mengyuan. What kind of place is the inner palace of the Wanfa Academy? There are so many evildoers appearing frequently. The 3 of them represent the peak of the 3 cultivation realms of the ultimate god realm in the god-defying realm. Hong Yifeng and Duan Lingtian are beyond doubt. Huangfu Mengyuan, since even the ultimate divine artifact said so, she is obviously really powerful. The onlookers were shocked. More people's eyes fell on Hong Yifeng with passion. Hong Yifeng also had many doubts in his heart. At the same time, he was also a little excited. Duan Lingtian was from the inner palace? Little junior brother? Seeing that his third junior brother did not seem surprised at all, he immediately realized that it was indeed true. Maybe he was a genius of the inner palace that his third junior brother had accepted. Third junior brother, let's leave here first. Although there were many doubts in his heart, Hong Yifeng also knew that now was not the time to ask. The most important thing now was to get rid of the group of people present and find a place that others could not easily find so that he could ask his third junior brother about little junior brother. Although there was no reward for them in this upgraded version of the Chaos region, now that his strength was exposed, there would definitely be people who would feel that he was a threat in the overall ranking battle. Under such circumstances, he was also in great danger. Well, let's leave first. Yang Yuchen naturally thought of this, so after hearing his second senior brother Hong Yifeng's voice transmission, he immediately hit it off and the two of them quickly left. When the two of them left, some high-level ultimate gods stared at their backs. Their eyes flickered a few times, but in the end, they did not chase after them. They did not have full confidence in dealing with this pair of brothers. A top mid-level ultimate god's strength was not weaker than many high-level ultimate gods. There was also a top existence among the top middle-level divine masters who was recognized as the number one middle-level divine master in the god-defying realm by the supreme experts. It could be seen that his strength was strong. Perhaps his strength was not weaker than some of the best among the high-level divine masters. Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchen flew all the way until they were at full speed. After confirming that no one was following them, they finally landed on the peak of a medium-height mountain among a large number of peaks of different heights within a mountain range and came to a halt. After landing, Hong Yifeng looked at Yang Yuchen with deep curiosity in his eyes. Third junior brother, that Duan Lington, is the little junior brother that you recently accepted? Yang Yuchen nodded. About 100 years ago, I accepted him into the internal palace as our little junior brother. Since then, our little junior sister has become fourth junior sister. Yang Yuchen smiled. Ha! After Hong Yifeng got confirmation, he laughed. Good job. Third junior brother, you're better than second senior brother. During those years when second senior brother was in charge of the internal palace, he wanted to recruit 1 or 2 more junior brothers and sisters for the internal palace, but he couldn't find a good candidate. I didn't expect you to accept such a peerless genius. But, how could you accept such a peerless genius as your disciple? Are those godly venerable level forces so slow to realize this? Hong Yifeng was obviously a little confused as he spoke. In his opinion, such a genius should be the target of the giants and ultimate god forces, but in the end, he entered the internal palace of the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace? Second senior brother. Yang Yuchen shook his head and said, when little junior brother entered the internal palace, he wasn't even an emperor god. Hong Yifeng was stunned by his words. It took him a while to recover. Didn't you say he only entered the internal palace about 100 years ago? You mean, this time, before Hong Yifeng could finish his sentence, Yang Yuchen nodded and said, he became an emperor god and an ultimate god after entering the internal palace. He's stronger than all of us. Even first senior sister's cultivation speed back then was far inferior to his. Yang Yuchen sighed and told Hong Yifeng about Duan Lingtian's growth in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace in detail so that Hong Yifeng could better understand his genius little junior brother. Little junior brother is really a genius. Hong Yifeng was pleasantly surprised but also a little worried. Third junior brother, according to your description of little junior brother, he shouldn't be someone who doesn't know when to stop. If he felt there was danger, he would have left the upgraded chaos territory in advance, right? Hearing this, Yang Yuchen didn't know how to answer. After all, the rewards for the top 3 in the upgraded chaos territory were too generous. He knew how persistent his little junior brother was in his pursuit of power. Even if there was a slim chance of survival, his little junior brother wouldn't give up so easily, right? Chapter 43-24. What's wrong? Seeing that Yang Yuchen wanted to say something, Hong Yifeng's expression suddenly changed. Could it be that little junior brother will insist on staying in the upgraded version of the Chaos region? Second senior brother. Yang Yuchen sighed and said, our little junior brother was able to come to this stage not only because of his talent, but also because of his yearning for the strong. His persistence in becoming stronger is probably greater than most people. I don't dare to say anything else. At least, in the current generation of the god-defying realm, no one in the younger generation with some talent can compare to him in this aspect. When Hong Yifeng heard this, he fell silent for a moment. He was not even 1,000 years old, and he had already come to this step. At least, in the history of the god-defying realm that he knew, he had never heard of anyone who could do this to his little junior brother that he had never met before. I hope he's safe and sound. Also, you and I can go together and see if we can meet him. If we can meet him and go with him, it can also ensure his safety. Hong Yifeng said in a deep voice. Although he had never seen that little junior brother before, since he was his little junior brother and a member of the inner palace of the Myriad Law School, it was enough for him to risk everything to protect him. Although the inner palace of the Myriad Law School had few people, they were united. With second senior brother and me together, as long as we are not targeted in this upgraded version of the Chaos region, we will definitely not be in danger. I hope that we can help little junior brother in the coming days. The current Yang Yuchen was actually wholeheartedly focused on his little junior brother. The ranking of the same realm and the top 3 of the overall ranking were all thrown to the back of his mind. Although the treasure was good, in his heart, it was far less important than his little junior brother's life. Moreover, that little junior brother was accepted into the inner palace by him. To him, the feelings were slightly different. As for Hong Yifeng, although he had never seen that little junior brother, his sense of belonging to the inner palace was something that even Yang Yuchen and Lang Chunwan couldn't compare to. In fact, even their eldest senior sister, Huangfu Mengyuan, might not have a sense of belonging to the inner palace compared to Hong Yifeng. Hong Yifeng could be said to be the most responsible line master of the current generation of the inner palace. Back then, if he hadn't obeyed eldest senior sister's order to pass the position of branch master to third junior brother Yang Yuchen, he wouldn't have given it up. He knew that third junior brother Yang Yuchen was used to freedom, and making him the branch master was torture. However, he had no choice but to obey his eldest senior sister's orders. Moreover, he had been in charge of the inner palace for many years and was at the beck and call of the Myriad Arts Academy. At that time, he had indeed slacked off a lot in his cultivation. He was also aware of this, so he didn't go against his eldest senior sister and went with the flow to hand over the inner palace to his third junior brother, Yang Yuchen. After that, he went to various places in the realms of gods to cultivate. When the planar battlefield opened, he entered the planar battlefield and never left. We have to find little junior brother before them. Even if we can't find little junior brother first, we hope that those who find little junior brother first can't do anything to him. Hong Yifeng's expression was also very solemn. After learning that Duan Lingtian was his little junior brother, he knew what he had to do next was to find his little junior brother and protect him. As for the ranking list, he had also put it aside. Third junior brother, you've entered the planar battlefield, and so has little junior brother. Don't tell me you've handed over the inner palace to fourth junior sister? Hong Yifeng suddenly thought of this problem, and his expression changed slightly. His fourth junior sister, was she reliable? Yes. Yang Yuchen nodded. At the same time, he seemed to have guessed Hong Yifeng's thoughts. Second senior brother, fourth junior sister has already entered the ultimate god stage. Moreover, with little junior brother joining us, she now has the responsibility of a senior sister. You can rest assured that she'll be fine if we hand over the inner palace to her now. Although Yang Yuchen said that, deep down he wasn't certain. The only thing he was certain of was that his fourth junior sister would not allow the independent realm where the inner palace was located to collapse and disappear because there was no one guarding it. After all, it was not only the inner palace's root, but it was also his fourth junior sister's only home. At that moment, Duan Lingtian naturally did not know that his two senior brothers in the Myriad Jurisprudence Palace's inner palace had given up the competition for the same realm list for him. Like those who wanted to kill him, they began to search everywhere for him. It's finally opened. As for Duan Lingtian, after a period of hiding, he finally managed to enter the 10-man secret realm that he had been waiting for a long time. At that moment, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He could finally get rid of the group of people who had been searching for him. After he left the secret realm this time, as long as he wasn't too unlucky, he would definitely not appear in that area again and become the target of those people's search. At the same time, news of Hong Yifeng's appearance and his strength that was stronger than a peak intermediate ultimate god and even comparable to some of the best high-level ultimate gods had spread throughout the upgraded Chaos territory. Do you know who Hong Yifeng is? He's Duan Lingtian's senior brother, second senior brother. I heard that Duan Lingtian's third senior brother was almost killed this time, and at the critical moment, it was precisely his second senior brother, Hong Yifeng, who appeared and saved his third senior brother in time. Moreover, the opponent even summoned the true body projection of a supreme powerhouse, and only then was he lucky to escape death. This time, it's Nangong Luyun from the Nangong clan in the Xiangang land and Ning Xiaoxiang from the Ning clan in the Xiangang land. They're all famous heaven's prides in various divine planes. At least, before this, they were far more famous than Hong Yifeng and Yang Yuchen. The supreme expert from the Nangong clan said that in the myriad jurisprudence palace's inner palace, Duan Lingtian's first senior sister, Huangfu Mengyuan, is the number 1 high-level ultimate god in the god-defying realm. Second senior brother, Hong Yifeng, is the No. 1 intermediate ultimate god in the god-defying realm. Duan Lingtian himself is the number 1 low-level ultimate god in the god-defying realm. I know about the myriad jurisprudence palace, but what's going on with the inner palace? Myriad jurisprudence palace, are they trying to defy the heavens? It's just a heavyweight ultimate god-level force, but there are actually 3 such monsters? The various military camps were filled with similar words. Most of the people's topics revolved around the myriad jurisprudence palace's inner palace, Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's senior brothers and senior sisters. Of course, they were all talking about Duan Lingtian's first senior sister, second senior brother, and third senior brother. As for fourth senior sister, no one mentioned it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan's law avatar, happened to be in a military camp. When she heard so many people mention her first senior sister, second senior brother, third senior brother, and little junior brother, she wanted to remind them that her little junior brother, Duan Lingtian, had a fourth senior sister. However, she suppressed this crazy idea in the end. This was because she knew that it was fine if her identity was not exposed. Once it was exposed, she would definitely become the target of a group of people. At that time, her law avatar would be useless. If her law avatar was useless, it would also mean that she would have no chance to compete for the lower ultimate god list. Just wait and see. This time, I will at least kill my way into the top 3 of the lower ultimate god list and let you know that the myriad jurisprudence palace's inner palace still has me, Lang Chunwan. Lang Chunwan snorted coldly in her heart and secretly made up her mind. At the same time, she also left the military camp immediately and continued to search for chaos points. Lang Chunwan had always been a loner. It was not until she entered the myriad jurisprudence palace's inner palace that she felt like home. She naturally would not be jealous of her senior brothers, senior sisters, and little junior brother. However, because of those people's focus, she felt that there was a gap between herself and her senior sisters, senior brothers, and little junior brothers. It was as if, at that moment, she felt that she could not catch up with their pace. It's fine if I'm not as good as eldest senior sister, second senior brother, and third senior brother. I can't let little junior brother surpass me by too much. I want to become stronger. I want to become stronger. At that moment, even Lang Chunwan's original body in the myriad jurisprudence palace in the Xingang land began to become restless. In another military camp, as the patriarch of the Yun clan, a giant ultimate god family in the divine offering land, Yun Tingfeng was a supreme existence in the Yun clan and was supported by everyone. However, when he arrived at the dimensional battlefield, especially in the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, his sense of existence was much weaker. Although he was a top existence among the upper ultimate gods, there were many top upper ultimate gods like him in the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory. Unless he intentionally revealed his identity, others basically treated him as invisible and thought he was just a upper ultimate god. In the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory, upper ultimate gods could be seen everywhere and were not rare. Today, Yun Tingfeng came out of a secret realm with many people and came to the nearby military camp. Soon he heard about the Duan Lingtian's second senior brother, Hong Yifeng, a medium ultimate god whose strength is comparable to some of the best upper ultimate gods. Huangfu Mengyuan is actually Duan Lingtian's eldest senior sister? If it was said that Yun Tingfeng had never heard of Hong Yifeng, then the name Huangfu Mengyuan was like thunder to his ears. She was a female expert who had risen very quickly. Although she was young, she had already made a name for herself in the outer realm. Even the supreme expert behind the Yun clan had said that this woman was one of the few people who had the most hope of becoming a supreme expert in the god-defying realm. Moreover, with her foundation, once she became a supreme expert, she would definitely not be a bottom-tier supreme expert. At that time, her strength might not be much weaker than his. 10,000 Law Academy's Inner Palace Branch? So he's a member of the 10,000 Law Academy's Inner Palace Branch and not an ordinary 10,000 Law Academy student. No wonder Su Bailey was unwilling to expel Duan Lingtian from the 10,000 Law Academy when he went to the 10,000 Law Academy. It was because he didn't dare and didn't have the authority. The 10,000 Law Academy's Inner Palace Branch is in the 10,000 Law Academy, but it's also independent of the 10,000 Law Academy. As the patriarch of the Yun clan, Yun Tingfeng had heard of the 10,000 Law Academy's Inner Palace Branch. He also knew that the monstrous female expert named Huangfu Mengyuan was from that branch. Damn it! That Duan Lingtian is actually Huangfu Mengyuan's junior brother? Chapter 43-25. In truth, Yun Tingfeng did not know much about the 10,000 Laws Palace's inner progeny. All he knew was that the progeny had many geniuses, but he had never heard of any supreme powerhouses. However, there was one person in this generation who had a chance of becoming a supreme powerhouse. It was none other than Huangfu Mengyuan. For this reason, Yun Tingfeng knew about Huangfu Mengyuan and the existence of the inner progeny in the 10,000 Laws Palace. Now that he found out Duan Lingtian was actually Huangfu Mengyuan's junior brother, he could not help but feel slightly annoyed. Huangfu Mengyuan was not someone to be trifled with. I hope Duan Lingtian dies in the upgraded chaos territory. Yun Tingfeng thought to himself. Otherwise, it'll take a lot of effort to trap and kill him. We'll have to seal the news and prevent it from leaking out. Otherwise, Huangfu Mengyuan won't let the matter rest if she finds out it's the Yun clan who killed him. Perhaps, with the old ancestor around, she won't be able to do anything to the Yun clan. However, if she wants Yen to take the blame and pay with his life, the old ancestor will most likely agree to it. This was something Yun Tingfeng could not accept. Yun Qingyan was his son. He would not allow him to lose a single hair on his son's head. This was also the main reason why he was determined to kill Duan Lingtian even at this moment. Duan Lingtian must die. If Duan Lingtian did not die, he would definitely be at odds with his son. Even if the Yun clan was not affected, his son might not be able to survive. If he wanted to protect his son, he had to kill Duan Lingtian. Put aside the fact that Duan Lingtian was merely the junior brother of Huangfu Mengyuan who had yet to become a supreme powerhouse, even if Duan Lingtian belonged to a supreme powerhouse, as long as there was a chance to kill Duan Lingtian, he would not miss it. In his opinion, his son's life was more important than anything else. In the secret realm of 10, Duan Lingtian was accompanied by 4 people from the Divine Offering Land and 5 people from other realms of gods. The two sides were still confronting each other. However, when Duan Lingtian appeared, some people guessed his identity and witnessed his strength. The remaining 9 people helplessly expressed that they would not interfere with any of the checkpoints in the secret territory. It really is Duan Lingtian. With Duan Lingtian here, let's just stand aside and watch. I didn't expect to be so unlucky as to encounter the Duan Lingtian. Forget it, I'll just wait for those battle credits. They'll be the ticket to see the true face of this Duan Lingtian. I heard that in the upgraded Chaos Realm, there are bounties for Duan Lingtian everywhere. Under such circumstances, he's still alive and well, and even managed to enter the secret realm to earn Chaos points. He's really something. Geniuses, especially geniuses like him, aren't stupid. Based on Duan Lingtian's current achievements, if he's given a few thousand years, there's a high chance he'll become one of the strongest senior ultimate gods. If he's given 10,000 years, he might even become a supreme powerhouse. I really hope he'll grow up smoothly and become a paramount god. At that time, I can proudly tell others that I've met Duan Lingtian in the Chaos Realm when he was still weak. Met him before? Why don't you just say that he took away the opportunity to earn Chaos points? The 9 people watched Duan Lingtian make a move as they whispered to each other, and the tone of most of them seemed to be free and easy. It was clear they were open-minded about it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian successfully cleared all the checkpoints in the secret realm and obtained all the rewards. Apart from that, he also obtained all the chaos points. So many people have put a bounty on my head and are hunting me down. If I don't get first place on the overall ranking list this time, I'm afraid I'll be letting them down. Although Duan Lingtian knew he would soon be in danger after leaving the secret realm this time, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he was focused on getting first place on the overall ranking list in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. First place on the overall ranking list. The rewards are so generous that it's definitely enough for me to step into the realm of a mid-level ultimate god and even strengthen my cultivation base. On top of that, I'll also get an ultimate god's divinity. The first place on the overall ranking list would allow him to bathe in the divine corrupting spring and absorb as much divine corrupting spring as he wanted. On top of that, he would also get an ultimate god's divinity. Due to the generous rewards, he had become a thorn in the side of many people. So what if I become the enemy of the whole world? I, Duan Lingnan, am not afraid. After leaving the secret realm, Duan Lingtian opened the secret realm again. At the same time, he found a place nearby to go into seclusion and wait for the secret realm to open. Now, the efficiency of him going out to hunt for chaos points was not high. He still had to rely on the secret realm of the 10 people. This time, while waiting for the next secret realm to open, he was not discovered like last time. However, when he came out of the secret realm of the 10 people, he was targeted again. Then, after killing a few mid-level ultimate gods, he continued to escape. He continued to wait for the next secret realm of the 10 people to open. Once, he was intercepted by 2 high-level ultimate gods and was in danger. Although he could escape, he had to pay a high price. However, at the crucial moment, the entrance to the secret realm of the 10 people opened and saved his life. That time was also the most dangerous crisis he had experienced in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. After that, he was more scared than hurt. Time flew. The opening of the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm was also coming to an end. Recently, in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, a group of people had been working hard to get the reward for Duan Lingtian but to no avail. There were also some people who were working hard to get into the top 3 of the Chaos Realm ranking list. Duan Lingtian's second senior brother Hong Yifeng and third senior brother Yang Yuchen, in the last period of time, in order to find Duan Lingtian and protect Duan Lingtian, although they had accumulated a lot of battle merits, they did not open any secret realms. They just collected chaos points by chance outside. Duan Lingtian's fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan, on the other hand, opened secret realms time and time again and gained a lot. As for Duan Lingtian's master, Feng Qingyang, with the cultivation of a high-level ultimate god, he swept through and obtained secret realms of the 10 people one after another, causing his chaos points to reach a shocking level. Duan Lingtian, after all, is one step ahead of me. In the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, a figure appeared and sighed. It was a young man. He wore a long green robe and had a cold expression. At this moment, as he muttered to himself, there was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. His face was filled with emotions. However, after returning this time, although I didn't completely accept everything that the ancestor left behind, I've already become a high-level ultimate god. Although I entered the Chaos Realm later and didn't have much battle merits before, I'm sure it won't be a problem for me to get into the top 3 of the ultimate god ranking list. There's probably no hope for the top spot. It should be that monster like Duan Lingtian. The young man in the green robe was none other than Ling Juyin, who had entered from the world of divine offering. After Ling Juyun had returned to the Ling clan's old site, he had obtained everything that the Ling clan's strongest ancestor had left behind. After successfully becoming an upper divine emperor, he had also entered the dimensional battlefield. However, when he entered the dimensional battlefield, the Chaos Realm had already opened. In fact, it wouldn't be long before the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm opened. Under such circumstances, he was naturally at a disadvantage. He should be fine, right? When he thought about his old friend, Duan Lingtian, being targeted by so many forces and people, even though Ling Juyin was no longer the same as before, he could not help but feel his scalp go numb. He asked himself, if he was the one being targeted like this, He would also have a slim chance of survival. He's stronger than me, so he should be fine. Ling Jueyun thought to himself. He also hoped that Duan Lingtian would be fine. It was not only because Duan Lingtian was one of his few friends, but it was also because his sister Huang had followed Duan Lingtian. She was the sword soul of Duan Lingtian's sword. In the dimensional battlefield formed by the intersection of the heavenly clear land and another dimensional battlefield. Within a military camp, 3 beautiful figures stood there, attracting the attention of many people. Among the 3 women, 2 of them had delicate and beautiful appearances, causing people to be unwilling to shift their gazes away after a single glance. At this very moment, the 3 women's faces were filled with astonishment. Sister Jingru, Xiaolan, do you think the Duan Lingtian who stirred up a storm in the Chaos Realm is him? Among the 3 women, the most beautiful woman stood there with a noble air about her. When she asked the other 2 women, her eyes shone brightly, and her voice was filled with excitement. I don't think it's possible. Among the 3 women, there was a beautiful woman whose appearance was not bad. However, in front of the other 2 women, she appeared to be more ordinary. Her face was filled with disbelief. Although I also hope that it is young master, it shouldn't be too possible, right? Sister Jingru, I think it's possible. The last woman shook her head and said, didn't you hear what they said? The prodigy from the divine offering land is called Duan Lingtian. He's from the Mystic Handle Land's Myriad Law Palace, and he's not even 1,000 years old. Most importantly, he's also from a lower plane. He has a law clone to rely on. Also, I've heard that he usually wears a purple robe. All of this matches. How can there be such a coincidence in this world? I don't believe it. The woman called Xiaolan had a stubborn expression on her face at this moment. I also don't think it's possible. The most beautiful woman nodded in agreement. Clearly, she supported the woman called Xiaolan. If it's young master, then it's naturally a good thing. The woman called Sister Jingru sighed. However, I don't really hope it's young master. After all, according to what they said, the prodigy Duan Lingtian has become a target in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. There's a high chance he'll die. As soon as the words left her mouth, the other 2 women's expressions changed. That was right. They only thought it was possible the prodigy was that man. They had completely forgotten the difficult situation he was in. Chapter 43-26. All of Duan Lingtian's friends and family who knew about his situation were basically worried about his safety as they felt that Duan Lingtian had a slim chance of survival this time. However, in fact, Duan Lingtian himself had also experienced a few thrilling situations, but only one of them was more thrilling. Apart from that one, the rest of the times were more daunting than dangerous. Now, it's only a few months until the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory closes. If nothing goes wrong with my current Chaos points, I should be able to get first place on the overall ranking list. Duan Lingtian thought that his previous speed of accumulating battle merits was not slow. Therefore, after the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory opened, he could also continuously open secret areas. The secret areas that he opened were all 10-man secret areas. Then, every 10-man secret realm was contracted by him, without exception. For example, if other people opened secret areas like him, even if they were strong, there was a possibility that they would meet someone whose strength was on par with them or join forces with others who were not weaker than them. Under such circumstances, there was no way to contract a secret area. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, did not have such a problem. Lower ultimate god? Even if there were 9 of them attacking him together, he would not be afraid. Not to mention his current strength, even when the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory had just opened, his strength was already comparable to the best of the best among the medium ultimate gods and was close to the top of the medium ultimate gods. Now, he was naturally even stronger. In the next few months, I'll properly organize my recent gains. At the same time, I'll strive to completely consolidate my lower ultimate god cultivation base. That was right. Even now, Duan Lingtian had not completely consolidated his cultivation base. The lower ultimate god cultivation base was considered the easiest to consolidate among the ultimate gods. However, Duan Lingtian had not completely consolidated his cultivation base until now. Although he had obtained some treasures that were helpful in consolidating his cultivation base in various secret areas along the way, it was ultimately a drop in the bucket. Of course, even a drop in the bucket could still accumulate. Therefore, after a long time, he was getting closer and closer to completely consolidating his cultivation base. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was even more envious of his fourth senior sister, Lang Chunwan. This was because his fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan had automatically consolidated her cultivation base not long after becoming a lower ultimate god. This was a result of the innate stage, and he could only envy her. Of course, he vaguely felt that people like his fourth senior sister Lang Chunwan were able to do so because of her extraordinary bloodline, or because she had a past life like his wife, Kerr. Otherwise, this was simply unrealistic. After Kerr regained her memories from her past life, there didn't seem to be any bottlenecks in her future cultivation. I just don't know if it's the same for her future cultivation. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was thinking about many things. At the same time, when he thought about his wife, Kerr, he could not help but sigh inwardly. I wonder if Kerr is in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. If she's in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, she'll definitely be worried about me, right? If she's not in the Chaos Realm, that's a good thing. I hope that she's already left the Chaos Realm and the dimensional battlefield and returned to the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land. If that's the case, she'll be safe and it'll be easier for me to find her. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian found a secluded place and began to organize his gains this time. At the same time, he opened another secret realm of 10 people. As for whether he would have a chance to enter it again, he did not have much hope and only thought that it would be up to fate. After all, the average interval between entering any secret realm of 10 people in the past was more than a few months. In the past, Duan Lingtian had only used the treasures that were useful to him in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm and the Chaos Realm. He kept the rest of the treasures. It would have been better if he did not organize them. After organizing them, he realized how much wealth he had plundered in various secret realms. Although most of the treasures were useless to him, they were rare treasures for those below the ultimate god realm. He didn't need it, but his family and friends did. Even if it's useful to me, it's still some medicinal herbs that haven't been refined. I can refine some pills here without worrying about alerting anyone. In the dimensional battlefield in the Chaos Realm, there were all kinds of heaven and earth anomalies that could not be found in the outside world. At the same time, they could also conceal themselves from the heavens and earth. For example, the Divine Pill Tribulation could also be concealed. Only the Millennium Tribulation that every expert had to face, the dimensional battlefield, and even the Chaos Realm could not conceal themselves from the heavens. Therefore, Duan Lingtian could refine divine pills here, even if it was a supreme divine pill, without causing any commotion. He did not need to worry about alerting anyone. However, if there is no pill tribulation, the efficacy of the supreme divine pills will be a little weaker. I'll refine some divine pills that will help me consolidate my cultivation base first. As for the rest of the divine pills that I don't need for now, I'll refine them after I leave this place. Duan Lingtian quickly made up his mind. In the next few months, after he had sorted out all his gains from the dimensional battlefield and the Chaos Realm, he began to refine the divine pills that he could use. Then he consumed the divine pills to cultivate. During this period of time, although there would be people passing by occasionally, nobody would be able to guess that Duan Lingtian was hiding here. This was because the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm was about to close. Many people had found a quiet place to rest and cultivate while waiting for the secret territory to open. As for these people, they were basically the stronger ones. Therefore, even if they discovered that someone was cultivating in seclusion nearby, no one dared to rashly provoke the other party. If it was someone weaker than them, it would be fine, as they would only dare to be angry and not say anything. However, if it was someone stronger than them, it would often lead to a fatal disaster. Who would want to be disturbed when they were cultivating in seclusion? In fact, now that the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm was about to close, there were fewer and fewer people looking for Duan Lingtian. This was because Duan Lingtian had disappeared without a trace. Some people felt that Duan Lingtian might have been killed by someone and that the person who killed him had not gone to the various military camps to claim the reward. Some people felt that even if Duan Lingtian was not killed now, the possibility of finding Duan Lingtian in the last few months was very low. Therefore, they were not interested. Within a military camp in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, a young man in blue clothes and carrying a plain-looking longsword slowly walked into the camp. Wherever he went, he attracted a lot of attention. It's him. He's that monstrous upper god emperor. You've met him before? I met him in the secret territory with 10 people. The 9 of us joined forces, but we were not a match for his sword. That sword was too scary. It directly crushed their attacks. If he had not shown mercy at the crucial moment, we would have all been dead by his sword. He must be the first on the upper god emperor ranking list. He seems to be the same as Duan Lingtian from the lower dimensions. Someone once saw with their own eyes that his Law of Destruction doppelganger and Law of Time doppelganger worked together to kill a medium ultimate god. The handsome young man in blue was as calm as ever as he faced the crowd's discussion. At this time, someone could not help but ask, "Brother, you're from the lower dimensions. Do you belong to any force now?" "I'm from a giant ultimate god family in the land of cloud water. If you're interested, I can recommend you to join my family. Brother, with your talent and strength, once you join our family, you'll definitely be favored by the Supreme Elder. With the Supreme Elder's guidance and your talent, it's not impossible for you to become the second Supreme Elder in our family in the future." The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with a determined face. The divine power on his body was deliberately dissipating. He was obviously a higher ultimate god. At this time, an old man snorted and stepped forward. "What's so good about joining a family force?" "Sir, I'm from a giant ultimate god sect in the land of Mysterious Gang. With your talent, if you join our sect leader will definitely be willing to recommend you to the Supreme Elder in our sect. Who knows, the Supreme Elder might even be willing to accept you as his personal disciple." One by one, the higher ultimate gods in the military camp from various planes of gods stepped forward and invited the young man in blue to join their forces after learning of his identity. "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't plan to join any forces for the time being." The young man in blue did not change his expression in the face of everyone's invitation. At the same time, he calmly rejected everyone's invitation. Although the crowd was not very happy to see this, they did not say much. Such a genius might not be a match for them now, but once he stepped into the ultimate god realm, his strength might be comparable to Duan Lingtian's current strength. It was said that Duan Lingtian's current strength was not weaker than a top medium ultimate god. One had to know that he was just a lower ultimate god who had not consolidated his cultivation base. A genius with such a foundation would definitely become one of the top upper ultimate gods when he stepped into the upper ultimate god realm. Any one of those upper ultimate gods would be at the top of the food chain. Ordinary upper ultimate gods would not be a match for them even if there were hundreds or thousands of them. At their level of strength, they could no longer rely on numbers to win. He's going to the bounty area. He's about to leave and he still wants to claim the bounty? Or did he complete some kind of bounty? Soon, the group saw the young man in blue walking toward the bounty area on the side of the military camp. Bounties were usually posted there. There were all kinds of bounty missions. Some were for treasures, some were for other things, and some were for killing someone. Of course, the bounties for killing someone were mostly for Duan Lingtian. He's looking at the bounty for Duan Lingtian. Could it be that he killed Duan Lingtian? Soon, someone noticed that the young man in blue seemed to be particularly interested in the bounty for Duan Lingtian and stopped in front of each bounty for Duan Lingtian. Chapter 43-27. The Pilgrimage Grounds, Lu Family. The Land of River Earl, Qi Family. The Land of Surging Waves, Ice Jade Divine Sect. Feng Qingyang paused in front of the bounty on his disciple, Duan Lingtian. He made a mental note of all the ultimate gods from the various planes of gods who wanted his disciple's life. With his current strength, he would not be able to do anything to these giants. However, life was full of ups and downs. It was hard to say what would happen in the future. Perhaps, in the future, he would have the strength to destroy all these forces on his own. There should be no doubt about who will be the first on the Upper God Emperor ranking board. As for the overall ranking, unless something happens to little Tian, there is a high chance that he will be the first on the overall ranking board. As long as I can enter the top 3 on the overall ranking board, I will be satisfied. Feng Qingyang thought to himself. After that, Feng Qingyang stayed in the military camp for a period of time. He found a corner and sat down cross-legged. He closed his eyes and rested. His surroundings were enveloped by the array disc that he took out. The military camp was not small and could accommodate many people. Moreover, as long as one was willing, one could expand the military camp by spending some divine crystals. For example, Feng Qingyang was currently in a corner of the military camp. He had used divine crystals to open up an area and set up a formation. Then, he closed his eyes and cultivated. There was even a formation that blocked one's line of sight within the formation. Therefore, although there were people who were curious about Feng Qingyang, no one was able to see Feng Qingyang's face. They could only watch as the formation around Feng Qingyang stood there for a long time. No one dared to disturb Feng Qingyang. First of all, there was no way to make a move here. Therefore, if they disturbed Feng Qingyang here, other than offending Feng Qingyang, there would be no other result. As for offending Feng Qingyang, it might not be a big deal now, but when Feng Qingyang really grew up in the future, they would definitely be unlucky. They had no enmity with Feng Qingyang, so they naturally did not want to offend a monstrous genius like Feng Qingyang for no reason. At about the same time, in another military camp, there was also the figure of a young girl walking in front of various bounties for Duan Lingtian. These people, these factions, I'll remember them all. When eldest senior sister comes back, I will definitely tell her and ask her to stand up for little junior brother. If big senior sister doesn't come back soon, I'll wait until I'm strong enough to avenge little junior brother. The girl's eyes were filled with killing intent. The surrounding people who saw this only thought that the young girl's killing intent was targeted at Duan Lingtian, and there were even people who couldn't help but console her. Little girl, this Duan Lingtian isn't so easy to kill. Up until now, I've never heard of anyone succeeding. Yeah. I heard that many high-level ultimate gods have deliberately gone out to look for him with the intention of killing him to collect the bounty, but they all returned in vain. Girl, you're just a lower ultimate god. You're no match for Duan Lingtian. Originally, Lang Chunwan was still thinking about how to avenge her little junior brother in the future. Suddenly, a group of people spoke up and comforted her, which made her speechless for a moment. It was to the extent that his original solemn expression was shattered into pieces at this moment. In another military camp, a young man stood calmly on the side under the gazes of many people. He looked out of the military camp and muttered in his heart, "Duan Ling, you should still be alive, right? I hope you're not dead. Otherwise, I would have wasted my efforts in saving your life. Last time, your senior brother spared my life, so we're even now. If you're not dead, we'll definitely fight again when we meet again in the future." This young man was none other than Ning Yixuan, the prodigy of the Ning clan in the Land of Punishment. Previously, when he met Duan Lingtian, he was almost killed by Duan Lingtian. It was the supreme expert of the Ning clan who saved him. Later, when he met Duan Lingtian again, he saved Duan Lingtian's life with the power of the supreme expert behind him. Later on, when he met Duan Lingtian's third senior brother, Yang Yuchen, he was almost killed by Yang Yuchen and promised Yang Yuchen to write off the debt of saving Duan Lingtian's life. This time, there's no chance for me to get into the overall ranking. It shouldn't be a problem for me to get into the top 3 of the medium ultimate gods. Ning Yixuan's eyes shone with strong confidence when he thought of this. The reason Ning Yixuan was so confident was not only because he was confident in his own strength but also because he knew many powerful medium ultimate gods had gone to hunt down Duan Lingtian and had neglected to accumulate chaos points. Under such circumstances, it was naturally much easier for him to get into the top 3 of the medium ultimate gods list. Outside the military camp, in a desolate area, 2 young men were flying in the air toward the military camp in front of them. Second senior brother, this time, both of us are destined not to get into the medium ultimate gods list. When we meet little junior brother later, we'll have to beat him up. Yang Yuchen said with a smile. Others might not know if Duan Lingtian was dead or alive, but he was very clear about it. This was because he had his little junior brother, Duan Lingtian's soul pearl in his possession. Moreover, he had obtained it when they parted last time, and the soul energy within it had yet to dissipate. Now, he was certain that his little junior brother Duan Lingtian was still alive and well. Of course, we'll beat him up. Hong Yifeng also said with a smile, although both of us didn't help him much this time, we didn't continue to deliberately accumulate chaos points because of him. This time, he's fine and there's no doubt that he'll be the first on the lower ultimate gods list. He'll even be able to compete for the first place on the overall list. I'm not sure if he'll be first. After all, who knows if there are any hidden peerless geniuses in the god-defying realm? However, there's no doubt that he'll be in the top 3 on the overall list. Yang Yuchen said while shaking his head. I think there's a high chance. Hong Yifeng said with a smile, if little junior brother gets the first place on the overall list, according to that supreme expert, the reward for the first place on the overall list is to be able to take a bath in the divine accumulating spring. At that time, little junior brother can take as much divine accumulating spring as he wants. Even if he said he wouldn't let little junior brother take it, he'll definitely be able to secretly take it while he's taking a bath. That supreme expert can't possibly watch little junior brother take a bath all the time, right? When Hong Yifeng reached the end of his sentence, he had a smug expression on his face as though he was smarter than anyone else. However, when Yang Yuchen heard his second senior brother's words, his face twitched. Second senior brother? According to what you're saying, let little junior brother take his bath water for us to drink? Can't we let little junior brother take some divine accumulating spring before he takes a bath? Yang Yuchen was speechless. Hong Yifeng rolled his eyes at Yang Yuchen. I've already said that the supreme expert might not be willing to let little junior brother take another divine accumulating spring. If it's possible, we'll let him take it first before he takes a bath. But what if it's not possible? Right now, you seem to dislike his bath water. When he really takes the bath water and puts it in front of us, let me drink your share as well. When Hong Yifeng reached the end of his sentence, his eyes lit up. When Yang Yuchen heard this, he was first stunned before he became anxious. Who said I dislike little junior brother's bathwater? That's little junior brother. We're family. Who would dislike his bathwater? Second senior brother, did you hear wrongly earlier? I didn't dislike it. Don't spout nonsense in front of little junior brother. End of chapter. Chapter 43-28. Duan Lingtian naturally did not know that his third senior brother and second senior brother were already eyeing his bathwater. He was currently focused on consolidating his cultivation base as a lower ultimate god. He always felt that he was one step away from completely consolidating his cultivation base, but he had yet to take the most crucial step. He had completely forgotten about the time while he was cultivating. In his impatience, he had even forgotten that he was about to leave the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory. It wasn't until a pulling force swept over and destroyed the formation he'd set up around him, and then he was pulled and swayed. Only then did he come to his senses. This is time's up? Time's up. The upgraded version of the Chaos Territory was closed. At that moment, Duan Lingtian only felt a strong pulling force assaulting his body. This force gave him a feeling that he could not go against it. Even when he tried to activate the divine power in his body with all his might, he could not move the divine power in his body at all. It was as if there was an unusually strong force suppressing his divine power. This feeling was similar to when he took out the divine power of an immortal in the Chaos Territory. In the planar battlefield, it was possible to use the godly energy of an omnipotent. However, in the Chaos region, it was impossible to use the godly energy of an omnipotent. In fact, in the Chaos region, as long as one used the godly energy of an omnipotent, one would feel as though a powerful force was pressing down on one's body, causing one's godly energy to be unable to move. Even the divine power of an immortal would be condensed into a solid state at that moment and could not be integrated into the body at all. However, when he withdrew the supreme expert's divine power with just a thought, the power that suppressed his divine power disappeared. It was like the power of the laws in the chaos region. If you violated the laws, it would suppress you. If you didn't, it would ignore you. Not only did the chaos territory restrict the use of the divine power of an immortal, but it was the same for the upgraded version of the chaos territory. As for the reason, Duan Lingtian had heard from someone in the military camp that the chaos territory prohibited the use of the divine power of an immortal in order to show fairness. The goal was to give the grassroots a chance to rise. After all, the grassroots generally did not have the backing of an immortal and did not have the divine power of an immortal to squander. Even Duan Lingtian had a limited amount of divine power from an immortal. Therefore, it was a good thing for Duan Lingtian that the realm of chaos forbade him from using the divine power of omnipotent experts. Otherwise, he would have long used up the divine power of the utmost powerhouse. Furthermore, it was very likely that after using up the utmost powerhouse's divine power, he would have died at the hands of an expert who had the utmost powerhouse's divine power because he did not have the utmost powerhouse's divine power to rely on. Especially that time, when he faced an opponent that could almost kill him. If the opponent could use the divine power of an omnipotent master while he didn't, he would have died without a doubt. He went out. Once we get out of here, we'll know the results of the ranking list and the overall ranking list. Right now, I only know how many chaos points I've accumulated. I don't know how many chaos points the others have. However, with my chaos points, it shouldn't be difficult for me to rank first on the overall ranking. As for the lower ultimate gods list, that goes without saying. With such thoughts in mind, Duan Lingtian was teleported out of the upgraded chaos realm and into the planar battlefield where the divine offering land and the sanctioned land intersected. Of course, he was not directly sent to the barracks. Therefore, after he got out, Duan Lingtian was still extremely vigilant. After confirming that there was no danger in the surroundings, he breathed a sigh of relief. Right now, people should be sent out one after another. It won't be long before the results of the ranking list and overall ranking list in the upgraded Chaos Realm are displayed in the sky above all the planar battlefield. With that thought, Duan Lingtian suddenly raised his head and looked straight at the sky. At the same time, the people who were sent out of the upgraded Chaos Realm all raised their heads to look at the sky, waiting for the appearance of the upgraded Chaos Realm's ranking list. Many people who did not enter the planar battlefield had also entered the planar battlefield at this time. They wanted to be the first to know the ranking list that would appear after the upgraded Chaos Realm was over. Even the Xia clan of the Divine Offering Land sent some people. The head of the Xia clan, Xia Yu, personally came. This time, he did not participate in the battle for the upper ultimate gods list in the upgraded Chaos Realm because he felt that he would not be able to catch up with the upper ultimate gods who had entered the planar battlefield earlier if he did not enter the planar battlefield to accumulate battle merits in the beginning and entered after hearing the news that the upgraded Chaos Realm was about to open. In this way, entering the Chaos Realm would only lead to disappointment. Even the head of the Yun clan, Yun Tingfeng, entered the Chaos Realm and the upgraded Chaos Realm. In fact, he was not optimistic about it and felt that the chances of Yun Tingfeng entering the upper ultimate gods list were slim. If that boy dies, he can only blame it on his bad luck. If he doesn't die, will he be first on the overall ranking list this time? Although Xia Yu did not like his cheap son-in-law whom he had never met from the beginning, when news of his cheap son-in-law came again and again, it made his originally unwavering heart waver. A lower ultimate god who was not even 1,000 years old. He killed lower ultimate gods like killing dogs and was recognized as the #1 lower ultimate god in the god-defying world. Not many middle-level ultimate gods were a match for him. This was before. Now, he believed that with Yun Tingfeng's talent, his strength must be even stronger. He might even be able to compete with those top upper ultimate gods. Moreover, he also learned that his cheap son-in-law was no longer just a loose cultivator with no background in his eyes. Yun Tingfeng was not only a genius, but his background was also extraordinary. He was a member of the Myriad Law Academy's inner branch in the Xingang land and was this generation's junior brother. The Myriad Law Academy's inner branch was also full of monsters in this generation. First, it was Huangfu Mengyuan, then Hong Yifeng, and now Duan Lingtian, the number 1 upper ultimate god in the god-defying world, the number 1 medium ultimate god in the god-defying world, and the number 1 lower ultimate god in the god-defying world were all from the Myriad Law Academy's inner branch. It's a pity that the Myriad Law Academy's inner branch and Myriad Law Academy don't have any supreme experts to directly protect them. Otherwise, he would be able to say something. That way, I wouldn't be threatened by Yun Tingfeng with the ancestor's safety. The ancestor is currently on duty there, and his safety is completely in the hands of the Yun family's ancestor. Although the Yun family's ancestor might not listen to Yun Tingfeng's suggestion, he still has to be on guard. Thinking up to here, Xia Yu sighed inwardly. Yun Tingfeng was still too young and he was still too weak. If he had 4 supreme experts now, he would not have fallen into such a dilemma. He could almost imagine that when Duan Lingtian was really killed by the Yun family because of his cooperation with them, his daughter would definitely hate him for the rest of her life when she learned of this news. From the perspective of a father, he should naturally be happy for his daughter after learning that she had such a talented husband with an extraordinary background who was completely worthy of her. However, from the perspective of the Xia family patriarch, he had no other choice. Behind him was not only his daughter, but also the entire Xia family clan. On one side was his daughter's happiness, and on the other side was the future of the entire Xia family clan. It might even be the downfall of the entire Xia family clan. Although it was said to be a choice, he actually had no choice. From the moment he became the Xia family patriarch, the Xia family was his responsibility. At the same time, Yun Tingfeng, the patriarch of the Yun family, was transported to the nearby military camp. Since someone recognized him, the people nearby all showed him respect. That's the patriarch of the Yun family. The patriarch of the Yun family, the publicly acknowledged strongest person in the Yun family after the supreme experts? That's him. I didn't expect the patriarch of the Yun family to be in the realm battlefield as well. Could it be that he's also participating in the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone's Supreme Gods list? That's most likely the case. At this moment, although Yun Tingfeng was surrounded by a group of people, he completely ignored them. As the patriarch of the Yun family, he was the center of attention no matter where he went in the Divine Offering Land. The scenes he had seen in the Divine Offering Land were much bigger than this. He was long used to it. Currently, Yun Tingfeng was looking up at the sky, waiting for the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone's Supreme Gods list and the top 3 rankings to appear. There's a high chance that Duan Lingtian has died, right? I hope he's already dead. Otherwise, Xia Yu might change his mind. In Yun Tingfeng's opinion, Xia Yu had been willing to cooperate with him to deal with Duan Lingtian because he had threatened Xia Yu with the safety of the Xia family patriarch. However, at that time, Xia Yu did not know that Duan Lingtian had an extraordinary background. Now that Xia Yu knew about it, he might have other thoughts. If Duan Lingtian isn't dead and he really dares to change his mind, even if the Xia family patriarch doesn't die, he'll be skinned alive. Yun Tingfeng snorted coldly in his heart. He had already told the Yun family patriarch about this matter. At first, the patriarch was a little hesitant. However, after learning about how monstrous Duan Lingtian was, he listened to Yun Tingfeng's suggestion. As the Yun family patriarch, he naturally did not want a terrifying enemy to appear in the Yun family in the future. If Yun Tingfeng had used the safety of the Xia family patriarch to threaten the patriarch of the Xia family to marry his daughter to his son, the Yun family patriarch might not have helped him. However, this time, the Yun family patriarch had already confirmed that he would help Yun Tingfeng when he used the safety of the Xia family patriarch to threaten Xia Yu to join forces with him to deal with Duan Lingtian. The Yun family patriarch was also a member of the Yun family. He was the person with the highest seniority in the Yun family. Naturally, he did not want his descendant to be in trouble. It's out. While Yun Tingfeng's mind was still spinning and his gaze had become somewhat absent-minded, he suddenly heard a series of exclamations. His eyes narrowed abruptly. In the next instant, the rankings appeared one after another in the sky. 9 rankings appeared in the sky and formed a circle. And at the center of this circle, there was a list with only 3 lines of words on it. It was the overall ranking. Chapter 43-29. The overall ranking. At this moment, even though there were 9 lists around them with 10 lines of words on each list, no one was looking at them. Although these 9 lists represented the low-level godly emperors to high-level godly emperors, they could see the 90 most outstanding people in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm. However, everyone's attention was on the overall ranking in the middle. The 3 lines of words attracted everyone's attention. After everyone's eyes fell on it, they did not move away for a long time as if they had taken root on it. After a while, the sound of people inhaling cold air could be heard from all over the plains of gods. It's really him. He didn't die. There were so many bounties, but none of them managed to capture him? The more monstrous one is, the harder it is to kill him. This is too scary. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on the first line of the overall ranking. First place, Lower Divine Master of the Mysterious Gang, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. This name was not unfamiliar to anyone in the planar battlefield. In the past few decades, this name had spread throughout the planar battlefield and even the plains of gods. Let me tell you, I've been using a book-chasing app recently, /me/reading/app// to read books in a cache and read them offline. As far as they knew, they had never heard of such a monstrous existence in the history of the god-defying realm. He had entered the ultimate god realm before the age of 1,000. Moreover, he had no opponents among the lower divine masters as soon as he entered the ultimate god realm. Even among the medium divine masters, only the top ones could suppress him. Of course, what they knew was Duan Lingtian's strength not long after the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm was opened. In their opinion, after 30 years of accumulation in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, even if Duan Lingtian's current strength did not improve too much, it must have improved to a certain extent. Perhaps, he could even compete with those top medium divine masters. He really is the first. This is too shocking. Duan Lingtian really got the first place. When the crowd came back to their senses, they were in an uproar. Although many people were mentally prepared, when the moment really came, they still couldn't help but be shocked. Not only was this Duan Lingtian still alive, but he had also taken first place in the overall ranking. Getting the first place on the overall ranking list means that he'll get the first place reward. At the same time, the first place on the lower Ultimate Gods list is undoubtedly his. Taking the first place on the overall ranking list and the first place on the lower Ultimate God ranking list is something we're jealous of, but it's nothing to him. Oh my god. Wouldn't he be able to absorb as much as he wanted by soaking in the divine containment spring? On top of that, he could also obtain a Supreme Master's Godhead. A Supreme Expert's Godhead is a priceless treasure. It's said that once you get a Paragon-level Godhood, you'll be able to master the magical laws within it, and you'll be able to travel thousands of miles in a single day. Now, many people were a little jealous. They were jealous of the reward that Duan Lingtian was about to receive. He's really in first place. In a military camp at the intersection of the Xianxia land and the pilgrimage grounds, Yang Yuchen's face was full of smiles. At the same time, in the wilderness, Hong Yifeng also had a bright smile on his face. This time, we can ask little junior brother to bring us some bathing water. No, bring back some divine containment spring. In the sky above another mountain range, Lang Chunwan's eyes lit up. Little junior brother is in first place on the overall ranking list. My ranking. After seeing that her little junior brother's name was in first place on the overall ranking list, Lang Chunwan could not help but look at the lower Ultimate Gods list. With just one glance, her face fell completely. How could this be? This was because Lang Chunwan realized that not only was her name not in the top 3 of the lower Ultimate Gods list, she was not even in the top 5, top 6, or even top 9. Her name was written on the 10th place, the last place on the list. Did they make a mistake? Lang Chunwan was a little angry. Because there was no indication of the chaos points obtained by the individual after each name, Lang Chunwan subconsciously thought that the ultimate experts had made a mistake. Of course, she only had this thought in an instant. She knew very well that the ultimate experts would not make a mistake. Even a group of ultimate experts' descendants would scramble for the upgraded Chaos Realms ranking list reward. Not to mention others, even those ultimate experts would not make a mistake on the ranking list. Furthermore, under their joint supervision, no one would be able to cheat for personal gain. Otherwise, when her little junior brother Duan Lingtian knew that the upgraded Chaos Realm was about to open, he would not be hunted down by a group of ultimate experts' descendants. It was because those ultimate experts' descendants knew that no one would be able to cheat for personal gain in the upgraded Chaos Realms ranking list that they did so. As long as they killed Duan Lingtian, they would have one less strong competitor. If it's really the young master is still alive. In another planar battlefield, in a military camp, 3 women were gathered together. Among them, the woman with delicate features, who was overshadowed by the other 2 beautiful women beside her, looked at the name in the sky, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. At this moment, the other 2 women beside her also revealed flower-like smiles on their faces. The 3 women were Jing Ru, Bai Yao, and Xiaolan. They came out of the upgraded Chaos Realm before it closed. It was because of that they were able to gather together. If they waited for the upgraded Chaos Realm to send them out, they would be separated into 3 different places after they came out even if they were gathered together inside. They did not enter the upgraded Chaos Realm to explore the upgraded Chaos Realm. They only wanted to go in and find out more about Duan Lingtian. With their current strength, they did not dare to imagine how strong they would be in the past. However, if they were to explore the upgraded Chaos Realm, they would be in trouble in just a few days. They had only decided to enter the realm battlefield after they heard about Duan Lingtian. They wanted to confirm if the Duan Lingtian was the Duan Lingtian they knew. After they went to the upgraded Chaos Realm, they were able to confirm it. The Duan Lingtian was the Duan Lingtian they knew. Moreover, he was safe and sound. It's good that he's fine. It's good that he's fine. Whether it was Bai Yao or Xiaolan at this moment, both of them revealed a relieved smile on their faces. The huge rock that had been hanging in their hearts had also been lifted. Little Tian. Feng Qingyang stood on top of a dangerous peak as he looked at the sky with a smile on his face. At the same time, he looked down and sighed. Although I'm in the top 3, I didn't manage to squeeze into the 2nd place. Originally, Feng Qingyang thought that if his disciple, Duan Lingtian, was the 1st place on the overall ranking, he would be able to get into the 2nd place. He did not expect that he would only get into the 3rd place. The person in the 2nd place is actually a medium ultimate god. I wonder if this person's strength is stronger than little Tian's 2nd senior brother in the 10,000 Laws Palace's inner palace? Feng Qingyang was ranked 3rd on the overall ranking. There was a medium ultimate god in front of him who was ranked 2nd on the overall ranking. Master. As for Duan Lingtian, at this moment, when he saw he was ranked 1st on the overall ranking, he was not surprised at all. After all, this was within his expectations. If he was surpassed, perhaps he would truly feel pleasantly surprised. However, he did not expect that there was another familiar person in the top 3 of the overall ranking. It was his master, Feng Qingyang. When he saw the name Feng Qingyang, he knew that it must be his master. There was no one else. He had heard that there was a powerful sword cultivator among the upper god emperors. He guessed that it was his master at that time and confirmed it now. However, I didn't expect that even with master strength, he would only be ranked 3rd on the overall ranking. The person in the 2nd place on the overall ranking must be one of the best among the medium ultimate gods. Duan Lingtian looked at the name in the 2nd place and murmured to himself. The person in 2nd place was a medium ultimate god from the floating land, Xianxia. He knew very well that unless one was an extremely strong medium ultimate god, it would be unrealistic to monopolize the secret realm where medium ultimate gods gathered. The fact that he was ranked 2nd on the overall ranking meant that he was very strong. Even among the top medium ultimate gods, he must be one of the best. Perhaps he had encountered a top medium ultimate god in the secret realm, but even if they joined forces with the rest, they were still no match for him. This person's strength. I'm afraid he's above a group of top medium ultimate gods. Maybe he's recognized as the top medium ultimate god in the god-defying realm. Duan Lingtian knew that he was recognized as the top medium ultimate god in the god-defying realm. However, he did not know that his first senior sister Huangfu Mengyuan was called the top medium ultimate god in the god-defying realm by the absolute experts. He also did not know that his second senior brother Hong Yifeng was called the top medium ultimate god in the god-defying realm by the absolute experts. He had not entered any military camp before coming out of the upgraded chaos territory. He was mainly worried that someone would know that he had entered a military camp and ambush him near it. After leaving the military camp, although he appeared in different places, he was still near the military camp. As long as there were enough people, it would be difficult for him to escape the pursuit of others. How should I receive the rewards for the overall ranking and the ranking of the same realm? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of this problem. From the beginning to the end, the absolute experts who announced the opening of the upgraded chaos territory and the various ranking rewards of the upgraded chaos territory did not seem to have told them how to redeem the rewards. Although they didn't say, they shouldn't go back on their words, right? As soon as this thought appeared, Duan Lingtian suppressed it as he felt that he was overthinking. Even absolute experts would want to save face. Moreover, this time, there must be some absolute experts' descendants on the ranking list. If the absolute experts who initiated the upgraded chaos territory reneged on their words, the other absolute experts would not let it go. Chapter 43:30. Also, didn't I enter the dimensional battlefield as someone from the world of divine offering? Didn't I enter the chaos territory or even the upgraded version of the chaos territory? Why does the overall ranking list and the lower ultimate god ranking list show that I'm a lower ultimate god from the Shengang land? This was something Duan Lingtian did not realize at first. He only regained his senses after a while. He had entered the dimensional battlefield from the world of divine offering. In the dimensional battlefield, the chaos territory, and the upgraded version of the chaos territory, he had also participated in the secret realm competition as someone from the world of divine offering. The people he met in the secret realm were basically from the world of divine offering. There was even one time when half of the people he met in the secret realm were from the Shengang land, but his identity was still from the world of divine offering. However, the overall ranking list and the lower ultimate god ranking list clearly stated that he was a lower ultimate god from the Shengang land. Is it because it's my first time entering the dimensional battlefield as someone from the Shengang land? Or is it because everyone knows that I'm from the Myriad Law Palace in the Shengang land? At this moment, Duan Lingtian had thousands of questions in his heart. Of course, what he cared about the most now was how the ultimate experts would fulfill their promise and give him the ranking list reward. That was the most important thing. Also, third senior brother, is he on the ranking list? After seeing his ranking, Duan Lingtian, who was quite satisfied with his ranking, looked at the medium ultimate god ranking list again, trying to find his third senior brother's name. However, as he searched, he did not see his third senior brother's name. He's not on the ranking list? Third senior brother, this is too bad, isn't it? The first on the medium ultimate god ranking list was the medium ultimate god ranked second on the overall ranking list, Xianxia from the floating land. However, he did not see his third senior brother Yang Yuchen's name in the next 9. When I get out and see third senior brother, I can make fun of him. Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a faint smile. Fourth senior sister, on the other hand, although she came in later, she's ranked 10th on the lower ultimate god ranking list. Moreover, she's only a nomological clone who came in to fight for the ranking list. If it was me, I might be able to improve further. This time, I'm afraid that not only will third senior brother be mocked by me, fourth senior sister will definitely not give up this opportunity to mock him. That's not right. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian recalled something. Third senior apprentice brother said that second senior apprentice brother has been in the planar battlefield all this time. He should be participating in this upgraded version of the Chaos Realms rankings. He's actually not on the list? According to third senior brother, the second senior brother whom he had yet to meet was stronger than third senior brother. Logically speaking, the second senior brother should be even stronger now. Moreover, he had been on the planar battlefield for a long time. He didn't lack battle merits, and his foundation was better than third senior brothers. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have failed to enter the top 10. It seems like second senior brother is either unlucky, or his strength is only SOSO. This was also the thought that appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind at this moment. Of course, he had no intention of looking down on that second senior brother. It was purely a simple thought in his heart. But Ning Yixuan is also very strong. He just became a medium ultimate god not long ago, but he's already ranked 5th. On the medium ultimate gods list, Ning Yixuan's name was ranked 5th. Although he did not enter the top 3, it was actually not bad. After all, Ning Yixuan had just become a medium ultimate god not long ago. While Duan Ling Tian was thinking that Ning Yixuan's ranking was not bad, in another part of the divine adjudication battlefield, above a forest, Ning Yixuan was standing unscrupulously in the air. His expression was not very good. I didn't even enter the top 3? Just now, Ning Yixuan's attention was attracted by Duan Lingtian's ranking. First place on the overall list. First place on the lower ultimate gods list. He was not surprised that Duan Lingtian had made it to first place on the lower ultimate gods list. However, he was a little surprised that he had also made it to first place on the overall list. At the same time, he was a little disappointed after looking at the top 3 names on the overall list. He was not included. Originally, when he looked at the overall list, he thought that even if he did not make it to the top 3, he would still have a high chance of making it to the top 3 on the medium ultimate gods list. Of course, there was no hope for first place. This was because the second place on the overall list was also a medium ultimate god. I'm only 5th. I'm so far behind Duan Lingtan. Ning Yixuan's expression gradually became gloomy. After a while, he calmed down a little. However, soon his attention fell on the first place on the medium ultimate gods list and the second place on the overall list. A medium ultimate god from the floating land, Xianxia? I've never heard of this person before. I've heard that there's a giant ultimate god clan in the floating land, the Yu clan. Could this Xianxia be from the Yu clan? Ning Yixuan could not help but think to himself. However, if he's from the Yu clan, it's impossible for him to be unknown. Could he be a hidden genius from the Yu clan? However, with the Yu clan's foundation, is there a need to hide such a genius? The current Ning Yixuan was very confused about this. In fact, Ning Yixuan was not the only one who was confused. Even the descendants of other supreme experts and top experts from various planes of gods were also very confused. This was because they had never heard of this Xianxia before. A genius from the Yu clan? Never heard of him. There's such a person in the Yu clan? However, what was unexpected was that even many people from the Yu clan in the floating land were very confused. Xianxia? Is he from the Yu clan? We don't have such a person in the Yu clan, right? Of course, there were also a few older experts from the Yu clan whose expressions changed drastically. Could it be that child from back then? That child who was abandoned by the Yu clan. The older experts from the Yu clan who thought of that secret changed their expressions one after another. If it was that child, the Yu clan would really be humiliated this time. Even the strongest ancestor behind the Yu family might fly into a rage because of this. After all, that ancestor did not know about that incident back then. While many people were confused about the identity of Xianxia, who was ranked 2nd on the overall list, Duan Lingtian did not feel anything. This was because even if Xianxia was famous, it was normal that he had not heard of him. After all, he really did not know much about the geniuses of the floating land. Currently, he was still confused about how those supreme experts would distribute the rewards for the upgraded version of the Chaos Regions list. Will they wait until they return to the Mystic Handle Land and find me at the Law Palace? Or will they directly find me at the Dimensional Battlefield to receive their rewards? The other rewards are fine. They can be given to me in person at any time. But to take a bath in the Divine Corrupting Spring, they can't give me the entire Divine Corrupting Spring, right? I should go to a specific place to take a bath, right? Chapter 43-31. Duan Lingtian knew very well that it was basically impossible for him to get an entire pool of divine corporeal spring water. Otherwise, The other party would not have said that the person who ranked first on the overall leaderboard could take a bath in the divine corporeal spring water. If they were really willing to give it to him, they could have just said that the reward was a pool of divine corporeal spring water. Why did they have to say that the reward was a bath? Of course, Duan Lingtian still had a headache about how to claim the reward. Next, he naturally hoped to go to the Xia family in the world of divine offering to see if Kerr had returned to the Xia family. Then, after confirming that Kerr was safe, he would return to the Myriad Arts Academy in the Xingang land. As for rescuing Kerr, naturally, he would have to wait until he claimed the reward this time. The reward this time would be an important turning point in his life. Whether he could use this opportunity to advance further and even become a medium ultimate god depended entirely on this opportunity. It can't be that I'm going to claim the reward in there, right? If that's the case, can I choose when to claim the reward for taking a bath in the divine corporeal spring water? After all, I still have something important to do. For Duan Lingtian, the most important thing now was to go to the world of divine offering to confirm if his wife, Kerr, had returned to the Xia family. If she had not returned, he would wait for the dimensional battlefield to close and see if his wife, Kerr, had returned to the Xia family. If he entered the divine corporeal spring water before that, he did not know how much time he would have to waste. By then, he might miss the best time to rescue his wife. Although the reward of the divine corporeal spring water was good and might allow him to reach the top in a single bound, to him, his wife was more important than anything else. All these years, he had fought so hard to become stronger. But was it not to save his wife? He had always been fighting for this goal. If it's really here and I'm welcomed by that supreme expert, maybe I can ask him for a favor. This way, it won't affect my chances of getting the reward this time, and it won't affect Kerr's safety. Duan Lingtian knew very well that once the planar battlefield closed and the Xia family really threatened Kerr, Kerr would very likely go to extremes at the critical moment. Now, the Xia family no longer had any bargaining chips that could restrain Kerr. The bargaining chips that could restrain Kerr and his family had all been released by the third master of the Xia family, Xianxia. If it really came to that, with his understanding of Kerr, Kerr would definitely not compromise. Even if he had to die again, he would not compromise. And this was not what he wanted to see. Let's leave this battlefield first and return to the world of divine remains. After making up his mind, Duan Lingtian prepared to leave the battlefield and return to the world of divine remains. He would go to the Xia family and inquire about Kerr. I wonder if the nearby military camp is far away. What Duan Lingtian needed to do next was naturally to find a military camp and teleport out. Although the Chaos Realm had closed, the planar battlefield was still open, and there was still some time before it closed. Also, if Kerr is still in the planar battlefield and she knows that I came from the Myriad Law Academy in the Xingang land, she might go to the Myriad Law Academy to look for me. If there's no news about Kerr in the world of divine remains, I'll return to the Xingang land and Myriad Law Academy through the planar battlefield. Who knows, I might be able to reunite with Kerr in the Myriad Law Academy. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian's heart burned with passion, and he became even more eager to find a military camp nearby. However, not long after he flew out, he suddenly felt the space in front of him tremble. If he was an ordinary person who was proficient in other laws, he might not have been able to react so quickly, but he was proficient in the law of space. Then, Duan Lingtian saw the trembling space in front of him suddenly distort and fold, and then a figure walked out of the folded space without tearing it apart. It was as if the matter that had extended from the space had turned into the person in front of him. It was a middle-aged man with an unruly look, a resolute face, and a solemn expression. He walked slowly in the air toward Duan Lingtian. He looked like an ordinary person, but Duan Lingtian felt that this person's existence made him feel somewhat pressured. At this moment, the tree of life in his small world began to tremble, and he was so frightened that he hurriedly sealed the small world in his body. This is an ultimate powerhouse. At this moment, Duan Lingtian confirmed the other party's identity. In the past, even the projection of the Ning family's ultimate powerhouse behind Ning Yixuan had not given the tree of life in his small world so much pressure. However, The person in front of him made the tree of life in his small world somewhat restless. At the same time, a gentle voice sounded in his body before he completely sealed the small world in his body. Little Tian? What's going on? Where are you? How did you encounter the ultimate powerhouse's true body? It was the ultimate powerhouse's true body. The voice belonged to the world-cleansing divine water. The world-cleansing divine water was born next to a divine tree of life in a realm of gods. It was the divine tree of life in his body. The divine tree of life used to belong to another supreme expert who ruled over a realm of gods during that era. He was one of the strongest ultimate powerhouses in the godly defiance realm. For this reason, the world-cleansing divine water was much more experienced than the ordinary 5 divine elements. The ultimate powerhouse's true body. Although Duan Lingtian had already guessed the identity of the person in front of him, he was still shocked by the world-cleansing divine water's words. It was the ultimate powerhouse's true body. It was not the projection of his true body, but his true body. Duan Lingtian greets Senior. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He then cupped his hands and bowed respectfully to the person in front of him. It was the ultimate powerhouse's true body. Such an existence could kill Jian Wushuang with just a breath. It was not difficult for Jian Wushuang to guess why the person would appear in front of him. The person must be here to redeem the first place on the Chaos Territory's overall list and the lower Ultimate God list. Jian Wushuang's heart was filled with bitterness. What he did not want to happen had finally happened. As a result, a wisp of bitterness appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. At this moment, the middle-aged supreme powerhouse nodded at Duan Lingtian with a calm gaze. When he saw the bitterness on Duan Lingtian's lips, he was stunned for a moment before he said calmly, "I'm sure you've guessed my intention. If that's the case, why do you still feel bitter?" The middle-aged man asked bluntly. He could not understand why Jian Wushuang felt bitter. Senior. Duan Lingtian did not hide the truth as there was no need for him to do so. He might need to ask for a favor from the other party. Of course, Jian Wushuang did not want to do so if he could. Even if the other party was an ultimate powerhouse, he might not need Jian Wushuang's favor. What about in the future? Duan Lingtian did not think that he would stop at the upper ultimate god level. He would definitely become an ultimate powerhouse. I wonder if I can choose when to bathe in the divine corporeal spring? Also, can you give me the other things in advance? The moment Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, he asked 2 consecutive questions. The middle-aged man's face was no longer calm. He frowned slightly and asked, "You still have things to do? Can't you leave?" Duan Lingtian nodded. The middle-aged man's face flashed with displeasure when he heard Jian Wushuang's answer. Even he was envious of the opportunity to bathe in the divine corporeal spring. However, Jian Wushuang was not enthusiastic at all. Of course, the middle-aged man did not make a decision immediately. He immediately asked the person behind him, "Sir, The middle-aged man explained the situation he was facing to the people behind him. The person behind him quickly responded. "Tell him that he can only enjoy the reward if he baths in the divine corporeal spring now. Otherwise, he'll be disqualified. We gave him such a good opportunity, but he didn't cherish it. Instead, he's dragging his feet." Although the young man's tone did not carry any anger, it was clear that he could not understand Jian Wushuang's decision. After receiving Duan Lingtian's reply, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, "I can give you the other rewards now. However, as for the reward for bathing in the divine corporeal spring, you can come with me and enjoy it. Otherwise, you can give up. The choice is up to you," the middle-aged man said. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard this. The thing that he did not want to see the most had finally happened. After his expression changed greatly, he became uncertain again. In the end, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn as though he had made an important decision. "Senior." Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and said sincerely, "I, Duan Ling, rarely ask for help in my life. I wonder if you can do me a favor and do me a favor? This is very important to me. If Senior is willing to help, I, Duan Lingtian, will definitely repay this favor in the future. It's fine if Senior is not willing to help." However, I think I'll have to give up the chance to bathe in the divine corporeal spring. Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. When the middle-aged man heard Duan Lingtian's words, he frowned again. This fellow in front of him actually wanted to give up the chance to bathe in the divine corporeal spring for a favor? Could it be that he didn't know that even if such a precious opportunity was placed in the hands of a group of supreme experts, that group of supreme experts would still fight to the death for it? However, out of curiosity, he still wanted to ask what Duan Lingtian wanted him to help with. He still thought highly of this genius of the younger generation, Duan Lingtian. If it was something that he could help with, it was not impossible for him to help Duan Lingtian and form a good relationship with him. What do you want me to help with? The middle-aged man asked. Of course, he could not help with everything. He would only help Duan Lingtian if it was within his capabilities and did not violate the rules of the realm battlefield. When Duan Lingtian heard this, his eyes lit up. If the middle-aged man said this, it meant that there was a chance. Chapter 43-32. It's still too early to celebrate. Duan Lingtian was overjoyed for a moment before he calmed down. After all, the middle-aged man had not decided whether he was willing to help him. This was related to the two great clans in the world of divine remains, the Xia clan and the Yun clan. Moreover, both clans had omnipotent experts. Although the matter between him and Kerr might not necessarily alarm the omnipotent experts, the middle-aged man in front of him might not be willing to offend two clans with omnipotent experts behind them for his sake. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and said solemnly, "Elder, this is what happened." Duan Lingtian did not intend to hide anything from the omnipotent expert. He told the middle-aged man the story between him and his wife. Of course, he did not mention Yun Qinyan. He only said that the Xia clan looked down on him. He was also worried that the omnipotent expert before him might be on good terms with the omnipotent expert behind the Yun clan and refuse to help him. The reason he asked the omnipotent expert to help him was simple. He wanted to confirm whether Kerr had returned to the Xia clan. After confirming that Kerr had returned to the Xia clan, the omnipotent expert would tell Kerr about his current situation. He wanted to let Kerr know that he had a chance to save her from the abyss of suffering. All in all, the story Duan Lingtian told the omnipotent expert was both true and false. The truth was that he had feelings for his wife, Kerr, and the reason why he had grown so quickly was because he wanted to save his wife, Kerr. In addition, when he separated from Kerr, he said that the Xia clan looked down on him. This time, he hoped that the omnipotent expert would go to the Xia clan and let them know of his existence. He hoped that the Duan Lingtian in the dimensional battlefield would be the husband of the Xia clan's young mistress, Xianxia, in this life. As for the Yun clan, he only said a few words casually. He said that the Xia clan intended to let his wife marry into the Yun clan. As for the Yun family's marriage partner, he didn't say anything. His request was simple. He just had to confirm that his wife, Kerr, had returned to the Xia family. He also had to inform Kerr about his current strength and situation. He also had to inform Kerr that their family and friends were safe and sound. Under such circumstances, he believed that with Kerr's intelligence, she would definitely know how to stall for time and wait for him to openly pick her up from the Xia family home. As for the middle-aged man, after listening to Duan Lingtian's series of words, he was actually a little speechless. At the same time, he felt a little tired. He was a supreme powerhouse, an extremely powerful existence, yet the other party actually wanted him to run errands? To think that he had thought that this Duan Lingtian had some sort of difficult matter that he needed his help with. He had even thought that if it was too difficult, he would reject Duan Lingtian, but in the end, he was only asked to run errands? I wonder, Senior, are you willing to help? Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and said solemnly, "No problem." This time, the middle-aged man did not ask the person behind him because he knew that the person behind him would definitely not stop him from helping Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he had his own selfish motives. Based on the talent and strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed so far, as long as he did not die prematurely, he was destined to rise in the future. In the future, when he became a supreme powerhouse, he would most likely be the strongest among the supreme powerhouses in the god-defying realm. Furthermore, Duan Lingtian had also said that he would repay this favor with gusto in the future. If this kind of errand work could be exchanged for Duan Lingtian's repayment with gusto, it was too worth it. Duan Lingtian is extremely grateful that Senior is willing to help. In the future, I will definitely not let Senior regret this favor. Duan Lingtian quickly expressed his gratitude after receiving confirmation from the Supreme Powerhouse in front of him. In his opinion, this favor might be a piece of cake in the eyes of the Supreme Powerhouse in front of him. It was just an errand work. However, it was very important to him because it concerned the safety of his wife, Kerr. Now, can you follow me to the place where the divine corporeal spring is? The middle-aged man looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "When you enter the divine corporeal spring, I will go to the Xia family in the world of divine remains to find your wife and tell her what you said to me. If she is not in the Xia family, as long as she is still in the battlefield of the gods' adjudication, as long as you and the Xia family know the name that she might have used, I can help you find her," the middle-aged man said. The last sentence was said because he felt that the favor that Duan Lingtian asked of him was too simple, and he felt a little apologetic. For him, it was not too difficult to find a person in the battlefield of the gods' adjudication, as long as the person did not use a pseudonym that other people close to him did not know. "Thank you, Senior." Duan Lingtian thanked him profusely. At the same time, he felt more at ease and felt that this supreme powerhouse was very reliable. If there was a chance in the future, he would repay him well. Soon after, Duan Lingtian received the other rewards from the middle-aged man and followed him, preparing to leave. He watched as the middle-aged man waved his hand and the scene in front of him changed. Then, he realized that his entire body was enveloped by a force and was being carried through the air rapidly. Then there was the sound of the wind. However, the scene in front of him became completely blurry. It was colorful and even a little distorted. Nothing could be seen clearly and nothing could be seen clearly. Is this because he's fast? Or is it because of the space we're traveling through right now, and the scenery between spaces is like this? At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not recognize what was going on. Soon after, the middle-aged man's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears again. "After the span of 3 breaths, another force will descend on you. At that time, there's no need for you to resist. Just go along with it. It will bring you to the place where the divine corporeal spring is. I'm only responsible for bringing you here. I don't care about what happens after that," the middle-aged man said. When Duan Lingtian heard that, he was mentally prepared. At the same time, he felt that as the number 1 on the overall ranking board, he was given a lot of face. And Supreme Powerhouse had brought him here and another person was going to bring him to the place where the divine corporeal spring was. This must be another Supreme Powerhouse, right? I'm just a lower ultimate god and 2 Supreme Powerhouses are going to bring me here personally? Even though Duan Lingtian had experienced countless storms along the way, at this moment, he still could not help but feel elated in the depths of his heart. 3 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, a force swept over. It gave Duan Lingtian the feeling that it was gentler and more domineering than the middle-aged man's force. Gentler and domineering. The 2 contradictory words merged at this moment. The combination of contradictions gave Duan Lingtian an indescribable feeling. Try your best to absorb the divine corporeal spring for your cultivation. You only have 1 chance. Once you can no longer absorb the divine corporeal spring, you'll be sent out. When another force attacked him and the force from the middle-aged man left, Duan Lingtian heard a kind reminder. Suddenly, a cold snort was heard. Duan Lingtian felt the world spinning around him. He was in a daze as though he had fallen into a half-asleep state. He felt as though he had entered a dream. In other words, he felt as though he was dreaming at this moment, especially when he heard a faint voice behind him. It made him even more certain that he was dreaming. "Sir, He could vaguely recognize that it was the middle-aged Supreme Powerhouse's voice. Because of that, he felt as though he was dreaming. He must be dreaming. That was a Supreme Powerhouse. What kind of person was qualified for him to address him as Sir? A Supreme Powerhouse had to address someone else as Sir? This must be a joke. He must be dreaming. Almost at the same time when Duan Lingtian thought he was dreaming, the middle-aged man who received him appeared in an endless void. A small courtyard with a gazebo was suspended in the endless void. It gave off a hollow feeling. At this moment, the middle-aged man landed in the small courtyard in front of the gazebo. He bowed respectfully, not daring to raise his head to look at the young man dressed in white in the gazebo. Why did he suddenly change his mind? The young man in white asked nonchalantly. Upon hearing the young man's question, the middle-aged man quickly told him everything Duan Lingtian had asked him to do. At the same time, he also mentioned the Xia clan and Yun clan in the divine offering land. For the sake of his wife, he went from a low-level mundane realm to a realm of gods in less than 1,000 years and even entered the ultimate god realm? The young man's eyes gleamed when he heard the middle-aged man's words. I didn't expect him to be such a sentimental young man. I don't quite understand it either. The middle-aged man shook his head. The young man snorted coldly. I'm afraid you haven't even touched a woman's hand since you were born, right? It's only natural that you don't understand. The middle-aged man's expression froze when he heard the young man's words. He could not help but mutter inwardly, You speak as if you've touched a woman's hand before. What are you muttering in your heart? The young man's words rang out once again, causing the middle-aged man's expression to change greatly. Did the young man see through his thoughts? If that was the case, how powerful was the young man in front of him? Had he improved again? I can't tell what you're thinking. The young man saw the middle-aged man's expression and said nonchalantly, It's just a guess. Now, are you wondering if my strength has improved again? The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat when he heard the young man's words. At the same time, he was confused. Did the young man really improve or did he just guess what was on his mind? Go ahead. After a while, the young man said nonchalantly, Make a trip to the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land and the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land. Find out the ins and outs of this matter. I have a feeling that everything he told you doesn't make sense in some places. Perhaps there's something he didn't tell you. Go and confirm it yourself. Then come back and tell me. I also want to know. After so many years in the godly defiance realm, the first person to step into the ultimate god realm within 1,000 years. What kind of belief supported him all the way to this step? Chapter 43:33. Duan Lingtian felt like he was in a dream and did not suspect that the dream was fake. Because if this dream was fake, then it would be too frightening. A supreme expert, a high and mighty existence in this world, had to respectfully address another person as Sir? This completely overturned his understanding of the world. Therefore, he concluded that what he heard was a dream. It was fake and could not be real. Soon after, Duan Lingtian fell into a semi-conscious state. Then he felt a cool sensation around him. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered he was already in a cave. At the same time, the force that was suppressing his divine power had completely disappeared. He regained his consciousness. At the same time, he also regained control of his body. However, everything in the cave dwelling was sealed except for a spring located in a corner of the cave dwelling. The scent of the spring water made him feel relaxed and happy. He even felt that the 99 heavenly veins in his body were instantly unblocked. His divine power was rippling in the heavenly veins as if it had a mind of its own. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian did not expect the bottleneck that had been preventing him from stabilizing his cultivation base to the lesser ultimate god stage would be broken at this moment. It was mysteriously broken. Just like that, his cultivation base was completely consolidated without any cultivation. My lower ultimate god cultivation base is completely consolidated just like that? At that moment, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel that the turbulent divine power in his heavenly veins had begun to calm down. After calming down, the feeling that it gave him was obviously different from before. It had completely stabilized. It was completely different from before when it was still a little restless. Now, he felt like he could move his divine power as easily as if it was his own arm. It was a completely different feeling from before when he could not fully control it. It's really completely consolidated. I really didn't expect this. Duan Lingtian really did not expect that his cultivation base, which had not been consolidated for a long time in the upgraded version of the Chaos Realm in the dimensional battlefield, would instantly be consolidated in this place. Of course, after being stunned for a while, he was overjoyed. After all, this was a good thing. This is the God-corrupting spring? In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he stared at the spring water in the corner of the cave. This seemingly ordinary spring water was no different from a supreme treasure in his eyes. Hearing about it and witnessing it with one's own eyes were two completely different concepts. He had already obtained the divine corporeal spring earlier. The reward for the first place on the lower ultimate god ranking list was the divine corporeal spring. However, it was kept in a bottle and he did not open it, nor did he have time to look at it. Therefore, he had no idea what it was. After he obtained the bottle containing the god's corrupting spring, he was brought here directly by the middle-aged supreme expert. He did not even have the time to open it to take a look. At this moment, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but take out the bottle from his storage ring. When he opened the bottle, he noticed a similar aura escaping from inside. This bottle contained a lot of divine corporeal spring water. However, in front of the god-corrupting spring, it was insignificant. They were on completely different levels and concepts. This bottle has a hidden space, similar to a storage ring. It feels like it can store a lot of divine corrupting spring water. With this thought, Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on the god-corrupting spring water not far away. His eyes lit up as he stared at the god-corrupting spring water, thinking of collecting some god-corrupting spring water to fill the bottle. If I were to take a bath, I wouldn't need so much god-corrupting spring water, right? Although the reward for the first place on the lower ultimate god ranking list was considered a lot of god-corrupting spring water, it was insignificant compared to the god-corrupting spring water in the pool. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also felt that even if he were to take a bath, he would not need so much god-corrupting spring water. Collecting some god-corrupting spring water should not affect his bath, right? I wonder if I can collect the god-corrupting spring water inside. If I can I take away the rest of the god-corrupting spring water after my bath? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian felt that it was too unrealistic and impossible. If that was the case, then the reward for the first place on the Chaos Zone's overall ranking list would not be a bath in the god-corrupting spring water but an entire pool of god-corrupting spring water. Although Duan Lingtian felt that he could not collect the god-corrupting spring water, he could not help but want to try. What if he could? What if the expert behind him did not mind collecting some god-corrupting spring water before he took a bath? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian walked to the side of the god-corrupting spring water. At that moment, he could feel the god-corrupting spring's aura. At that moment, he felt a wave of comfort all over his body. The divine power in his body was slightly boiling and his progress was much faster than when he used divine elixirs to cultivate. After all, he had not even started cultivating yet. No wonder they say that even a drop of god-corrupting spring water is a treasure. Now, I'm standing in front of a pool of god-corrupting spring water. How many drops of god-corrupting spring water are there in terms of drops? Duan Lingtian stared at the god-corrupting spring water in front of him and could not help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. Of course, Duan Lingtian did not forget his earlier thoughts. He squatted down and took out the bottle, intending to collect the god-corrupting spring water in the god-corrupting spring water. However, just as he was about to make a move, an invisible barrier suddenly rippled like water and blocked Duan Lingtian's movements. Following that, an indifferent voice sounded, "Your reward is to take a bath in the god-corrupting spring water. During the bath, you can absorb the god-corrupting spring water without any restrictions. Even if you can absorb all the god-corrupting spring water in the god-corrupting spring water, I have no objections. However, during the bath, you are not allowed to collect a single drop of god-corrupting spring water. Since it's your first offense and I didn't warn you, I won't hold it against you this time. In the future, if you secretly collect even a drop of god-corrupting spring water, I'll expel you from the god-corrupting spring water and revoke the ultimate expert godhead reward that originally belonged to you." Although Duan Lingtian had previously received a reward from the middle-aged supreme expert, It was only the reward of being ranked first on the lower ultimate god ranking list. As for the reward of being ranked first on the overall ranking list, he had yet to receive it. He had yet to receive the ultimate expert godhead as well. According to the middle-aged supreme expert, the ultimate expert godhead would be given to him after he finished bathing in the god-corrupting spring water. Moreover, the person who gave him the ultimate expert godhead was someone else. Upon hearing the other party's indifferent words, Duan Lingtian did not dare to doubt the other party's words and hurriedly apologized. "Senior, I'm sorry. I didn't know I couldn't collect the god-corrupting spring water here. If you knew, do you think I wouldn't hold it against you?" The voice was heard again. This time, it was a cold humph. The voice was not loud, but it made Duan Lingtian's soul tremble slightly at that moment. At that moment, Duan Lingtian realized how powerful the owner of the voice was. He could not see the other party nor sense the other party's presence. Just a cold humph was enough to make his soul tremble. Was this the power of a supreme expert? "Senior." After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Duan Lingtian asked, "Is there a limit to how long I can bathe in the god-corrupting spring water?" He wanted to know if there was a time limit to how long he could bathe in the god-corrupting spring water. "You want to know about the time limit, right?" The voice was heard again. "Yes." Duan Lingtian replied. "There is no time limit. However, when you've absorbed enough god-corrupting spring water to a state where you can't absorb any more for 10 days and nights, I'll send you out of the god-corrupting spring water. How much you can absorb will depend on your own ability. Also, I know you have a divine tree of life in your little world. It can be considered a part of your body now, so you can absorb the god-corrupting spring water." Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he heard the other party's words. After all, he had used the divine tree of life when he attacked Ning Yishuan earlier. It was normal for the other party to know about the divine tree of life. Also, the voice was heard again. "The 5 divine elements in your body can also absorb the god-corrupting spring water. I won't impose any restrictions on you." When Duan Lingtian heard the other party's words, he realized he was not the only one who could absorb the god-corrupting spring water. Even the divine elements in his body and the divine tree of life could absorb the god-corrupting spring water as well. Duan Lingnan could not help but think to himself, "If I absorb all of them, will the god-corrupting spring water not be enough for me to absorb?" However, Duan Lingtian soon realized he was overthinking things. When he entered the god-corrupting spring water and opened up his little world to allow the divine tree of life and the divine elements to absorb the god-corrupting spring water, he discovered it was not that easy to absorb the god-corrupting spring water. 1 drop was enough for him to absorb for a long time. In fact, it took him several days to absorb the first drop of god-corrupting spring water. Moreover, he could clearly feel the transformation of his divine energy. It was a very obvious transformation. As for the divine tree of life and the divine elements, although they were also absorbing the god-corrupting spring water, their absorption speed was much slower. Duan Lingtan had a feeling that the god-corrupting spring water was more suitable for him to absorb than the divine tree of life and the divine elements. No wonder the other party is so generous. Duan Lingtian discovered it only took him about a month to absorb more than a dozen drops of god-corrupting spring water. Moreover, his absorption speed was getting faster and faster. At the same time, he discovered it took the divine tree of life and the divine elements a month to absorb 2 drops of god-corrupting spring water. Moreover, their absorption speed was still the same. It did not increase at all. If that's the case, I won't be able to absorb another drop of god-corrupting spring water for 10 days and 10 nights. They won't be able to absorb any more god-corrupting spring water either. However, it's obvious that my absorption speed is getting faster and faster. Could it be that the absorption speed will decrease after a certain point? Chapter 43-34. Although Duan Lingtian knew that the divine corrupting spring was precious and extraordinary, his understanding of it was still limited. The treatment he was enjoying now, even in the myriad realms outside the realm, could only be enjoyed by the direct descendants of the top powerhouses in the top realms. Moreover, only the direct descendants who were valued by those powerhouses could enjoy such treatment. The divine corrupting spring was very rare even in the myriad realms. It was enough to make the top powerhouses of the myriad realms move out and even fight for it. The divine corrupting spring was actually not very useful to the top powerhouses of the myriad realms. Its greatest use was to allow those who were weak and had not yet stepped into the realm of the omnipotent realm to grow rapidly. For any realm in the myriad realms, the power of the new generation was very important because if there were only so many powerhouses and no more, sooner or later, they would die in the time heavenly tribulation as time passed. The time heavenly tribulation was a kind of heavenly tribulation that would appear after a period of time. In the God-defying realm, the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation was actually a kind of time heavenly tribulation. In the God-defying realm, many people were curious whether a person did not need to face the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation after becoming an omnipotent realm. Of course, many people knew that omnipotent realm experts did not need to face the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation. However, just because omnipotent realm experts did not need to face the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation did not mean that they did not need to face any heavenly tribulation. The time heavenly tribulation that omnipotent realm experts faced was not the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, but the 10,000-year heavenly tribulation. Every 10,000 years, they had to go through a heavenly tribulation test. Not only in the God-defying realm, but also in any realm in the myriad realms, the powerhouses had to go through this test. Of course, the current Duan Lingtian definitely did not know this. He did not know what everything he was enjoying now meant. It was not an exaggeration to say that if the omnipotent realm expert who had control of the divine corrupting spring said that no matter who killed Duan Lingtian, he could replace him, the group of omnipotent realm experts in the God-defying realm, as long as they were not alone, basically would not be able to resist killing Duan Lingtian. Continue to cultivate. Of course, although Duan Lingtian did not know what all of this meant in the myriad realms, he still knew that this was a very rare opportunity. If he missed it, it would be gone. It was said that even a single drop of divine corrupting spring water was something that many supreme experts could not take out. Not to mention others, just based on this point, he knew how rare and precious this opportunity was. That supreme expert obviously knows everything about me. The divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements are my most important secrets, but he knows them all. It seems that I was exposed when I attacked Ning Yishuan last time. Although his secrets had been exposed, Duan Lingtian knew that these things were perhaps the most valuable treasures for ordinary people, but to the most powerful beings, it was nothing. Therefore, he was not worried about being discovered. Moreover, if the other party really wanted to do something to him, he wouldn't have been able to survive until now. What I need to do now is to absorb as much of the divine accumulating spring water as I can. If I can absorb all of it, I'm afraid I'll be able to enter the upper ultimate God realm. Now that Duan Lingtian had cultivated for a month, he could clearly feel how helpful the divine accumulating spring water was to him. It was also because of this that he somewhat understood why a group of people were so eager to get into the lower ultimate God list, and even the top 3 of the overall list. They were even willing to pay a huge price to offer a reward for his death. If he were those people, he would not want such benefits to be taken away by an outsider. Duan Lingtian, make good use of this opportunity. Duan Lingtian constantly reminded himself in his heart that he could not slack off, and he must properly cherish this opportunity and grab hold of this opportunity. The flow of time in the space where the divine accumulating spring water is located is different from the outside world. 10 days inside is 1 day outside. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to fully immerse himself in cultivation, the voice sounded again and clearly entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian was suddenly pleasantly surprised. His heart that was originally hanging in the air was now completely at ease. Originally, although he also cherished this opportunity, he was always worried that he would waste too much time here. Although that supreme expert was willing to help him by going to the Xia clan in the divine offering land to look for Kerr, he was still not completely at ease. In other words, before he saw Kerr, he could not be completely at ease. Now that he knew that the flow of time here was different from the outside world, he immediately felt relieved. The difference in the flow of time was not unfamiliar to him. In fact, when he was still in the mundane plane of the lower secondary plane, He had entered a space where the flow of time was different from the outside world. Of course, at that time he was still very weak. It was also because he was weak that he could enjoy the difference in the flow of time. I'm already a lower ultimate god. Here, I can still enjoy the difference in the flow of time? Moreover, it's a difference of 10 to 1. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled again. Naturally, he knew what this meant. In the past, when he was still in the mundane plane, he had obtained the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda which contained the change in the flow of time. However, later on, he also found out that the reason the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was that it contained the law of time. Moreover, the effect of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda's flow of time was only useful for people with low cultivation base. The more powerful a person was, the less they could enjoy the difference in the flow of time inside. Otherwise, could it be that deities who were above the immortals could also cultivate in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda with different flow of time? If the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda could really do that, then it was not just a top immortal weapon, but a top divine weapon. In other words, it was an existence above the divine weapon. At the very least, Duan Lingtian had not heard of any divine weapon that could allow existences above the divine level to enter and enjoy the difference in the flow of time. He also knew that even among the group of supreme experts in the god-defying realm, not everyone had the means to allow existences above the ultimate god realm to enter a space with a difference in the flow of time. Unless it was a supreme expert who was skilled in the law of time. Of course, even such a statement was just some people's guess. In short, it was very difficult to construct a space where an ultimate god could enter and enjoy the difference in the flow of time. And now, he had entered such a space. Senior. At this time, Duan Lingtian could no longer maintain his calm. Is this a space inside an artifact or a space directly constructed by you? Or is this a space constructed by a senior who is skilled in the law of time? Duan Lingtian was really shocked. The stronger one was the higher one's vision. The current Duan Lingtian knew very well that the space he was in was very difficult to construct. Even if a supreme expert who was skilled in the law of time could construct a space that could accommodate a lower ultimate god like him, he was afraid that it would not be possible to achieve a time flow rate that was 10 to 1 compared to the outside world. You don't need to know this. The voice sounded again in an indifferent tone. You only need to know that if you enter the medium ultimate god realm in this place, the time flow rate will change from 10 to 1 to 5. If you enter the upper ultimate god realm, the time flow rate here will change to 2 to 1. That's all you need to know. Cultivate well. This kind of opportunity doesn't come by often. The owner of the voice stopped abruptly and did not speak again. Duan Lingtian did not dwell on this issue. Regardless, this is a good thing for me. Before I enter the medium ultimate god realm, the time flow rate here will be 10 to 1 compared to the outside world. As for the medium ultimate god realm, thinking of this, Duan Lingtian thought of the difficulty of his cultivation after entering the lower ultimate god realm and did not have much hope. Even if the divine corrupting spring is good, it might not be able to support my breakthrough to the medium ultimate god realm, right? Of course, if it can really help me enter the medium ultimate god realm, that would be a great thing. As for the upper ultimate god realm, it was not that Duan Lingtian did not have much hope for the upper ultimate god realm, but he did not have any hope at all. He felt that it was impossible and unrealistic. After all, he had only just consolidated his cultivation base at the lower ultimate god realm. He was too far away from the upper ultimate god realm. There was still a long way to go. Duan Lingtian went to receive his reward for being first on the overall ranking list. At the same time, in the various major battlefield, those who ranked on the same level ranking list also received their corresponding rewards. Unlike Duan Lingtian, from the beginning until the end, there was no supreme powerhouse that appeared during the process of these people obtaining their rewards. Only a wave of energy that made their hearts palpitate extended from the void and delivered the rewards they deserved to them. And they also put it into their own storage rings at the first moment. They all used the self-destruction of their storage rings. That was the only way they could ensure their own safety. Now, there were already many people who regretted using their real names in the planar battlefield. Now, many people know that I took 4th place on the Middle God Emperor ranking. The divine corporeal spring in my hands will definitely be targeted by many people. This time, I'll immediately find a secluded place and consume all the divine corrupting spring when I get out. That way, even if they find me again, I won't be in danger. At this moment, many people had already thought of their escape route. At the same time, Lang Chunwan's Maxim clone, who also ranked 10th on the lower Ultimate God ranking list, also received a small bottle that contained a drop of divine corrupting spring. If it was in the past, even a drop of divine corrupting spring would be enough to make Lang Chunwan ecstatic. But now, she was happy for her little junior brother who could soak in the divine corrupting spring and obtain a ridiculous amount of divine corrupting spring. At the same time, she was also a little disappointed. Little junior brother. He's stronger than me after all. Although it was only her Maxim clone who had entered, she knew deep in her heart, even if her original body were to enter the lower Ultimate God ranking list, it would be considered good if she could get into the top 3, let alone the first place on the lower Ultimate God ranking list and the top 3 on the overall ranking list. In the past, she had underestimated the lower Ultimate Gods of the various planes of gods. It was only when the ranking list was revealed that she realized she had been a frog in a well all this time. Chapter 43-35. I didn't get first place? In the planar battlefield formed by the intersection of the floating land and another realm of gods, a young man frowned slightly after receiving his bountiful reward. With my strength, I wouldn't be afraid even if I were to fight against the best of the best among the upper ultimate gods. I didn't expect to lose to a lower ultimate god. If his strength is really comparable to a peak medium ultimate god like the rumors say, then my loss is not unjustified. This young man was none other than Xianxia, who ranked 2nd on the upgraded Chaos Zone's general board, a medium ultimate god from the floating land. I wonder if the Yu clan will remember me this time. Humph. What the Yu clan owes me back then? One day, I'll get them back one by one. After receiving his reward, the young man, who was Xianxia, immediately went to the nearby military camp and left the dimensional battlefield through the transportation formation and returned to the floating land. At the same time as Xianxia left the dimensional battlefield, Duan Lingtian's 3rd senior brother, Yang Yuchen, also left the mysterious Zen battlefield through the transportation formation in the military camp and returned to the mysterious gangland. Then he went straight back to the Myriad Law Academy. After returning to the Myriad Law Academy, he went straight to the Internal Palace to confirm that his 4th junior sister was only a Maxim clone that entered the dimensional battlefield. He was finally relieved. If 4th junior sister had really entered the planar battlefield with her true body, then the independent planar battlefield where the Inner Palace disciples resided would most likely have been destroyed. The independent dimension required the token of the Internal Palace's master to support it and an endless supply of divine power. Of course, the amount of divine power required was very little. However, it had to be pure divine power, which was the divine power that flowed out from a person's body. Even an ordinary divine spirit would be able to support the operation of the token. However, it was impossible for them to simply hand the token over to another person because once they obtained the token, they would be able to control all the formations in the independent dimension, including the powerful defensive divine formation and killing formation. It was said that the formation of the independent dimension of the Internal Palace was personally set up by an ultimate expert. As for the source of power, it was the independent dimension itself. Every time it was consumed, the independent space would become unstable. Because of that, the formation was extremely powerful. It was said that as long as one was not a top-notch high-level ultimate god, one would have a slim chance of surviving if they entered the formation. 4th junior sister, congratulations. Yang Yuchen congratulated his 4th junior sister, Lang Chunwan. On the other hand, Lang Chunwan looked at Yang Yuchen grumpily. 3rd senior brother, if you hadn't purposely brought up little junior brother and tricked me into accepting the responsibility of the Inner Palace, I wouldn't have been at the bottom of the upgraded lower ultimate gods list in the chaos territory. Yang Yuchen felt a little helpless and tired when he heard Lang Chunwan's words. After all, He did not even make it into the top 10 of the medium ultimate gods list. Little junior sister, you can't say that. Yang Yuchen shook his head and said with a smile, think about it, so what if your true body enters? Could he get first place on the lower level ultimate gods list? Could he get first place on the overall list? Do you know that the reason junior brother is able to achieve such good results is because I brought him into the planar battlefield and helped him a lot? If I didn't accompany him into the planar battlefield, he wouldn't have improved so much, and he wouldn't have been able to obtain the #1 position on the Chaos Realms upgraded ranking list in such a short time. Think about little junior brother's ranking. Do you still think I'm the one who harmed you? If you think you have too little divine corrupting spring, you can wait for little junior brother to come back and ask him for more. Lang Chunwan's eyes lit up when she heard Yang Yuchen's words. Third senior brother, what you said does make sense. Also, at this time, Yang Yuchen continued, little junior brother, you should know that bounties have been placed everywhere in the planar battlefield's upgraded version of the Chaos Realm, right? Lang Chunwan's face darkened when Yang Yuchen mentioned this topic. She clenched her fists tightly and said, I know. Third senior brother, wait until I'm stronger or first senior sister comes back. Our internal palace will definitely settle the score with them. How dare they bully little junior brother like that? Lang Chunwan gritted her teeth as she spoke. Yang Yuchen's heart sank when he heard this. Doesn't this little miss know that those who put up the bounty are backed by powerful ultimate gods factions? Even if first senior sister comes back and has the strength to suppress all the upper-level ultimate gods, she's nothing in front of an ultimate god expert. Unless first senior sister becomes an ultimate god expert. Since you know about the bounty, I'm sure you know how much danger little junior brother is in, right? Yang Yuchen asked again. Lang Chunwan nodded. She naturally knew how much danger little junior brother was in. It was said that a group of outstanding upper-level ultimate gods were looking for trouble with little junior brother. Fortunately, little junior brother was not found by them. Otherwise, he would have been in deep trouble. Do you know? The reason I'm not on the medium ultimate gods list is that after I found out about little junior brother's bounty, I rushed over immediately whenever I heard about his whereabouts. I wanted to protect little junior brother at the most critical moment. In the process, I was almost killed by Nangong Luyan from the Nangong clan and others. Did you know that? Yang Yuchen's face tensed up as he spoke. What? Lang Chunwan's face changed instantly. Third senior brother, you were almost killed? Yang Yuchen nodded satisfactorily when he saw Lang Chunwan's expression. Fortunately, second senior brother appeared in the nick of time and saved me. It was also after that second senior brother found out that Duan Lingtian, who was popular in the upgraded version of the chaotic domain name, was our little junior brother. Because of that, second senior brother and I ran to wherever we heard news about little junior brother. Because of that, we gave up the fight for the medium ultimate gods list. At this point, Yang Yuchen sighed. Fourth junior sister, third senior brother knows that it's also because you're not strong enough. Otherwise, you'd definitely be like me and second senior brother, giving up the fight for the ranking of those of the same cultivation level for little junior brother. Let's not talk about this for now. I just hope that fourth junior sister doesn't think that I lied to you when you took on the burden of the inner palace. As long as you want, you can give up the burden at any time. Unfortunately, I can't leave the inner palace and Myriad Arts Academy at will to protect little junior brother in the future. Yang Yuchen sighed again at the end of his sentence. His essence, energy, and spirit seemed to be a little sluggish at this moment, as if he had aged a few years. No! Lang Chunwan hurriedly shook her head when she heard that. Third senior brother, that's not what I meant. I really didn't know that you did all this, and second senior brother. Third senior brother, you'd better go protect Duan Lingtian and bring little junior brother back safely. Just leave the inner palace to me. I didn't give up the same level list to look for little junior brother like you and second senior brother. It's just as you said, I don't think I have the ability to help little junior brother. I hope you can understand this, third senior brother. Now, Lang Chunwan felt that she had sinned deeply. When second senior brother and third senior brother gave up the fight for the same level list for little junior brother's safety, She was passionate about the fight for the same level list. Although she did that because she felt that she did not have the ability to help little junior brother, she still felt a little ashamed in front of second senior brother. Little junior sister, it's really not necessary. Just leave the inner palace to me. Yang Yuchen sighed. I won't give the inner palace to you, Lang Chunwan said firmly. At the same time, she raised her eyebrows and turned her head slightly to look at the void in front of her. Second senior brother, hurry up and persuade second senior brother to stop thinking about regaining control of the inner palace. Since he's handed the inner palace to me, I'll be in charge of the inner palace. Now, I want him to go out and help little junior brother and bring him back safely. Little junior brother now has a precious treasure on him. There must be many people who have their eyes on him. Hong Yifeng's figure appeared in the void in front of them. At first, he was a little confused and did not know what his little junior sister meant. In the next instant, he heard his third junior brother's voice transmission and learned what had just happened. For a moment, he could not help but scold him through voice transmission. You little rascal, you're even scheming with fourth junior sister. Is it right for you to do this? Forget it. If you're really unwilling to take on this burden, I'll take it on again. Fourth junior sister shouldn't take on this burden. Hong Yifeng shook his head at the end of his voice transmission. Then, he looked at Lang Chunwan and said with a friendly face, Fourth junior sister, the inner palace has always been under second senior brother's control. Now, let's hand it back to second senior brother. You don't have to take on this burden. Hong Yifeng thought he was being very sincere. However, he was ruthlessly rejected in the next moment. Second senior brother, weren't you like this before? Is it because you haven't seen little junior brother and don't have any feelings for him, so you don't want to help him? Now, shouldn't you go with third senior brother to look for him and protect him? Go out and look for him, protect him, and don't rush to bring him back. I'll take care of the inner palace. I'll never let our family disappear. Lang Chunwan was so anxious that her eyes were red. Everyone wanted to fight for power with her. Did they want her to look for little junior brother and protect him? She was only a lower ultimate god. When Hong Yifeng saw this, he was completely stunned. Fourth junior sister had been completely led astray by third junior brother, right? What a simple-minded girl. Moreover, she seemed to be hopeless. For a moment, he could not help but stare at third junior brother Yang Yuchen, who looked calm as if nothing had happened. Then, he began to comfort Lang Chunwan. Junior sister, second senior brother didn't mean it that way. All right, since you're willing to take charge of the inner palace, continue to take charge. Next, I'll go with your third senior brother to look for help and clean up those blind people who want to target our little junior brother around Myriad Jurisprudence Palace. Chapter 43-36. Duan Lingtian, an inner disciple of the 10,000 Laws Palace. He was not even 1,000 years old, but he was already a lower-level Supreme God and ranked first on the lower-level Supreme God ranking list. This news spread like wildfire after the ranking list was released, and it shook the entire region. Those who were not particularly ill-informed had basically heard of this news. When this news spread, those who knew Duan Lingtian were shocked. Those who didn't know Duan Lingtian were so shocked that they couldn't recover for a long time. Who would have thought that he would actually reach this step? The dimensional battlefield was still open. Within the profound Zen battlefield in a military camp, a beautiful woman and a young woman were standing in a corner. The two women's faces were filled with shock. These two women were none other than Duan Lingtian's mother-in-law, Linghu Renfeng, and his sister-in-law, Linghu Chuyin. In the past, when Linghu Renfeng left the realm of chaos with Linghu Chuyin, she also left the dimensional battlefield, until she heard that Duan Lingtian was being targeted in the upgraded realm of chaos. Because she was worried, she once again brought her daughter into the dimensional battlefield to wait for news. She didn't dare to bring her daughter into the upgraded realm of chaos. Therefore, she could only wait outside for news. After waiting for dozens of years, the result finally came. Her son-in-law, who she had only met once, actually suppressed the geniuses of the various planes and obtained the first place on the ranking list of the upgraded realm of chaos. With the baptism of the divine spring water and the omnipotent divine spark, his future path will definitely be smoother. Although Ling Hu Renfeng didn't have any feelings for her son-in-law, he was still her daughter's husband. She naturally hoped that he would be better. Moreover, although she didn't have any feelings for her son-in-law, she had a good impression of him. This was because she knew that her son-in-law was able to fight his way from the lower planes to the dimensional battlefield in such a short period of time because of the crisis that her daughter had encountered. It wasn't hard to see that her son-in-law had feelings and a sense of responsibility for her daughter. In the future, we will rely on him to save your sister. Ling Hu Renfeng glanced at her daughter and sighed. With his current achievements and fame, it won't be difficult for him to save your sister from the abyss of hell. Let's return to the profound Handle land and wait for news from our families. Ling Hu Renfeng was clear in her heart that as long as her son-in-law reunited with her daughter, he would definitely bring people back to the Ling Hu family in the Xianxia land to see her. Her daughter didn't know about her background. However, his son-in-law already knew. Ling Hu Chuyin responded. When she left with Ling Hu Renfeng, there was envy in the depths of her eyes. It was unknown if she was envious of her brother-in-law's current strength, or envious of her sister having such a good husband. At about the same time, in another planar battlefield, 3 beautiful figures vanished into a teleportation formation in the military camp. Princess, Xiaolon Xiaojie, if it really is the young master, he's safe and sound now. You can rest assured. The 3 women were none other than Jingru, Biao, and Xiaolon. Even the current Duan Lingtian did not expect there to be so many old friends who were worried about his safety in the various planar battlefields. In the Divine Offering Land, Yun Tingfeng, the patriarch of the Yun family, returned to the Yun residence with an ugly expression. Not only was Duan Lingtian not dead, but he had also taken the first place on the Lesser Supreme God ranking in the upgraded version of the Chaos Territory. With his talent and such a great opportunity, he would definitely be able to grow rapidly in a short period of time. If Duan Lingtian grew stronger, it would not only be a disaster for the Yun family, but it would also be a disaster for his son, Yun Qingyan. This matter, I'll have to alert the ancestor. Yun Tingfeng did not want to alert the ancestor of the Yun family because of Duan Lingtian. If the ancestor knew about this matter, he would definitely choose to use his son's life to appease Duan Lingtian's anger against the Yun family. In the eyes of the ancestor, the life or death of his son was not important. What was important was the legacy of the Yun family. I can't tell the ancestor the truth after the projection of his doppelganger appears. Otherwise, he won't think of going against Duan Lingtian. Yun Tingfeng quickly came up with an excuse. He then went to the Yun family's ancestral shrine and used the patriarch's token to awaken the projection of the Yun family's ancestor's doppelganger. The projection of the doppelganger could not unleash much strength, but it could transmit everything it saw and heard back to the main body. Ancestor. When the figure of an old man appeared, Yun Tingfeng immediately knelt on the ground. He was usually high and mighty in the Yun family, but at this moment he was like a devout believer. What's the matter? The old man had the demeanor of an immortal. Only the lower half of his face looked benevolent. However, his sharp eyebrows ruined this benevolence. Although the old man's eyes were calm and it was only a projection of his doppelganger, Yun Tingfeng did not dare to breathe loudly when he looked at him. Ancestor. Yun Tingfeng said in a deep voice, Ancestor, I wonder if you've heard about the upgraded version of the list battle in the Zone of Chaos? The old man replied indifferently, I've seen the list. I don't think anyone from the Yun family is on it. Could it be that someone has entered one of the lists using an alias? You've awakened me because you want to give him a reward? The old man asked. Yun Tingfeng smiled bitterly. Yun Tingfeng smiled bitterly and said, Not a single member of the Yun family made it onto the updated list. Then why did you awaken my doppelganger projection? The old man's tone became much colder at this moment. Ancestor. Yun Tingfeng's expression instantly turned solemn. You must have heard about the person who ranked first on the upgraded version of the list battle in the Zone of Chaos, right? Yes. The old man replied indifferently, He's not even 1,000 years old and has just entered the ultimate god realm. It's said that his strength is comparable to a top intermediate ultimate god. It won't be difficult for this child to become an ultimate god when he grows up in the future. Even though he was an ultimate god, he had heard a lot about the monstrous genius named Duan Lingtian. The first time he had heard of the other party's name was during the last meeting of the utmost powerful beings. Duan Lingtian had almost killed the genius of the Ning family in the land of sanctions, Ning Yishuan. Before that, Ning Yishuan was recognized as the #1 person among the younger generation in the god-defying realm. However, this time, he had been defeated by a young man who was not even 1,000 years old. Later, when the upgraded version of the Zone of Chaos was activated, Duan Lingtian's performance made him pay more attention to this rising star of the god-defying realm. In the history of the god-defying realm, there had never been such a monstrous genius. Although he had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian, he was very optimistic about Duan Lingtian. As long as he did not die prematurely in the future, he would definitely become an ultimate god. Chapter 43-37. Ancestor. Yun Tingfeng, the patriarch of the Yun family, felt bitter and helpless when he saw his ancestor's reaction. Based on the Yun family's ancestor's tone when he mentioned Duan Lingtian, it was obvious he admired Duan Lingtian and did not harbor any enmity or jealousy toward Duan Lingtian. This was definitely not a good sign. At this moment, the Yun family's ancestor noticed Yun Tingfeng's strange behavior. His expression changed abruptly. "Don't tell me you're looking for me because of him? Did you offend him?" The Yun family's ancestor, a supreme expert, suddenly changed his expression. If it was in the past, even he would find it unbelievable. After all, Duan Lingtian was not even a supreme expert. He was not even a high-level ultimate god or a medium ultimate god. Ancestor. Yun Tingfeng took a deep breath before he recounted the speech he had prepared earlier. He briefly mentioned the enmity between his son, Yun Qingyan, and Duan Lingtian and emphasized how determined Duan Lingtian was against the Yun family. He even mentioned that Duan Lingtian had killed many members of the Yun family in the outside world. At the same time, he was mentally prepared for this. Those members of the Yun family in the outside world would have to stay in the outside world forever. As for the culprit, it was naturally Duan Lingtian. Ancestor, based on your tone, I can tell you admire him a lot. However, what I want to say is that he's a huge threat to the Yun family. 100 years ago, dozens of members of the Yun family died in his hands. This was before he entered the realm battlefield's chaos zone. Currently, he's like a fish in water in the realm battlefield's chaos zone. He even ranked first on the upgraded chaos zone's overall ranking. I'm afraid it won't be long before he rises to prominence. Yun Tingfeng paused for a moment before he said in a deep voice, "This isn't a good thing for the Yun family. I'm here to tell you about this matter. Although he's only a lower ultimate god now, his strength is comparable to many upper ultimate gods. If such a person grows up, I won't be able to handle it, and neither will the Yun family. I'm afraid only the old ancestor alone can restrain him," Yun Tingfeng said. Originally, he had planned to use his niece to lure him out and then kill him. But now, the plan could not keep up with the changes. Although his plan was not necessarily useless, if the other party digested the reward of the upgraded Chaos Realm this time, his strength would definitely increase rapidly. At that time, in the entire Yun family, except for him, there would be no one who could stop him. When that time came, would the other party still lie to him? At that time, he could use his niece to threaten the other party, but the other party could use everyone in the Yun family to threaten him. Could he, Yun Tingfeng, protect everyone from the Yun family? It's a pity that I didn't kill him the last time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have left such a disaster behind. Yun Tingfeng sighed in his heart. He felt that it was a pity, but he also knew that it was useless. Back then, he had not made any mistakes. It could only be said that his opponent was too vigilant. If only Yen was half as good as him, I wouldn't have to worry about him all the time. When he thought about how his son was compared to Duan Lingtian, Yun Tingfeng felt exhausted. What? After hearing Yun Tingfeng's words, the Yun family's old ancestor's expression changed again. You mean, Duan Lingtian is now our Yun family's enemy? Yes. Yun Tingfeng nodded. At the same time, he said with a bitter expression on his face, "Moreover, it's the kind that leaves no room for negotiation. Currently, the number of direct descendants of the Yun family who died in his hands has exceeded 50. Among them, there are also a few people from your branch, Old Ancestor. Yun Tingfeng knew the Old Ancestor very well. Although he cared about the Yun family, he cared about the few dozen people in his branch the most. However, among those people, there was no outstanding talent in this generation. He even killed people from my branch? As expected, the Yun family's Old Ancestor's eyes turned cold, and his face was filled with killing intent. His originally fierce and sharp eyebrows seemed to have turned into swords at this moment. Yes, Yun Tingfeng replied respectfully. At the same time, he sent out a message that he had prepared long ago. He ordered the people he had arranged long ago to execute the few people from the Yun family's Old Ancestors branch outside the Yun family. Those people had left the Yun family for a long time, and the soul orbs they left in the Yun family had long since expired. There was no need to worry that the people from their branch would know that they had died. As for the Old Ancestor before him, it was only a clone projection. Yun Tingfeng was not worried that he would discover his message. Good, very good. The Yun family's Old Ancestor was clearly very angry. After all, there were not many people from his branch left in the Yun family. If one died, there would be one less. Old Ancestor. Yun Tingfeng had a respectful expression on his face as he looked at the Yun family's Old Ancestor with an expectant gaze. I wonder if you have a way to kill Duan Lingtian in the cradle? This time, he obtained the first place on the overall ranking. Can you stop him from obtaining it? Or should I say, can you personally kill him and seize all of his gains? When Yun Tingfeng reached the end of his sentence, the expectant look in his eyes intensified. As soon as he finished speaking, he added, Old Ancestor, if you can kill him and seize his gains, even if you give a portion of it to the Yun family, the younger generation of the Yun family will definitely rise to prominence. At this moment, Yun Tingfeng was already thinking that if the Old Ancestor before him was willing to kill Duan Lingtian and seize Duan Lingtian's gains and share them with the Yun family, he would definitely increase the strength of his son, Yun Qinyan. As for giving it to others? That was impossible. Even if he really wanted to give it to others, he would only give a small portion as a token gesture. He would definitely leave the majority of the gains for his son. The Yun family's Old Ancestor snorted coldly. In the upgraded version of the Realm of Chaos, many supreme experts wanted to take his life but were unable to do so. Do you think I can kill him in the Realm of Chaos? If I'm not mistaken, he must have been taken away to receive his reward before he even left the Realm of Chaos. The Divine Corrupting Spring won't be given to him directly. As for the Divine Corrupting Spring, it's in the hands of that person. The Yun family's Old Ancestor's eyes were filled with dread when he thought about one of the leaders of the supreme experts in the God-defying realm. That person was not someone he could afford to offend. Old Ancestor, the person you're talking about, could it be one of those few supreme experts? Yun Tingfeng's expression changed when he saw the Old Ancestor's dread. There were strong and weak supreme experts in the God-defying realm, but there were a few supreme experts who were ranked at the top. They were unshakable by the other supreme experts. If the Divine Corrupting Spring was in the hands of one of those few supreme experts, and that person was the one who gave the reward to Duan Lingtian, the Yun family's Old Ancestor would not be able to interfere. He was very clear about this. Yes. The Yun family's Old Ancestor glanced at Yun Tingfeng indifferently. Therefore, it's not realistic for me to stop him from obtaining the reward. Moreover, in the next instant, the Yun family's Old Ancestor's gaze turned sharp. There are some things that I'm not unaware of. When Duan Lingtian rose to prominence, many supreme powerhouses had tried to find out about his background and past. As for me, I've also learned about his background from other supreme powerhouses. His wife is the reincarnation of the little girl from the Xia family. If I remember correctly, back then, your son wanted to marry that girl as his wife. As for you, you once invited me to attend his wedding. I'll believe everything you've said today for the time being. However, if I find out that all of this is because of your son, he'll definitely die. When the Yun family's Old Ancestor reached the end of his sentence, his voice was bone-chilling. Yun Tingfeng's expression changed drastically. Before he could react, the Yun family's old ancestors' clone projection had already disappeared without a trace. When Yun Tingfeng regained his senses, his expression was as unsightly as it could be. A moment later, his expression changed. After a long time, his expression returned to normal. At the same time, he let out a long sigh and turned to walk out of the Yun family's ancestral hall. Then he immediately went to look for his son, Yun Qingyan. Father! Yun Qingyan's emotions were not high when he saw his father. This was because he knew everything that had happened in the dimensional battlefield. Duan Lingtian had obtained the reward of first place on the Chaos Zone's overall list of the upgraded version of the dimensional battlefield. He had become the envy of everyone in the God-defying realm. The first place on the lesser ultimate god list would be able to obtain a large amount of divine corrupting spring. The first place on the overall list would even be able to soak in the divine corrupting spring and absorb as much divine corrupting spring as he wished. On top of that, he would also be able to obtain an ultimate god divinity. Naturally, he knew what the ultimate god divinity meant. It was an existence that contained the power of law. As long as one obtained it, one's comprehension of the law would improve tremendously. You know everything? Seeing his son's expression, Yun Tingfeng guessed that he already knew. He couldn't help but sigh. Yes. Yun Qingyan nodded. He seemed to be in low spirits, but there was no sign of despair or hysteria on his face. It was as though he had accepted his fate. At least it seemed that way. Yun Tingfeng said in a low voice, I'll make some arrangements. You can't stay in the Yun clan and the divine offering land anymore. Find a mundane realm in the lower secondary realm where no one can find you and live out the rest of your life in peace. Don't tell anyone about that place, including me. Yun Tingfeng said. Yun Qingyan's expression changed when he heard his father's words. Father, you're asking me to escape? Originally, even though there was some despair in the depths of his heart, and he also felt that it would be very difficult for his father's next plan to succeed. However, he also thought that even if he were to encounter difficulties in the future, that would be a matter for the future. However, his father was asking him to escape? Duan Lingtun was only a lesser ultimate god. At this moment, Yun Qingyan felt as though something was stuck in his chest. At the same time, in his mind, the voice that he had suppressed a long time ago began to speak bewitchingly once more. Chapter 43:38. Father, is there really nothing else we can do? Yun Qingyan was still unwilling to give up. He, Yun Qingyan, was the young master of the Yun family in the world of divine remains. He was the pride of the Yun family. Even in the God Defiance plane, his status was very prominent. More than 99% of the people looked up to him and envied him. But now, with such a status, he was reduced to seeking refuge in a mundane plane. The initiator of all this was a lowly person with a lowly bloodline from a mundane plane. How could he accept this? Now, every time he thought of how he could have killed Duan Lingtian, but because of his cousin, Xianxia, he did not kill Duan Lingtian and did not even bother to kill Duan Lingtian again, he felt a wave of regret. If he had sent someone to kill Duan Lingtian after dealing with his cousin, Xianxia, there would not be such a series of events that happen later. He really didn't expect that a person from the mundane plane, who was like an ant in his eyes in the past, who he could easily crush with a finger, would grow to such a level today. The last time he saw Duan Lingtian, he was almost killed. He regretted not targeting Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, his life would not have been on the line. Later, when news spread that Duan Lingtian was in the Chaos Zone or even the upgraded version of the Chaos Zone, it was too late for regrets. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. However, regret was useless. Duan Lingtian had already grown. It's not necessarily impossible. Yun Tingfeng sighed and said, I'll continue with that plan. However, you can't stay here any longer. It's too dangerous for you to stay. I'll find someone to be your substitute. At that time, if Duan Lingtian shows up, I'll do everything I can to kill him. If he's dead, you can come back. Yun Tingfeng said, if he's dead, the news will spread throughout the world of divine remains and even the various world of divine remains. So, you don't have to worry about not receiving any news. As long as you stay in the mundane plane for a few hundred years, you can go to the various world of divine remains to ask for news. Yun Tingfeng said. However, despite Yun Tingfeng's words, Yun Qingyan did not believe them. He knew his father well. If he had the confidence, he would not have sent him away. It was obvious that he was not confident. Father, I understand. I will leave tomorrow. Yun Qingyan said. Let's not wait for tomorrow. However, Yun Tingfeng shook his head. How about today? Today you will leave. Of course, with your current strength, you can't go to the lower realms yet. Next, I'll bring you to another realm of gods through the realm battlefield. Once the planar battlefield is closed and the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the lower realms is reopened, you can go to the lower realms and find a mundane realm that no one knows about to live in seclusion for a while. A few hundred years later, you can come back and ask for more information. Yun Tingfeng had even thought of a way out for his son. He knew that this was the only way out for his son. Based on the attitude of the Yun family's ancestor, it wouldn't be long before he would find his son and denounce him. There was even a high possibility that his son would be killed. In front of that old ancestor, his son's life was as lowly as grass. However, in his eyes, his son's life was extremely important. There was no way he would allow his son to die. As for the fact that the plan would continue, he was merely trying to comfort his son. He knew that even if the plan continued, it would be difficult for him to deal with Duan Lingtian. First, Duan Lingtian's strength would definitely soar after he received the reward of being the first on the Chaos Zone's overall ranking. At that time, even if Duan Lingtian was not as strong as him, it would not be impossible for Duan Lingtian to escape from under his nose. Secondly, there was the Xia clan. Previously, the clan leader of the Xia clan, Xiayu, had made it clear that he was willing to help Yun Tingfeng deal with Duan Lingtian. However, what about now? Duan Lingtian was so outstanding. Moreover, he had even obtained the first on the Chaos Zone's overall ranking and obtained a large amount of divine corrupting springs. Yun Tingfeng did not believe Xiayu did not have any thoughts about this. Perhaps, Xiayu was afraid of Yun Tingfeng's threat and was willing to help him deal with Duan Lingtian. However, who could guarantee that Xiayu would not inform Duan Lingtian about this? For this reason, Yun Tingfeng did not think his plan would succeed. Father. On the other hand, Yun Qingyan did not show much emotion when he heard his father's words. His expression was cold as he said, "Let me leave on my own. If I can't even travel to other realms of gods on my own, what's the point of living in this world?" Yun Tingfeng was stunned when he heard Yun Qingyan's words. Then, he looked at his son for a while before he nodded and said, "You've grown up. You have your own thoughts. I respect you." For now, he was not worried about his son's safety. Of course, he would still tail them in secret. Only when he saw his son enter the planar battlefield would he feel relieved. "I'll go prepare some things for you. Bring them with you to the realm battlefield." After saying that, Yun Tingfeng left. However, he soon returned and handed a spatial ring to his son, Yun Qingyan. Earlier, Yun Tingfeng had used his authority as the clan leader of the Yun clan to take many things from the Yun clan's treasure vault for his son. Naturally, the Yun clan's elders would hold him accountable for this. However, he couldn't care less about that. "Father, I'll take my leave now." Yun Qingyan left after receiving the spatial ring. After leaving the Yun clan's estate, he entered the realm battlefield. With this, Yun Tingfeng left and returned to the Yun clan. Not long after Yun Tingfeng returned to the Yun clan, Yun Qingyan, who had entered the realm battlefield, chose to return to the divine offering land from a nearby military camp. It did not take long for him to return to the divine offering land. However, he did not plan to return to the Yun clan this time. Instead, after they were teleported out, they found a secluded place nearby and settled down at the foot of an inconspicuous mountain peak that was neither too high nor too low in the forest. At the same time, a blood-red pearl the size of a fist appeared in his hand. It was called a blood-red pearl because it was shrouded in blood energy. Upon closer inspection, one could see the pearl was not blood-red. Instead, it was translucent. Furthermore, one could clearly see that there was a figure lying inside the pearl. It was motionless, as if it was dead. There was no movement or sound. It was a handsome and devilish young man. His eyes were closed as he lay there. His upper body was masculine, but something was missing from his lower body. He looked no different from a eunuch in a palace in the mundane realms. Is he still a man? Yun Qingyan stared at the figure in the pearl with a conflicted expression on his face. The thing in his hand was something he had obtained 2 days ago. If he hadn't experienced it for himself, even he himself wouldn't have believed that such an absurd and bizarre thing could happen. While he was cultivating, he had a dream. Someone had spoken to him in his dream, telling him that he would be granted great power, but he would have to pay a price. He would have to abandon his body. His soul would have to enter another body. Apart from that, there was a risk of being devoured by the soul remnant in the body. In the best-case scenario, he would be affected by the soul remnant, and the person would become him and not him at the same time. Initially, he had thought it was just a ridiculous dream. But when he woke up, he found that there was an extra pearl in front of him, and the voice he heard in his dream kept coming out from the bamboo, saying that it wanted to give him power and told him to break the pearl as soon as possible to release the owner of the voice. Naturally, he did not do that. After all, if he did that, he would no longer be himself. In fact, he would no longer be a man. This was something he could not accept. However, at this moment, he knew this was the only way for him to become stronger. Otherwise, he would have to wait until the spatial tunnel between the lower realms and the realms of gods opened. He would have to find a mundane realm that no one knew about and live there with a different identity. Many years later, he would not be able to withstand the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation and die. He did not want that to happen. I want to kill that Duan Lingtian. Even if I can't be with my cousin, that Duan Lingtian won't be able to have my cousin. If I can't have her, I'll destroy her. Yun Qingyan's eyes were filled with madness at this moment. He raised his hand and merged his divine consciousness with the pearl in his hand. At the same time, he slammed his palm against the pearl. A devastating energy landed on the pearl in just a blink of an eye. The pearl shattered with a loud sound. Immediately after, a terrifying power that seemed to be unrestrained swept out from the bead. The handsome and bewitching young man who was sleeping without a single piece of clothing suddenly opened his eyes. There were no emotions in his eyes. In fact, there was a vacant look in his eyes. From today onward, you'll be my new body. No matter what the outcome is, I, Yun Qingyan, will accept it. Yun Qingyan's body was crushed by the energy from the pearl. It did not take long for his body to disintegrate into dust. However, his soul left his body first and followed his consciousness into the body of the handsome and devilish young man who was still lying there. His soul had occupied the young man's consciousness. The handsome young man rose to his feet and moved his hands mechanically. He lowered his head to look at his body before a sinister smile appeared on his face. I'm still conscious. It was not clear whether the voice belonged to a man or a woman, but it was clear the voice belonged to Yun Qingyan. However, in the next instant, his expression suddenly changed. Meanwhile, in the consciousness of the body that Yun Qingyan had occupied, his soul was attacked by more than a dozen soul remnants. His soul was injured, and the soul remnants entered his body through the wound. Eventually, the soul remnants merged with his soul. Have I been revived? No, my memory is different from before. Yun Qingyan muttered to himself. I'm Bai Feng, and I'm also Yun Qingyan. From now on, I'll be called Yun Feng. Chapter 43-39. That's not right. The handsome and devilish young man shook his head. There's an elder in the Yun clan who's also called Yun Feng. I'm not called Yun Feng. From now on, I'll be called Yun Xinfeng. As these words fell, the handsome yet devilish young man nodded his head in satisfaction. Then he looked at his naked body. With just a thought, he attached his divine energy to his body and transformed it into a robe that covered his entire body. He was wearing a bright red robe, which made him look even more demonic. At this moment, the young man who called himself Yun Xinfeng spoke in a gentle and flirtatious tone. It did not sound like a man's voice at all. It sounded more like a feminine woman's voice. It's really strange. Now, I actually don't have any delusions about my cousin. Even if she's willing to marry me, I'm no longer interested in her. Is this the aftereffect of merging with my new body? However, I don't seem to dislike this aftereffect at all. However, suddenly, as though he had thought of something, a hint of viciousness flashed in the eyes of the feminine young man. Even if I'm no longer interested in my cousin, that Duan Lingtian can forget about being with my cousin. Oomph! A cold snort rang in the air. Unknowingly, the energy in his body was brought into play. In just an instant, a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions and blasted the towering mountains and precipitous ridges into flat ground. Mountains crumbled and the earth cracked. Dust flew everywhere. Mountain and river reversal. In the next instant, when the commotion died down, the feminine young man looked at the scene before him in shock and disbelief. This is my energy? Even if my father were to attack the surroundings with all his might, it wouldn't be as powerful as this, right? However, I'm only using the divine energy around me, and it's already so destructive? That's not right. Suddenly, the feminine young man seemed to have noticed something. He flipped his right hand and looked at his palm. Strands of energy that originated from his body swept out from his palm. Looking at this strange yet familiar power, the man's pupils contracted slightly. This is the supreme divine power. Omnipotent divine power, the power of an omnipotent expert, aside from the chaos zone, could be used anywhere else, including the planar battlefield. Of course, it was only useful against existences below the level of utmost powerful beings. When he was still the first young master of the Yun family, Yun Qingyan, he did not lack such supreme divine power. However, he never imagined that one day he would have such experience. Becoming a supreme expert was the dream of all existences above the divine master level in the God-defying realm, and he was no exception. However, he knew that it was harder than ascending to the heavens for him to become a supreme expert. Every single one of these supreme experts was someone with unparalleled talent. Although his talent was not bad, it was still lacking by quite a bit. He had never imagined that he would one day become an omnipotent. Although he had paid a great price to become an omnipotent, at this moment, he felt that it was extremely worth it. Previously, he had never regretted it. Now, he felt that it was worth it. Even if he felt that his consciousness was being affected by another consciousness, and that incomplete and complicated memory was still constantly corroding his memories, and he had no way to stop it. However, he did not panic at all. It was normal for him to have to pay a price to obtain such great power all of a sudden. This was a transaction in itself. He had given up his body and used his soul to awaken the body that had been sealed for many years. The soul in the other party's body was no longer complete and was badly damaged. However, his soul would still be eroded and become something that was neither human nor ghost. He had known all this for a long time. However, so what? What he needed was great power, power that could kill the Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's smooth growth had long made him crazy with jealousy. Later on, because of the Duan Lingtian's threat, his father had actually asked him to find a mundane realm to conceal his identity until the 1,000-year tribulation that he could not resist arrived. This was equivalent to asking him to find a place to wait for death. He could not accept this. For this reason, he had chosen to accept the devil's offer. Don't even think about completely eroding the memories in my soul. I must kill the Duan Lingtian. I won't allow him to be with my cousin, Xianxia. Also, my father. No one can touch my father, not even that old man from the Yun family. Although Yun Tingfeng had not told Yun Qingyan many things, Yun Qingyan was not stupid. However, Yun Qingyan was no fool. Since his father had asked him to leave his hometown and find a mundane realm to wait for death, it meant he must have gone to the supreme expert from the Yun family and had no choice but to make such a decision. If the supreme expert from the Yun family was willing to protect him, his father would not have done this. It was clear the supreme expert from the Yun family had given up on him. In other words, the supreme expert did not know the Yun family had offended the Duan Lingtian because of him. His father was worried the supreme expert would target him after learning the truth, so he sent him away. Now that he thought about it, everything made sense. Yun Qingyan could clearly feel his father's helplessness when he was about to send him away. Don't even think about asking me to forget my father. Yun Qingyan muttered to himself. He knew it was impossible for him to keep most of his memories. Therefore, he could only choose to keep some of them. There were 3 of them. He remembered everything about them. He did not want to forget them because of the impact from the remnant of his soul. A moment later, before many people noticed the commotion and rushed over, the feminine-looking young man suddenly hugged his head with both hands and let out an incomparably sharp roar. Then, a terrifying power spread out from his body and spread out. Boom, boom, boom. The land, which had been turned into ruins and had fallen silent, began to tremble once again. This time, the sudden surge of power was wreaking havoc in a wider and wider area. Many villages and towns were affected by it. Countless people died. What a terrifying energy! Heavens! Who's fighting? Isn't this power too terrifying? At that moment, a group of ultimate gods, including a few high-level ultimate gods, noticed the commotion and stopped in their tracks, not daring to go any closer. The feminine-looking young man who was at the center of the explosion had regained his composure. However, his eyes were colder than before. I didn't expect to be reborn in such a way. Yun Qingyan, right? From now on, you and I are one. From now on, I'm Yun Xingfeng. Is this the God-defying realm? The person who sealed me was a powerhouse from the God-defying realm. Is he dead? Otherwise, why would he leave my heavenly jewel outside? I have to leave as soon as possible. The commotion earlier might have alerted the master of this space. The feminine-looking young man raised his hand and a terrifying energy swept out. It tore the space apart as he prepared to leave. Wait, there's something I need to do. I need to go to the Xia clan. Suddenly, the feminine-looking young man seemed to have recalled something. With a flash, he disappeared from where he was and left at lightning speed. Meanwhile, in front of a wooden house on a floating island in the endless void, an old man with the demeanor of a transcendent being was playing chess with a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man suddenly frowned. What's wrong? The old man was puzzled when he saw the middle-aged man frowning. Nothing. The middle-aged man shook his head. I must have sensed wrongly. Perhaps the closure of the upgraded Chaos Realm has affected the realm battlefield and caused some commotion in my divine offering land. Let's continue playing chess, the middle-aged man said. The old man shook his head. The old man shook his head and smiled. That little world in your body has turned into a realm of gods and formed a formation with the other 17 realms of gods to protect the safety of the God-defying realm. You must have gained a lot over the years, right? Now that you've absorbed the divine offering land into your body and merged it with your body, do you think your combat strength is comparable to those few people? The old man asked with a smile. Those few people? The middle-aged man was taken aback when he heard the old man's words. Then he shook his head. Those few people are too mysterious. Let's not talk about the other mysterious ones. Even I can't see through the depths of the one who is more commonly seen. If I don't use the divine offering land, I'm afraid I won't even be able to withstand a single blow from him. If I use the divine offering land, I might be able to fight him, but the chances of me defeating him are slim. Moreover, we can't use the divine offering land recklessly. If we use it for too long, it'll weaken the God-defying realm's external barrier. At that time, the outsiders will find an opportunity to infiltrate the God-defying realm. The middle-aged man said. That's true. The old man sighed. The responsibility you bear is too great. It's best if you don't touch the divine offering land if you can. It was not difficult to tell that the middle-aged man was the master of the divine offering land, a supreme powerhouse who stood at the top of the God-defying realm. In the divine offering land, the Xia clan, bang, a loud noise rang in the air. The Xia clan's extremely sturdy protective grand formation trembled for a moment before it cracked and shattered. In the next moment, the entire Xia clan's mansion was affected by a powerful force and turned into ruins in the blink of an eye. If it was not for the backup plan behind the protective grand formation that teleported the people in the Xia clan's mansion out of the Xia clan's mansion in time, it would be difficult for anyone in the Xia clan's mansion to survive. Who dares to attack my Xia clan? An incomparably loud roar reverberated in the air. Then, an incomparably huge face appeared in the sky above the Xia clan's mansion. It glared at the void not far away. There was a hint of fear in the depths of its eyes. Chapter 4340. You're just a projection. Do you think you can stop me? A coquettish voice rang out, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. It reached the ears of the Xia family members nearby, causing them to think that it was a female cultivator who had arrived. Moreover, since the other party could break through the Xia clan's protective formation in an instant, it was obvious that she was not a high-level ultimate god. She must be an ultimate expert. Moreover, based on what the other party had said, it was most likely an ultimate expert who had come in person. When did our Xia clan offend a female ultimate expert? What's going on? Could it be because of the eldest miss? I heard that the eldest miss and the Duan Lingtian were husband and wife, but they were separated by the eldest young master of the Yun clan. Could it be that an ultimate expert is here to kidnap the eldest miss and exchange her for the divine corrupting spring with the Duan Lingen? It's possible. Many of the Xia clan members who knew about the relationship between the Duan Lingtian and the eldest miss of the Xia clan, Xia Ningshui, came to their senses and made such a guess. However, in the next instant, a figure appeared in the distance before their eyes, causing them to be shocked once again. A man? The members of the Xia clan had all thought that the one who had arrived was a female utmost powerful being. However, they had not expected that the one who had appeared along with the voice was a man. The man was dressed in a long red robe. He was handsome and devilish. The Xia clan members felt that he looked familiar as though they had seen him somewhere before. Did you notice? This man looks a little like the Yun clan's young master Qin Yen. It's true. Many members of the Xia clan noticed that the red-robed man looked very similar to Yun Qin Yen, the first young master of the Yun clan whom they had met many times. What was going on? What was going on? Was there anyone who looked so similar in this world? Originally, the red-robed man looked nothing like Yun Qin Yen. However, after Yun Qin Yan's soul had merged with the red-robed man's soul, Yun Qin Yen had tried his best to change his appearance before the red-robed man's soul completely merged with the red-robed man's soul. The red-robed man did not care about this and allowed him to do as he pleased. However, although he had changed a little, the changes were limited. Therefore, he only looked like Yun Qin Yen. Could it be the patriarch of the Yun family? Someone guessed. Impossible. In the next moment, someone retorted, the strongest elder of the Yun family would never target our Xia family. Furthermore, our Xia family would never offend him. Furthermore, I've heard that the strongest expert of the Yun family, the old ancestor, would normally appear to others as an old man. That is definitely not the case. I've also heard that the patriarch of the Yun family is a traditional and old-fashioned person. It's impossible for him to appear in such an unconventional manner. If it's not that person from the Yun family, then who is it? I don't know. While the members of the Xia family were still in shock, the red-clothed feminine young man in the sky opened his mouth once again. So this is your strength. Forget about the fact that this is just a projection of your true self. Even if your true self were here, I, Yun Xinfeng, may not be able to defeat you. Killing these ants of your Xia family would be as easy as flipping my hand. Yun Xinfeng. The feminine-looking young man opened his mouth and stated his name. Hearing his name, everyone from the Xia family was at a loss. As the strongest expert of the Xia family, this was the first time the giant face had heard of this name. Yun Xinfeng? I've never heard of you. The strongest expert of the god-defying realm. I've never heard of you either. Who are you? Puma. The feminine young man chuckled before he looked at the middle-aged man behind the giant face and said with a smile, Uncle, why don't you tell this person who I am? Uncle. The middle-aged man whom the feminine young man was looking at was none other than the current patriarch of the Xia family, Xia Yu. At this moment, even Xia Yu, who had thought the feminine young man in front of him looked familiar and somewhat resembled his nephew, Yun Qin Yen, did not dare to think that the other party was Yun Qin Yen. This was because although the resemblance was similar, there was a huge difference. When the other party mentioned Yun Xinfeng's name, Xia Yu instinctively wondered if the other party was related to the Yun family or an ancestor of Yun Qin Yan's bloodline. Did the Yun family have a hidden supreme expert and an ancestor of Yun Qinyan's and Yun Tingfeng's bloodline? Was the other party here to stand up for Yun Qinyan? However, when the other party addressed him as uncle, all of Xia Yu's thoughts were shattered. All of his guesses were wrong. Qinyan. Xia Yu's eyes widened as he stared at the feminine young man in front of him in disbelief. Although the other party looked similar to his nephew, Yun Qinyan, he did not dare to associate the other party with Yun Qinyan. What a joke! Not to mention that they didn't look completely alike. Even their voices were completely different. Their temperament was completely different as well. The feminine young man before him gave him the impression that he was a woman in a man's skin. However, the other party had indeed addressed him as uncle. If the other party was not Yun Qinyan, he could not figure out who the other party was. "Oh, it's me, my good uncle. Uncle, I'm here to pick up my cousin." The effeminate young man grinned brilliantly. "Uncle, I'm here to pick up my cousin. I know you don't like me. I'm taking my cousin away this time, and I don't intend to force her to be with me. I'm no longer interested in her or any other woman in this world. I'm only bringing her away because I don't want to let that Duan Lingtian take advantage of her. Don't worry, uncle. After I bring my cousin away from the God-reversing realm, I'll look for a better man for her in the outer land. At the very least, he'll be better than the old me." The feminine young man's smile was so bright that even Xia Yu, the clan leader of the Xia clan who was used to seeing storms, could not help but feel a chill run down his spine when he heard it. "Qinyan, what happened to you? Why are you acting like this?" Xia Yu was completely baffled. Based on the other party's words, it was clear that the other party's tone was similar to Yun Qinyan's. However, at the same time, it was not very similar. Perhaps, the voice was different and did not contain any emotions. He found it hard to imagine what had happened to his nephew. His strength was comparable to a supreme powerhouse. However, it was as though he had a new body. Even though he didn't know what exactly happened, he knew that his nephew must have paid a heavy price because of this. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If one wanted something, one had to pay a price. However, the feminine young man's expression changed when he heard Xia Yu's question. He snorted coldly and said, "My good uncle, I advise you to quickly hand my cousin over. If you don't hand my cousin over, I'll annihilate the entire Xia clan." The feminine young man's eyes flashed fiercely as he spoke. At the same time, the fierce aura around him began to dissipate. The expressions of the surrounding Xia clan members changed drastically. When they heard the other party was Yun Qinyan, the first young master of the Yun clan, they heaved a sigh of relief. Although they did not know why the other party had suddenly become like this, they did not think the other party would be so ruthless. However, the other party's words sent chills down their spines. Annihilate the Xia clan? In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on the patriarch of the Xia clan, Xia Yu. Xia Yu's expression darkened when he heard Yun Qinyan's words. He did not expect his nephew to be so crazy. However, he couldn't just hand his daughter over just like that. "How dare you?" At this time, the giant face, which was the projection of the Xia clan's strongest patriarch, spoke in a cold voice. "Junior, you are too presumptuous. The Xia clan is not your..." Before the huge face could finish speaking, the feminine young man smashed it into pieces with a single palm strike. Although the projection of the Supreme Powerhouse's Supreme Powerhouse was not as strong as his actual body, it was still very powerful. It was comparable to a top-notch high-level ultimate god. However, it could not withstand a single blow from the feminine young man. "Uncle, I don't have much time to waste with you." The feminine youth stared at Xia Yu with a wicked smile on his face. "I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. After 10 breaths of time, if I still can't add my cousin, then all the members of the Xia family present here will be buried with you." There was no hint of emotion in the feminine young man's eyes. That was why Xia Yu did not doubt his words at all. For a moment, Xia Yu's expression turned extremely ugly. He could see it. Yun Qinyan is serious. Yun Tingfeng. At this critical moment, Xia Yu thought of Yun Qinyan's father, Yun Tingfeng. He hurriedly sent a message to Yun Tingfeng. However, he had underestimated Yun Qinyan, or rather, Yun Xinfeng. Yun Xinfeng destroyed Xia Yu's message with a casual strike. It was impossible for ordinary people to block Xia Yu's message, but Yun Xinfeng, who had the strength of a supreme powerhouse, could. You have 9 breaths left, Yun Xinfeng said indifferently. He knew he did not have much time left. The supreme powerhouse of the Xia clan's supreme powerhouse, the patriarch of the Xia clan, must be on his way. He might have even called his friends over. Once the patriarch of the Xia clan sensed him and started a fight with him, it would alarm the master of the divine offering land, one of the top supreme powerhouses in the god-defying realm. The patriarch of the Xia clan's strength in the divine offering land could be said to be invincible to Xia Yu. Previously, he had come to the Xia clan because he was certain the patriarch of the Xia clan was not in the divine offering land. Yun Qingyan. Xia Yu's expression was as ugly as it could be. A hint of struggle could be seen in his eyes. Despair could be seen on the faces of the members of the Xia clan. Although many of them hoped that the patriarch of the Xia clan would hand over the eldest young miss in exchange for their lives, however, no one said a word. No one dared to speak, and no one thought they had the right to speak. Chapter 43-41. Xia Yu had sent a message to Yun Tingfeng, the patriarch of the Yun family. He wanted to ask Yun Tingfeng what had happened to Yun Qingyan. How had the Xia family offended the Yun family? However, Yun Qingyan, or rather, Yun Xinfeng, intercepted the message. However, not long before Xia Yu sent the message, Yun Tingfeng, the patriarch of the Yun family, instinctively wanted to take a look at his son's soul pearl to confirm his son's safety. He was shocked when he saw the soul pearl. Although his son's soul pearl didn't shatter, many cracks had appeared on it. It was as if it had cracked open. This scene caused him to be completely at a loss. He had never encountered such a situation before. In fact, he had never heard of such a situation before. What happened to my son? What happened to him? Yun Tingfeng was extremely worried about his son. He had no idea what had happened. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that his son had already merged with another soul and possessed a body with the strength of an ultimate powerhouse. Even now, the Xia family has been reduced to a pile of rubble and has even threatened to destroy the entire Xia family. In the Xia family, you have 5 breaths left. Yun Xinfeng, the owner of the body that Yun Qingyan had merged with another soul, stared at the patriarch of the Xia family, Xia Yu. His eyes were filled with malice. He had calculated the time correctly. 5 breaths was enough for him to bring Xia Ningxue out of the divine offering land. As long as he brought her out of the divine offering land, he could travel through the endless void and even travel through the turbulent space until he left the god-defying realm. The original owner of Yun Qingyan's body was not a supreme expert from the god-defying realm. He came from another realm. In the past, he had been sealed by a supreme expert from the god-defying realm and brought back to the god-defying realm, until Yun Qingyan rescued him. Of course, by the time Yun Qingyan rescued him, most of his soul had already been destroyed. Only a wisp of his soul was left. Even so, the wisp of his soul was still terrifying due to his strength when he was alive. It easily penetrated Yun Qingyan's soul. Of course, without the other party's permission, Yun Qingyan would not be able to control the other party's body with his soul. This was originally a transaction. Both Yun Qingyan and the other party felt the same way, so they reached an agreement. Yun Qingyan, are you really going to be so heartless? Xia Yu asked in a deep voice. I, Xia Yu, have never let you down. Ha, Yun Xinfeng laughed. Xia Yu, do you really think I'll treat you as my uncle just because I call you uncle? I'm no longer Yun Qingyan. I'm Yun Xinfeng. Now, you have 3 breaths of time left. Following Yun Xinfeng's words, many of the Xia family members could no longer hold themselves back and were in an uproar. Master, why don't we let the eldest miss come out? Patriarch, in the face of life and death, the members of the Xia family were naturally afraid. At the time, Ker, the daughter of the Xia family, Xia Ningxue, who has witnessed all this, also says to Xia Yu, Father, let me out. Now, Xia Ningxue is in a holy weapon. This holy weapon is the inherited holy weapon of the Xia family. It is not very powerful. It only has a space similar to a storage ring, but it can hold living things. The ancestral shrine of the Xia family is this holy weapon, which has been in the hands of the Xia family head for generations. Ke and Xianxia were originally locked in the ancestral shrine. When the mansion of the Xia family turned into ruins, the Xia family head, Xiaoyu, took the holy weapon away. Naturally, he took them out with him. Although they were inside the artifact, they could clearly see everything that was happening outside. At this time, even Xianxia, who is next to Xianxia, does not say anything. His eyes are red and his fists are tightly clenched. At this time, there is nothing he can do. The opponent is too powerful. Even the projection of the ancestor original body of the Xia family was easily shattered by the opponent. The opponent is an ultimate expert. I'm sorry. In the end, Xiaoyu let his daughter out. At the same time, his heart was trembling, but he had no other choice. He is not only a father, but also the family head of the Xia family. Moreover, if the opponent really wants to kill all of us, it is not difficult for the opponent to find out that his daughter is in the holy weapon. Then, the result will be the same. Cousin. When Ke's figure appeared, Yun Xinfeng's eyes lit up. My dear cousin, you're finally out. Yun Qingyan. After Ke came out, she stared coldly at the evil-looking young man in front of her. However, the young man shook his head and corrected her. Cousin, I am not Yun Qingyan now. I am Yun Xinfeng. Remember my new name. Don't call me by the wrong name in the future. At this time, Ke realized that the young man in front of her was completely different from the Yun Qingyan of the past. The young man did not look at her with any desire to possess her. There was only coldness in his eyes, as if he had become an emotionless, cold-blooded animal. Cousin, I know you want to reunite with your husband, but believe me, it is impossible for you to reunite with him. When I bring you out of the God-defying realm, I will find you a husband outside the God-defying realm. At that time, he will be so angry that he will die. Yun Xinfeng laughed maniacally. Cousin, don't even think about killing yourself. If you dare to kill yourself now, I'll annihilate the entire Xia family. Yun Xinfeng's words cut off Ke's thoughts of committing suicide. Indeed, she did want to kill herself. Instead of being taken away by the young man, she would rather die. Cousin, don't resist. If you do, I will annihilate everyone in the Xia family. After Yun Xinfeng finished speaking, he moved to Ke's side in a flash. He extended his hand and a strange energy surged out of his body toward Ke. His energy was about to enter Ke's body. Suddenly, a cold voice rang from afar. How dare someone from the blood world enter the God-defying realm? You're courting death. As this voice rang out, the silhouette of a middle-aged man appeared in front of everyone's eyes and immediately charged towards Yun Xinfeng. Yun Xinfeng's expression changed when he saw the middle-aged man. Damn it! How could a supreme expert come so quickly? He was certain the middle-aged man was not the supreme expert that the old ancestor of the Xia family had found. The middle-aged man could not have come so quickly. The middle-aged man must have been nearby. Yun Xinfeng could sense the middle-aged man's strength and the middle-aged man's intention to protect his target, Xianxia. He made up his mind and continued to channel his energy into Xianxia's body. Then he raised his hand and smashed the void beside him. You're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.